This world is truly amazing. In the Finjuan region, nestled within Green Shade Town, Dodo Dodo. Perketa top chin shish head, a small dragon off dark green and dialahu sapinodite sleep eyes and joyful out. Survey in Jit's familiar surroundings. It swiftly took flight from Chinshished and Artid and Totha farm. Chinshi shuckled helpless slide for pushing open Thegran Gatoft he farm. Following Theruti Chidin his memory, Heimble toward Shisfamalisfalata leisure lit pace. He was not original life from this world in his previous life. Chinshi was merely an average worker. After working gladio in evening, had found himself delayed for his next shift. In his Shasta reach work, who was abrupt light transporteto's Pokémon world be a passing dump truck. Now, it had been 16 years as inch Chinshi arrived in Thinthasreal. These world did natad hirito thea nimitatel sophis past life, where einen could embark an adventurous the tinderagio fin here, one a most wait until Theaga 15. Upon reaching his 15th birthday year ago, the quintessential awakening of fat traveler occurred. However, after bestowing upon him a Pokémon, Thintatar responsible vanished, leaving him with nothing beautis panel. The Pokémonic gifted Bethi system hatched successfully after 7 days, revealing the small dragon that just flown away. Indeed, it was Thorizu, the dazzling gone. Chinshai was ecstatic half the time. What was these? A quasi divine being. And a shiny neat hat, disease into imaginity joyed hat filled Chinshishert. In his previous life, he had harborage reet admiration for Thorizu. Often referred to as the mini Juritan way staken of Aquintus Stempri sinted him with such a delightful surprise. With Theodore various high-quality nutrients, the little dragon quickly transcended its juvenile estage. Eagerly, Chinshi's it forth with his Newfound companion, ready to take on the like soft Dodgewin Diamond King. Yet, while its imagination soared with possibilities, reality proved to harsh in his excitement. Chinshai entirely overlooked the fact that a little dragonos would tweak. Prior to its evolution, however, with the addition of a water-leap fish, Chinshi's travels began to progress smoothly. Having John endured enough hardship in his previous life, Chinshin now found immense joy in the pastoral life off to farm after his adventures. As Shep prepared to step through a threshold office villa, a large, purple creature suddenly materialized from the ground. It stared at Chinshin and Terra Lib before bounding toward Shime with delight. Gung, ha! Jingar, it's Beanages, you've certainly put on some weight. Chinshi was knocked to the ground by Jingar, embracing the rotund purple creature. This Bachman belonged to his grandmother, having watched Chinshi grow up, often performing amusing antics to bring him joy. Theben between him was profoundly deep. After all, Hokowol dresses to jovial, purple, chubby companion. Gung gung. Upon hearing Chinshi's words, Jingar leaped off him, flexing Jit Spudjalam Sinna display of fitness, insisting Jit was not overweight but robust. Chinshi chuckled, and with Amara thought, Jingar's various stats appeared before his eyes. Pokemon Jengar level 70 initial champion potential champion gender male ability cursed body skill shadowy gaze, shadow ball, dream eater, hypnosis, will-o-wisp, dot, destiny bond, thunderbolt, protect, substitute, mud bomb, shadow claw, sleep talk, strange light, lick, misfortune, nightshade. You've grown stronger. You've even reached at champion level, haven't you? Gong. Jengar struck a proud pose, brimming with confidence. Trinchipateta the back. All right. Ickno Yerethibus. Where grandpa and grandma? Why are in the around? This way's a tangible world, where Pokémon possess a discernible strengths. Jengar's champion level prowess plays seated nearly at the pinnacle of this realm. As for the next year, the elite champion level, Jengar was unlikely to reach the thing in its lifetime. After all, ascending to the champion level is no trivial fiat theism between champion and elite champion is fast. A dozen Pokémon off Jengar's caliber would struggle to defeat a single elite champion. Moreover, Jengar's potential had near Lipiact, with slim chance of further advancement. Unless an extraordinary opportunity rose, Jengar might remain at champion level for eternity. Gung. Jengar pointed towards the depths of T farm, and she understood its implication just as she suspected, Grandpa and Grandmore feeding Pokémon on the farm. Handing a spatial backpack to Jengar, he said, Could you please take thy upstairs form, I'm off to find Grandma and Grandpa. Gung. Jengar indeed enthusiastically patting its belly as siftosi, leave item, before soaring upstairs with the backpack. Chun shismled, retrieving for luxury pokeballs from his belt, declaring, Come forth. This shall be our home from now. Lachii, flower, chachadu, buoy. The water-leap fish his grandfather had prepared had long since evolved into touring 3-meter Gyarados, while led Madame Flower and Bikibi, along with Leafy V. Were captured during his travels. As soon as thigh merged, Asmaleg angrily rushed to Chinshi's feet, waving Jitstinyarms in protest against this leg. Chachadu. Chunshi chuckled helplessly, scooping up Thbookby incident jicantly. Didn't you say the journey wash Beringandex housing? Lead in Jado under Theball be yourself. Why are you blaming Minnow? Chachadu. Not listening, not listening, toward his reciting scriptures. Clearly, the book Bawasunim pressed bith his retort, cross in jits hortarm san pouting with close-set eyes, embodying a picture of indignation. The Garridos, Madame Flower, and Leafy Veal huckled at that scene. Chinsha found himself a talost book barquar de certain level of fintimicido evolve, and having kept it outside consistent lihid midith a little leoniquity versidoth. Pockball, letting toits current sulk, resignedly, Chinsha wiggled da finger in front of Bakibi, Chachadu. Instantly, the little creaturisia sparkled with delight, nodding geagerly and affectionately nizzling against its trainer. It methought they made an extra secret treat. Seeing Theblis fuel expression on he little Leona's face, Chinchickled thelp butchicle. Eterna tagaziate thesomi wat goofy garridos, thegently and elegant Madame Flower, and Theano Sintan carefreely Phoebe. This world is truly amazing. Shiny Doriazu indites normal colored counterpart. Chapter 2I, Little Doriazu, Amthun rivaled champion off world. Latusco we shall introduce ye out to my grandparents. Little Doriazu hassle reedy dash it off. Lachi Flower. Buoy, lecturing my grandparents are feeding theater Pokémon. Perhaps if we're rivierly, we might even score ye a delicious meal. The food my grandparents make kais of inestir than what to prepare. The leafy veen book buys isla to pat thought food better than the meals chincha crafted. That one Eve creature should drevious fly lived in the ild, subsisting on majorations, Sony food was salixury, leaving them unpicky. Only after meeting Chinchi did they discover the existence of such delectable cuisine and various exclusive energy cubes. Now, Chinchis claimed that his grandparents' cooking surpassed a disown proved tutting to resist. The evening book could no longer contain higher excitement, urging Chinchido hasten his space. The Guratus also exabite Dawson's fim patience having lived at the Miduranjits youth. It knew Chinchis spoke the truth and was not misrepresenting the delight softy farm. Only Madame Flower remained composed and mature, tending to her blossoms as they walked. With Asmile, Chinchis shifted the conversation. Madame Flower, how about Tide signate a section off this vist farm for a garden of flowers just for you? Flower. At that moment, Madame Flower could hardly contain her enthusiasm. She had longed for a garden, beautilous, her travels with the trainer at percladet the fulfillment of thy wish. Up in hearing those words, how could she possibly maintain her composure? Of course it's true. When have you ever deceived you? It will find a lovely spot by tomorrow. Flowers. Madame Waja graceful a bent down to express her gratitude. Chin gently stroked at her head, but before he could utter a word, a pair of large hands seized him and tossed him onto his shoulder, sprinting deeper into the farm. Hey, Giant Marsh, be gentle. What's the rush? Giant Marsh shot Chinchinoid glances a trace ahead, having long awaited this moment. The trainer was still chattering gone, oblivious to the fact thought no thing was more important than a meal. What could possibly wait tunnel tomorrow? Chajadui. The Pichu and Chinchis arm scarpeduously, prompting Madame Waji and Evito exchange a glances and hurriedly follows it. On the hillside behind the farm, Fielder lit couples 3 honeybee colonies resided, Anto de market the harvest day. That little furl from Juncha family, during a mission, her speedy dog sustained severe injuries. She skedmedo concocted op the air revival potion, but where shortened premium bee honey. Grandma Chen remarked anxiously, the Juncha girl must be closatoriaking champion level. During the mission, her mates Pieti dog was grave lion jured I wonder how shy sparring and if she encountered any danger. Boys must venture out and experience if world diet bo des well for their future. Moreover, if world is not for a stable ring no, cannot shelter him forever. You are right, we cannot protect them for a lifetime. Grandma Chen sighed involuntarily. Seeing they were wretched on his partner's face, Grandpa Shen was about to for some comforter words when he was interrupted by an excited call. Dodo. That elderly folks paused, turning to Xiao and Eklai colored Draco's all joyful eye flying towards them, directly landing in Grandpa Chen's shed. Dodo. Oh dear, it's little Drakazalt. The little Dracozalt knitted happily and flew over to nuzzle against Grandma Chen. Up and hearing about the honey, the little Drakazalt grew ecstatic, darting towards the Gerafoni and Deidre lip-pawing Gady. Dodo. The little Drakazalt CS sparkled, drill escape and gun control oblige sitting it fervently before settling back into Grandpa Chen's shed. That elder sex change at smiles, greeted Thelical Bedrill Queen, and proceeded to leave. On the way, Grandma Shen teased, little Drakazalt, has passed, and you still haven't teved? Can you at least defeat a Caterpino? Little Drakazalt, hearing this, became exasperated, patting Grandma Chen's shed with its stinny paw, closing jitsis and refusing to peek. Not being able to defeat a Caterpillar is a lifelong embarrassment for it. Grandpa Chinchamedan, the Swanto. Ire Kalea ago you made a bold claim to Shaoshai about being unbeatable, and now so much time has passed, and a steel can of Henley Caterpie, Dodo. The little Dracozalt immediately protested, patting Ikisto as certy sprowest dough is that so. Grandpa Chin chuckled, what about Swampert? It should be Giant Marsh Bino can you take it in, you air Shaoshi starter Pokemon, Theliataroth Thedium. Yo wouldn't want to be outmatch head Bethesican member, Would you? Faced with Grandpa Chin's steezing expression, little Draco Zolt opened its mouth, struggling to find a retort. Could it defeat Giant Marsh? The twas undoubtedly out of tech question. That giant could flatten it with a single punk. At present, it could barely manage to contend with Piku. Reflecting on this, little Draco Zolt felt disheartened, swaying gas at Fluto Grandma Chin shed, questioning its sextants that Grandma Chin reached out to pat little Draco Zolt in comfort. It's all right, little Draco Zolt. I believe a warrior on Thebrin Kof-evolution once you evolve, you will be formidable, Anthony Kong gonna conquered world. Acider the last sentence, Grandma Chin couldn't help but chuckle. Little Draco Zolt sees Bremed with a pishao shittle sozade twas closeto evolving gaunt the tai twud ba power fulanchi it did. Little Draco Zolt believed wholehearted lion thies, for it was spoke can be its trainer, how old no vertisive dragon Piku. Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen refrained from further teasing gone merely smiled as they made death our way home. It is worth noting that both Grandpa and Grandma Chen are a certified top breeder synth alliance. They could easily discern that little Draco Zolt had reached at the pinnacle of its selite potential, on the verge of evolution. When their grandson had suddenly mentioned finding an egg a year ago, Theodor the couple had initially dismissed it. After all, Pokémon no fun known origin soft and lacked potential the assumed their grandson was merely indulgent in a flating one. However, upon Theberth of little Dracozolt, even Grandpa Chin failed to recognize what Pokémon it was. It was Grandma Chin when identified as Dracozolt, Aquas a legendary Pokémon recently a dead to Lions from Gala region. After Thetwo Elder Sassecidite, they discovered that this little Dracozolt possessed exceptional potential. Only then did they take it seriously after some investigation, they learned it was indeed Lati blooming cost legendary Pokemon. Its evolution level was comparable to Thetoft Hay Tree-Headed Dragon, so they were not surprised at the time they'd yet evolve. Being a Quasilindary, that was understandable. At that moment, Grandma Chin suddenly recalled something, expressing her concern. I heard that in Dracozolt evils, it needs to have another Dracozolt perched in its shed. And when it evolved a Sinnoh Dracovish, a trek where rest wo Dracozolt stop perhaps we should negotiate with the Lion Satoshi if we can trade fort wo Dracozolts from Gala region. The evolution of Dracozoltissim and Tetoff Metagross. Onisa fusion evolution, while it Heatherisis plight evolution however, the latter demands a high level of talent, which little Dracozolts are possesses. When it evolve a Sinnoh Dracovish, it can split a Havion Dracozolt on its shed, and upon evolve in Jinto Dracovish, it will split off another. Thesplatoff Dracozolt cannot evolve and will depend on he larger Dracozolt for survival, so there is no need to worry about that. Is that so? That sounds quite good. Grandma chinnited, then sighed, Pokémon truly rare remarkable beings, Grandpa Chin concurred. Indeed, have seen hoser researchers and professors is till excavating Theoden's secret soft Pokemon. Just then, from a distance, a three-ma turtle giant marched to Duprite, sprinting towards them, with a person seat beneath Hooter, vigorously waving their hand. Up in hearing this, Grandma immediate Libby became excited, discarding her knee and hastening towards her grandson. When Giant Marsh approached, Chun Shika klitsched for it as if them down before rushing to support Grandma Chin. Oh dear, Grandma, don't rush, what if I stumble? I will able to bear it. Grandma Chin gazed at the Naumaturianman, her eyes filled with affection. Why have you get incident? You must have endured quite a bit this past year. Tonight, Grandma'll cook some mething delicious for you. Grandpa Chin also stepped forward, nodding in approval. Asha looked at this grandson, final easing his worries. How long do I plan to stay his time? Thetwo Elder's eyes brightened. It was wonderful not to travel. I era away ways Nabi and Gathaform felt just right. Having their sola descendant near brought Tempe shop mind. After all, their son and daughter-in-law had tragically passed away during Ga Pokémon riots when their grandson was just over 8-year-old. They hate already and you read Thesara Waf sending off their child they did not wish to experience gain. Have they a chip with the our breeding knowledge? Chin smiled confidently, Grandpa, Donny good, very good, Grandpa Chin fed heartily. Was well aware that this grandson was not an Atabos ties and a talent was nothing short of extraordinary. By Thegio Fellovan, he was already capable of taking the examination for an intermediate breeder. The welder, fearing that his grandson might outshine others, delayed his examination for 3 long years. However, a 14-year-old intermediate breeder was still an exceptional fiat, especially considering that the ingest intermediate breeder in Theligu was already 25. When his grandson successful passed the intermediate breeder assessment, the entire league was astounded, and she was hailed as a prodigy destined to become a Mr. Breeder. Years shave passed, and when his grandson declared Dimsel fa senior breeder, Chin grandfather was not the least bit surprised. Lachik. A moment, Thagian swamp creature grew impatient whilst the rest opposed Toba something delicious. Why were they still chatting? Lachik. Thegiant swamp creature, feeling aggrieved, approached Chin grandfather and patted its belly, its meaning gal to clear. After a careful inspection, Chin grandfather nodded in satisfaction. The creature appeared robust, with perfectly defined muscles, and its strength had reached the pinnacle of light a level key impressive indeed. Observing the creature's endearing demeanor, Chin grandfather chuckled, "You're just like your mother. There are 3 honeycombs inside, go fetch them." Lachik. Upon hearing this, Thagiant swamp creature was overjoyed and hurried lidashid back. Themarethotov to deli Shoshone combs propelled it a event faster. Chen Shuached this schnunfold with a furrowed brow, feeling embarrassed for that creature's foolishness. Yet, Chin grandmother laughed and remarked, "Indeed, just like his mother a true footy." The grandfather and grandson shared light-hearted agreement. At that moment, Chin grandmother noticed Pokémon approaching from a distance and drubbed horizon disbelief. "Old man, what Pokémon is that? I can't recognize it." The grandfather and grandson turned to look Chin and realized a mysterious select pingay across his face. As Madame Waji approached with her leafy V, Chin grandfather observed closely and hesitated, saying, "Oh, it'd texpectosi anula discover devious specieshery as well." Chin grandmother smiled lightly, not dwelling in it. "Ev, the leafy polite greeteth that wo elders. Flora, Madame Waji elegant libau Eden response." "Well, the real good children," Chin grandmother remarked with a smile. "This must be Madame Waji from Kalash region a wonder 12 months ago. She's cadusto help find to piss off the exquisite light stone. I presume it was for ya." "Flora, thank you." Upon hearing the Thirvolution's light stone is sur said Bithai Selder, Madame Waji expressed her gratitude politely. Suddenly, Chincha remembered something and quickly sighed. "Grandma, it must strubby auto help find nother lightstone Nethiskild will need it." Helif Ted's pockball containing Thiquiat Tejapitha Thad noted a red word since they began. Cha-cha-chu, the toe jepishili greeted them. Chin grandmother recitated, "A lightstone should not be a problem we could always exchanging with the future family." "But I remember the evolution form of Doj Pies the unclear, right? Could it be theta evolved using Lightstone?" Chin she was momentarily taken aback and offered no explanation, simply stating, "Y'all understand when the time comes." Chin grandmother did not press further ranted in agreement. Chin shismled, accompanying his grandparents Sas the headed home. Meanwhile, the gluttonous creature was naturally forgot. Chapter 4. The Tale of Lady Huajia and the Two Little Ones in the Evening at Chun S Family Farm in Greenshade Town. A delightful announcement echoed through the air. Food is ready. Chunshur brought out the Pokémon food prepared by his grandparents and set it on the table outside the villa. A lively chorus of cheers erupted from a large group of Pokémon, who promptly took their places. With a smile, Chunshur remarked, "I'm sure this won't be enough for all of you. Remember to indulge in the meat and energy cubes." He then distributed ample food to each Pokémon according to their size, along with a cup of honey. Bokbai and EV could hardly contain their excitement and dove right into their meal. "This is delicious," exclaimed Bokbai, while EV chimed in absolutely. The two little ones were nearly swooning with joy. Even Lady Huajia began to devour her food with gusto. Meanwhile, little Doran had buried his head in his bowl, leaving only his tail visible. As for the Swampert, it was best left unmentioned. Chunshur cast a glance at his grandparents' Pokémon and swallowed hard. Among them were the pinnacle-level Dragonite, Lizard King, Venusaur, and Garchomp, alongside intermediate-level Swampert and Empoleon, and early-level Jengar and Shroomish. Not to mention, there were two near-legendary Roserade and Shiny Gardevoir. The sheer power of 4 pinnacle-level Pokémon was nothing short of astounding. The array of skills they possessed left Chun sure utterly dazzled. His grandparents were undeniably hidden powerhouses within the league. He suddenly remembered something and rushed over to his grandmother, Garchomp, asking, "Brother Shark, it's been 7 or 8 years now. Have you and Sister Long not produced any offspring yet?" "I'm eagerly waiting." Glaring at the two with a huff, Dragonite, Garchomp mate, exhaled 2 puffs of white mist and turned away, refusing to engage with them. Garchomp scratched his head with his massive claw, grumpily retorting, "What's the rush? I'm trying my best. Just be patient." Chunshur chuckled, not taking it to heart. The breeding rate of Dragon-type Pokémon was notoriously low, and considering Garchomp had a pure-blood Dragonite as a partner, he had never really held out hope. His teasing was merely a jest. When Chunshur was 9, Garchomp had once stolen a bottle of wine from his grandfather and ended up drunk, boasting about wanting to have a child with his mate to travel alongside Chunshur. He had assumed Chunshur wouldn't understand, but unbeknownst to him, Chunshur could comprehend Pokémon's speech. Perhaps it was due to his otherworldly origins. But Chunshur had been able to understand Pokémon since childhood, possessing innate psychic abilities. While he could not compare to the likes of Nashi or Gardevoir, He could communicate telepathically and move small objects with his mind. Recalling Garchomp's words, Chinshur often teased him about it. "Come, Brother Shark, I have something special for you." He pulled out a bottle of wine from his pocket and offered it to Garchomp. The latter's eyes lit up instantly as he eagerly accepted it and patted Chunshur's shoulder, saying, "You're a good lad." At that moment, Chin's grandmother called out, "All right, little one, stop teasing him and come sit down." Chunshur grinned and hurried over to sit beside his grandparents, grabbing a piece of roasted meat to devour. This world also had ordinary animals, albeit domesticated for consumption. Concerned, Chun's grandmother asked, "So, how was your year in Sinnoh? Did you encounter any dangers?" Chin's grandfather perked up, eager to hear his grandson's travel tales. Chinshur pondered for a moment before replying. "What kind of danger could I have faced? I didn't intend to challenge any gyms. I merely wanted to explore. Nevertheless, Sinnoh is indeed a beautiful place, and I met 3 companions there." He cast a gentle glance at Lady Huajia, Ev, and Bakbai. He continued, "At that time, Lady Huajia was merely a flab bee. She had been captured by poachers from the Kalos region and brought to Sinnoh for sale. By chance, I rescued her, and she stubbornly decided to stick with me." He chuckled. "You wouldn't believe how pitiful she looked back then. Eventually, she joined my traveling party." Bakbai and Ev exchanged odd glances at Lady Huajia, surprised to learn that their caring big sister had such a history. They shared a knowing smile before returning to their meal, while Lady Huajia's cheeks flushed crimson, though she pretended not to hear anything. The elderly couple exchanged amused looks and inquired, "And what about the other 2 little ones?" Chinshur glanced at Ev and Bakbai, expressing regret. "I found them in an underground cave. I had heard rumors of a shiny Medong and thought to investigate. After 2 months of searching, I found these 2 instead. They were in a much worse situation than Lady Huajia. Born in darkness, they struggled to survive against other Pokémon, subsisting on moss. When I encountered them, they had already fainted from hunger." Little Doran perked up at this, declaring, "I discovered them," while Ev and Bakbai buried their heads deeper into their food. Lady Huajia let out a huff, shooting a glance at the 2 little ones. "You 2 really have the gall to laugh at me?" At this moment, Chun's grandfather asked, "Chunshur, do you have a fondness for Metagross? Would you like me to negotiate with the Zabuchi family to trade one for you? Your team is not yet full." "Forget it." Chunshur waved his hand. "Shiny Metagross looks splendid. I was only interested because I heard the Medong was shiny." "I see," his grandfather contemplated. "Shiny ones are certainly available. If you desire one, I can negotiate with them. It may require some cost, but I assure you I will acquire it." "Is a shiny Metagross really not worth much?" Chunshur inquired, surprised. "I heard that the Zabuchi family's heir has a shiny Metagross as his ace. How many are there? They have no gender and reproduce through division. So as long as there is a shiny Metagross, it can produce 2 or 3 Medong throughout its lifetime. Is that so?" Chinshur's eyes sparkled. "A shiny Metagross? Who wouldn't be tempted? I remember the scene in the anime where Steven rode in on a shiny Metagross. It was incredibly cool. However, after a moment's thought, he decided against it. He already had a shiny Doran and felt no need to pursue a Metagross. Trading for it would undoubtedly cost his grandparents significantly. Thus, he shook his head and declined his grandfather's offer. "No need, Grandpa. I'm not that fond of it. Let's leave it at that." The elderly couple exchanged glances, and Chin's grandmother subtly nodded. Understanding her husband's intention, Chin's grandfather resolved that, since his grandson desired it, he would go to great lengths to obtain a shiny Medong from the Zabuchi family. Suddenly, Chinshur had a brilliant idea and exclaimed, "Grandpa, what do you think about me offering a location filled with ancient Pokémon in exchange? A shiny Metagross." Chapter 5. Aiming for your victory, Ancient Elves? The 2 elderly men exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the notion of ancient elves. Chunshur chuckled lightly and clarified. These refer to those ancient, extinct creatures, such as fossil pterosaurs and scythe helmets. Naturally, he was referring to the Great Silly Valley. According to the current timeline, Dowu and the Dodo Bird were just beginning their journeys, and Ash was still just a child. Consequently, the Great Silly Valley had yet to be discovered. This was indeed an advantage of being a time traveler. After all, their family was neither a research lineage nor a business dynasty and had little interest in the Great Silly Valley. However, the Zivicki family was different. Should they develop the Great Silly Valley, it could easily be likened to a gold mine. Moreover, with the current lack of news regarding fossil revival technology, the Zivicki family would undoubtedly be very intrigued. Grandfather Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "Can you ascertain the authenticity of this information? After all, it's being used for an exchange, and if it turns out to be false, it could lead to significant trouble." However, this location was in the Kanto region, not Hoenn. The two elderly men exchanged odd looks with their grandson. If memory served them correctly, Xiaoshi had never visited Kanto as a child. So how could he know it so well? They shook their heads, dismissing such trivial matters. It was entirely normal for young people to have their own adventures and secrets, as long as their grandson remained healthy. Grandfather Chen promptly agreed, "I will assist you in contacting the boy, Mu Jin. However, if it is indeed as you say, the value of this location may surpass that of a steel dumbbell. After all, even a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, even in its shiny form, may not hold the value you presume." Chunshur waved his hand dismissively. "Just make the contact. If it exceeds expectations, we can exchange it for a breeding manual for steel dumbbells, along with the necessary minerals for their growth. Just ensure I don't suffer any losses. By the way," Chunshur glanced at the little dragon, "do we still have top-tier calming potions at home?" The little dragon was on the brink of evolution, and he wished to utilize the energy from attribute stones to stimulate its transformation. It would be prudent to prepare a calming potion to prevent the little dragon from suffering any bodily harm from an overwhelming influx of energy. Upon hearing this, the little dragon ceased its meal and flew excitedly before Chunshur, exclaiming joyfully, "Duo, duo, duo." Calming potion? After a moment's contemplation, Grandma Chun directed her Shinado, "Shinado, please fetch the number 36 potion kit from my laboratory. Also, bring additional dragon and ghost attribute stones." Shinado nodded gently and vanished in an instant. Watching this, Chunshur felt a pang of envy. Instantaneous movement was indeed convenient. Shortly thereafter, Shinado reappeared before everyone, holding a potion kit with 5 top-tier dragon and ghost attribute stones floating beside her. "Thank you, Shinado," Chunshur expressed softly as he regarded the potion kit and stones placed before him. The little dragon could hardly contain its excitement, eagerly leaning against the attribute stones and beginning to absorb the energy within them. It felt as if it had ascended to paradise, blissfully closing its eyes in ecstasy. Grandfather Chun furrowed his brow, urging, "Xiaoshi, quickly administer the potion to the little dragon." Absorbing so much energy from the top-tier attribute stones could be detrimental to its health. Chunshur understood this logic well. He set aside his frustration with the little dragon's impatience and hastily opened the potion kit, retrieving a bottle of vivid green potion. The little dragon, aware of the potion's benefits, reached out eagerly, but upon exerting force, found it difficult to grasp. Curious, the little dragon looked up at its trainer. "Duo, duo." After a moment of silence, Chunshur spoke, "Little dragon, are you prepared? Once you evolve, you will no longer be able to frolic freely. You will endure rigorous training and face various arduous battles. You will sustain injuries and experience pain. Do you still wish to evolve?" Around them, grandfather, grandmother, and numerous Pokémon turned their gazes toward the little dragon. The little dragon reflected on the moments shared with its trainer over the past year. The meticulous care since its birth, the daily playtime, the exuberant training sessions. Its trainer always accepted its mischievous antics, often scolding yet forgiving with each instance. The little dragon recalled the times it relied on the Great Silly Valley for protection during perilous moments, helplessly perched on its trainer's head. In battles against other trainers, it was always the Great Silly Valley that triumphed, with its trainer showering it with affectionate embraces and lavish praise afterward. The little dragon could feel the joy radiating from its trainer during those victorious moments. It envied the Great Silly Valley's strength, its ability to safeguard its trainer and garner triumphs. Now, as it stood on the brink of evolution, it yearned to shed its frail form. Resolutely, the little dragon nodded at Chunshur, accepting the potion and drinking it in one gulp, fervently absorbing the energy from the attribute stones. The energies of the dragon and ghost attributes surged violently, flooding into the little dragon's body. The surfaces of the two types of stones diminished rapidly. A brilliant white light radiated from the little dragon, its form elongating and expanding rapidly. I, too, shall protect my companions. I will safeguard my trainer. I aspire to stand before the audience and secure victories for you. As the light of evolution subsided, a gleaming, 2-meter-tall dragon Pokémon emerged before Chinshur. Pokémon, Dragon Chi, Shiny, Level 53, Gym Junior, Potential, Legendary Ability, Penetrate Gender, Male Skills, Bite Quick Attack, Scare, Protect, Ambush, Odd Glare, Binding, Malicious Pursuit, Misfortune, Quick Movement, Shadow Ball, Rapid Return, Dragon Dance, Phantom Assault, Dragon Dive, Dragon Pulse. Congratulations, Dragon Ki! Chinshur exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration as he examined Dragon Chi's data. After a year of relentless investment in resources, the little dragon had evolved to level 53, leaping 4 levels from its previous 49. Moreover, it had learned 9 new skills, making the toil finally seem worthwhile. Dragon Chi excitedly scrutinized its new form before bounding toward Chinshur, nuzzling him with its broad, flat head. Meanwhile, the great swamp monster, Flower Lady, Leaf EV, and Bakubi all approached to offer their congratulations. Chapter 6. The establishment of the contract Chia duo Longqi descended gracefully from Chinshur, proudly showcasing its new form to its companions. At this moment, Chinshur noticed a small duolong Meixia perched atop Longqi's head, resembling exactly the newborn Longqi. This was undoubtedly the small dragon that had split from Longqi. All right, Longqi, come here for a moment, Chinshur called to the triumphant Longqi, leading it before the fierce land shark. Shark bro, I'd appreciate it if you could help me train this one. It's a pure dragon-type Pokémon as well. Initially, the fierce land shark was inclined to refuse. Why should I teach it just because you said so? Do I, the fierce land shark, lack dignity? Besides, I'm quite content spending my days close to my beloved. Why would I seek extra work? However, upon hearing the latter part of Chinshur's request, it immediately thumped its chest in agreement. As long as there's ample wine. Longqi, after a brief glance at Chinshur, who nodded in encouragement, followed suit. At that moment, Gung Gue suddenly appeared before Chinshur, patting its ample belly. Chinshur chuckled. I know you're formidable as well. I will have you mentor Longqi later. Satisfied, Gung Gue nodded in acknowledgement. Next, Chinshur turned his attention to the giant swamp monster, which was obediently staying close to its parents. Pokémon, giant swamp monster level 49, Elite Peak, Qualification, Champion Ability, Torrent Gender, Male Skills, Water Gun, Mud Shot, Rock Slide, Protect, Water Pulse, Rock Smash, Body Slam, Hydro Pump, Hammer Arm, Earthquake, Heavy Slam, Rock Tomb, Rain Dance, Dig Cut, Bodybuilding, Ice Punch, Waterfall, Water Flow Break. He glanced at the giant's arm and remarked, you need to step up as well. The little duolong you once sheltered is now stronger than you. The giant swamp monster nodded gravely. At that moment, the formidable giant swamp monster, Chinshur's mother, cast a glance at her offspring and produced a peculiar stone from somewhere, presenting it to the young giant swamp monster. Chinshur's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did this come from? He pointed at the blue and orange stone, which bore an extraordinary pattern, and urgently inquired. The giant swamp monster scratched its head, puzzled by Chinshur's sudden excitement. Grandpa Chun ambled over, glanced at the stone, and explained, this is a stone I collected in my youth. I thought it merely looked nice, but it turned out the giant swamp monster took a liking to it. Despite my years of study, I could not ascertain its significance, so it has remained with the giant swamp monster. Of course, it has significance, Chinshur exclaimed, his excitement unabated. Before his eyes, the details of the stone materialized. Giant swamp monster megastone, a stone that seemingly unlocks the hidden potential of the giant swamp monster. What a delightful surprise. Currently, there is no information regarding mega evolution, and Dr. Bradano has yet to commence research on it. The sole individual possessing this power in this world is none other than Kearney's grandfather, yet he only comprehends the mega evolution of Lucario, lacking knowledge of others. Taking hold of the megastone, Chinshur inquired of his grandfather, Grandpa, do you have any more of these stones? If so, please gather them. This is truly significant. Grandpa Chin nodded, indicating there were indeed a few more, instructing Shinado to retrieve them. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Shinado vanished in an instant. Grandma Chun approached, puzzled, and asked, Xiao Shi, do you know the purpose of this stone? Chun Shi's excitement gradually subsided, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, This object is immensely important and powerful. Grandpa, Grandma, please remember to discreetly collect such items. It could be classified as a strategic asset in the future. The two elders exchanged serious glances, fully aware that their grandson was not prone to exaggeration. It seemed this stone was far more significant than they had initially perceived. Grandpa Chun gazed at the box with a hint of nostalgia. These are various unusual items your grandmother and I collected in our youth. Grandma Chun sighed softly, reminiscing about their younger days. However, Chun Shi had no time for nostalgia. He stepped forward to open the treasure chest belonging to his grandparents. The contents nearly dazzled his eyes. The king's certificate, shark claws, mega evolution stones, keystones, and a myriad of other assorted items. Chun Shi temporarily disregarded the other items, extracting all the keystones and mega evolution stones. Counting them revealed 3 keystones and 5 mega evolution stones. The mega evolution stones belonged to Blaziken, Alakazam, Gungue, Beedrill, and a quasi-divine Bangelis. Observing these mega evolution stones, Chun Shi felt a pang of regret. Currently, only the giant swamp monster and Gungue could utilize them. The others held no immediate practical value. Xiao Shi, isn't it time to enlighten us about the significance of these stones? Grandpa Chun inquired. Chun Shi smiled mysteriously, holding a keystone before the giant swamp monster. Come, giant swamp monster, take this stone. The giant swamp monster scratched its head, perplexed, as it accepted the mega evolution stone. Chun Shi grasped the keystone, its azure energy enveloping it. Giant swamp monster, look into my eyes. The giant swamp monster became serious, gazing intently at its trainer's eyes. The two elders remained bewildered, while the surrounding Pokémon sensed the gravitas of the moment, falling silent. At that moment, Grandpa Chun led him to the water leap fish, which had recently emerged from its juvenile stage and was diligently training. Chun Shi approached it, holding a specially crafted energy cube for water leap fish, and asked, Water leap fish, do you wish to become my companion and travel with me? I will help you grow stronger and challenge formidable foes. I will take you to the highest stage in this world, where all shall cheer your name. No matter the dangers we face, we shall not abandon one another. Will you? The young water leap fish recalled its mother-esque words, gazing at the boy kneeling before it, and nodded earnestly. The boy smiled gently, extending his fist toward it. Then, the contract is established. The water leap fish mirrored the gesture, lightly tapping its fist against the boy's. Kala. Contract established. The moment shared between Chun Shi and the giant swamp monster gradually unfolded between the boy and the fish. Suddenly, the giant swamp monster roared, extending its fist, clenched around the megastone, toward Chun Shi. Ha ha ha, splendid. Chun Shi laughed heartily, his hand holding the keystone, radiating a spectrum of colors as it collided firmly with the giant swamp monster's massive fist. Their spirits intertwined in the luminous glow of the keystone. Giant swamp monster, mega evolution. The light of mega evolution emanated from the giant swamp monster's hand, enveloping its body in an instant. The two elders looked on in incredulity. What in the world? As the glow of mega evolution faded, a new giant swamp monster stood revealed before them. Its physique had grown even more immense, its muscles bulging as if they were about to explode. The black fins atop its head have been elongated, appearing from a distance like a pair of razor-sharp blades. Behold the super giant swamp monster. The super giant swamp monster. Chapter 7. A Marvelous Era Pokémon. Mega Swampert level. 495, Gym Beginner, Qualification. Champion Ability, Torrent Gender. Male Skills, Water Gun, Mud Shot, Rock Slide, Protect, Water Pulse. Rock Wrecker, Hammer Arm, Hydro Pump, Arm Thrust, Earthquake, Heavy Slam, Rock Tomb, Rain Dance, Dig, Brick Break, Body Slam, Ice Punch, Waterfall, Wave Crash. As Chun Shi gazed at the data before him, he was overwhelmed with excitement, astonished that he could directly ascend by 5 levels, transitioning from the pinnacle of Elite to Gym Beginner. Mega evolution truly was formidable. Swampert's mother was equally bewildered, rushing to her son and inspecting him from every angle. Isn't our species Swampert already the final evolutionary form? How can you evolve further? I am at the champion level, yet I remain merely a Swampert. What is the reason for this? Feeling his stamina depleting rapidly, Chunshur hastily released the keystone. Instantly, Mega Swampert reverted to its original form. The two elders exchanged glances, awaiting their grandson's explanation. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Chunshur elaborated. This here is a keystone, and what you just witnessed was Mega Swampert utilizing its Mega Stone, also known as the Mega Evolution Stone. As long as a trainer possesses a keystone and the Pokémon holds a specific Mega Stone, they can undergo a temporary Mega Evolution after establishing a psychic bond. The Pokémon stats experience a significant boost. For example, Swampert's original ability was Torrent, but after Mega Evolution, it transforms into Swift Swim. As you just observed, Swampert surged from the late Elite stage to Gym Beginner. This is my first time Mega evolving, and I'm still adapting. With more practice, the duration of Mega Swampert's transformation will extend. Grandfather Chun, brimming with enthusiasm, inquire if I take this keystone and allow my Swampert to hold that Mega Stone, can also Mega evolve? Chun sure hesitated, scratching his head, and diplomatically replied, this evolution demands a considerable amount of stamina from the trainer. At this, Grandmother Chun chuckled, fully understanding her grandson's implication. Oh dear, you might as well give up on that notion. With your condition, you might end up in the grave rather than achieving Mega Evolution. Grandfather Chun sighed in disappointment, accepting his wife's words without anger, merely lamenting, I am aging. The future belongs to the youth. Meanwhile, Swampert's mother, having overheard Chunshur's comment, also came to terms with the situation after a slight moment of disappointment. She patted her son's shoulder, feeling proud of him. Suddenly, Mrs. Huajia tugged at Chunshur, her gaze intense. Chunshur glanced down to see Bakabi and an egg sharing the same fervent look, their intentions unmistakable. I want to Mega Evolve too. Chunshur found himself in a predicament. He couldn't outright say they lacked the means to do so. After a moment's thought, he replied, Mega Evolution requires finding a dedicated Mega Stone, and currently, there are none for you. The three Pokémon appeared disheartened. Yet they understood that if their trainer possessed such resources, he would surely not forget them. Chunshur scooped up Bakabi and playfully nudged its head. You haven't even reached your final evolution. What makes you think of Mega Evolution? Bakabi protested. I need to prepare ahead. Chunshur chuckled. You have a most valid point. Bakabi's little eyes twinkled as it wriggled free from its trainer's embrace, running over to Grandmother Chun, pointing at its forehead and lamenting. Grandmother Chun laughed warmly, picking Bakabi up and gently massaging its forehead. It doesn't hurt, dear. Grandma's here to soothe you. Bakabi angrily pointed at Chunshur, then looked at Grandma with a pitiful expression. Chunshur, bemused, chose to ignore the antics of Bakabi and turned his attention to Swampert, advising, I will come by regularly to check on your training progress. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to approach me. Do you understand? Swampert nodded in agreement. Observing this, Swampert's mother, along with the young Swampert, made their way towards the back mountain. Annoyed, Chunshur cast a look at Bakabi and called out loudly, Mrs. Huajia, Evie, let's head upstairs to rest, ignoring that little troublemaker. Mrs. Huajia quickly followed, and Evie, no longer concerned about her dear friend, turned to join Chunshur. Bakabi, bewildered, watched them depart, feeling that the situation had deviated from its expectations. Aren't you supposed to comfort me, and when that fails, offer an ice cream in compensation for my forgiveness? Why are you leaving? In a flurry, Bakabi leaped down from Grandmother Chun and dashed after them. The two elders exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads at the spectacle. Grandmother Chun sighed, Dear, you need to be attentive regarding that stone. What Xiaoshur mentioned is true. It is indeed a strategic resource of considerable significance. Grandfather Chun nodded gravely, I understand. I will immediately begin collecting. Grandmother Chun, still concerned, cautioned. Gather discreetly to avoid drawing attention. If news of our possession of numerous Megastones leaks, we could face trouble. Our belongings are already the envy of many. If we acquire Mega Evolution, some may not be able to contain themselves. I dare anyone to try. Grandfather Chen's eyes narrowed, his voice firm. I may be aging, but I'm not helpless. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on this farm will face dire consequences. Grandmother Chen glanced at her husband. What about our grandson? Why did you insist on sending Xiaoshi to Sinnoh for his journey, rather than Hoenn or Kanto? At her words, Grandfather Chen's expression darkened. Grandmother Chen continued. We are aging, and our fates are of little consequence. But Xiaoshi is still young. We cannot protect him forever, nor can he remain here on this farm indefinitely. Let us remain low-key for a couple of years. Once Xiaoshi matures, then it will no longer matter. Grandfather Chen recalled the potential of that Dragonite and nodded resolutely. Grandmother Chen's aged face broke into a gentle smile. This era is indeed extraordinary. Countless prodigies are emerging. For instance, in Sinnoh, the granddaughter of an old friend of mine, in Hoenn, that young gentleman from the Zivik family, and there is also that remarkable descendant from the Yulong family in Kanto. I hear there's a girl specializing in ice types at Silver Academy as well. In Kalos and the newly integrated Gala region, talented individuals are also making their mark. Pausing for a moment, Grandmother Chen continued, I have heard that the Alliance is currently preparing a significant undertaking aimed at nurturing exceptional talents from various regions. The details remain shrouded in mystery. Indeed, Grandfather Chen echoed, it is truly a marvelous era. Chapter 8. The Path Ahead After a Refreshing Bath. Chen Shi lay comfortably on the bed, a look of bliss adorning his face. Beside him were Chakadu Dai, Boku, and Yi Bu. As for Madame Huajia, due to her larger stature, she had been assigned to a neighboring room. There was no objection to this arrangement, as they were all wild Pokémon, well aware of the significance of strength. At that moment, Boku gently poked Chen Shi's face with its tiny hand. Chakadu Dai, can I really evolve too? Chen Shi affectionately ruffled its little head and replied softly, Of course you can. After all, when have I ever deceived you? It seemed he had never misled Boku, and with that thought, Boku felt reassured. As long as it could evolve and grow stronger, it would not hold the others back. With a mere thought, the data for Boku and Yi Ibu appeared before Chen Shi's eyes. Pokémon, Yi Ibu level, 39, advanced peak, potential, near champion ability, chlorophyll gender, female skills, tackle, tail whip, takedown, leaf blade, swift bite, growl, mimic, leech seed, magical leaf, solar beam, protect, giga drain, leaf blade, grass knot, seed bomb. Pokémon, Boku level, 28, intermediate potential, elite ability, serene grace gender, female skills, growl, pound, yawn, assist, origin pulse, life dew, cherish, baby doll eyes. Yi Bu remained unchanged, still at the advanced peak. However, upon seeing Boku's final skill, Chen Shi was suddenly filled with excitement. Baby doll eyes, a changeable skill, had the effect of lowering the opponent's attack. Yet that was not the main point. The key was that it was a fairy-type move. When Chen Shi encountered Huabei Bei, he had crafted fairy-type energy cubes based on memories from his past life and games. After all, he was aware that Huabei Bei was not a grass-type Pokémon, but rather a fairy-type. With the slumbering Xerneas, the world had lost its fairy-type energy, and these fairy-type Pokémon had been classified into other types. Chen Shi's approach was somewhat clever. He wondered if the energy cubes could awaken them. However, Huabei Bei had consumed them for over half a year and had evolved into Madame Huajia without any signs of awakening. Chen Shi had thought it was futile, or perhaps that his energy cubes were flawed, so he had not given it much thought. Besides, both Madame Huajia and Boku seemed to enjoy those energy cubes, so he did not consider replacing them. Unexpectedly, Boku had given him such a delightful surprise today. It seemed destined for Boku's name to resound throughout the world. Chakadu Dai, seeing Chen Shi staring intently at it, Boku shyly covered its face with its short arms. Chen Shi couldn't help but smirk. What are you blushing for, a teapot? Do you think I harbor any improper thoughts towards you? Shaking his head, he continued to lie back, contemplating the road ahead. First and foremost, he needed to enhance his strength swiftly. If he lacked strength in the future, he would be unable to protect his family's farm. After all, his grandparents' farm was extraordinary, filled with various rare berries. Lychee berries and dragon fruit berries were among them, all carefully transplanted over generations by the Chun family ancestors. The back mountain was even more special, housing a medium-sized waterstone vein, infused with the essence of suicune. The water there possessed the ability to purify impurities. Adjacent to it grew a vast expanse of rare medicinal herbs, the most famous of which were 3 revive herbs. His grandparents' fierce Garchomp, Dragonite, and Lizard King resided there, guarding the medicinal garden. It was evident how crucial that garden was. After all, even the berry orchard was only protected by a single Venusaur. Secondly, Chinshur intended to pursue a career as a researcher. By leveraging his identity as a researcher, he could access numerous resources that would otherwise be unattainable. Moreover, in this world, researchers held a notably high status. The doctors across various regions were considered the pride of their respective areas. For instance, when Kanto was mentioned, the first name that came to mind was Professor Oak, a name that commanded immense respect. Though Chinshur could not compare to him, he believed that with the memories of his past life, he could certainly qualify as a top-notch researcher. The benefits this could bring were substantial, such as a generous annual research budget. Even if one did not make any discoveries in a given year, the League would still provide funding the following year. Chinshur had heard that Dr. Okido from the Hoenn region received an astronomical annual research budget, which made him envious. With a sigh, Chinshur pondered why it was so difficult to simply live a quiet life. Bui, Chakadudadai, sensing their trainer's restlessness, Yiibu and Boku affectionately nuzzled him. Looking into the concerned eyes of the 2 little ones, Chinshur felt a warmth in his heart. But with you 2 by my side, I am unafraid of what the future holds. Bui, Chakadudadai. The 2 little ones exchanged glances before joyfully leaping into Chinshur's embrace. After playing with them for a while, Chinshur stretched lazily and moved to sit at the computer. Upon logging into the researcher forum, a barrage of private messages flooded in. However, Chinshur did not use his real name, opting instead for his online alias. What should he post next? A series of Pokémon names flashed through his mind. Steelix, Scyther, Marshadao, Excadrill, Electivire. These were all Pokémon with undiscovered evolutionary paths. However, the first 2 required metal coating and trading, while the latter 3 needed special items. Items were relatively easy to obtain, but where could he find a Pokémon? Chinshur scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. It was a pity that Solgaleo and Lunala were not easy to handle. The concept of friendship was particularly troublesome to establish, and proving its existence was a significant challenge. Relying solely on conjecture, the stubborn old-timers would never acknowledge it, leaving him with nothing but frustration. After contemplating for quite some time without any viable solutions, he decided to close the computer and throw himself onto the bed. Forget it, I'll just take it easy. Tomorrow, he would embark on his pastoral life. Scyther. The following morning, a heart-wrenching shriek echoed through the halls of the Chin residence. Jengar! Jengar! How many times must I implore you not to administer your licks so early in the day? It stings. Jengar, convulsing with laughter, swiftly retreated from the room, concealing its triumph. Chinshur lay supine, his eyes vacant. The sensation was all too familiar. Since his youth, Jengar had been in the habit of bestowing its paralyzing lick upon Chinshur whenever he dared to oversleep, rudely awakening him from his slumber. Evie, her eyes, still heavy with sleep, appeared bewildered by the commotion. Togepi, however, remained deeply ensconced in slumber, impervious to the disturbance. Chinshur sighed, his gaze settling upon the slumbering egg. He seized it and shook it vigorously, seeking to impart the same rude awakening. Togepi? Togepi regarded Chinshur with a bewildered expression, as if to inquire, what troubles you? Chinshur hesitated, mindful of the need to cultivate Togepi's affection for its impending evolution. He forced a smile, saying, nothing. It's simply late, and it's time to rise. You shall be rewarded with ice cream today. Togepi's eyes sparkled with delight as saliva trickled from its lips. Chinshur rolled his eyes, dressed, and descended the stairs. In the living room, Gardevoir was engaged in housework, while Florges arranged the breakfast prepared by Chin's grandmother. Both grandparents were already seated at the table, partaking in their morning meal. Good morning, Florges and Gardevoir. Greetings, Gardevoir. Grandmother Chun responded with a smile. Come, partake in breakfast. Chinshur seated himself and began to consume his sandwich. I engaged in preliminary discussions with that young scion of the Mu family yesterday, Grandfather Chen remarked. He acceded to our demands, contingent upon your provision of the precise coordinates, as an on-site assessment is indispensable for valuation. Chen Shi paused, providing the location of Fool's Valley. Be mindful that the indigenous Pokémon possess considerable prowess. It would behoove you to forewarn them, lest they encounter peril and attribute blame to us. Grandfather Chen concurred. Grandfather, within that valley lies a Togepi egg, Chen Shi added. Would it be feasible to enlist the assistance of the Zavuki family in retrieving it for me? He was referring to the Togepi that would eventually become Misty's in the original narrative, which was still buried as an egg in Fool's Valley. His grandfather regarded him with perplexity. Do you not already possess a Togepi? Why seek another? Togepi, who had just descended the stairs, was taken aback by this revelation. The prospect of being supplanted by another Togepi filled the little creature with distress, and it burst into tears. Eevee glanced at Togepi with disdain, disinclined to console the melodramatic Pokémon. Chen Shi, unmoved, declared, if you persist in this performance, your ice cream shall be forfeited. Togepi ceased its weeping and nonchalantly approached Chen Shi, winking playfully. Chen Shi lifted Togepi onto the table, placing the Pokémon food prepared by his grandmother before it. He then explained to his grandfather, I intend to give it away, not to raise it myself. Grandfather Chen nodded, refraining from inquiring about the recipient. As Togepi were generally undervalued, he surmised that the Zavuki family would not begrudge such a trifle. Grandfather, are there any tasks on the farm for which I can be of assistance? Chen Shi inquired. The berries have only just begun to set, and the honey has already been harvested. The herb garden requires minimal attention, and your grandmother and I are quite capable of milking the mill tanks. Your assistance is not required. Chen Shi was taken aback. This was not the scenario he had envisioned. His grandfather chuckled. Henceforth, you shall devote your mornings to training your Pokémon and your afternoons to studying Pokémon breeding under my tutelage. It is time to impart some of the family's most cherished knowledge. Chen Shi's eyes lit up, understanding his grandfather's implication. As a certified top-tier breeder, his grandfather excelled in the creation of various elixirs, most notably revives for Pokémon and potential-enhancing potions for evolution. The latter, in particular, were highly coveted. His grandmother, on the other hand, specialized in crafting bespoke energy cubes and sustenance for Pokémon, including those consumed by Chen Shi's Dracloak and Swampert. Chen Shi had long coveted his grandparents' expertise, but his grandfather had previously deemed him insufficiently skilled. Now, with his grandfather's offer, Chen Shi was overjoyed. Cease your idiotic grinning. Grandfather Chen chided, amused by his grandson's elation. Chen Shi scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. I shall go and check on Dracloak and Swampert on the hill. Grandfather Chen ascended, resuming his leisurely consumption of porridge. Grandmother Chen, upon observing this, retrieved a spatial backpack and handed it to Chen Shi. These are the energy cubes I have prepared anew for Dracloak. Take them with you. Thank you, grandmother, Chen Shi replied, accepting the backpack with a smile. He then departed with Eevee and Togepi. Atop the hill behind the Chen residence lay a vast pool, surrounded by an array of rare herbs. Sceptile reclined against a tree trunk, feigning slumber. Chen Shi approached. Sceptile, would you be so kind as to assist me in training Eevee? He gestured to the bewildered Eevee. Eevee. Sceptile opened its eyes, glanced at Eevee, and nodded. In a flash, Sceptile descended from the tree, disappearing from view with Eevee. Chen Shi's lips twitched. Must you always be so ostentatious? Togepi? Togepi tugged at Chen Shi's hand, seemingly inquiring about Eevee's whereabouts. The two had been inseparable since birth, and had never been apart. Chen Shi stroked its head. Eevee has gone with that Pokémon to train. You need not worry about its safety. You must strive to improve as well, lest Eevee surpass you. Togepi pondered this, clenching its tiny fists in determination. Togepi, Chapter 10. When Junsha Muzi and Chen Shi discovered the lair of the fierce and ferocious Gyarados, they found Duolanki gazing skyward, its mouth brimming with draconic energy, while the violent Dragonite was engaged in conversation beside it. Moments later, Duolanki let out a furious roar, unleashing a meteor encapsulated in draconic energy into the sky. Chen Shi watched in anticipation, recognizing it as one of the dragon type's signature moves, Meteor Shower. However, to his surprise, the meteor did not scatter as he had envisioned, but rather plummeted straight down, creating a substantial crater upon impact. It was reminiscent of Ash's Gyarados in the animated series. Changshi couldn't help but burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. Duolanki quickly turned its head, its draconic visage reddening at an alarming rate. Chia! In that instant, Duolanki felt an overwhelming urge to bash its head against a wall, engulfed by a sense of despair. Why, oh why? Must this happen when I am at my most mortifying moment? How will I face Changshi in the future? Dragonite's eyes sparkled with amusement. It was quite pleased with its pupil. After all, mastering a dragon-type move such as Meteor Shower was no small feat. The fact that Duolanki could launch a meteor into the sky already astonished Dragonite, as it had taken considerable time for it to achieve such a skill. Changshi approached, smiling. You must keep up the good work, Duolanki. Duolanki turned its head away, unable to meet his gaze, still feeling humiliated by the recent incident. Changshi reassured it. You've just begun training with Dragonite, and you've already learned a new move. That's quite impressive. Kikia? Duolanki looked skeptical, as if questioning Changshi's honesty. Well then, Changshi said, handing Duolanki the backpack prepared by his grandmother. Study diligently with Dragonite and Gyarados. I eagerly await the moment of your transformation. Duolanki accepted the backpack. Nodding seriously, Changshi turned to Dragonite, saying, Sister Dragon, I appreciate your assistance. If you need anything, just let me know. Dragonite waved its claw in acknowledgement, agreeing to help. After that, Changshi made his way home. Upon arriving, he discovered a large, weakened Boltund lying in the living room. His grandparents were examining the Pokémon, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman dressed in an advanced investigator's uniform, her complexion pale with concern for the Boltund. At the sound of the door opening, the three turned to look, and upon recognizing their grandson, his grandparents continued their examination without further ado. Junsha Musi managed a faint smile upon seeing Changshi greeting him. You've grown quite a bit. Changshi recognized her as a rare prodigy from the Junsha family, having achieved the rank of advanced investigator at a young age. Sister Musi, what has happened to Boltund? Is it all right? Changshi inquired, as data concerning Boltund materialized in his mind. Pokémon, Boltund level, 67, late champion, potential, champion gender, male ability, justified moves, spark, bite, howl, flame wheel, flamethrower, glare, protect. Tackle, extreme speed, fire spin, overheat, sunny day, eruption, substitute. Changshi sighed inwardly, acknowledging the prowess of the Junsha family. Chung, it seems Boltund has indeed received treatment. His grandfather spoke. However, it remains weak due to a powerful fire-type energy wreaking havoc within it, causing an internal energy turmoil. If we cannot pacify this overwhelming external energy, Boltund may not last much longer. Hearing this, Junsha Musi's pallid face grew even graver. What? Changshi exclaimed incredulously. Boltund? Overwhelmed by fire-type energy? Surely you jest. This is a Boltund, a pure fire-type Pokémon. It shouldn't be in this state, even without the fire ability. His grandfather shot him a disapproving glare before turning to Junsha Musi. This must be the result of an injury inflicted by a champion-level fire-type Pokémon, correct? Junsha Musi nodded, her expression troubled. Yes, it was injured by a champion-level Charizard. Changshi could only marvel at the might of champion-level Pokémon to inflict such damage upon a fellow fire-type. His grandfather, realizing the severity of the situation, pressed on. Boltund requires not a revival potion, but rather an energy infusion potion and a calming potion. The energy infusion potion costs 5 million alliance coins, while the calming potion is 3 million. Young lady, will you procure them? Of course. Junsha Musi readily agreed, as she had no shortage of funds, only a scarcity of potions. The truth was that top-tier potions were priced even higher externally, often doubling in cost. Due to the limited number of skilled potion makers in the world, the demand was not merely for currency, but for the potions and those capable of creating them, which elevated the status of breeders significantly. Shanai, take Boltund and follow me outside. Cheng's grandfather instructed as he took the 2 boxes. Junsha Muzi promptly returned Boltun to its Pokeball and followed her grandfather outside, with Changshi eagerly trailing behind. Once they reached an open area, Cheng's grandfather gestured for Junsha Muzi to release Boltun. He then opened box 53 and produced the energy infusion potion, offering it to Boltun. After you drink this, guide the raging energy from within you out through your mouth. Do you understand? Boltund weakly raised its head to look at Junsha Muzi, who nodded in encouragement. It then gulped down the potion. Afterward, Cheng's grandfather quickly pulled Junsha Muzi and Changshi away from Boltund. They watched as Boltund writhed in agony, a fiery red blaze emanating from its body. Junsha Muzi, seeing Boltund's distress, anxiously asked, "Old Cheng, is this safe?" Cheng's grandfather shook his head, reassuring her. "It's perfectly fine. Have faith." With no other option, Junsha Muzi anxiously observed Boltund, hoping it would endure. Meanwhile, in the distance, Boltund let out anguished cries, the tremendous fire-type energy radiating from it causing the surrounding temperature to rise steadily. Finally, with a fierce roar, Boltund unleashed a torrent of raging flames from its mouth. "Wow!" Changshi exclaimed in astonishment, feeling the intense heat wash over him, even from a distance. The towering inferno before him was nothing short of extraordinary. It was then that he truly comprehended the vast chasm between king and champion levels. Even a remnant of energy could unleash such devastating power. Truly remarkable. Chapter 11. Disparity and Family. The Swift Wind Dog. As the flames subsided, Junsha Muzi anxiously rushed forward. "How are you? Are you feeling better?" Sensing the trainer's concern, the Swift Wind Dog lifted its head and affectionately nuzzled against Junsha Muzi. At that moment, Grandpa Chun approached, handing another calming agent to Junsha Muzi. "You should give this to it." Without hesitation, Muzi accepted the medication and administered it to the Swift Wind Dog. Before long, the creature's breathing gradually stabilized, and it fell into a deep slumber. Junsha Muzi finally exhaled in relief, gazing gratefully at Grandpa Chun. "Thank you so much, Chun Lao." Grandpa Chun waved his hand dismissively. "If there's anything, just let me know." In the living room, Grandma Chun brewed tea for everyone and inquired, "Child, what exactly happened to the Swift Wind Dog? If a champion-level individual attacked you, you probably wouldn't have survived." Junsha Muzi sighed. "Recently, 2 underground organizations have suddenly emerged in the Hoenn region, one called Team Magma and the other Team Aqua." Upon hearing these names, Chen understood immediately. They were the notorious Qian Song and Shui Wudong. Muzi continued. President Miyazaki immediately ordered Elder Mura to lead a crackdown on Team Magma. However, we didn't anticipate that the leader of Team Magma would possess a champion-level Pokémon and 3 peak-tier Fire-type Pokémon. My Swift Wind Dog was severely injured as a result of the aftermath of the battle between Elder Mura and the leader of Team Magma. Chen's mouth twitched, so it was merely collateral damage. Team Magma. Grandpa Chun pondered for a moment, confirming that he had never heard of this name before. It seemed to be a recently emerged force. Grandma Chun expressed her concern. "Oh dear, you must be cautious on your missions in the future. When encountering battles of this magnitude, it's best to avoid them altogether. This is not something you can handle right now." Muzi nodded slightly. "I understand, Grandma Chun." Grandpa Chun advised, "You should take the Swift Wind Dog to Joy for an examination. If everything is fine, refrain from letting it battle for at least half a month. If there are any issues, come back to me." Upon hearing this, Junsha Muzi hurriedly replied, "I will go right now. I'll transfer the money to you later." "Thank you, Elder Chun." After expressing her gratitude, she dashed out of the Chun household. Grandma Chun observed the untouched tea and smiled helplessly. It was indeed typical of the Jun family. Chun then asked, "Grandpa, is a champion-level Pokémon truly that formidable?" Just the aftermath of a battle could leave a Quasi-King level Swift Wind Dog in such a state. Grandpa Chun remained silent for a moment before sighing. "It's time to share some things with you." Chun immediately perked up, listening intently. Ordinary Pokémon, whether it's a Caterpie or a Quasi-Divine Garchomp, their upper limit is actually the peak of the Elite Four. When they reach that level, their physical attributes and internal energy intensity are at their limits. To continue breaking through, they must surpass their own limits, which requires perseverance, potential, and resources none can be lacking. However, once they break through, their stats soar far beyond that of the Elite Four. The gap between the two is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Grandpa Chin lamented, my Lizard King, Salamence, and Venusaur, as well as your grandmother's Garchomp, were already at the peak of the Elite Four long before your birth. All these years, they remain at that level. Chin's eyes widened. Has it really been at least 16 years? The elderly couple nodded in agreement. Grandpa Chun continued, what they lack is not perseverance or resources, but potential. Without significant opportunities, they will likely remain at this level for their entire lives. Understanding dawned on Chun as he nodded thoughtfully. He then recalled little Duo Long, whose extraordinary potential made a breakthrough to champion levels seem effortless. Gyarados also possessed champion-level talent, so Chun felt no concern there. Although Bikibi currently had only Quasi-King potential, it still had 2 evolutions left. With the right medicine and a top-tier Lightstone, it could likely ascend to champion potential. Chun felt reassured. Yet, even after Madame Huajia evolved into Florigado with the potential-enhancing medicine crafted by Grandpa and the exquisite Lightstone, she still only possessed quasi-champion qualifications, much like Garchomp's. Leafy EV was also at a similar level. Would they be forever stuck at the peak of the Elite Four? With this thought, Chin shook his head vigorously. No matter what, he would find a way to enhance their potential. He would not allow any of his companions to lag behind. If he were to capture a Pokémon, he would take full responsibility for it. This was Chin's unwavering attitude towards Pokémon. Grandma Chin chuckled. When your grandpa's Gyarados was pregnant, he worried endlessly. He used countless herbs to ensure it bore you that extraordinarily high-potential Gyarados, wanting to prevent you from suffering any disadvantages. But unexpectedly, you stumbled upon a little Duo Long with even higher potential than Gyarados. Chun felt warmth in his heart. In his past life, he was merely an orphan, and although he lost his parents early in this life, under the care of his grandparents, he had everything others had, and even more. This brought him an unprecedented sense of happiness. This is what family must feel like. Grandpa, Grandma, rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations, Chin solemnly promised. The elderly couple exchanged glances, smiled, and chose not to say anything further. Chapter 12. The Dragon Slayer approaches the battlefield by the way. Where has Madame Flower gone? Chinshur glanced around, yet found no trace of her. She must be training in the backyard, truly a dedicated child. Realizing this, Chinshur turned his gaze to the Pokeball in his arms, his meaning clear. Unable to escape her fate, the Pokeball nodded in resignation. With a smile, Chinshur carried it to the training ground in the backyard. Madame Flower was donning a weighted ring and belt, diligently practicing high-speed star attacks and energy ball skills aimed at distant targets. This particular Pokémon was quite formidable, boasting a special attack of 112 and an impressive special defense of 154. However, her stamina and defense were somewhat lacking, which is why Chinshur often had her train with weights to enhance her endurance. With a thought, Chinshur's mind conjured up all of Madame Flower's data. Pokémon, Madame Flower level, 45 Elite Intermediate potential, near champion ability, Flower Veil gender, female moves, Mystical Shield photosynthesis, Wish Petal Dance, Magical Leaf, Grassy Terrain, Grass Knot Protect, Endure, High Speed Star, Baton Pass, Sunny Day Seed Bomb, Energy Ball, Solar Beam, Substitute Charm. Chinshur rubbed his eyes, noticing the last move of Madame Flower. This is also a Fairy-type move. He hurried over to ask, Madame Flower, could you pause for a moment? Have you learned a new move today? Madame Flower turned to her trainer, hesitated briefly, and then nodded in acknowledgement. She had indeed learned a new skill today and intended to practice it, but unexpectedly, after using it once, she found herself unable to replicate it. She was puzzled, which explained her hesitation in responding to her trainer's inquiry. Chinshur exclaimed with excitement, could you show me? I want to see it. Madame Flower felt a bit troubled and relayed the situation to him. Chinshur stroked his chin in contemplation, wondering why she could use it only once. It didn't make sense. Then a realization struck him. There was currently no Fairy-type energy in the world. The Fairy-type energy within Madame Flower had been awakened through the energy cube he had cleverly utilized. Since it was already scarce, after using a Fairy-type move without any energy replenishment, it was natural she couldn't use it again. Both Pokémon sighed softly, then returned to their respective activities, clearly accustomed to their trainer's occasional outbursts. Chunshur took out the energy cubes Madame Flower usually consumed and presented one to her, urging, "Hurry, eat this. Let us see if it helps you use your move again." Without hesitation, Madame Flower accepted the cube and began to eat it slowly. This made Chunshur anxious. "Come on, can you eat a bit faster? At this rate, it'll take forever." However, he dared not interrupt her, knowing that Madame Flower despised being disturbed during meals. Even the clumsy Swampert wouldn't dare annoy her at mealtime, considering her quadruple weakness to grass-type moves. After a while, Madame Flower felt a surge of energy within her, a familiar sensation as if this was the power she was meant to wield. Yet, she chose to ignore it for the moment, as Chunshur was becoming increasingly impatient. This made her chuckle inwardly. "It's okay, Chunshur." Chunshur, filled with delight, urged quickly, "Let us see you use it." Madame Flower pondered for a moment before producing a melodious sound imbued with pink energy. Yes, that's it. Perfect," Chunshur exclaimed, pumping his fist in exhilaration. A fairy-type move, the 18th attribute that could dethrone dragon-type Pokémon. How could he not be thrilled that he had unlocked it ahead of time? At that moment, Madame Flower reminded him that she was unable to use it again. Chunshur, unfazed, gently patted her hand and said seriously, "You must consume more of those energy cubes. They will replenish that energy. You're not simply a grass-type Pokémon. You embody a new attribute known as fairy-type. From now on, you shall be the new generation of Dragon Slayer." Upon hearing Chunshur's explanation, Madame Flower finally understood why that peculiar energy felt so welcoming. She was not a grass-type Pokémon, but a fairy-type. However, upon hearing Chunshur's final remark, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. Dragon Slayer? What a dreadful title. Chunshur contemplated for a moment and suggested, "You should focus on training those specific moves: grassy terrain, grass knot, energy ball, solar beam, wish, and substitute. Grass-type moves aren't your primary skills. As the fairy-type energy within you gradually increases, your fairy-type moves will awaken, and those will be the skills you should emphasize in your training." Madame Flower nodded in agreement, acknowledging that she would heed her trainer's advice. "Continue your training. I won't disturb you. And make sure that little one doesn't slack off." Chunshur pointed to the struggling little creature wearing a weighted vest. "Try its best to run." Madame Flower smiled and nodded in compliance. Currently, the skills mastered by the little one were few, leaving little to train, so they would focus on enhancing its stamina. Chunshur settled down to observe the training of his two Pokémon while pondering the implications of fairy types. The fact that both Madame Flower and the little one had learned a fairy-type skill overnight was surely not a mere coincidence. It was possible that Xerneas was on the verge of awakening, heralding a resurgence of fairy-type energy across the world. The awakening of Xerneas would also signal the imminent return of Yveltal. The awakening of that foolish bird would likely not bode well. Yet, that was beyond his concern. With Zygarde around, should that big bird dare to unleash widespread devastation, it would undoubtedly face Zygarde's judgment. Chunshur felt that the Kalos region was in good hands with the benevolent Xerneas and the orderly overseer Zygarde. Looking over at Hoenn, Chunshur felt disheartened. In his previous life, the trio of miscreants from Hoenn was infamous. As soon as one of them awoke, the others would surely follow. Now, with the Magma and Aqua teams resurfacing, he wondered how long the peace would last. Chapter 13. The shimmering iron dumbbell beside the farmhouse villa. Chunshur lay leisurely under a tree, indulging in a tranquil nap. Adjacent to him was a newly established garden, where Madame Huajia meticulously tended to her blossoms. Chunshur had been enjoying a leisurely life for over half a month now. During this time, he assisted his grandparents in milking the large dairy cans in the mornings and occasionally monitored the training progress of his Pokémon. In the afternoons, he accompanied his grandfather to learn various pharmacological principles. Each day was simple yet fulfilling. This, indeed, epitomized a proper lifestyle, don't you think, Madame Huajia? Madame Huajia shot Chunshur a glance before returning to her gardening, observing the seeds she had collected from various places gradually growing and blooming. A profound joy filled her heart. Such days were indeed delightful. With the prior accumulation of experience, Duolanki made remarkable advancements, rapidly reaching level 56. Meanwhile, his other Pokémon, due to their constant travels and battles, had not been able to settle down and cultivate their strengths. However, after this half-month, each had made progress. The giant marsh monster had surpassed the gym level, now at level 52, Madame Huaji at level 48, and Yi-Bu at level 43. Pokpai had shown the most significant improvement, now at level 35, though it still had not evolved and was currently dozing upstairs. Suddenly, Shinado appeared before Chinshur with a swift teleportation. "Shauna, your grandfather is calling for you." Chinshur scratched his head in confusion, unsure of what his grandfather needed. "Then please take me there directly." Shinado nodded gently, stepping forward to grasp Chinshur's arm. In the blink of an eye, Chinshur found himself in the living room on the first floor. At that moment, his grandparents were conversing with a handsome, silver-haired youth. Upon seeing Chinshur, his grandmother waved him over. "Come here, this is the heir of the Zavuki family. You young ones should get to know each other and interact more often." Realization dawned on Chinshur. This was the renowned wealth-bringer, Diamond Wang Laowu. Dawu stood up and extended his hand towards Chinshur. "Hello, I'm Zavuki Dawu. You must be the prodigious breeder, Chinshur, from a couple of years ago. It's an honor to meet you." Chinshur chuckled softly at the noble youth before him and shook his hand. "Prodigy? That's merely hearsay. There's no need for Mr. Dawu to pay it any mind. Your name has become quite well known recently. Congratulations on winning this year's Colorful Miss Conference," Dawu responded. "All right, you two young men are speaking so formally, like us old folks. Come over for some tea," Chun's grandmother interjected. The two readily agreed. "This tea is splendid," Chinshur introduced. "All of this is carefully cultivated by my grandmother. If Mr. Dawu enjoys it, you may take some with you." "Then I shall graciously accept," Dawu replied with a smile. "I have come to fulfill the transaction between our families. We have completed the exploration of the Great Silly Valley, and it aligns with the information we received. Its value is of utmost importance to our Devon Corporation. We appreciate the intelligence provided by Elder Chun." Dawu paused and continued, "I have brought the shiny iron dumbbell and the cultivation methods you requested, along with 2 exquisite light stones." As he spoke, Dawu produced a luxurious Pokeball and opened it. "Come forth and meet your future trainer." Beta, the iron dumbbell, emerged, adorned with a crown-like structure atop its head and a lengthy body, ending in a massive claw. It was indeed a shimmering silver, currently observing Chinshur with interest. The pertinent data regarding the iron dumbbell appeared before Chinshur. Pokémon, iron dumbbell, shiny, level 17, late intermediate, potential, near champion ability, pure body gender, none skills, tackle, heavy slam, mind headbutt. Gazing at the data, Chinshur felt immense satisfaction. With a starting potential of near champion level, its progression to champion status after training was virtually assured. "Hello, iron dumbbell. I shall be your trainer from now on." The iron dumbbell seemed to sense something, flying forward to nuzzle against him. Chinshur smiled and gently patted its head. Dawu appeared somewhat astonished, not expecting this child to form such a quick bond. Many from the Zavuki family have sought to capture it, but unfortunately, none were deemed worthy. "Is that so?" Chinshur replied, somewhat surprised. "Perhaps this is fate." Dawu did not refute this, instead opening his backpack to reveal 2 small boxes, a manual, and an egg resembling the patterns on Pokpai's shell. "This is the cultivation manual for the iron dumbbell, the 2 exquisite light stones, and the Pokpai egg, all for you." Chinshur was taken aback, not anticipating the acquisition of 2 exquisite light stones. This was fortuitous, as both Pokpai could now be arranged accordingly. He then glanced at the Pokpai egg. Pokémon, Pokpai, unhatched, level 0 potential, elite gender, female skills, desire, heal bell, treasure. Its potential was impressive. With proper training and the use of the exquisite light stones, it could certainly evolve to champion level. At this moment, Chun's grandfather spoke. "You are making such significant sacrifices. Is it for a specific fossil revival technology?" "Indeed," Dawu sighed. "Unfortunately, we have encountered a bottleneck. However, with the emergence of Great Silly Valley, I believe we will soon achieve significant breakthroughs. I wonder how far Devon Corporation has progressed." Yet, this was of little concern to him, as he had already obtained what he desired, which sufficed. Eventually, they would manage to conduct their research. Chunshur decided not to meddle further. Just then, an urgent voice echoed from outside. Uncle Chun, it's bad. A Pokémon is attacking Green Shade Town. You must come quickly. Chapter 14. An unjust calamity, a Pokémon assault on Green Shade Town? The four were taken aback and hastily rose to exit. Not far from the villa, a middle-aged man was rushing towards them in distress. Chunshur recognized him. He was Uncle Buka, a resident of Green Shade Town and a good friend of Chunshur's family. Grandpa Chun quickly approached him and inquired, "What happened? I heard you shouting something about a Pokémon attack on Green Shade Town. The town mayor and Miss Junsha are utterly unable to fend off this horde of Pokémon." Uncle Buka replied, desperation evident in his voice. Grandpa Chin's expression darkened. Why is the Bashikatala clan attacking Green Shade Town? But this is not the time to ponder that. He decisively commanded, "Shanai, summon the Charizard and the Garchomp." Shanai, ever so efficient, returned in under a minute with Charizard, Garchomp, and Chunshur's Dragonite. As Grandpa Chun prepared to advance, he was stopped by his grandson. "Grandpa, I can handle this. You should rest." Taken aback, Grandpa Chun gazed at his grandson's resolute eyes and smiled with pride. "Be swift." "All right," Chunshur replied, approaching Charizard and saying, "I'm afraid I must trouble you again." Charizard did not respond verbally, but lowered itself, inviting him to mount. With a grin, Chunshur leaped onto Charizard's broad back. "Wait, I want to go too." Dawu interjected at that moment. Chunshur paused, then nodded in agreement, urging, "Quickly, come aboard." He extended his hand to Dawu. Dawu, glancing at the offered hand, felt a sudden surge of emotion. "All right." Near Green Shade Town, close to the Cal Tunnel, 7 Bashikatala and over 20 Kadora were wreaking havoc. Mayor Nakajima and 3 Junsha were engaged in battle with the intruders. "Rapidash, you sunny day." One astute Junsha commanded her Rapidash, and instantly the surrounding area became sweltering. Flame burst. "Let's not be outdone by the youngsters." Mayor Nakajima exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Rallying his Pokémon, Blaziken, Shroomish, and Sauerang. Together now. Fire Blast, Sonic Punch, Flying Knee Strike. The air erupted with violent explosions as Nakajima and the Junsha combined their efforts, taking down 7 or 8 Kadora. However, this only enraged the Bashikatala tribe further. The remaining Bashikatala gathered steel energy in their mouths. "Not good, it's a cannon beam. Use Protect." Mayor Nakajima shouted in alarm. The Junsha and trainers who had come to assist reacted swiftly, commanding their Pokémon to use Protect. Several blue and white beams were unleashed by the Bashikatala, and the powerful shockwave reduced everything in its path to ruins. With a resounding boom, only Blaziken remained standing in Green Shade Town, while the rest of the Pokémon lay defeated on the ground, clearly lacking the strength to continue. Mayor Nakajima sighed in despair. Why is this Bashikatala clan so formidable? Unfortunately, the Bashikatala offered him no time for reflection as they gathered steel energy once more. "Run!" The surrounding trainers scattered in fear. Just then, a voice rang from the sky. "Charizard, Garchomp, Flame Burst. Metagross, join us with a cannon beam." 2 streams of searing flames and a beam shot forth, instantly overpowering the Bashikatala's cannon beam. The resulting explosion was far louder than the previous one. 6 Bashikatala were severely injured, collapsing into a deep pit about 5 meters wide. Chunshur quickly turned to Dawu. "Have Metagross clear the area of Kadora. We cannot allow further destruction." "Absolutely," Dawu responded readily. At that moment, a towering 3-meter steel beast, witnessing its fallen comrades, let out a furious roar and prepared to attack again. Chunshur furrowed his brow. "Garchomp, use Dragon Claw. Let's calm it down." Garchomp gave a huff, seemingly annoyed but acquiesced, launching itself at the Bashikatala, its claws imbued with fighting energy, delivering a powerful strike. The Bashikatala was sent flying several meters away, yet somehow managed to rise again, astonishing Chunshur. This Bashikatala was merely at the initial level of the elite rank. Surprised you can still stand after taking a hit from a peak elite Garchomp. Is your quadruple weakness to fighting not genuine? Let us do it again. Garchomp, unyielding, struck down once more, embedding the Bashikatala into the earth, causing the ground to shatter around them. This time, it did not rise again. Meanwhile, the Wu's Metagross was effortlessly dispatching Ghidorah, having already completed its task. As Charizard descended, Chun-Shur and Wu dismounted, surveying the devastation around them with sigh. At that moment, Mayor Nakajima approached, expressing gratitude. "Ah, it's you too, Chun-Shur and Wu. We owe you immensely. Without your assistance, who knows how many would have been injured?" Chun-Shur waved his hand dismissively. "Mayor Nakajima, please, there is no need for such words. I'm also a part of Green Shade Town. How could I stand idly by while our home is threatened?" Wu chimed in, as a responsible trainer. "One cannot simply turn a blind eye to such events." Chun-Shur glanced at the group of Bashikatala, feeling puzzled. "Mayor Nakajima, why did the Bashikatala suddenly attack Green Shade Town? They're not inherently malicious Pokémon." Wu shared his confusion, recalling his own Bashikatala and affirming Chun-Shur's statement. "This clan is not known for their viciousness. They would not attack humans without a compelling reason." Mayor Nakajima scoffed. "It is all due to those despicable Pokémon hunters. They stole the Bashikatala leader's child and numerous Ghidorah. How could they not be enraged? We have suffered an unjust calamity." Chun-Shur and Wu understood, realizing the situation was not as mysterious as it seemed. However, the question of how to deal with the Bashikatala clan lingered. Looking at the throng of Ghidorah and Bashikatala, the three fell into silence. Blaziken. Chapter 15. Friends. As the three pondered over how to deal with the Bashikadora tribe, a young lady named Miss Junshaw approached them and said, "Mayor Nakajima, we have received news. The group of Pokémon hunters has been apprehended in Kanaz City, and Kecleon is currently being expedited to us." Mayor Nakajima was elated. "Is that true? That is wonderful news. Now, if we could just return Kecleon to them, I believe they will quickly withdraw. We won't have to worry about resolving any issues." Chun-Shur scratched his head, bemused. So these individuals fled to the other side, and the peaceful Green Shade Town has suffered an undeserved calamity. Wu, on the other hand, was incensed. These people are utterly arrogant. After committing such a grave offense, they dare to run to Kanaz City. Chun-Shur remained silent, suspecting it was an attempt to dispose of stolen goods. Kanaz City indeed boasted a significant black market, and the Pokémon hunters likely sought to divest themselves of Kecleon swiftly. Mayor Nakajima then addressed them, Xiao and Mr. Wu. "Could I trouble you to temporarily guard these Bashikadora until they awaken and cause a disturbance? I need to attend to the subsequent matters." "Of course." Both Chun-Shur and Wu replied in unison. "Thank you," Mayor Nakajima said with a slight bow before hastily departing. Chun-Shur took the opportunity to observe Wu's Metagross. Pokémon, Metagross, Shiny, Level 58 Late Gym, Qualification, Quasi-Legendary Ability, Clear Body Gender, None Skills, Tackle, Psychic, Metal Claw, Bullet Punch, Zen Headbutt Hammer Arm, Struggle, Psychic, Magnet Rise, Hyper Beam, Meteor Mash, Iron Defense, Agility, Sharpen, Protect, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Earthquake, Heavy Slam, Reflect, Light Screen, Rock Slide. "Impressive," Chun-Shur exclaimed. The quasi-legendary qualification was the highest he had seen, aside from Dragonite. No wonder in the anime of his past life, Wu's Metagross could exchange blows with Kyogre. Truly formidable. Wu chuckled. "Your Dragonite is no slouch either." Chun-Shur was taken aback. The Galar region had only recently joined the alliance, and news about quasi-legendary Dragonite had not yet spread. He was surprised that Wu could recognize it immediately. However, "Your Dragonite seems somewhat different from what I have in my records," Wu noted. Chun-Shur explained, "My Dragonite is a shiny variant. However, during its Dragonite phase, it is not considerably different from a typical Dragonite, save for the slightly different patterns on its head and abdomen." "Ah, I see," Wu replied, understanding at once, his eyes gleaming with competitive spirit. "Shall we have a battle? Let my Metagross face your Dragonite." Dragonite looked at Chun-Shur with eager anticipation, its intentions unmistakable. "Wait a moment. Once we resolve the Bashikadora situation, we will find a place to battle." "Absolutely," Wu agreed readily. Suddenly, a rustling noise interrupted them. Both turned to see the Bashikadora leader had awakened and was struggling to crawl out from underground. Chun-Shur was momentarily stunned. Is this Bashikadora truly that resilient? It has awakened so quickly? Garchomp was displeased, feeling slighted, and began to gather fighting energy in its claws, preparing to confront the creature. "Hold on, Garchomp. Let me have a word with it," Chunshur interjected. Garchomp relented, following Chunshur as he approached the Boshikadora. The Boshikadora regarded them warily, glancing at Garchomp, the powerful Pokémon that had defeated it in just 2 moves. Unsure of their intentions, the Boshikadora hesitated, a look of disbelief on its face. Chunshur reassured it. "Given the current situation, what reason would I have to deceive you?" Boshikadora pondered this, realizing that it was indeed now a prisoner and that there was no need for deceit. "All right then," Boshikadora conceded, closing its eyes to regain its strength. "Daiwu, do you have any healing spray on hand? I wish to treat these fellows." Daiwu sheepishly replied, "I came here to trade today, so I didn't bring any of those supplies. By the way, please bring Lady Florigel over as well." With that, Chunshur produced Lady Florigel's luxury ball and handed it to Dragonite. Dragonite took the luxury ball and promptly soared back home. Soon after, Chunshur and Daiwu engaged in casual conversation. "Did you encounter any noteworthy opponents during the colorful tournament?" In fact, there were many prodigies. Most do not participate in the tournament, as they have nothing to prove. For instance, you and Macaulay from Lily City. I only participated due to my family's insistence. Sinnoh, Daiwu's eyes lit up. I've heard that Sinnoh has many ancient ruins, surely abundant in rare stones. Chunshur felt somewhat speechless. Daiwu was indeed obsessed with stones. The mere mention of Sinnoh prompted thoughts of precious stones. Friends? Daiwu seemed to reflect on something, his gaze dimming slightly. He hesitated before asking, "Would we consider ourselves friends?" Chunshur raised an eyebrow. "I thought we were already friends." Daiwu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled in realization. "You're right. We have indeed been friends all along." Just as Chunshur reached out to pull him onto the Dragonite Piku. Chapter 16. The excited Daigo, do you often find yourself with few friends? Upon hearing this, Daigo's gaze darkened. You know well that I am the heir of the Zavaki family. Since childhood, I have been surrounded by individuals who seek to curry favor for their own interests. True friends are a rarity. At this point, Daigo inquired, and what about you? With grandparents who are top-tier breeders, you should be in a similar situation as I am. Chunshur pondered for a moment, then fell silent. It seemed he indeed shared a similar plight. With a mature soul from a young age, he understood that most people were merely drawn to him for their own gain. He realized he had very few friends, aside from a certain individual in Shinao who struggled with severe decision-making issues. Noticing Chunshur's silence, Daigo understood immediately. The two exchanged glances, sighed softly, and then unexpectedly burst into laughter. Beside them, the Metagross also felt joy for Daigo. As Daigo's initial partner, Metagross comprehended his loneliness. Now that Daigo had finally made his first friend, Metagross smiled with relief, feeling as though a foolish child had finally matured. By the way, Chunshur suddenly remarked, would you mind sharing the current status of your fossil revival research? If it involves trade secrets, you can disregard my inquiry. Daigo waved his hand dismissively. It's not a secret. We are not the only ones researching fossil revival technology, but unfortunately, we are all stuck on the issue of life energy. We believe that insufficient life energy may be the reason for our failed revivals. I see, Chunshur replied, contemplating for a moment before smiling. As a friend, I would like to share a piece of information with you. Daigo looked puzzled. What information? Is there a second to Shagu? Chunshur rolled his eyes. There is only one to Shagu. What are you thinking? What I wish to convey is that your research direction is misguided. Fossil revival necessitates the dream energy of the dream candle, transforming the ethereal into the tangible to achieve true revival. Forcing life energy into the process is futile. Even the god of life from the Carlos region would be incapable of succeeding. Daigo was taken aback, unable to believe Chunshur's astonishing revelation. This was a technology that countless researchers from his family had devoted themselves to for years. Now, Chunshur was telling him that their research direction had been flawed from the very beginning, regardless of how deeply they had delved into their studies. True revival of fossil Pokémon was impossible. The sudden negation of their efforts left Daigo in a state of shock. Is what you say truly accurate? He stammered. Is there any reason for me to fabricate this? Chun Shi replied. However, I am unclear on the specific steps. I only know that the power of the dream candle is essential for success. The rest is for you to investigate further. If your newly proposed direction is correct, then success in reviving fossil Pokémon should come swiftly. Daigo did not suspect that Chun Shi might be deceiving him, for there was no incentive to do so. Chun Shi was neither a researcher, nor did he have an affinity for fossils. There was no benefit in misleading him, and it could only serve to antagonize Devon Corporation. As thoughts of successfully reviving fossil Pokémon flooded Daigo's mind, he could hardly contain his excitement, nearly bouncing in place. For someone who had cherished stones since childhood, this news was of immense significance. Although the Sha-Gu contained many fossil Pokémon, they were not truly revived. The implications were entirely different. Observing Daigo's exuberance, Chun Shi shook his head with a hint of exasperation. His decision to share this news with Daigo was also strategic. Both Daigo and his father had a penchant for collecting various stones, and they must have amassed a considerable number of megastones. In the animated series of his previous life, Daigo was famously generous, gifting megastones to trainers with exceptional talent. Thus, Chun Shi aimed to extend a favor to them, hopeful for future collaboration in the realm of Mega Evolution. After all, the stakes involved in Mega Evolution were significant, and Chun Shi and his grandparents could not withstand the pressures from the League. Should the League find any pretext, they could demand the surrender of megastones. Therefore, Chun Shi sought to align Devon Corporation with their interests, fostering cooperation for mutual benefit. The most crucial aspect was that Chun Shi trusted the integrity of Daigo and his father. However, that time had not yet arrived. Once Chun Shi attained the strength of a champion, possessing the means for self-preservation, it would be the opportune moment for Mega Evolution to emerge. Chun Shi retrieved a luxury ball and opened it. A flash of crimson light illuminated the area as Lady Flora appeared before him. Lady Flora, could you kindly use the grassy terrain to heal these creatures? Lady Flora readily complied, waving her hands as grass sprouted from the ground, mending the injuries of the Bashikadora. Chun Shi also produced healing spray to tend to both Bashikadora and Kadora. Before long, the group stirred awake. Under the leadership of Bashikadora, they calmed down, refraining from causing further destruction. Finally, after waiting for more than half an hour, Junsha descended from the sky riding a Kingdra. She wasted no time, pulling out over 30 Pokeballs from her satchel and releasing them one by one, revealing a multitude of Kadora. One particularly large Kadora excitedly called out and dashed to the front of Bashikadora. The concern in Bashikadora's eyes finally dissipated, and he looked gratefully towards Chun Shi. Chun Shi spoke sternly, "You all must protect these little ones from now on." Bashikadora nodded solemnly in agreement. With the matter concluded, Chun Shi finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the island's mayor and others had intervened in time, preventing significant damage and avoiding any casualties. This was indeed the best possible outcome. Chapter 17, Chun Shi vs. Dawu. They were eager to witness the performance of their apprentices. Upon hearing that his grandson wished to challenge Dawu, the two elders became intrigued. They found an open space on the farm, where Shinado created a psychic barrier, thus forming a makeshift battleground. Dawu, allow me to witness the prowess of the champion from the Caillou Conference, Chun Shi declared. Dawu's eyes sparkled with excitement. You shall see, he replied, calling forth his Metagross. The silver, shining Metagross materialized in the arena. Chun Shi smiled lightly, his fervor ignited. Doronki, let us welcome your first battle post-evolution. Doronki roared as it soared into the arena, facing Metagross from a distance. However, since Doronki had not yet evolved to its final form, its voice retained a youthful quality, lacking the intimidation one might expect. It even had a hint of cuteness, prompting the nearby Garchomp to drool in anticipation. Chun Shi stepped forward, glancing at both Pokémon. Then I declare the battle to commence. Doronki, use Phantom Assault. Metagross, use Confusion. As Chun Shi's words reverberated, both trainers issued their commands. Doronki, upon hearing the instruction, swiftly entered the distortion world, causing Metagross's Confusion to miss and strike the ground with a heavy thud. Metagross, set up light screen. Wu commanded calmly, attempting to establish a protective barrier. Yet Chun Shi would not grant him this opportunity. Duranki interrupted. In an instant, Duranki emerged from behind Metagross. Dawoo's lips curled into a sly smile, realizing he had been outsmarted. Chunshur sensed the impending danger and hastily directed, Duranki, use Protect immediately. Indeed, Dawoo's voice rang out. Grab it, Metagross. Use Ice Punch. Metagross, despite enduring a phantom assault, gritted through the pain. One claw firmly grasped Duranki, while the other prepared to deliver a powerful Ice Punch. However, Duranki activated Protect just in time. This move does not guarantee complete immunity in reality. Should the opponent's strength surpass the protective limits, it would indeed be breached. Yet, both Duranki and Metagross were at gym level, making it impossible for Metagross to overpower the Protect. As expected, Metagross's Ice Punch struck against a vibrant green shield. Dawoo furrowed his brow. Metagross again. Duranki, rapid retreat. Dawoo was momentarily taken aback by this command. Chunshur's eyes lit up with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Since it was a one-on-one battle, Chunshur had only brought Duranki, which returned to the field. Now, however, Duranki had freed itself from Metagross's grasp. Dawoo's heart swelled with admiration, recognizing the skill required to use rapid retreat to escape Metagross's hold while evading the Ice Punch. His own excitement ignited, as it had been some time since anyone had sparked such a feeling within him. Let us battle with all our might. Metagross, use Hyper Beam. Chunshur waved his hand. Duranki, unleash Shadow Ball. The clash of Metagross's Hyper Beam and Duranki's Shadow Ball erupted into a cloud of smoke. Duranki, Phantom Assault. Metagross. Once more, Metagross fired its Hyper Beam again, but it crashed against Shinedo's Psychic Barrier, as Duranki had already entered the distortion world. Dawoo felt a headache coming on. This Duranki was simply too cheeky. The previous strategy was no longer applicable, but he still had a plan. Metagross, spread your psychic energy throughout the battlefield. When it emerges, use Ice Punch. Metagross's eyes glowed blue, its powerful psychic force enveloping the arena. Chunshur sensed trouble. Before he could react, Duranki emerged from the distortion world, unleashing a wave of ghostly energy upon Metagross. However, Duranki had already been locked on by Metagross's psychic prowess. In the next moment, an Ice Punch struck Duranki, sending it crashing to the ground. As Duranki had yet to reach its final evolution, it could not withstand Metagross's Ice Punch. As anticipated, Duranki lay on the ground, unable to continue fighting. Chunshur rushed over, cradling Duranki in his arms, and beckoned to Shinedo. Understanding his intent, Shinedo dispelled the psychic barrier and used a healing move on Duranki. Soon, Duranki awakened, its narrow yellow eyes filled with remorse. Keikia, it turned its head, unable to meet its trainer's gaze. Chunshur gently reassured, you performed admirably, Duranki. I am proud of you. Once you evolve to your final form, we shall challenge them again. You must regain your spirit. Duranki glanced at Chunshur, then at the soaring Metagross, nodding resolutely. Kia, next time, I shall win for sure. Then it is settled, Dawoo replied, approaching. After your evolution, we shall battle once more. The two elders exchanged knowing smiles, not surprised by the outcome. Although Duranki held a type advantage, it was still unlikely to overcome Metagross. After all, Metagross had withstood 2 phantom assaults without faltering, while Duranki had succumbed after just 1 Ice Punch. Chunshur's ability to guide Duranki to such a stalemate against Metagross had already exceeded their expectations. Dawoo understood this as well, hence his proposal to battle again post-evolution. At that moment, Garchomp approached Chunshur, questioning why Duranki had not used any Dragon-type moves. The others looked on in confusion, unaware of Garchomp's query. Meanwhile, Dragonite closed its eyes and simply flew away, unable to bear the sight of such disgrace. Chunshur patiently explained, Metagross is a Steel-type Pokémon. It has double resistance to Dragon-type moves. However, Ghost-type moves are super effective against Metagross, which is why I did not allow Duranki to use Dragon-type moves. Garchomp scratched its head in confusion. Is that so? It then awkwardly chuckled. It's been so long since I've battled that I forgot. Duranki shot Garchomp a sidelong glance, thinking, even I know this. How could you, as the mentor, not be aware? Such a disgrace. Chapter 18. The offering at the Divine Fire Mountain after Shinedo bestowed a drop of life water upon the Metagross. Daigo prepared to take his leave. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the invaluable information provided, which proved immensely beneficial to their endeavor. Chun-Shur smiled, refraining from elaborating further, merely stating, "You are always welcome to visit. Feel free to reach out whenever you need." Daigo readily agreed. Bidding farewell to Grandpa Chun and Grandma Chun before mounting his armored bird and departing. The couple did not inquire further. It was indeed advantageous for young people, especially those as exceptionally gifted as Daigo, to engage in broader experiences. Upon returning home, after organizing the training for his Togepi, Chun-Shur perused the cultivation manual for Metagross that Daigo had gifted him. A shiny Beldum flitted about the room, seemingly surveying its new abode. The Zivik family could be regarded as the foremost authorities on Metagross in the world, a fact that would undoubtedly spare Chun-Shur from many missteps. In addition to energy cubes, various precious minerals were to be provided for its nourishment. Some minerals would enhance the density of the Beldum's body, while others would make it lighter or more agile. Fortunately, Chun-Shur need not worry, as 3 large trucks had already arrived at the Chun family farm, delivering the sorted minerals from the Devon Corporation. He merely needed to feed them to the Beldum punctually. Chun-Shur's gaze shifted to the Beldum fluttering about the room, a sense of relief washing over him. Although this creature lacked any combat prowess at present, merely bumping around like the previous Dratini, it was reassuring to note that the Beldum was already at level 20, meaning it could evolve into a Metong soon. This was a significant improvement compared to the Dratini. Once it evolved into a Metong, it would possess commendable combat capabilities and be able to engage in various training and battles. With ample resources at his disposal, Chun-Shur believed he would soon possess a silver, shiny Metagross. Setting the manual aside, Chun-Shur glanced at the Togepi egg secured on the table, a smile gracing his lips as he pondered something. He then took a sheet of stationery and began to write. The Beldum, perplexed, could not fathom what its trainer was scripting, especially as Chun-Shur began to chuckle to himself like a lovesick fool. Upon opening the door, he noticed his grandfather beckoning him. Chun-Shur approached, curiosity piqued. "What is it, Grandpa? Is there something you need?" Grandpa Chun replied. "An old friend of mine reached out. He has asked me to look after his granddaughter." Chun-Shur readily agreed, saying, "All right, where is she? I'll go fetch her." "At the Divine Fire Mountain. Take your grandmother's Jengar. It knows the way." "Kojia." Jengar cheerfully emerged from Grandma Chen's shadow, waving at Chun-Shur. "The Divine Fire Mountain?" Chun-Shur exclaimed. "Is there anyone living in that cursed place?" Grandpa Chun retorted, "You'll find out once you go. Jengar will guide you." "Kojia." Jengar patted its little belly, assuring him it would take care of everything, then slipped back into his shadow. Faced with this, Chun-Shur had no choice but to acquiesce. With that, Grandpa Chun handed him a Pokeball. Well then, Chun-Shur sighed in resignation. At the back mountain, Chun-Shur found the Dragonite engaged in special training with Dratini. "Sister Dragon, my grandfather asked you to accompany me to the Divine Fire Mountain. I need your assistance." Chun-Shur displayed the Pokeball given by his grandfather for Dragonite to see. Without hesitation, Dragonite crouched down, inviting Chun-Shur to climb onto its back. Just as they were about to depart, Dratini grew anxious. "Chia, why can't I come along?" Unyielding, Dratini insisted on joining them. All right, you can come too." Unable to withstand Dratini's pitiful gaze, Chun-Shur relented. Dratini joyfully spun around and leaped to Chun-Shur's side. Dragonite slowly flapped its wings, soaring toward the direction indicated by Chun-Shur. Soon, Chun-Shur felt the speed increase dramatically, his hair swept back by the gust. Dratini on Dragonite's head squealed with delight, reveling in the accelerating pace. Chun-Shur chuckled inwardly, realizing why it enjoyed being launched like a dragon arrow. With such enthusiasm, he wondered how many times Dratini would be shot out once it evolved into a Dragonite. Would it even be able to handle it? Chun-Shur mused mischievously. Beside him, Dratini seemed to sense something amiss, glancing around but finding nothing unusual before settling back down. It too relished the exhilarating sensation of swift flight. Unable to resist, Chun-Shur glanced below and gasped in disbelief. "Is that purple Jade City down there? Must it be so exaggerated?" he thought. "You are indeed the true Dragonite." Over an hour later, Dragonite brought Chun-Shur to the foot of the Divine Fire Mountain. "Thank you for your effort, Sister Dragon." the Divine Fire Mountain in the Hoenn region, much like the Pokémon Tower in the Kanto region's Purple Vine Town, served as a final resting place for many Pokémon. Most of these were Pokémon belonging to trainers who had tragically perished in battle or had naturally succumbed to old age, laid to rest by their trainers. Consequently, this site attracted numerous Ghost-type Pokémon. Over time, it evolved into a sanctuary for Ghost types, who often emerged at night to frighten passersby. Therefore, aside from trainers coming to bury their companions or individuals hoping to capture Ghost types, the place remained largely deserted. However, Dratini appeared to be quite taken with the location, curiously inspecting its surroundings. Upon arrival, Jengar leaped from Chun-Shur's shadow, leading him up the mountain steps. As they ascended, the sunlight gradually succumbed to a thick mist, casting a grayish hue over the landscape, and the temperature began to drop. Along the way, Chun-Shur encountered several individuals descending the mountain, all bearing expressions of sorrow. Before long, they reached the halfway point, where Jengar guided him through a series of twists and turns until they arrived before Stonewall. Jengar eagerly explored the surface, and after a brief moment, its expression brightened. With a tug of its small hand, a dark passageway emerged before Chun-Shur. Koja, Jengar pointed into the passage, indicating that this was the way. Gazing into the eerie and foreboding tunnel, Chun-Shur felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With a resigned sigh, he followed Jengar into the darkness. Chapter 19. The Phantom King of the Future. Furlong upon traversing the passage, Chun-Shur found himself utterly astonished. This place resembled a self-contained world, adorned with mountains and waters, and teeming with an array of vibrant flowers. The sky was devoid of sunlight, illuminated instead by peculiar stones scattered throughout, emitting a gentle glow that bathed the realm in light. Eerie laughter echoed around him, and without needing to look, Chun-Shur discerned that a multitude of ghostly spirits inhabited this place. The ethereal energy here was extraordinarily dense, rendering it a veritable paradise for ghost-type spirits. Had Little Duo Long been able to grow in such an environment, it might have evolved into Duo Long Chi in just over 9 months. "Hey!" Gung-Gue called out, signaling him to hurry along. Shortly thereafter, Chun-Shur's gaze fell upon a girl with dark skin, donned in a flowing blue dress. Her hair adorned with 2 red floral accessories. She was engrossed in planting flowers, oblivious to Chun-Shur's presence. Gung-Gue scratched its head, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards the girl. Chun-Shur, observing her attire, felt a strange sense of recognition. After rummaging through his memories, he slapped his forehead in realization. Wasn't this the future Ghost King, Furlong? Could it be that his grandfather had sent him to retrieve her? Indeed, his grandfather had mentioned an old friend residing at the Send-Off volcano, which could only be Furlong's grandfather. Thus, the person he was meant to escort was undoubtedly Furlong. With this thought in mind, Chun-Shur spoke up. "Hello? Might you be the one I am here to escort?" Furlong, startled, quickly turned to face him. "Who are you? Why are you here? This place is not meant for you. Please leave." Chun-Shur raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he had made a mistake. If Furlong was not the person he was meant to escort, then who could it be? He glanced at Gung-Gue, who pointed ahead, indicating that they had not yet reached their destination. "Hey, are you even listening to me? I said, please leave. This is not a place for you." Furlong insisted. Hands on her hips, her tone fierce. Chun-Shur found her amusing and decided to tease her. "What if I choose to stay?" He replied playfully. "Why you?" Furlong stammered, pointing at him. "How can you be so unreasonable? I already warned you that this is not a place for you. If you encounter danger, don't say I didn't warn you." Chun-Shur chuckled. The current Furlong was still an innocent and charming little girl, not yet the formidable Ghost King of the future. This inspired him to jest further. "Isn't it a coincidence? I thrive on danger. Wherever peril lurks, I am drawn to it." Furlong was a loss for words. How could someone be so reckless? "If you don't leave, I won't hold back," she declared defiantly. "Xiaoling, come out." As Furlong spoke, a peak elite knight demon emerged from her shadow, its singular crimson eye fixated coldly on Chun-Shur. Pokémon, Knight Demon Level, 49, Peak Elite, Qualification, Champion Gender, Male Skills, Bind, Glare, Disable, Frighten, Shadow Punch, Gravity, Shadow Sneak, Odd Light, Night Phantom, Shadow Ball, Black Gaze. Fire punch, thunder punch, revenge, ice punch. Chen Shi rubbed his chin, impressed by the Night Demon's peak, elite strength, and champion-level qualification. Truly, the future Ghost King possessed formidable prowess. Duo Long, give her a scare, he commanded. Duo Long Qi disdainfully glanced at the Night Demon, thinking it paled in comparison to its own might. Then, it unleashed an aura of late gym-level dominance that bore down on the Night Demon. The Night Demon's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It sensed that its opponent was also a ghost-type Pokémon and significantly stronger. Furong's expression darkened, and with a cold huff, she stated, "If you seek death, I shall not hinder you." At her command, the Night Demon hovered close to Furong, vigilant, ready to protect her from any potential harm. Chen Shi, reveling in the playful exchange, continued to provoke her. "Little girl, do not speak too soon. You might find yourself needing to accompany me." He had come to a realization that Furong was indeed the person he was meant to escort. Yet this little girl mistakenly viewed him as an intruder. He chose to remain silent about the truth, eager to see her reaction once she discovered it. "Gung Gue, let us proceed," he instructed. Gung Gue responded affirmatively, leading Chen Shi further uphill. Observing their departure, Furong abandoned her gardening to follow behind Chen Shi. "Oof. I shall see how you fare when you stray into danger. I will be sure to mock you thoroughly and have Xiao Ling toss you out." Though her heart was somewhat dark, she didn't wish for a life to be lost and planned to save him should he find himself in peril. However, the unfolding events left Furong dumbfounded. Under Gung Gue's guidance, they traversed the correct path, swiftly approaching her home. Confusion washed over her. What was this Gung Gue's origin? It seemed remarkably familiar with the area. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Furong's mind, and she thought it might work to her advantage. She could let her grandparents teach him a lesson and then have Xiao Ling eject him. Yes, just like that, she mused, shaking her small fist in determination. Before long, Gung Gue led Chen Shi to a quaint two-story wooden cottage. Excitedly, Gung Gue pointed at the cabin, indicating that they had arrived. Without hesitation, it flew inside. Chen Shi paused for a moment before stepping forward to knock on the door. Soon, a kindly old woman answered, her face lined with wrinkles and warmth. Before either could speak, Furong dashed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Shi. "Grandma, it's him. He intruded here, and when I asked him to leave, he refused. Please, teach him a lesson." The old woman looked at her granddaughter with a bemused expression. "It was your grandfather and I who invited him here. Did we not inform you?" Furong stood frozen, utterly bewildered. "Did you tell me?" Realization dawned upon her. All the talk of loving danger and seeking peril had been a ruse. This person was summoned by her grandparents, and he was not afraid of danger at all. No wonder he had found the entrance. And no wonder Gung Gue was so familiar with the area. As these thoughts rushed through her mind, her face flushed crimson, and her tiny feet nearly splintered the wooden floor beneath her. Chen Shi, observing Furong's face oscillate between shades of blue and red, couldn't help but burst into laughter. This little girl was quite endearing. He suppressed his amusement and addressed Furong's grandmother. "Elder, my grandfather sent me here to escort someone." The old woman scrutinized Chen Shi closely, a smile breaking through the creases of her face. "I know you. Old Chen boasts every day about how exceptional his grandson is. You must be him. Come inside." Chen Shi awkwardly scratched his head and winked at Furong before stepping through the door. Chapter 20. The reverse scale of Giratina within the internal realm of the sacred fire volcano, in a modest wooden cabin atop the mountain. The furnishings were exceedingly simple, all crafted from wood, exuding an air of rustic simplicity. At the wooden table in the living room, an elderly gentleman sat, with a cheerful Jengar animatedly conversing beside him. This must be Furong's grandfather. Upon seeing his wife enter with a stranger, he waved gently. "You must be Chen Shi. Please have a seat." Responding to his invitation, Chen Shi confidently settled himself before the two elders. "I contacted old Chen to request his assistance in looking after my granddaughter." Furong, who had just entered, exclaimed with delight, "Grandpa, are you finally letting me go out?" With a sigh, Furong's grandfather replied, "You come sit as well." Furong skipped over and sat beside Chen Shi. Noticing the playful smile on his face, she felt a bit awkward and turned her head slightly, avoiding his gaze. Continuing, Furong's grandfather said, "This child has grown up here. Her character is rather naive, and I would appreciate your guidance in helping her adapt to the outside world, teaching her discernment between right and wrong." Chunshir's expression grew peculiar. The old man's words were rather delicate. This girl was not just somewhat naive, she was exceedingly so. During this time, help her acclimate to the outside world, he added. Suddenly, Chunshir recalled that the dragon and ghost-type pearl might be in the possession of these two elders. After a moment of contemplation, he hinted, "Elder, the outside world is rather tumultuous at the moment. I have heard they seem to be searching for something, aiming to pursue the legendary deities of earth and ocean. It is said they possess champion-level Pokémon. Do you still wish for me to take your granddaughter outside?" "Of course. I harbor no intention to refuse your assistance. I merely wish to remind you, or else I wouldn't have come," he continued. Upon hearing this, both elders wore solemn expressions. How could they not perceive the young man's subtle intent? He was cautioning them to safeguard the pearl under the guise of Furong's affairs. They refrained from inquiring how Chunshir came to know of these matters. Since he had already offered a warning, it indicated no malice on his part. After all, some questions bore no significance, and the elders had long since learned to let go of trivialities. After a moment of reflection, Furong's grandfather gently tapped his cane, and from his shadow emerged another Jengar. "Go fetch that item for me." Upon hearing this, the Jengar swiftly vanished. Chunshir glanced at the data of the Jengar and noted its peak champion status. He was not surprised. These two venerable elders must possess some strength to safeguard the two precious pearls. "This is your reward. I will rely on you to take good care of Furong henceforth. I am also grateful for your warning. Should any unforeseen events arise, I would appreciate your assistance." However, when he opened the box, Chunshir's pupils constricted sharply, and the dragon-type Pokeball at his waist began to tremble violently. He quickly closed the box, calming the restless dragon-type. At that moment, he comprehended the meaning behind the elders' final remark. They wished for him to assist if any mishap occurred within the sacred fire volcano. In essence, they desired to place a debt of gratitude upon him. Yet, this was indeed a debt he could not refuse, for when he first opened the box, the system panel had provided a description of its contents. A naturally shed reverse scale from Giratina, possessing a powerful allure for dragon-type or ghost-type Pokémon. The allure was undeniably potent. For a dragon ghost type like the dragon, this attraction was nearly overwhelming. It had nearly burst forth from its Pokeball moments ago. After contemplation, Chunshir nodded firmly. "I accept this task." Furong's grandfather nodded slightly. An unspoken understanding passed among them. He turned to Furong, saying, "Go upstairs and pack your things. You will accompany him." Furong eagerly agreed, bounding upstairs. She had longed to explore the outside world, finding it dreadfully dull to remain here, tending to flowers. Once she departed, Chunshir could not help but inquire, "Elder, are you truly giving this to me? Do you have no regrets?" The elder slowly shook his head. "This item is of no use to me. It is better in your hands. I hope that in the future, as you grow, you may look after this place." "Certainly," Chunshir replied without hesitation. "If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." Although he had incurred a significant debt of gratitude, he felt more than willing. Should he offer this reverse scale to the dragon upon its evolution, it might usher in a transformative change. As Giratina was of the same ghost dragon type and a first-tier deity, its naturally shed scales would undoubtedly benefit the dragon. This was precisely why Chunshir had agreed so readily. The elder then smiled and cautioned, "Please pay extra attention to this girl. She has grown up under our care and is unaware of the world's treachery. We do not wish to confine her here for eternity. Thus, we entrust her to you." Furong's grandmother chimed in, "Indeed, young man, she must venture out to see the world. When the time is right, allow her to experience a bit of hardship. That is how she will learn." In cases like Furong's, mere teaching proved futile. She needed to experience the world's harshness firsthand. After all, in television dramas, innocent girls like her often manage to survive. It should pose no issue. Upon hearing Chunshir's words, Furong's grandfather paused, sighing after a moment of silence. "You speak the truth. Exploring and facing challenges will enlighten her. If only I had your wisdom in my youth." At this, Furong's grandmother promptly interrupted, "Enough. Old man, why dwell on such matters? Turning to Chen Shi, she said, very well, let us proceed as you suggested. All right, I shall take her with me shortly. Chapter 21. The Annoying Furong and the Secret Realm. Brother Chen Shi, what is the world outside like? It is quite similar to here, except that during the day, the sun shines, and at night, the moon glows. Oh, Brother Chen Shi, what do the sun and moon look like? You will know once you step outside and see for yourself. Is it really as dangerous out there as Grandpa and Grandma say? Indeed, the outside world is a place where one must be wary, for it can be quite perilous. Ah, Furong exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is it true that the world outside can devour people? Why not consume food instead? Chen Shi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Unable to quell the headache forming from her incessant chatter since they departed from the elderly. What more could he do? Are the people outside as formidable as you? Brother Chen Shi? And what was that greenish-yellow Pokémon you had earlier? I felt it resembled a ghost type, but I have yet to encounter one like it. That Pokémon is called Draclone, a blend of dragon and ghost types. Wow. Furong's eyes sparkled with excitement. A dragon and ghost-type Pokémon. How impressive. I have decided. Once I venture outside, I too shall capture a Draclone. Furong clenched her tiny fist and waved it enthusiastically in the air. The Dark Knight spirit had previously informed her of the strength of that Pokémon, but she had not anticipated it to be a combination of dragon and ghost types. This was particularly captivating for Furong, who had always cherished ghost Pokémon. Then, she tugged at Chen Shi's hand, shaking it earnestly. Brother Chen Shi, can I see Draclone again? At that moment, he began to regret his earlier decision. No, I simply wish to see it. Furong insisted, shaking his hand fervently. After a moment of contemplation, a mysterious smile emerged on Chen Shi's face. Furong, let me impart a vital lesson. Never trust strangers in the outside world, for it may lead to dire consequences. Just like this. Haunter. Suddenly, Haunter emerged from Chen Shi's shadow, casting a hypnotic spell on Furong, who gazed at him in disbelief. Having been companions for over a decade, Haunter, though belonging to his grandmother, understood Chen Shi's intentions all too well. It was slightly exasperated by the incessant chatter of this young girl, who had been a relentless source of noise. The Dark Knight spirit appeared, catching Furong before she could falter, and looked at Chen Shi with confusion. He reassured, do not worry. I simply wish for her to be quiet for a moment. You carry her while I lead the way. The Dark Knight spirit hesitated, but upon recalling the trust bestowed upon them by the elderly, it complied, cradling Furong as they descended the mountain together. Indeed, she remained in slumber, as it remained unclear how much effort Haunter had exerted. They had been soaring on the back of a Dragonite for quite some time without her waking. However, this provided a welcome tranquility. Upon entering the house, Grandfather Chun pointed at Furong with a puzzled expression. Isn't this the granddaughter of my old friend? Did something unexpected happen on the way? Chen Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment before responding earnestly. She mentioned feeling tired during the journey, so I allowed her to rest. I didn't expect her to still be asleep. She certainly can sleep soundly, he added, as the Dark Knight spirit gazed incredulously at Chen Shi. Did you not instruct Haunter to put her to sleep? How has it turned into her simply wanting to doze off? The innocent Dark Knight spirit, much like Furong, had never encountered such shamelessness and stood frozen in place for a moment. Grandfather Chun, hearing his grandson's explanation, raised an eyebrow skeptically. Do you think me a fool? Quickly, set her down. This is hardly appropriate. Chen Shi hastily beckoned the Dark Knight spirit to place Furong on the sofa, even covering her gently with a small blanket. He then awkwardly settled himself before his grandparents. So, did you meet my old friend? Is he in good health? However, this young girl seems to have some issues. Chen Shi remarked, gesturing toward Furong on the sofa. She has never ventured outside, having lived in her small world for too long, and is rather naive. Grandfather Chen nodded slowly. I understand. We shall prepare a room for her on the second floor, allowing her to stay with us. Grandmother Chen sighed. It seems that those two old souls have learned their lessons as well. They now speak of letting their granddaughter face some hardships. Chen Shi was puzzled, but refrained from inquiring further. He recalled the unfinished words of Furong's grandfather, indicating that something had befallen their son. Such matters need not be delved into deeply. It suffices to be aware. Grandfather Chun smiled wryly. Let us not mock one another. We are all alike in our struggles. Grandmother Chen's gaze dimmed. The loss of her son and daughter-in-law, a lifelong sorrow. Chen Shi fell silent, never having broached the topic of his own parents. Recognizing the pain it brought to the elderly, he had always been considerate, choosing not to speak of it. He then shifted the conversation, asking Grandpa and Grandma, "What exactly is that peculiar world within the sacred fire volcano? What sort of place is it? You have ventured inside. You should be able to discern how it mirrors the real world. It is a miniature secret realm," Grandfather Chen explained. "As for how such realms are formed, it remains a mystery. They have existed since ancient times, and new ones are continually being discovered, most of which are controlled by the Alliance." He paused for emphasis before continuing. "These secret realms are often rich in resources and energy, possibly home to various rare Pokémon. The one you visited is known as the Ghost Realm, aptly named for its dense ghost-type energy, making it a paradise for ghost Pokémon. The Zivik family also controls an Iron Realm, which boasts numerous mineral veins and is inhabited by a family of Metagross and a group of Bostaff." Chen Shi marveled at the wondrous existence of such places, realizing he had previously been unaware of their existence. Clearly, one could not entirely rely on past memories to comprehend this world. Chapter 22. Until the end of life, as the three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation, Furong slowly opened her eyes on the sofa. Gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling and the glaring lights, she gradually recalled the scene before she fell asleep. Her grandparents had urged her to accompany Brother Chen Shi, but unexpectedly, he had resorted to hypnosis without any scruples. Furong's face turned crimson with indignation as she sprang up from the sofa and began to scan her surroundings. Upon spotting Chen Shi casually chatting with the elderly couple, she stormed over in a fury. "You!" Chen Shi interrupted his spell. What is the matter?" You fell asleep. To be fair, you certainly know how to sleep." Furong gritted her teeth in frustration. "It was you who had Gung-Gue hypnotized me, yet you blame me for sleeping." Chen Shi sighed. "Speaking earnestly, I did this for your own good. I wanted you to understand not to trust people too readily in the outside world. See, this is what happens when you do." He continued, "If I had ulterior motives, you would probably be digging in some mine right now." Furong was momentarily taken aback, scratching her head in confusion. Her little dark face was a portrait of inner turmoil. Part of her felt he was merely spouting nonsense, while another part found his words to be quite reasonable. Seeing her distress, Grandma Chun chuckled and waved her over. "You must be Furong, right? Don't listen to that rascal. He's just trying to fool you. Come sit with Grandma." Realizing that the elderly couple before her were friends of her grandparents, reputed as remarkable nurturers, she quickly bowed. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma Chun. My name is Furong." The elderly couple was charmed by the nervous little girl before them. Grandma Chun immediately stood up and beckoned her sit down. "I've already had Sinead prepare a room for you upstairs. You can check it out later and see if you need anything. Don't hesitate to let me know." Grandpa Chun added kindly, "Child, I've been friends with your grandparents for decades. Just treat this as your own home." Furong's anxious demeanor eased slightly. "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma Chun." Having never ventured out of the ghostly secret realm before, it was only natural for her to feel apprehensive in the presence of two elders who belonged to her grandparents' generation. Thus, Grandma Chun suggested that Chen Shi take her upstairs to see her new room. Once she familiarized herself with her surroundings, she would likely feel much more at ease. Upstairs, Furong gazed in awe at the luxurious room before her eyes sparkling with wonder. As she stepped inside, her feet sank into the newly laid carpet, and the room was furnished with everything one could desire, featuring a massive bed at the center. The blankets, pillows, and mattress were all freshly replaced, and a faint floral fragrance lingered in the air. Having only ever lived in a small wooden cabin and slept on a wooden plank, she was utterly unaccustomed to such splendor. "Is this really for me?" Chen Shi looked at her in surprise. "Of course it's for you. You can stay as long as you like. This room is yours from now on. By the way, I'll be right across the hall, so just call me if you need anything. I'll take my leave now." Furong exclaimed in delight, continuing to explore her new room. However, upon entering, she discovered a Pockby sprawled out on the bed, sound asleep, along with a shining iron dumbbell nestled in the cozy nook Chen Shi had prepared for her. "Chikudu." The little creature's eyes brimmed with tears as it immediately leaped into Chun Shi's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Chikudu. Chun Shi, taken aback, gently inquired, "What's wrong? Who upset our dear Pokbai?" Chikudu. Upon hearing this, Pokbai became incensed, pointing an accusing finger at Chun Shi. All afternoon, it had been unable to locate its trainer or its dear friend, Leaf EV. Inquiring with Madame Huaji yielded no answers, and even its grandparents, unable to comprehend its words, mistakenly thought it was merely being cute. This left the little creature distraught, feeling as if the sky had fallen with the absence of its two cherished companions. During this time, Pokbai's mind spiraled with worries. Had it been too mischievous, prompting the trainer to abandon it? Earlier, Sister Shinado had mentioned that the trainer had acquired a Pokbai egg. Did that mean the trainer had a new Pokbai and had cast it aside? The more it pondered, the more aggrieved it felt, ultimately retreating into its shell to weep silently, fearing that the flying iron claw might witness its tears and ridicule it. It had inexplicably drifted off to sleep. Chun Shi chuckled softly, explaining, "I was only out for a short while." "Jakudu, Jakudu, Jakudu. All right. I promise I'll take you along next time," he assured. "Chikudu, I don't have any new Pokbai. I already said it was for someone else, and I've given it away." "Chikudu, of course it's true." Chun Shi spoke gently. "Having you as my Pokbai is enough. I have no desire for any others." Upon hearing this, the little creature finally ceased its tears, though it quickly felt embarrassed, burying its face in Chun Shi's embrace. Chun Shi tenderly patted its head. "Stop overthinking. I told you, I will never leave you until the end of life." Pokbai froze for a moment, lost in a reverie of their first encounter. The boy had offered it, and EV food they had never tasted before, attentively cleaning the dirt from their fur, and asked whether they wished to follow him. The boy's words still echoed in its memory. "Pokbai and EV, do you wish to leave this dark cave with me? The world outside is vast. This is but a trivial corner of it. Will you join me to explore the boundless world beyond? We will accompany and rely on each other until the end of life." Immersed in the beauty painted by the boy's words, Pokbai let go of its long-held caution, forgetting its usual wariness, and couldn't help but nod in agreement. It looked up to meet Chun Shi's gentle gaze and suddenly smiled brightly. "Chikudu, we will accompany and rely on each other until the end of life." Pokbai nuzzled against Chun Shi, finally dispelling the last threads of worry in its heart. The most radiant and extraordinary light in the Pokémon world emanated from it. Chun Shi was overwhelmed with joy, quickly opening a drawer to retrieve a potion box and presenting the sky blue potion to Pokbai. "Quickly drink this." Pokbai eagerly accepted it and gulped it down, causing its brilliance to intensify. Chun Shi, along with the iron dumbbell, who had been awake but silent, watched in awe. In a haze, Pokbai's form began to change. Its shell vanished, wings sprouted from its back, its neck elongated, and its color transformed from bright yellow to white. As the light of evolution gradually faded, the new Pokkig appeared before Chun Shi. "Congratulations, Pokkig. Chakiki. Pokkig." Chapter 23. News of the World Championship Pokémon. Porygon 2 Level 37, Advanced Late Stage, Qualification, Near Champion Ability, Serene Grace Gender, Female Skills, Sing, Tackle, Yawn, Assist, Origin Pulse. Life Dew Charm, Stored Power, Meditate, Round, Air Slash, Reversal, Swift. Chun Shi gazed in astonishment at the data before him, thrilled to discover that Porygon 2 had reached the qualification of Near Champion. Once its potential as a Porygon 2 was fully tapped, it could evolve into Porygon Z using the exquisite Lightstone. At that point, its potential would undoubtedly reach champion level. Moreover, it had recently learned several new skills, including the Fairy-type round and the crucial Air Slash that Porygon Z would need. The future appeared bright. Porygon 2 joyfully examined its new form, circling Chun Shi in delight. Meanwhile, Beldum flew over to congratulate Porygon 2. Porygon 2 graciously accepted the praise, showcasing its evolved body to its new companion. Chun Shi noticed that Beldum had also leveled up, now at level 18, and just 2 more levels would allow it to evolve. What a fortunate day this was. First, he acquired Giratina's scale, then Porygon 2's evolution, and now Beldum's level up. Chun Shi could not help but hum a tune of good fortune. Speaking of the scale, Chun-Shur retrieved the small, pitch-black box. The material of the box was uncertain. It felt liquid yet was incredibly hard. Furthermore, it seemed to possess the ability to contain its aura. Previously, when Chun-Shur opened it, he felt the presence of dragon-type Pokémon, but as soon as he closed it, their activity ceased. This indicated that as long as the box remained closed, dragon-type and ghost-type Pokémon would not sense the scale's aura. After examining it, Chun-Shur carefully stored away. This item was far too important to be misplaced. Losing it would leave him in tears. That evening, Grandma Chun prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome Furong's arrival. Furong was overjoyed and, after expressing her gratitude, recounted her experiences since meeting Chun-Shur, amusing the two elderly folks. Subsequently, Grandpa Chun inquired about Furong's future plans. Furong hesitated, feeling somewhat perplexed. Her grandparents had merely told her to accompany Chun-Shur without specifying what she was supposed to do. Grandpa Chun, with a serious tone, cautioned, "Child, this world is not as beautiful as you imagine. The only truth here is this." He clenched his fist as he spoke. Furong, unable to comprehend, cautiously asked, "Is it a hand?" Chun-Shur face-bombed and exasperatedly clarified, "It's a fist. It's strength. Only with a powerful fist will others listen to you. Only with true strength can you protect everything you possess." Furong nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "But I don't seem to have anything. I don't even own a pair of shoes." As she spoke, Furong extended her bare foot for all to see. The atmosphere at the dinner table fell into an abrupt silence. Her statement left the elderly couple dumbfounded. They had anticipated her simplicity, but never to this extent. Chun-Shur, frustrated, pointed at the ghost-type Pokémon happily feasting on another table. "With these Pokémon, do you not believe they would attract a crowd if taken outside? If you lack strength, can you safeguard them?" Furong, seemingly frightened, timidly inquired. "But don't others have partners too? Why would they want to take Shaoling and the others?" Chun-Shur was rendered speechless. How could this individual be a future ghost-type champion? Perhaps a naive little rabbit champion would be more fitting. He then earnestly explained, "The potential of your Pokémon is astonishingly high. If anyone were to seize and tame them, they could easily form a team of champions. Why wouldn't they want to take them?" Furong remained somewhat unconvinced, unwilling to assume the worst of others. "But they don't know how strong my partners are," she argued. Chun-Shur sighed in resignation. The physical prowess and overall capabilities of these ghost-type Pokémon were evidently superior to their peers. Even a fool could see that their potential was extraordinary. Finally, Chun-Shur sighed, "You will understand in time. Remember my words. When venturing outside, be cautious, and then be even more cautious." Furong solemnly nodded, "I understand. If I'm not careful, I could be hypnotized." Chun-Shur donned a mask of anguish, muttering to himself, "Oh my goodness, this is truly eye-opening." He resolved that this little girl must experience some hardship to learn. Grandpa Chun, seeing no other option, shifted the topic. "In 3 months, there will be a competition. You two should participate together." Furong's interest piqued. "Grandpa, what kind of competition is it?" "It is organized by the Kanto League, inviting talented individuals under 20 from various regions. It's called the World Championship, aimed at nurturing the next generation of the league." Chun-Shur was taken aback. Inviting talents under 20 from various regions was no small matter. Most of the future champions were indeed under this age, such as Stephen and May. The league's initiative was significant, indicating they recognized their considerable issues. For example, 2 of the current Elite Four in the Hoenn League were quite elderly. One had been clamoring for retirement. Not to mention the Dragon-type champion, Gyarados, who was growing increasingly eccentric with age. The Kanto League was similar among its current Elite Four. Only Shiba was young. The others were Juzi, Yinbo, and the host of the Celadon Gym. Although Chun-Shur knew the first 2 were formidable, it appeared there was a lack of fresh talent. Curiously, Chun-Shur asked, "What rewards does the league plan to offer?" Upon hearing about the rewards, Furong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "I love rewards." Grandpa Chun slowly shook his head. "We don't know yet. The league has implemented strict confidentiality. However, one can surmise that the prizes for such a grand event will be extraordinary." Chun-Shur found this reasonable. For a large-scale competition, the rewards could not be meager, or the league would lose face. For a decaying league, nothing was more paramount than its reputation. Consequently, Chun sure felt a sense of anticipation brewing within him. Talents under 20 from across the entire league. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Chapter 24. Cynthia's repeated humiliations, Shinno region, Celestic town. Within a secluded villa, a melodious doorbell shattered the morning serenity of a fair-haired beauty. Who could that be, so early? She murmured, gingerly casting aside the covers. As she rose, the nascent rays of dawn filtered through the curtains, limning her graceful form. After a swift change of attire, she descended the stairs. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged gentleman inquired, "Are you Miss Cynthia?" "Indeed, I am Cynthia. How may I assist you?" At this, the gentleman retrieved a crate from his spatial pack. "I have an expedited parcel for you, dispatched from the Hoenn region. Kindly sign for it." Hoenn? A flicker of delight danced in Cynthia's eyes as she accepted the delivery manifest and affixed her signature. As the man departed, Cynthia attempted to lift the crate, but it proved too unwieldy. In resignation, she called out, "Garchomp, Garchomp." Instead of Garchomp, a dashing Lucario bounded down from the second floor. "Lucario, your timing is impeccable. Assist me with this crate." Lucario approached and effortlessly hoisted the crate. "Luca, grandmother happens to be residing here at present. It would be best to keep this from her, lest she adopt her usual mischievous demeanor." Yet, as fate would have it, Cynthia's apprehension materialized. Professor Carolina emerged from the second floor, her curiosity piqued. "Cynthia, who was at the door so early? And what is Lucario carrying?" Cynthia's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure. "It's nothing, merely a purchase that has arrived." She directed at Lucario, "Why do you tarry? Take it upstairs." Professor Carolina's gaze narrowed. "Something is amiss. This girl is certainly acting peculiar today. That crate is undoubtedly concealing something." She interjected, halting Lucario's ascent. "Cynthia, what have you acquired? Allow your grandmother to have a peek. Lately, I've developed a keen interest in the things you youngsters fancy." Cynthia remained impassive. "Just trifles, really. If you desire, grandmother, I shall procure a set for you." She urged Lucario, "Proceed upstairs." "Hold it." Carolina was now certain that the crate held something extraordinary. "There's something peculiar about this." Lucario was at a loss, unsure whether to ascend or remain. In the end, he deposited the crate on the floor and retreated to the sidelines. Upstairs, 3 Pokémon were observing the spectacle with amusement. Garchomp, Milotic, and Glacian. Carolina approached the crate, scrutinizing it meticulously, but found nothing amiss. "Cynthia, what does this crate contain? Perhaps you should open it for your grandmother's perusal." Cynthia's cheeks were now flushed, but she retorted, "If grandmother wishes to see, then by all means, let us open it." Cynthia had anticipated a refusal, but to her surprise, Carolina readily agreed. "Very well." With that, Carolina eagerly opened the crate, revealing an incubator containing an egg adorned with a distinctive red and blue triangular pattern, along with 2 boxes. Carolina mused that it resembled a Togepi egg. "Togepi?" Cynthia exclaimed with delight, for she adored Togepi. She was pleasantly surprised that he would send her one. Carolina then opened the 2 boxes, one containing a flawless shiny stone and the other a vial of cerulean potion. Upon seeing the potion, Carolina recognized the sender. Only that old codger from Hoenn could concoct a potion of this hue. Carolina cast a teasing glance at her granddaughter. "Cynthia, is this what you consider trifles? This egg aside, both the shiny stone and the potion are treasures that money cannot buy. Remember to acquire more of these trifles for your grandmother. I'm quite fond of them." Cynthia's face was now crimson, but she maintained her defiance. "Very well. If grandmother desires, I shall acquire them for you." Carolina chuckled. She then produced a letter. "Oh, Cynthia, what is this?" Upstairs, the 3 eavesdropping Pokémon scattered, eager to avoid becoming entangled. Carolina, triumphant, scoffed. "You thought you could outwit me?" She instructed Lucario. "Kindly stow these items away upstairs." Luca. In her chamber, Cynthia buried her face in her pillow. Only when Lucario entered did she feign nonchalance and sit up. Lucario, ever perceptive, deposited the items and departed. Cynthia sighed and opened the letter. "Miss Cynthia, greetings. I trust this letter finds you well. I have endeavored to prepare a gift that meets your expectations, namely, the creature within the incubator. Judging by the pattern on the shell, you should be able to deduce the Pokémon's identity. I have also discerned the conditions required for Togepi to evolve into Togetic. This is a novel evolutionary method that I have discovered, which I have termed friendship evolution. As the name suggests, Togepi must attain a certain level of intimacy with its trainer to evolve into Togetic. I had a premonition of this when your Lucario evolved, as it is also a Pokémon that evolves through friendship. You may find this hard to believe, but it is indeed the truth. The creature within the egg possesses remarkable potential. Please cultivate it diligently. When it evolves, administer the blue potion to augment its potential. As for the shiny stone, it is also intended for Togepi. I have discovered that Togetic has a further evolution, which I jokingly refer to as Togefly. In reality, it is known as Togekiss, a formidable Pokémon. It evolves from Togetic through the use of shiny stone. I cannot offer much in the way of training advice, as my own Togepi has yet to evolve. I can only suggest that you focus on developing its stamina during its Togepi stage, and shower it with affection to foster intimacy. During its Togetic stage, you must prioritize the development of Air Slash, a crucial skill for both Togetic and Togekiss. Do not underestimate this skill, as Togekiss can wield it with extraordinary effect. If that were all, I would not have gone to such lengths to emphasize the importance of this creature. I could divulge a secret, but please do not disclose it to anyone else. Togepi is not a normal type Pokémon. It is a novel 18th type. This type is exceptionally unique, so you must nurture it with care. In the future, this creature will become one of your most valuable assets. By the way, I would like to share my joy with you. Dracloak has evolved into Dragapult, and I have also acquired a new companion, a shiny Beldum. That is all for now. If you have the opportunity, please visit my farm. Remember to convey my regards to Professor Carolina. Wishing you happiness every day. Your friend, Chinshur. Cynthia placed the letter down, her slender fingers gently caressing the incubator. The image of the young man flickered in her mind. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Outside, Garchomp, who had been eavesdropping at the door, became elated. Garchomp, Garchomp, she's laughing. I told you. Glacian rolled its eyes. Booey, is that even necessary for you to say? Mino, exactly. The topmost meanest echoed in agreement. Lucario, you all eavesdropping is truly shameless. Behind them, Lucario crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at the three Pokémon. Garchomp scoffed, exhaling 2 puffs of white vapor. Garchomp, you better turn off your aura before you speak. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. Cynthia surveyed the scene before her, instantly grasping the situation. Garchomp scratched its head. Garchomp, the weather is quite lovely today, ISNT it. Booey, indeed. Subsequently, the 4 Pokémon hastily made their exit. Lucario. Chapter 25. Chunshur's Versailles speech in the Fengyuan region, on the Chun family farm. Chunshur and Furong leisurely occupied 2 chairs basking in the sun. This is what life is meant to be. Brother Chunshur, is that the sun up there? Its rays feel so pleasant and warm, Furong remarked. Chunshur cast a sidelong glance at her. Why are you here instead of training your Pokémon? Oh, they'll train themselves, she replied nonchalantly. My grandparents have already prepared customized training plans for them. Fine, Chunshur sighed in resignation, deciding not to dwell on her. With little else to occupy his time recently, he figured it was about time to prepare his next paper. However, he had yet to decide which Pokémon to focus on. His grandfather had a King's Rock and a Sharp Claw, which would allow him to evolve Drowsy into Hypno. Alternatively, he could use the King's Rock to evolve Poliwag into Poliwrath. As for the Sharp Claw, it left him with only one option, Meowth. Of course, he could also seek out a Scyther or an Onyx and use a Metal Coat to evolve them into Steelix. The Metal Coat was easily obtainable from the department store in Zijing City, albeit of mediocre quality. After much contemplation, Chunshur ultimately resolved to publish a paper on the evolution of Onyx. This particular Pokémon was quite common, found in various locales, and could be easily caught in the Kalu tunnel of Greenshade Town. With this thought in mind, Chunshur turned to Furong beside him. I have a task for you. Furong's interest was piqued, her excitement palpable. What task? Don't worry about potential. Just focus on finding a high-level one. Since your Pokémon are all ghost types, it should be convenient. Furong, though somewhat naive, was well-versed in Pokémon lore and recognized the Onyx species. However, her enthusiasm waned. I don't want to go. I just want to soak up the sun. She was no fool and certainly wasn't inclined to run errands for free. How about 100,000 Alliance coins? Furong hesitated, having gained a rudimentary understanding of the outside world the previous night. She realized that money was essential for everything in life. 100,000 Alliance coins were a considerable sum, capable of purchasing many things. Yet, the allure of basking in the sun was hard to resist. 200,000, she declared, and without further ado, she dashed to the villa, presumably to fetch her Pokémon. Chunshur smirked. You think I can't handle you? He then redirected his attention to the nearby garden, where Madame Huajia was tirelessly tending to her flowers. Approaching her, he inquired, Madame Huajia, how many times can you currently use your captivating melody? Flower. Chunshur pondered, stroking his chin. It seemed she could only use it once. However, after utilizing it, her fairy energy would not be entirely depleted, indicating that her reserves were increasing. It was likely she would learn more skills in the future. Please remember to inform me if you learn any new skills, he advised. Flower. This endeavor was quite tedious. Every word, even every punctuation mark, required careful consideration. Upon entering the house, Chunshur found his grandparents comfortably settled on the sofa, indulging in tea or resting as usual. He greeted them and made his way upstairs. At that moment, his grandfather called out to him. Furong just dashed out, saying you assigned her a task. What is it that you have her doing? Onyx? His grandfather asked, puzzled. What do you need Onyx for? Just to shoot a video? Chunshur replied. By the way, do we have a Pokémon transport device at home? Do you need it? Yes, I'll be using it to transport Onyx shortly. Do we have a metal coat? It could be of average quality. His grandfather could no longer contain his curiosity. What on earth are you planning? Chunshur chuckled. I've discovered a method for evolving Onyx into Steelix. By equipping it with a metal coat and then undergoing a trade, it can evolve. His grandfather was taken aback, surprised by his grandson's revelation. Chunshur's grandmother, who had been resting on the sofa, opened her eyes. Xiaoshur, do you wish to become a researcher? Chunshur waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's just a side endeavor, merely a casual exploration. The elderly couple exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their disbelief. You casually discovered the evolution method of Onyx? This has been a perplexing conundrum for many researchers. Onyx and Steelix have long been suspected of having a connection, yet no one has been able to prove it. And here you are, claiming to have stumbled upon it so nonchalantly. Chunshur's grandmother spoke earnestly. Xiaoshur, we support your interests, but you must prioritize. Whether you choose the path of a trainer or a breeder, we are here to provide our utmost support. However, the road of a researcher is fraught with challenges. Chunshur approached and sat beside his grandmother. Rest assured, Grandma, I am merely dabbling in research and will not neglect my responsibilities. I am already a junior researcher, so you need not worry. His grandfather stared at him in astonishment. The one with severe indecision is you? Yes, didn't I mention it before? Listening to his grandson's grand declarations, the elderly couple found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, Chunshur's grandmother seemed to come to terms with it, realizing that they could not restrain him. It was too late for that. They would have to let him be. Chunshur's grandfather, however, was more accepting, understanding that some prodigies simply defy conventional reasoning. Miss Drevis, Chapter 26, confirming the fairy type to grandparents. Well, what else have you discovered, my dear? Ask Grandpa. And there's also Mega Evolution. Haven't I demonstrated it for you? Chunshur replied. Grandpa Chun was taken aback, recalling the demonstration. Indeed, Mega Evolution was something his grandson had created. However, this information was far too significant to be disclosed at present. Is there anything else? Chunshur scratched his head, feeling it best not to conceal anything from his grandparents. There's an entirely new type. Oh, just a new type? Grandpa Chun nodded, then suddenly stood up, his voice rising dramatically. What did you say? Chunshur rushed to steady him, exclaiming, Oh dear, please don't get too excited. What if you hurt yourself? Grandma Chun trembled slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Young man, you mustn't jest. This is monumental. Are you truly not deceiving your grandmother? Chunshur bristled at her words. How could I ever deceive you? Besides, my name alone signifies my honesty. Ignoring his grandson's antics, Grandpa Chun firmly grasped his hands and inquired, "How did you discover this? Do you have any evidence?" Both Florges and Togepi are Pokémon of this new type. As for how I found it, Chun Shi pondered for a moment before continuing. During my travels, I developed a new energy cube. Florges and Togepi adored it, and I found it suited them well, so I continued to provide it to them. After numerous validations, I am convinced it represents a completely new type, which I have named Fairy. The elderly couple was instantly taken aback. This was a fantastical revelation. "Are you filming a television show?" Once he regained his composure, Grandpa Chun inquired, "Does this new type require the energy cube to replenish its internal energy? Is it possible that no one discovered it before because no one created such an energy cube?" Grandma Chun pondered, finding the explanation plausible. However, Chinshir countered his grandfather's hypothesis with an explanation. "This new type does not rely on the energy cube for its awakening. Let me illustrate. What if all ghost-type energy in the world vanished? Eventually, they would be unable to utilize ghost-type moves, leading to their disappearance. Now, if I were to present a ghost-type energy cube during that time." Grandpa Chin's eyes widened as he grasped his grandson's implication. "Are you suggesting that the fairy type was previously undetected because all fairy-type energy disappeared from the world, and now it is gradually returning?" "Precisely. I inadvertently developed a fairy-type energy cube, which enabled Florges and Togepi to awaken to this type. Even if I hadn't created the fairy-type energy cube, the type would eventually be discovered, as fairy-type energy is resurging in the world." The elderly couple stood in stunned silence. The news their grandson shared was indeed staggering. Had they not heard it from him, they would have thought him mad. "How can you be certain it is the fairy-type energy in the world that is reviving, rather than your energy cube causing Florges to awaken?" Chun Shi organized his thoughts and explained, "Firstly, consider the time. I captured Florges 7 months ago, while Togepi only 3 months ago. Florges has been consuming this energy cube for 7 months, whereas Togepi for only 3. Moreover, Florges is a final evolution Pokémon. Logically, Florges should awaken before Togepi. Don't you agree?" Grandpa and Grandma Chun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasoning. However, Chun Shi continued, "Both Florges and Togepi awakened on the same day, simultaneously learning unknown moves. I do not believe this is mere coincidence. It surely indicates that something has changed in the world, that fairy-type energy is returning. Thus, they both awakened on the same day." Upon hearing this, the elderly couple found it reasonable, yet words alone were not enough to convince them. Grandpa Chun wished to witness it himself for reassurance. Understanding their lingering doubts, Chun Shi led his grandparents outside to the garden, where Florges awaited. "Florges, could you please gather some fairy-type energy for my grandparents to see?" Without hesitation, Florges focused her fairy energy into her hands. The elderly couple gazed in astonishment at the purple energy she manifested, clearly distinct from any of the other 17 types. Indeed, who would have thought Florges was not a grass-type Pokémon, but a fairy type? Upon witnessing this new energy, the last vestiges of doubt dissipated from the grandparents' hearts. Grandpa Chun looked at his grandson and sighed deeply. This is no mere talent. This is sheer genius. Chapter 27. The black market in the living room of the Chun family villa. Grandpa Chun inquired of his grandson regarding the matter of the fairy-type Pokémon. Without much concern, Chun Shi replied, "Currently, the fairy type has not yet revived in this world. For now, I can only rely on my energy cubes to awaken them. I plan to keep this hidden for the time being and will announce it when the fairy type fully resurfaces. By then, I should at least be able to secure a position as a top researcher." Grandma Chun wholeheartedly supported this approach, although she felt a twinge of regret. Had it not been for his limited foundation in his youth, having only released 3 evolutionary forms of Pokémon, he might have even been able to attain a doctorate by the time the fairy type was announced. Grandpa Chun shared this sentiment, feeling a sense of loss for his grandson. However, Chun Shi's expression turned peculiar. "What if we factor in Mega Evolution?" The elderly couple was momentarily taken aback, then their excitement surged. Grandpa Chun slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Yes, there's also Mega Evolution. With the addition of a Mega Evolution, it would certainly be enough for Chun Shi to aspire to a doctorate." The two elders were remarkably open-minded, Although they hailed from a lineage of breeders, they did not impose restrictions on their grandson's development. If Chinshur were to become a doctor, they would be equally delighted and proud. Ha ha, splendid. Absolutely splendid. Grandpa Chun laughed heartily. The last time he felt such joy was when Chinshur demonstrated intermediate breeding capabilities at the age of 11. Grandma Chun gazed at her grandson with immense pride, thoroughly satisfied. Suddenly, Chinshur asked, Grandpa, speaking of Mega Evolution, how goes the collection of Mega Evolution stones? You mustn't forget. Grandpa Chun chuckled, you little rascal. Don't worry, Grandpa hasn't forgotten. However, since I can only collect them discreetly, I've only managed to find 3. Saying this, he pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket and tossed it to Chinshur. Excitedly, Chinshur opened it, only to find that the stones were for Charizard X, Gyarados, and Porygon Z, none of which were the Mega Evolution stone he had hoped for. Noticing Chinshur's disappointed expression, Grandpa Chun asked, What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with these? Chinshur shook his head. It's not that I'm dissatisfied. They just aren't of use to me. We'll collect them gradually. There's no rush, he added, understanding the sentiment. And he stuffed the Mega Evolution stones into his pocket. Just as he was about to head upstairs to write his paper, he suddenly remembered something. Grandpa, you haven't told me whether we have any metal films at home. Grandpa Chun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. We truly don't have any. You should go buy some. You only need the standard quality anyway. Take your grandma's Garchomp and head to Zijing City. It's unlikely you'll find any in Luin Town. Hearing this, Grandma Chun produced a Pokeball. Take this. It will be good for that silly creature to go out for a walk. Chinshur smiled as he accepted the Pokeball, then gathered a few items before heading straight for the back mountain. In front of the Dragonite cave, Dragonite was still teaching Dratini, while Garchomp lounged leisurely in the sun. At that moment, Dratini's Draco meteor was already taking shape, capable of bursting in the sky before raining down. Clearly, Dratini had mastered the move, and now it only needed to enhance its proficiency. Upon seeing Chinshur approach, Dratini excitedly pointed to the craters created by the Draco meteors, beaming with pride. Yes, I know our Dratini is the best. Make sure to learn well from Sister Dragon. Dratini beamed with confidence, patting its belly to indicate it would put in the effort. Hearing that they were merely going out to buy something, Dratini lost interest and flew back to learn from Dragonite. Next, Chinshur approached the sunbathing Garchomp and took out a bottle of wine. The scent wafted through the air, prompting Garchomp to rise. Would you like some? Garchomp nodded enthusiastically. However, it hesitated, uncertain about acting without its trainer's command. Chinshur understood its hesitation and showed it a Pokeball. Garchomp immediately stood up, turning its back to Chinshur. Come on up, little brother. Outside Zijing City, as the city center prohibited riding flying Pokémon, Garchomp landed with Chinshur in an open area outside the city. To be honest, while Garchomp was fast, it was not particularly suitable for riding. Dragonite was far better as her back was spacious enough for any sitting arrangement. Soon, after entering the city, Chinshur found a department store and directly asked a clerk, Where can I find metal films? The clerk looked taken aback. I'm sorry, sir, but we are out of stock on metal films. Out of stock? Chinshur was stunned. How could that be? Yes, sir. You can place a reservation, and we will have new stock in 2 days. Chinshur waved his hand. Forget it. I'll check elsewhere. I'm terribly sorry, sir. It's all right. Afterward, Chinshur visited 2 more shops selling items, but unfortunately, the outcome was disappointing. Walking along the streets of Zijing City, Chinshur scratched his head, pondering why it was so difficult to procure even a metal film. Was today an auspicious day? Suddenly, he recalled the place his grandfather had taken him to. He immediately turned around, navigating through winding alleys until he discovered a secluded bar. Chinshur approached the counter, found the bar owner, and tossed him 10,000 alliance coins. Take me downstairs. The bar owner accepted the money without any further ado and led him to a small room. Upon opening the cabinet inside, a staircase leading downwards appeared before him. The bar owner asked, Do you need a cloak and mask? No need. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinshur descended the stairs. The bar owner shook his head, muttering under his breath about the foolishness of youth. Upon descending the staircase, he was greeted by a vast underground space. The pathways were lined with various stalls selling rare materials and items. Most of the surrounding individuals wore black cloaks and masks, making Chunshur feel distinctly out of place. Ignoring the peculiar glances from those around him, Chunshur perused the stalls. Most of the items were replicas, some so convincing that it would be difficult to discern their authenticity without his system panel. Soon, he halted before a stall manned by a vendor in a black cloak. Picking up an item, he inquired, "How much for this stone?" The vendor glanced up and quoted a price. 100,000. All right. Chunshur responded promptly, placing the cash on the stall. He then took the stone and left. Glancing at the Lucario Mega Evolution stone in his hand, Chunshur suddenly realized that perhaps it was a blessing in disguise that the metal films were sold out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stumbled upon this unexpected treasure. Chapter 28. The Fireless Charmeleon. After spending $1 million to acquire 2 sheets of metallic film, Chunshur began to meander through the black market. In truth, the existence of the black market was well known to the Alliance, and it even operated under their watchful eye. The Alliance permitted such developments because sealing off one black market would merely give rise to another. Wherever there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Such phenomena are unavoidable. Thus, as long as one does not go too far, the Alliance tends to turn a blind eye. Just as Chunshur contemplated departing, a stunted Charmeleon confined within an iron cage caught his attention. Pokémon. Charmeleon level 34, Advanced Intermediate, Potential, Near Champion, Diminishing, Ability, Blaze Gender, Male Skills, Scratch, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Cut, Dragon Claw, Draco Meteor, Origin Pulse, Dragon Tail. What a remarkable creature, with near champion potential and over 30 levels yet to evolve. It also inherited 3 dragon-type skills. This little one must have an extraordinary lineage. Its father is undoubtedly a pure-blooded dragon-type Pokémon. Chunshur approached the cage, gazing into the creature's eyes. The stall owner, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, noticed Chunshur's interest and promptly began his pitch. "Ah, young sir, you have taken a liking to this Charmeleon? This is one of the fire starters from Kanto, and we went to great lengths to obtain it. If you're interested, shall we discuss the price?" Chunshur merely replied, "I am merely observing." His gaze remained fixed on the Charmeleon's eyes. At that moment, the Charmeleon lifted its head and glanced at him, indifferent to Chunshur's presence. Having been sold multiple times, it had grown accustomed to being treated as a mere commodity. Reflecting on its past, the Charmeleon's expression darkened, yet deep down, a flicker of defiance remained. Why could it not breathe fire? Why was it unable to evolve? Why were the feats that came easily to other Charmeleons so unattainable for it, despite its relentless efforts? Unbeknownst to the Charmeleon, the youth before it had his eyes alight, as if he had discovered a precious gem. Chunshur was unperturbed by the Charmeleon's physical shortcomings or temperament. His concern lay solely in whether it had lost its spirit. He turned to the hook-nosed man and declared, "I will take this Charmeleon." The stall owner was elated. He relished dealing with affluent customers who rarely haggled. After a brief moment of hesitation, he tentatively quoted a price. 1 million. That's acceptable. Chunshur responded without a hint of hesitation. 1 million for a near-champion Charmeleon was an extraordinary bargain. The stall owner, delighted by Chunshur's swift agreement, felt his greed surge. "Ah, young sir, I mistakenly quoted a price. It will be 2 million. Chunshur was taken aback, then chuckled softly. "Where's the Pokeball for this little one?" The stall owner, believing he had secured a deal, gleefully retrieved a Pokeball from behind him. Without delay, Chunshur took the Pokeball and captured the Charmeleon. He then produced another Pokeball from his waist, releasing his Garchomp. Garchomp emanated an aura of a peak Pokémon champion, its formidable presence enveloping the entire black market like a heavy hammer, plunging it into a profound silence. No one dared utter a word, and some timid individuals were even struck with fear. Observing the pale-faced stall owner, Chunshur asked, "I grant you one opportunity to rephrase your offer. Tell me, how much is it now?" The stall owner trembled, stuttering, "Why, young sir, I only need 1 million. Chunshur shook his head and tossed a 100 Alliance coin before him. "I'm inclined to offer you 1 million when you first quoted it, but now I'm willing to grant you only 100. Laughter erupted from the crowd. What a fool. If he dares to flaunt himself here, he must have some backing. Who would be foolish enough to provoke such a person? Others chimed in, indeed. I was right beside them. He initially offered 1 million, and the young man accepted, only for him to raise it to 2 million. Now he has lost everything, reduced to a mere 100. How laughable! The stall owner's face flushed, but he dared not retort, hastily gathering his belongings and fleeing. Upon arriving home, Chunshur hurriedly prepared to leave once more, as he had a Charmeleon awaiting him. However, Garchomp was not pleased and tugged at Chunshur's clothing. What is the meaning of this, brother? I even put in extra effort during the black market escapade. Now you turn your back on me? Chunshur smirked and handed Garchomp 3 bottles of liquor from his backpack. Satisfied, Garchomp realized he had received more than he anticipated, pondering whether this was a form of overtime compensation. After patting Chunshur on the shoulder, Garchomp expressed, "Brother, call me next time for such endeavors." Chunshur waved him off and dashed into the villa, racing upstairs. This left his grandparents perplexed. What could be causing such a hurried commotion? Once in his room, Chunshur released the Charmeleon and extended his hand. "Hello, Charmeleon. I am Chunshur, and I shall be your trainer from now on." The Charmeleon, gazing at the gentle smile of the youth before it, reciprocated with a firm shake. However, it soon pointed to its tail, which flickered with a faint flame, and then opened its mouth, straining to produce a fiery breath, but only wisps of black smoke emerged. Chunshur nodded thoughtfully. "You wish to convey that you cannot utilize fire-type skills?" The Charmeleon nodded in affirmation. "Are you content with this? Do you aspire to grow stronger? In this world, all beauty must be fought for, some with sincerity, others with strength. Do you truly wish to remain a Charmeleon devoid of merit?" The Charmeleon's eyes dimmed. "Yet, some things cannot be changed by mere desire. I have exerted myself tirelessly, training day in and day out, yet I still cannot breathe fire. What more can I do?" Suddenly, a warm hand rested upon its head. "Trust me, Charmeleon, you are no less worthy than any Pokémon. I will aid you. I shall heal your affliction and help you grow strong. One day, we will stand together upon the highest stage, and those who once looked down upon you will have no choice but to gaze up in awe. What do you say? Are you willing to be my partner?" Tears streamed down the Charmeleon's face, and upon hearing those final words, it let out a fierce roar. "I'm willing." Chapter 29. The Charmander's predicament here. "You must be famished. Have this." Chunshur produced some high-grade rations for Charmander. Charmander, ravenous, seized the offering and devoured it voraciously. "Beldum." A mechanical voice resonated in Chunshur's ears. Turning, he saw Beldum. It had been awake for some time, but refrained from interrupting the interaction between its trainer and Charmander. As Charmander ate, it finally approached, conveying its sentiments. Chunshur stroked its metallic body, a pang of remorse washing over him. "Forgive me, Beldum. I failed to notice you earlier." Beldum blinked, indicating it was unconcerned. Chunshur smiled. "You wish to engage in combat as well?" Beldum nodded. Even within its community, it knew it was distinct from its brethren, not only in its coloration, but in every facet. It was larger and more intelligent. Beldum had witnessed the battles of the Metagross chieftain and the Bastiodon chieftain, cataclysmic events etched in its memory. A mere shockwave could have extinguished it dozens of times over, leaving it profoundly shaken. It yearned to be as formidable as the Metagross leader, not to remain a feeble Beldum. Thus, when Stephen Stone offered to take it to a trainer, it acquiesced. Many had sought to capture it before, but it found them lacking. But when Stephen brought it before the youth, an inexplicable voice arose within it. "He is the one." Without hesitation, Beldum acknowledged Chunshur as its trainer. Chunshur led Beldum to the window, indicating the Torchic and Flab be diligently training below. "Do you see them? To battle, one must train relentlessly and confront formidable adversaries. Are you daunted?" Beldum shook its head slowly. It feared neither hardship nor pain. It only desired to become powerful as the Metagross leader, or even surpass it. "Good." Chunshur smiled approvingly. The term pseudo-legendary was not solely attributed to their impressive base stats of 600. It was also because these Pokémon possessed an innate desire for strength, a trait ingrained in their very essence. Such Pokémon were exceedingly easy to nurture. One only needed to devise suitable training regimens, provide ample resources for growth, and attend to their emotional well-being. They seldom disappointed. Pokémon like Metagross, Tyranitar, and Garchomp were renowned for their ferocity. Only Dragonite and Goodra were anomalies, possessing gentle temperaments. However, when provoked, they were equally capable of annihilating opponents. Chun-Shur patted Beldum. Your immediate goal is to consume. You are on the cusp of evolution. Once you evolve into Metong, I will formulate a training plan for you. Beldum readily agreed. Chun-Shur approached Charmander, meticulously examining its physique. Charmander's failure to evolve by level 30 and its inability to produce flames suggested an underlying issue. Several factors could be responsible, but barring a congenital genetic defect, he was confident in rectifying the situation. However, his examination yielded no discernible abnormalities. Chun-Shur frowned slightly, perplexed. Charmander, observing its trainer's furrowed brow, grew increasingly apprehensive. Was it truly beyond help? Remain still. I will use my psychic abilities to examine you. Remember, do not resist. Charmander immediately complied, closing its eyes and allowing its new trainer to investigate. Chun-Shur unleashed his psychic powers, scrutinizing Charmander's body. The results were astonishing. The creature's body was saturated with dragon-type energy, suppressing its native fire-type energy. It would be miraculous if you could conjure flames. It was no wonder it had not evolved at such a high level. Its primary energy was insufficient to sustain evolution. After contemplation, Chun-Shur decided to consult his grandparents. He might be mistaken. Seeking assistance from one's elders was not shameful. An elder in the family was a treasure. Rest assured, I have identified the cause and will resolve it. I will take you to my grandparents. They will examine you. Charmander's eyes lit up with delight. Nodding vigorously and following Chun-Shur downstairs. Grandfather, grandmother, please examine this child. Chun-Shur located his grandparents downstairs, gesturing to Charmander. The elderly couple frowned upon seeing the frail Charmander. Grandpa Chun immediately began examining Charmander. The flame on this Charmander's tail is weak, yet its vitality appears undiminished. The issue likely lies with its internal fire-type energy. Furthermore, its strength is at the advanced mid-level, yet it has not evolved. Chun-Shur marveled at the wisdom of the aged, who discerned the problem at a glance. Grandfather, it has inherited 3 dragon-type moves. The dragon-type energy within it is alarmingly high, suppressing its fire-type energy, preventing it from even producing a spark. Grandpa Chun shook his head. Its dragon-type energy is not the only remarkable aspect. Its talent is extraordinary, comparable to your Swampert in its youth. Grandma Chin's interest piqued. She and her husband had exerted considerable effort to cultivate Swampert's talent in its youth. That this Charmander could rival Swampert was intriguing. Sure, where did you find this Charmander? Chun-Shur recounted the events at the black market without reservation. The elderly couple did not judge their grandson's actions. In this world, the strong preyed upon the weak. Might made right. Chun-Shur inquired, Grandfather, how should I address Charmander's condition? Charmander gazed expectantly at the old man, hoping his ailment could be remedied. Replenish its fire-type energy with fire-type resources. However, patience is paramount. Its body is currently too weak. Prioritize nourishment. Once Charmander recovers, it should evolve expeditiously. An imperfect evolution would severely compromise its potential. Chun-Shur concurred with his grandfather's assessment and stroked Charmander's head. Charmander, you must focus on recuperating. Once you have recovered, you can evolve and become stronger. Charmander clenched its tiny fist, its gaze hardening with resolve. Chapter 30. Steelix's grandfather. Do we have any fire-type resources at home? After a moment of contemplation, Grandpa Chin replied, Indeed, we have a few high-grade firestones. I will have Shinado fetch them for you shortly. Furthermore, I will ask your grandmother to craft a special energy block for your little Charmander. I believe it will recover swiftly. Chin was overjoyed. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. The elderly couple merely smiled, content in their grandson's discovery of such a gifted Charmander. To them, this was a trivial matter. Suddenly, Chun, cradling his Charmander, approached his grandmother. Grandma, I wish to entrust you with the fairy-type energy block I've developed. My skills are lacking, and I've only managed to create a mid-level fairy-type energy block. Do you think you could improve upon it? Oh, Grandma Chin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Do tell me about this recipe. After a brief moment of thought, Chin explained, 80 g of sweet peach, 7 g of persimmon, 30 g of misty fruit, 100 g of toasted fruit, 25 g of yuet fruit, 5 g of thunder fruit, and 5 g of lightning fruit. Grandma Chun was increasingly astonished. This was indeed a mixture of 7 different fruits for an energy block. The quantity of fruits was ample enough to produce a top-tier energy block. Feeling slightly embarrassed under her astonished gaze, Chun scratched his head and added, I initially intended to make a high-level energy block, but I'm unsure if it was my technique or the order of addition that caused it to result in only mid-level fairy energy blocks. Upon hearing this, Grandma Chun fervently pondered the mixing method of these fruits. Chun then dashed upstairs, retrieving an energy block that Madame Flower typically consumed, presenting it to his grandmother for her inspection. She gently took a bite, savoring the flavor. Finally, Grandma Chun remarked, I've never made such an energy block before. I'll need to study it further. Please bring me a few more. Chun readily agreed, even demonstrating the energy block manufacturing machine he had in his backpack. With a bemused smile, he reminded her, Grandma, don't forget about my Charmander. Remember to make him an energy block as well. Grandpa Chun chuckled. Your grandmother tends to lose herself in interesting pursuits. Worry not. If she forgets, I shall assist you. Chun was merely jesting. He had no real concern about his grandmother's forgetfulness, for both grandparents always devoted their utmost care to his affairs. As the grandfather and grandson engaged in light conversation, a figure suddenly burst through the front door. Brother Chun, I caught a Steelix. It's an elite-level Steelix. Seeing Furong in such disarray, Chun inquired with concern. Did you encounter any dangers? Wiping the dust from her face, Furong nonchalantly replied, No, it was just that this Steelix loves to burrow. I had quite a time locating it. Brother Chun, look, I've captured the Steelix. Furong said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Chun, her meaning unmistakable. With a sigh of resignation, Chun replied, I didn't bring any money with me, but I'll pay you later. Okay. Furong nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Afterward, Chun took the Pokeball and stepped outside to release the Steelix. A flash of red light illuminated the space, revealing a Steelix that was barely clinging to life before him. Steelix, I've summoned you to request your assistance. I know how you can evolve. You simply need to cooperate with me. I will heal your wounds, and once you evolve, I shall release you. What do you think? Steelix regarded the human before him with uncertainty, unsure whether to trust his words. After all, he was now a captive, and there was no need for Chun to deceive him. Considering this, Steelix thought it made sense. He was already caught, and there was no escaping his fate. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Chun smiled, administering a spray of healing medicine before asking Shinado to provide a drop of life water. Steelix's condition improved significantly, and his painful expression eased. This place was where Grandpa and Grandma concocted potions and energy blocks, and every afternoon, Chun would accompany his grandfather to learn. Grandpa Chun led him to the corner teleportation device. Without further ado, Chun retrieved his camera to document the moment, then released Steelix. In this confined space, Steelix found it challenging to maneuver. As soon as he emerged, he gazed at Chun with confusion. Now bite onto this, Chun instructed, placing the Pokeball into one of the teleportation machine slots. After setting the destination to their home teleportation device, Chun activated the machine. In an instant, the Pokeball vanished from the slot and reappeared in another. Chun then opened the Pokeball, and a radiant glow of evolution emanated from Steelix. On the other side, Grandpa Chun was astonished. He had never imagined such a method of evolution existed in the world. He pondered how these Pokémon evolved before the teleportation device was invented. Moments later, a magnificent Steelix, gleaming with a metallic sheen, materialized before them. Its physical features included a gray body, crimson eyes, and a tail resembling a spike. After shutting off the camera, Chun inquired of Steelix, how do you feel? Steelix shifted its body, reveling in a sensation of unparalleled well-being. Although the space felt too constricted for his comfort, it would have been splendid if it were larger, for the satisfaction in Steelix's eyes was unmistakable. Grandpa Chun approached, exclaiming, I never expected Steelix to evolve in such a manner. Truly remarkable. Chun chuckled in response. Pokémon, in essence, are indeed wondrous. Chapter 31. The rising prominence of severe choice paralysis that evening, a paper ignited considerable excitement on the researcher forum. The paper, titled on how onyx evolves into steelix, was accompanied by a corroborated video. Although it presented only a single instance, discerning observers readily recognized that steelix's status as the evolved form of onyx had been firmly established. Truly remarkable. Who is this individual with severe choice paralysis, who has unearthed a new evolutionary form? The younger generation is indeed formidable. We are growing old. At that moment, Professor Oak chimed in with a comment. What a brilliant idea. Who would have thought to utilize the unique magnetic field of the transport machine to stimulate onyx's evolution? Also joining the discussion was a researcher from the Hoenn region, who stated, "Indeed, it is an exceptionally ingenious concept. Perhaps many Pokémon could evolve through this method." The Alliance staff, recognizing the weight of these remarks from notable figures, were compelled to act. Subsequently, Chunshur's account was marked with a designation, Junior Researcher. However, Chunshur was indifferent to this title. He held little regard for the role of a junior researcher, which primarily consisted of assisting senior and top researchers. Given the quality of his 3 papers, attaining the status of a mid-level researcher would have been entirely feasible. Yet, for someone like him, whose identity remained undisclosed, being granted the title of junior researcher was already a commendable achievement. In Sinnoh, at the Historical Research Institute, Mustard Green gazed in awe at the paper before her. The individual with severe choice paralysis truly is a genius. One can hardly fathom how he conceived such an idea. She wondered what kind of person he was and why he chose not to use his real name. At that moment, Cynthia arrived to deliver a meal to her grandmother and overheard the conversation. Puzzled, she asked, "Grandma, what are you talking about? What do you mean by not using a real name?" Mustard Green turned and pointed to the paper on the computer, saying, "It refers to this individual with severe choice paralysis. He has published a new paper about steelix, and his method of evolution is remarkably unique, utilizing the special magnetic field during transport. Truly an extraordinary talent." Cynthia's expression darkened. She was well aware of who this individual was. Her own Glacian had evolved with his assistance. Moreover, did this username not reflect her very essence? Cynthia scoffed inwardly, vowing not to let their paths cross. "What's wrong, Nana?" Mustard Green noticed her granddaughter's discontent and inquired with concern. After a moment's hesitation, Cynthia decided to confide in her grandmother, knowing she would eventually find out. With a frown, Cynthia replied, "This person is Chunshur." Mustard Green was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. No wonder her granddaughter had a Glacian, while that young man possessed a Leafeon. What a perfect match. However, Mustard Green seemed to have realized something else. If this individual was indeed Chunshur from her granddaughter's childhood, then it became clear who this individual with severe choice paralysis was. Her granddaughter was admirable in many ways, but she did indeed struggle with significant choice paralysis. With this thought, Mustard Green teasingly regarded Cynthia. "Nana, it seems you're now quite famous. I imagine all the prominent researchers are now aware of your name." Cynthia's ears flushed red. She wished she could immediately confront Chunshur and chastise him for such a ridiculous name. Meanwhile, at a farm in Green Shade Town, Chunshur couldn't help but sneeze. "Who is cursing me?" he exclaimed. Beside him, Furong, who was counting money, paused and asked, "Brother Chunshur, are you sure you aren't coming down with a cold?" Chunshur grimaced, retorting, "What cold? I am perfectly healthy." Just then, Chikorita flew over, pointing toward the refrigerator. She had completed her training tasks for the day, and it was time for ice cream. Upon receiving permission from her trainer, Chikorita adeptly opened the refrigerator and retrieved an ice cream bar. Settling onto the sofa, she savored her treat with delight. Chunshur shook his head, pondering the whereabouts of his Swampert and Leafeon. However, his concern was not for their safety. Rather, he simply missed them. Since their capture, Leafeon and Swampert had not been away from him for this long. Dragonite was easier to locate. They had just met earlier that day, although it had yet to evolve past level 56. Chunshur speculated that Dragonite was leveling too quickly, and Salamence was preventing further evolution. Sometimes, rapid advancement could be detrimental. Steady progress is often the key to longevity. Moreover, there was the issue of team composition. While others fielded Sandstorm or Rain teams, Chunshur had a rather haphazard lineup. He never selected Pokémon based on synergy. He simply captured those with whom he felt a connection, regardless of compatibility. Of course, talent was also a factor. Chunshi's current roster was not necessarily poor, but achieving synergy among them was quite challenging. In wild battles, he would be at a disadvantage. However, in official competitions, he was not so easily targeted. Additionally, after hearing his grandfather's remarks last time, Chunshi resolved to publish more papers to expand his influence and raise his profile. In doing so, when Fairy type and Mega Evolution were announced, he might very well ascend to the status of a researcher. This prospect held unimaginable benefits for Chunshi. Since receiving a piece of the Griseous orb from his grandfather, his mind had been racing with possibilities. If even the two elderly gentlemen from the Pokémon Center could access such resources, within such a vast alliance, legendary-level resources must be plentiful. Chunshi needed to wield sufficient leverage to acquire these items from the alliance. Mega Evolution and Fairy types were his two greatest assets. Chapter 32. Chunshi vs. Fu Rong. A week has elapsed once again. During this period, Grandma Chun successfully crafted a high-level fairy energy cube. After Madame Huajia consumed it for 4 days, she acquired a skill that astonished Chunshi. Magic Radiance. This skill can be regarded as the hallmark attack of the fairy type. The fact that Madame Huajia learned it signifies that her internal fairy energy has reached a considerable level. Consequently, the skill she can learn will undoubtedly multiply. As for Pokekiji, there has been no noteworthy progress. This little fellow diligently practices the air/skill daily, adhering to Chunshi's instructions. His proficiency is commendable, as he can now unleash an air slash in approximately 2 seconds. Duolanki's level remains unchanged, yet his mastery of various dragon-type skills is soaring. He can execute Dragon Dance within a mere 3 seconds, which is indeed a remarkable feat, considering that a Dragonite requires over 2 seconds to perform the same. One must remember how long Dragonite has been around compared to Duolanki's age. Thus, for Duolanki to achieve Dragon Dance in over 3 seconds is truly impressive. Then there is the heavyweight contender, the shiny Iron Dumbbell. It evolved into a metal monster yesterday and, during the evolution, consumed Grandpa's potential potion, now boasting champion-level talent. Immediately after evolving, it eagerly rushed off to train, appearing as though it wishes to compete with the little fire dragon. Brother Chunshi, beside Madame Huajia's garden. Chunshi opened his eyes and gazed at the approaching Fu Rong. What brings you here? My little spirit has broken through to gym leader level. Fu Rong proclaimed proudly, her head held high, reminiscent of a little rooster. Chunshi responded with a nonchalant expression. And then, to be frank, Chunshi was hardly surprised by the Night Spirit's advancement to gym leader level. He simply could not fathom Fu Rong's intent. Was she here to boast or seek something else? Let me challenge your Duolong to a match, Fu Rong declared confidently. Chunshi chuckled. Are you certain? He could not understand where this girl derived her confidence. Although Duolong had not yet reached its final evolution, it was swift, and Fu Rong's Night Spirit was hardly a match. Of course, I have faith in my little spirit, Fu Rong insisted, still brimming with confidence. Very well, Chunshi acquiesced. Let us proceed to the back mountain, where we can battle. Before the Dragonite Cave, Chunshi found Duolong. Duolong, Fu Rong's Night Spirit wishes to battle you. Duolanki cast a keen glance at the Night Spirit, and upon realizing it had reached gym leader level, eagerly nodded in agreement. He had not forgotten that he lost his first battle after evolving, and this Night Spirit presented an opportune challenge. Let the battle commence. Chunshi led Fu Rong a little farther from the Dragonite Cave, finding a clearing. Although Fu Rong exuded confidence, she remained cautious within. She understood that Duolong was not an easy opponent, yet she had her own trump card, which emboldened her to propose the duel. In the clearing, the two stood facing each other. Go, Duolong. We shall also enter the fray, little spirit. Duolanki soared into the arena, followed by the Night Spirit. Chunshi smiled. Let's begin. Duolanki, Phantom Assault. Little Spirit employed gravity. As Duolong plunged into the alternate dimension, the Night Spirit summoned a gravitational field. Gravity was critical for the Night Spirit, which lacks speed, as it typically excels in physical attack, while possessing average special attack. For the speed-oriented duolong, without this skill, it would be nearly impossible to defeat a higher level and faster opponent. This must have been Fu Rong's source of confidence. By utilizing gravity while duolong was in the alternate dimension, its speed would inevitably be compromised upon emerging. If the Night Spirit could seize the opportunity, it might even secure a swift victory, as the two Pokémon naturally countered each other, and Duolong's stamina was not robust, presenting a potential opening for Fu Rong. Little did she know that Chen Shi was quite astute. From their first encounter, he had taken note of the Night Spirit's skill and would certainly be prepared. After the attack, he commanded, defend, and then use Odd Laser. As Duolong emerged, it immediately executed Ice Punch. The commands rang out once more, yet Fu Rong's expression darkened. At that very moment, Duolong burst from the alternate dimension, and the ghostly energy struck the Night Spirit fiercely. It immediately raised a green barrier, successfully blocking the oncoming Ice Punch. Quickly, evade Little Spirit. Fu Rong shouted anxiously. However, how could Duolong grant her such an opportunity? It conjured 3 peculiar orbs of light, bombarding the Night Spirit. This attack inflicted minimal damage, but left the Night Spirit in a state of confusion. Now, the Night Spirit felt as though Duolong surrounded it from every direction. Chen Shi smiled slightly. The young girl still had much to learn. At such a close range, having just been struck by Phantom Assault, how could the Night Spirit possibly evade the Odd Laser? At this juncture, a tit-for-tat strategy would be most effective. Yet, Chen Shi continued to speak. Phantom Assault, create distance. In the real world, Phantom Assault need not always serve as an offensive maneuver. It could also be employed to retreat or to create distance. Duolong comprehended Chen Shi's intention, flicking its tail to dive back into the alternate dimension. In its disoriented state, the Night Spirit could no longer pose any threat to Duolong. Just a couple of shadow balls would suffice to conclude the bout. However, this was merely a friendly spar. There was no necessity to render the Night Spirit incapable of battle. Brother Chen Shi, I concede. As Duolong emerged from the alternate dimension, it instantly heard the words of surrender from its opponent, filling it with joy. It eagerly dashed to Chen Shi, seeking praise. Excellent work, Chen Shi readily commended, giving it a thumbs up. Our Duolong is the strongest. Chapter 33. Departure of Fu Rong. Do not fret. The Dark Night Spirit has not sustained significant injury. A spritz of healing spray will suffice. Chen Shi reassured the anxious Fu Rong as he approached her, producing the pre-prepared medicine to tend to the Dark Night Spirit. Blushing, Fu Rong expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chen Shi. The young girl felt somewhat embarrassed about her defeat in the match. Please, first return the Dark Night Spirit to its Pokeball. As they walked, Chen Shi advised Fu Rong, your experience in battles is rather limited. You tend to panic when confronted with challenges. I recommend engaging in more battles with others. It will greatly benefit you. Moreover, to think you would pit the Dark Night Spirit against a swift Pokémon like Duraludon, was that not akin to stepping into the line of fire? Fu Rong's face fell. She recalled that during her time at the Sending God Volcano, her grandparents had used a similarly agile Pokémon, Gengar, against her Dark Night Spirit. However, as long as her little spirit deployed gravity to restrict the opponent's speed, victory was easily within reach. Why then, had it failed against Duraludon? Unbeknownst to her, her grandparents had merely allowed her to win, wishing to bring her joy. While gravity is indeed a formidable move, it is not infallible. With proper preparation, the Dark Night Spirit could easily be outmaneuvered. Brother Chen Shi, what do you think I should do? Fu Rong inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Shi suggested, I believe you should venture outside more often. Engage in battles to accumulate experience. Fu Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I go out now? She did not need to ask further. Chen Shi's words implied he was encouraging her to explore. As they strolled, Chen Shi reflected that it was indeed time for this young girl to experience the world beyond her confines. Keeping her sheltered was not beneficial. Wisdom cannot merely be taught. It must be experienced firsthand. Fantastic! Fu Rong exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. At last, she could go outside. The latter part of Chen Shi's statement had been selectively forgotten, as nothing was more pressing for her than the prospect of adventure. Let's hurry. Slow down. There is no need to rush. Chen Shi chided, recalling his grandparents' tendencies. In the Chun family S-Hall, the elderly couple pondered their grandson's words with concern. They worried for the girl's innocence. Should any misfortune befall her, how would they explain it to their old friends? After all, those friends had but one granddaughter, and if anything were to happen to her, grandfather Chen would find it difficult to face them again. Yet, the couple understood that Furong must eventually broaden her horizons. She could not remain tethered to the farm indefinitely. Staying within the confines of the Sending God volcano would yield no difference. Chunshur discerned his grandparents' apprehension and exchanged a knowing glance with them, signaling his intent to devise a plan. The elderly couple recognized that their grandson had always been resourceful, and like him a year prior, Furong too must eventually leave the nest. Despite their worries, they resolved to support her, nodding in agreement. Yay! Furong cheered, jumping with glee. Grandpa and Grandma, you are wonderful. Rest assured, I will keep you updated on my safety. First, gather your belongings upstairs. You will need essentials like a tent, Chunshur instructed. All right, I'll do it right away, Furong replied, bouncing up the stairs. Chunshur turned to his grandparents, suggesting, let Jengar watch over her from the shadows. Otherwise, you two will surely remain uneasy. Jengar? The ghostly Pokémon emerged from Grandma as Shadow, astonished that he was now tasked with guarding a young girl. This was quite absurd. Grandfather and grandmother Chen agreed with their grandson's reasoning. Having Jengar protect Furong made perfect sense, especially since Jengar had little else to occupy its time at home. Jengar. Upon Grandma's command, Jengar relented, casting a fierce glare at Chunshur, baring its teeth in frustration. You little rascal. After all I've done for you, you would send me to do this thankless task? Our friendship boat has capsized. Chunshur understood Jengar's sentiments, but recognized the necessity of ensuring Furong's safety. After all, her family had provided compensation for Jengar's assistance, even if it had no bearing on Jengar personally. Grandfather Chen interjected, you should also assist her in preparing some items. It is her first journey, and it is inevitable she will overlook something. Of course, Chunshur replied, ascending the stairs to help Furong pack. At the entrance of the Chun family farm, Furong, with a spatial backpack slung over her shoulders, waved goodbye to the three individuals who had come to see her off. Brother Chunshur, Grandpa, and Grandma, you need not accompany me further. Have no worries. Wait, Chunshur called out, retrieving 100,000 alliance coins and handing them to her. If you happen upon a Scyther or a Nuzleaf during your travels, please capture one for me, a high-level specimen. This is your advance payment. All right, Brother Chunshur, Furong replied cheerily, accepting the money. Goodbye, Brother Chunshur, and farewell, Grandpa and Grandma. As Furong dashed away, Grandfather Chun approached Chunshur. Why do you want a Scyther and a Nuzleaf? He asked, his lips twitching. Are you merely conducting some casual research? Chunshur nodded earnestly. Yes, just some casual research. Chapter 34. The friendship boat sails into the Sea of Love on the morning following Furong's departure. Chunshur was supervising the training of Little Fire Dragon and Metal Monster in the training grounds behind his villa. Little Fire Dragon, do not always pursue maximum attack power. You must understand that it is wise to strike 7 parts at the enemy while retaining 3 for yourself. By doing so, not only will you enhance the speed of your skill release, but you will also have the strength to respond to unexpected situations. This approach is crucial. Little Fire Dragon listened attentively, pondering for a moment before complying with Chunshur's instructions, unleashing a burst of flame. Its eyes brightened. Indeed, the skill was released more swiftly, and it retained energy for further actions. Chunshur continued, now, try to release Spark in succession. Little Fire Dragon nodded and began to release Spark in quick succession. The first 2 were executed well, but during the third, its speed of release noticeably diminished. The time taken to gather energy for the 4th and 5th sparks was even longer. Lowering its head, Little Fire Dragon felt a pang of guilt, believing it had let down its trainer. Having experienced disappointment before, it feared Chunshur might regard it as inept. However, Chunshur remained unfazed, recognizing that the fire energy within Little Fire Dragon was not yet abundant. Achieving this level was commendable. He encouraged, you are doing wonderfully, Little Fire Dragon. Continue training like this. Once you can release 5 sparks in unbroken succession, then attempt to connect them. Who knows, you might even learn a new technique. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing Chan Shi's encouragement instead of reproach, Little Fire Dragon felt warmth in its heart. Chen Shi then approached Metal Monster. Pokémon, Metal Monster level, 22, intermediate, qualification, champion ability, clear body gender, none skills, tackle, body slam, mind hammer, psychic, metal claw, bullet punch, iron defense, protect. Having just evolved, Metal Monster had already mastered 4 skills, and Chen Shi had prepared a protect skill disc for it. Metal Monster now possessed commendable combat prowess. After observing for a while, Chen Shi remarked, "Metal Monster, you have mastered bullet punch excellently. Try to fly higher and then strike your opponent with your fist, resembling a comet falling from the sky." Following the training manual, Chen Shi meticulously explained how to condense the energy for Comet Punch. Metal Monster had transformed from its initial clumsiness and was now quite intelligent. After Chen Shi's explanation, it concentrated steel energy in its claws and swiftly struck the target. Chen Shi couldn't help but applaud. This Metal Monster was remarkably clever, making it hard to imagine how astute it would become after evolving into Metagross. "All right, focus on practicing Comet Punch until you become proficient," he instructed. Metal Monster squinted its eyes in delight, feeling that it was making progress every day, growing stronger with each passing moment. This sensation was intoxicating for Metal Monster. Next, Chen Shi checked on Mrs. Flower, who was having a more arduous time since her fairy energy could only be replenished with energy cubes. Mrs. Flower had to eat while training, and after casting Magical Shine several times, she needed to find a way to quickly digest the energy cubes within her, or else she wouldn't be able to eat anymore. This process was quite taxing. However, Mrs. Flower did not complain, diligently following Chen Shi's training regimen. Observing her data, Chen Shi mused that Mrs. Flower would soon break through to the gym leader level. Then, he turned his attention to Porygon Z, who had matured somewhat after its evolution. It completed its daily training tasks meticulously, though its mischievous nature remained unchanged, albeit with less troublemaking. Watching the hardworking Pokémon, Chen Shi felt a swell of satisfaction in his heart. Regardless of what the future held, he was profoundly content with the present. In Sinnoh, within Cynthia's villa, she gazed expectantly at the Pokémon egg before her, which was adorned with cracks on its top and bottom. Surrounding her, Pokémon like Garchomp watched anxiously, understanding that this would be a future companion for living and battling together. "Come on, little one," Cynthia encouraged softly. Professor Juniper had yet to visit the research institute that day, observing the egg on the table with a tranquil demeanor. She had experienced this scene countless times before and had grown accustomed to it. The egg seemed to sense the anticipation in the air as the cracks multiplied rapidly. Soon, the top of the shell broke open, revealing a light yellow head adorned with spikes. Its tiny eyes looked up at Cynthia, making soft sounds. "Chica Chica!" Cynthia exclaimed in delight, but refrained from picking up the little creature, instead encouraging, "You still have your legs. Porygon, stretch them out." Porygon seemed to comprehend, exerting all its strength to kick, shattering the remaining shell, and its little feet emerged. The surrounding Pokémon erupted in cheers. Even Lucario joined in. They rejoiced for the arrival of this new little companion. Cynthia's beautiful face radiated joy as she hurriedly retrieved a warm towel to carefully wipe Porygon's body. She then presented a prepared bottle of milk in front of it. "Chica Chica?" Porygon looked curiously at the milk bottle, mustering courage to sniff it. Immediately, it emitted a joyful sound and began to drink eagerly. "Chica Chica!" Cynthia gently stroked its head, and Porygon accepted her affection. As the first person it encountered after birth, Porygon felt a strong affinity for Cynthia. At this moment, Professor Juniper remarked, "That child has been thoughtful, gifting you such a delightful little companion." Cynthia recalled Chen Shi's message and inquired, "Professor, do you think it is possible that Porygon evolves based on its bond with its trainer? That is, when a bond reaches a certain level, it can evolve." "Bonds?" Professor Juniper asked, her curiosity piqued. "That is indeed an intriguing hypothesis, though it sounds rather implausible." Thus, she questioned, "What leads you to this conclusion?" Cynthia pondered for a moment before responding. It was Chen Shi who suggested it. He mentioned that he had this speculation when Lucario evolved. "Lucario?" Lucario, standing behind, was taken aback. Is this what my evolution depends on? Why was I unaware? Professor Juniper continued. What about the wild Lucarios and Porygon Z? How do we explain them? Cynthia felt somewhat exasperated. Grandma, I am not a researcher. How would I know? This is what Chinshir told me. However, he spoke with certainty that both Porygon and Lucario evolved based on bonds. He also mentioned that while this concept may sound unbelievable, it indeed exists, albeit difficult to prove. He admitted that there are currently no viable methods for validation. Professor Juniper fell silent for a moment. It was not that she was unwilling to believe. Rather, the notion seemed highly dubious. The previous case of Steelix evolving through the use of a metal coat and communication was more understandable, as it involved items and special magnetic fields. Though rare, it was not beyond comprehension. However, this bond concept was different. Its abstract nature made it hard to determine its existence, raising doubts about the possibility of Pokémon evolving based on such a factor. After pondering for quite some time, without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, Dr. Giselin decided to abandon her thoughts and instead began to tease her granddaughter. You truly believe everything you said when you were younger, don't you? It seems that a girl, once grown, cannot be kept at home. Zylona's fair cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted in annoyance, Grandma, Chinshir and I are merely ordinary friends. Not the kind of relationship you are imagining. Dr. Giselin nodded gently, playfully replying, I understand. The little boat of friendship has sailed into the sea of love. Grandmother can comprehend. With a soft sigh, Zylona cradled the sleeping Pockby and departed. I shall no longer converse with you, she stated. Chapter 35. The arrival of Dao at noon. An unexpected guest arrived at the farm. Chunshur hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Dao, what brings you here today? The visitor was indeed Dao, who, upon entering, excitedly embraced Chinshur. Chinshur, we have achieved success. Your method was correct. Just last night, the world's first resurrected fossil Pokémon was born, a fossil pterosaur. Chinshur was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Devon Corporation would yield results so swiftly. The power of a prominent family was beyond his imagination, as they managed to resurrect the first fossil Pokémon merely based on a general direction. Chinshur congratulated him, saying, Then I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. You've finally overcome this challenging problem. Dao waved his hand dismissively. If it weren't for you, we would still be unsure of when we could succeed. Fortunately, my father fully supported me, allowing us to make this breakthrough in such a short time. Dao reminisced about the incredulous expressions on the researchers' faces after the fossil pterosaur was revived. The researchers had reluctantly agreed to investigate the energy of dream candles due to pressure from the chairman, harboring little hope, merely viewing it as a whimsical endeavor by the young master of the Zivki family. The notion that fossil Pokémon could be resurrected using dream energy was simply unfathomable. Chunshur, however, did not seek any credit, believing that without his reminder, the Zivki family would have eventually made the discovery on their own. He merely expedited the process. Furthermore, he had only provided a rough direction. The remarkable results were solely due to the strength of the Zivki family's research team. Thus, he shook his head and said, This is the strength of your family's research team. It has little to do with me. Let us not discuss this any further. Please come and sit down. Without waiting for Dao to retort, Chinshur led him to the living room and prepared a cup of tea. The two elders were busy in the laboratory, leaving him to brew the tea. Once seated, Dao earnestly expressed, Chinshur, I truly appreciate your information. This news has been immensely beneficial to the company and to me personally. I'm at a loss for how to thank you. Chinshur was momentarily stunned before realizing the significance of Dao's words. Although Dao was the son of Mushin and the family's primary heir, there were numerous competitors for this position within the vast Zivki family. Many were undoubtedly waiting for Dao to falter, hoping to usurp his title as the primary heir. With this achievement, Dao had likely solidified his standing. Reflecting on this, Chinshur congratulated him once more. That is indeed worthy of celebration. You need not worry about how to thank me. Simply visiting me whenever you have the time will suffice. We are friends, are we not? Dao was taken aback, feeling a warmth in his heart. Indeed, we are friends. In truth, when Dao proposed using dream candles to resurrect fossil Pokémon, Mushin had initially disagreed. Yet, Dao was insistent, even pledging his position as the family heir as collateral. Mushin realized his son was serious, leading him to rally support for the research of dream candle energy despite opposition. His unwavering belief in his first and only friend was what drove him to take this risk. Ultimately, the results did not disappoint. Last night, the first fossil pterosaur was revived, confirming Dao's faith in his friend. Have you now developed the dream energy conversion device? Dao shook his head, lamenting, due to our lack of experience with the initial resurrection, our first rudimentary energy conversion device exploded. However, we have gained valuable experience and are confident we will construct a superior device moving forward. Chunshur nodded slightly in agreement. It was understandable for them to encounter challenges during their first attempt. He then turned to inquire, have you heard about the World Championship 2 months from now? My grandfather mentioned that the league is investing heavily in this event. Dao, clearly already informed, replied, indeed, my father has mentioned the league's substantial investment as well. I heard that the top 16 contestants will each be allowed to choose a Pokémon egg. Chunshur furrowed his brow, considering that a single Pokémon egg seemed insufficient for the league's grand gesture. Dao, noticing his expression, chuckled and explained, surely you don't believe these Pokémon eggs are ordinary? Chunshur suddenly realized that with such a significant investment from the league, it was improbable they would offer commonplace Pokémon eggs. Dao continued, these eggs are extraordinary. The Pokémon within possess potential that is not inferior to the iron dumbbell I gifted you. Chunshur was utterly astonished. The iron dumbbell he received was a near champion, and with proper training and resources, it could confidently evolve into a champion-level Pokémon. Although his current Pokémon were all impressive, with Madame Hua and Yi EV having reached their final forms, enhancing their potential would be increasingly difficult. However, what lay within those eggs was potential in its purest form. Just like his Swampert, Chen's grandfather had exerted considerable effort to ensure it possessed champion potential from its initial form. Yet, the league, with its bold initiative, was offering the top 16 contestants a chance to choose one egg each, and, according to Dao, champion potential was merely the baseline. My grandfather was indeed not mistaken. The league is genuinely making a significant investment. If your claims hold true, it would be fair to say they are offering 16 future champion Pokémon. Dao shook his head, adding, but that's not all. The top 16 can also enter the league's treasury and select one item to take with them. The higher their rank, the better the items they can choose. As for what they can select, I'm not certain, but they are undoubtedly precious. Chunshur fell silent, realizing that his Pokémon, such as Duolong, needed to intensify their training. 8 hours per day simply wouldn't suffice. They must train around the clock. Chapter 36. The King's Exhibition Match. Chunshur suddenly smiled. The greater the reward, the stronger the opponent. This is quite agreeable. I am also eager to witness the caliber of geniuses from other regions. Daowu instantly felt a kinship as he harbored similar thoughts. You are correct. The greater the reward, the stronger the adversary. The two exchanged smiles before savoring their tea. This tea is truly exquisite. I regretted not being able to bring any last time, but this time I shall not hold back. Chunshur waved his hand dismissively, indicating no problem. Subsequently, Daowu continued, recently, there's been quite a stir from Yulongdu in the Kanto region. I have heard he has become a senior investigator for the Alliance. Chunshur was somewhat astonished. Is the Dodrio truly that formidable? He recalled that only those of quasi-king level could assume such a position, much like Junsha Muzi, who also held the title of senior investigator. Junsha Muzi's fast dog had already reached the late quasi-king stage. It seems that Dodrio must possess at least one quasi-king Pokémon now, which put a bit of pressure on Chunshur. It appears that Duolong needs to train even harder. Daowu's expression grew serious. Yulongdu is indeed a formidable opponent. Chunshur remarked, furthermore, there is a Kina from the Silver Academy, who is said to be quite impressive and not inferior to us. In the Sinnoh region, there is also a battle goddess, Karuna from the Kalos region. Additionally, from the newly incorporated Galar region, there is a fellow named Dan D, who reportedly has never faced defeat since his debut. A spark of excitement flickered into Wu's eyes. The prospect of competing alongside such talented individuals was immensely appealing to him. He could already envision the grandeur of the World Championship. Chun Shi added, "Do not think this is the end. There are many hidden talents yet to be unveiled. That girl possesses considerable strength as well, but she has gone on a journey. To the sacred Fire Mountain?" Dao exclaimed, "Kidding. Is she out of the ghostly realm?" "Indeed," Chun Shi nodded. Dawu shook his head, sighing, "Truly, there are countless hidden talents in this world. It takes a world championship to bring them all to light." Chun Shi's expression turned peculiar as an immature idea flashed across his mind. "Dawu, could you do me a favor?" Dawu straightened, saying, "Speak freely, as long as it is within my capability." Chun Shi had aided him greatly, and he was unsure how to express his gratitude. Now that he needed assistance, how could he refuse? Chun Shi waved his hand, reassuring him. "There is no need for such formality. It is not a significant matter. It is simply that the girl I brought from Sacred Fire Mountain has lived in the ghostly realm where she was overly protected. As for her personality, calling her Navi would be an understatement. Her grandparents entrusted me with her care to ensure she has an accurate understanding of the world. Thus, I wish to ask you to find a few individuals to deceive her for her money, to let her experience some hardships." Dawu looked at Chun Shi incredulously, his expression conveying disbelief. "Her grandparents asked you to look after her, and this is your method? You want me to find someone to swindle her money?" Chun Shi noticed Wu's peculiar expression and awkwardly cleared his throat. "Rest assured, her parents have consented to this. If that is the case, then it is no problem." Dawu nodded in agreement. "Please provide me with the girl's photograph and address. I will assist you." Chun Shi smiled broadly, internally apologizing to Fu Rong. "Fu Rong, do not hold it against your elder brother Chun Shi. I am doing this for your own good. Perhaps one day, you will even thank me for it. By the way," Wu suddenly remembered something. "I came here for another matter as well. In 3 days, there will be an exhibition match featuring the newly appointed Dark-type King Huaiwei against the Fire-type King, the esteemed Senior Mu La, in Fuyan Town. I wanted to ask if you're interested in attending." Chun Shi contemplated for a moment before agreeing. "It is indeed time to take my Pokémon out for some fresh air. Constant training is not beneficial. Duolong lacks sufficient battle experience. Moreover, Chun Shi wished to visit Meteor Waterfall, where he might acquire some Mega Stones. And right before him was a stone-digging enthusiast. If he could persuade Dawu to join, perhaps they would stumble upon some unexpected treasures. With this in mind, Chun Shi said, "I am open to the idea. I would like to see Meteor Waterfall as well. I have recently developed an interest in stones. I have heard that meteorites frequently fall there, and I wish to see what fascinating stones can be found." Upon hearing about stones, Dawu's enthusiasm ignited, and he eagerly responded, "Really? Let us dig together then. It happens that I have no pressing matters at the moment. The company is currently busy with fossil revivals, and I finally have a holiday. There is no better time than to excavate stones at Meteor Waterfall." Chun Shi's heart soared with joy. He could hardly believe how easily Dawu agreed. He had expected to have to exert considerable effort. However, this was even better, as he had expressed his recent interest in stones and subtly laid the groundwork for Mega Evolution. When the time came to collaborate with Dawu, it would not seem abrupt. "No problem at all. Shall we go today?" "That would be splendid," Dawu immediately agreed. Dawu always exhibited remarkable enthusiasm for stone digging. He nodded slightly. "You may proceed." Chun Shi wasted no time and dashed towards the back mountain. It had been a while since he had seen Yibu and Giga Lothar. This time, he would take them out for some fun. Before long, Chun Shi arrived at the back mountain and first sought out Duolong. "Duolong, I wish to take you out for some training. What do you say?" Duolong, initially puzzled about Chun Shi's intentions, was overjoyed at the prospect of being taken out for training. "This is wonderful." "Yeah." Duolong immediately danced around Chun Shi, nuzzling against him. All right. Chun Shi then turned to his sister, the Dragonite, and said, "Sister Long, I am taking Duolong out for some practice. His battle experience is too lacking." Dragonite nodded slightly. Indeed, Duolong's insufficient battle experience would hinder his development in the long run. "By the way, Sister Long, do you know where Lizard King and Giga Lothar are?" Dragonite pondered for a moment before letting out a roar towards the sky. Chun Shi understood that this was a signal for the other Pokémon nearby. Before long, Lizard King appeared, looking around curiously at Chun Shi. Chun Shi addressed him. "Lizard King, I wish to take Yibu out for some training. Otherwise, mere training is of no use. In the next moment, Giga Lothar and his family arrived. Chunshur promptly conveyed his intentions, and Giga Lothar and Emperor Nebo had no objections, leaving behind little Giga Lothar as they departed. Lachi, Giga Lothar approached Chunshur, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Chunshur glanced at Giga Lothar's data, astonished. This massive creature is already at level 55. It seems Giga Lothar's mother has put him through considerable training. Boy! Just then, the familiar call of Yi-Ibu echoed. Chunshur looked over in delight to see Yi-Ibu sprinting towards him and leaping into his arms. Yi-Ibu, it has been so long. Boy! Yi-Ibu, equality elated. Affectionately rubbed against Chunshur's chin. Chapter 37. Meteor Waterfall. Dear grandparents, in a couple of days, there will be a grand performance competition in Furnace Town, and I plan to attend. I also intend to train at Meteor Waterfall, although I am uncertain how long I will be away. I wanted to inform you both. Grandfather Chun acknowledged with a nod, continuing his potion making. Grandmother Chun expressed some concern, saying, "Why not take your Garchomp with you? The Pokémon in the depths of Meteor Waterfall are quite formidable. You must exercise caution." Chunshur waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for Garchomp, Grandma. I won't venture too deep. You needn't worry. I am quite prudent in my endeavors." "Well, if you insist." Seeing her grandson's resolve, Grandmother Chun refrained from further discussion and returned to her study of fairy-type energy cubes. After packing his belongings, Chunshur took along the Pokémon he had trained in the backyard. Charmeleon and Metong were eager to accompany him, while Porygon Z was indifferent, following Chunshur wherever he went. However, Mrs. Huajia was a bit anxious, fearing that her garden would suffer neglect. Chunshur had to seek out his shiny Gardevoir at home and requested her assistance in caring for the garden, which put Mrs. Huajia at ease. Once Chunshur and Dawu set out, an awkward realization struck them. Neither of them possessed a flying Pokémon. They couldn't ride on Dragapult, and though Metong could fly, its strength was insufficient for speed. Fortunately, Dawu noticed Chunshur's predicament and invited him to ride on his Corviknight. Thankfully, there was ample space on Corviknight's back for both of them. "Chunshur, shall we head directly to Meteor Waterfall or stop by Furnace Town first?" Dawu inquired. Chunshur immediately replied, "There's little point in going to Furnace Town now. Let us head straight to Meteor Waterfall to mine for stones." Dawu had no objections and directed Corviknight towards Meteor Waterfall. Chunshur, perplexed, asked, "Aren't you going to prepare any supplies?" Chunshur's lips twitched. He had indeed made preparations. "You're not planning to go to Meteor Waterfall yourself, are you?" After more than an hour, the two arrived at the entrance of Meteor Waterfall. Dawu was already brimming with excitement. "Let us go in." They promptly entered the depths of the waterfall. In the outer layer, a fair number of visitors were present. Not far inside, they beheld a colossal waterfall cascading down, a major spectacle of Meteor Waterfall that attracted many sightseers. Gazing at the waterfall, Chunshur couldn't help but marvel, recalling that it was said to have formed due to falling meteors. The exact details of its formation eluded him, yet its grandeur was undeniable. Upon witnessing the waterfall, Chunshur was reminded of a line from an ancient poem. The waterfall cascades straight down 3,000 feet. It seems as if the Milky Way has descended from the heavens. Truly fitting. Dawu, however, was not interested in such musings. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of stones. After a brief glance, he urged, "Let us hurry along. Forget the waterfall." Chunshur shook his head in resignation and followed Dawu deeper into the Meteor Waterfall. As they ventured further, the crowd thinned, and they occasionally encountered wild Pokémon, though both refrained from engaging them and kept their distance. Upon reaching the depths of Meteor Waterfall, Chunshur finally grasped the essence of professionalism. Dawu produced an assortment of equipment, protective suits, helmets, and a detector. He then began his meticulous scanning, intermittently releasing a towering 3-meter boulder dash to dig. Unfortunately, despite Dawu's efforts, the detector yielded no results, prompting Chunshur to remark, "Dawu, can you handle this? If not, I'll take over. Just be patient." "This device is highly accurate, capable of detecting various minerals," Dawu replied. Chunshur rolled his eyes. "I have a feeling that won't work either. Allow me to show you mine." Dawu felt a pang of disbelief. This was the latest mineral detection device from the goods company. How could it fail? Chunshur retrieved a luxury ball and released Porygon Z. Come on, Professor Porygon, we're searching for a specific type of stone. Just point us in the right direction. Porygon Z appeared somewhat perplexed, thinking, you're looking for stones, but what use am I? I can't locate stones. Chunshur, however, was confident, insisting, just point anywhere. Porygon Z, seeing the trainer's unwavering assurance, nonchalantly closed its eyes and pointed randomly. Quick, Dawu, use your device to check here. Dawu was taken aback. Are you serious? If Porygon Z can do this, what do we need my device for? Nevertheless, Dawu approached the indicated spot with his equipment, reasoning that it wouldn't hurt to humor a friend. As Dawu aimed the detector at Porygon Z's chosen location, the device emitted a cacophony of alarms. Dawu was truly astonished. Is this really happening? Chunshur was equally taken aback. While Porygon Z occasionally had extraordinary luck, this seemed rather fortuitous. He complimented, well done, Professor Porygon. Porygon Z waved a tiny hand dismissively, feeling it had done nothing remarkable. After all, it had merely pointed randomly. Dawu summoned Boulder Dash, instructing, could you dig here for us? Hey, Boulder Dash immediately set to work, digging without hesitation. Soon, it seemed to have discovered something and presented a stone to Dawu with its large claw. Dawu quickly donned gloves and scrutinized it closely. Chunshur glanced over and remarked, it's merely a premium moonstone. Let us continue our search elsewhere. Dawu confirmed, indeed, this is a highly concentrated moonstone of exceptional quality. He glanced at Porygon Z, then back at his detector. This device is quite ineffective. Super flashing, shiny Metagross. Chapter 38. The Mega Evolution Stone of Boscodora. From the time until nightfall, Daigo tirelessly excavated stones. Chunshur, lacking genuine interest in the endeavor, had merely come to observe whether Daigo could unearth a Mega Evolution Stone. Although the phenomenon of Mega Evolution flourished in Kalos, many in the past claimed that Hoenn was the true cradle of its origin. The reasons behind such assertions eluded Chunshur. Nevertheless, he recalled witnessing, in the animated series of his previous life, the trio from Hoenn battling against Team Flare for an energy rock, which was rumored to be the source of Mega Evolution. Whether this was indeed true remained uncertain to Chunshur. However, it was undeniable that Hoenn was rich in Mega Evolution stones. Chunshur surmised that if there was a place in Hoenn abundant with Mega Evolution stones, it could only be the Meteor Falls. Yet, after Daigo had unearthed several seemingly exquisite but ultimately useless stones, Chunshur's interest waned. He took his Pokémon elsewhere to engage in battles. Regardless, Daigo would excitedly present any stone he discovered, so Chunshur figured it was best to allow Daigo to toil for a bit, promising to compensate him later. That evening, the two rested in the cave Daigo had excavated at Boscodora. Once all the Pokémon had finished their meals, Chunshur inquired about Daigo's findings for the day. Daigo immediately brightened, producing 7 or 8 stones for Chunshur to examine. The Meteor Falls truly brims with stones. I could hardly have collected this many in a fortnight before. Look at this one. It's a perfect masterpiece of nature. Daigo enthusiastically began to describe the various stones he had unearthed, showcasing a purple crystalline stone to Chunshur. However, Chunshur merely cast a cursory glance before losing interest, deeming it of little use. His gaze fell instead upon a stone that shimmered in silver and deep orange. This is the Mega Evolution Stone of Boscodora. It appears to unlock hidden potential, Chunshur remarked. Daigo paused, following Chunshur's gaze and reflecting for a moment. This one? Boscodora found it. I have quite a few like this at home. It was an unexpected find, I suppose. But look at this one. He then produced a pitch-black stone that, under the beam of his flashlight, emitted a green luminescence. Chunshur's lip twitched. You seem rather indifferent to that crucial stone, don't you? And what do you mean by having plenty at home? I seriously suspect you are flaunting. Yet, Chunshur feigned interest, saying I am quite intrigued by that stone. If you happen to find more, do let me have a look. Sure, Daigo replied without much thought, as such stones were not particularly striking. And he had plenty at home. He was indifferent to them. If you're genuinely interested, come to my house. I'll show you around. Chunshur pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps another time. Let's continue our search tomorrow. If you find such stones, please set them aside for me. Daigo, convinced that their good fortune stemmed not merely from the abundance of stones at Meteor Falls, but rather from Chun-Shi's presence, readily agreed without hesitation. If we could achieve such results every day, who would care for the champion's performance? Digging stones is far more rewarding. Seeing Daigo's enthusiastic acceptance, a smile graced Chun-Shi's face. As for the Boscodora Mega Evolution Stone, he did not press for it, for he had no immediate use for it and preferred to leave it with Daigo. The fact that Mega Evolution Stones could be found here validated Chun-Shi's hypothesis. Clearly, Meteor Falls was concealing numerous Mega Evolution Stones, treasures that would be invaluable in the future. After all, sometimes these stones could surpass the worth of the Pokémon themselves. For instance, the Mega Evolution Stone he possessed for Banjuras might one day be more precious than a young Kira. Given the rarity of semi-divine Pokémon, their Mega Evolution Stones were even scarcer. For those in need, exchanging a semi-divine Pokémon for a corresponding Mega Evolution Stone was undeniably a worthwhile trade. Chun-Shi's pursuit of Mega Evolution Stones was also motivated by his intention to gift them or exchange them for various resources in the future. Presently, his team had all but the future Metagross capable of Mega Evolution. He already possessed those for Swampert and Charizard. However, the stone for Metagross was notoriously elusive, and Chun-Shi was mentally prepared to search for it gradually. Daigo, stop daydreaming and go to sleep. We have work to do early tomorrow. Let Swampert keep watch tonight. Chun-Shi instructed. Reluctantly, Daigo set aside the stone he was holding, anticipation for the next day's endeavors glimmering in his eyes. All right, I will make sure to work extra hard tomorrow. Meanwhile, at Chen's family farm, a visitor had arrived. Upon discovering that Chun-Shi was not home as he had gone to witness the champion's performance, the guest departed in haste. The two elderly individuals exchanged peculiar glances, their faces illuminated by knowing smiles. Bo-Kikis. Chapter 39. The Fossil of Drakazalt. The following day, Dawu excitedly roused the slumbering Chun-Shi. Wake up! Hurry! We're going to excavate stones. Chun-Shi never anticipated that, even after his arduous journey, someone would arrange a wake-up service for him. However, this was far gentler than what a Jengar would do. At least it didn't involve a lick that would leave him feeling numb. Reluctantly, Chun-Shi got up, washed up, and released his Pokémon, preparing energy cubes for them. At that moment, however, Bakajig was displeased. Why must I be confined within a Pokeball for rest when my size is so modest? Chun-Shi promptly reassured her 3 times, promising that she could sleep outside that night. Satisfied, Bakajig began to consume an energy cube. Suddenly, Chun-Shi's gaze shifted to Drakazalt, who was staring blankly at a particular spot, neglecting the energy cubes. What is wrong, Drakazalt? Why aren't you eating? Drakazalt emitted a sound of discontent. There is something over there that evokes a sense of sorrow within me. Chun-Shi, puzzled, asked, what is it that causes you such distress? Drakazalt nodded, expressing that something was drawing its attention, and inexplicably, it felt a wave of melancholy wash over it, accompanied by a sense of agitation. After contemplating, Chun-Shi suggested, let us eat first. Once we finish, we can investigate together. Drakazalt acquiesced, taking an energy cube to eat. Chun-Shi was correct. They would discover the truth by looking into it. At that moment, Dawu exclaimed, I'm off. Just find me when you're done. He dashed out, eager to return to the spot from yesterday, where he intended to conduct further explorations. Chun-Shi couldn't help but grimace at Dawu's impatience. Is it really necessary to be in such a rush? He pondered, resigning himself to the whims of these stone enthusiasts. Drakazalt led Chun-Shi to a stone wall, the very location that had sparked its peculiar feelings. Giant Swampert, could you please excavate here? Be cautious, though. Giant Swampert grinned amiably, approached the wall, and applied ground-type energy onto it. The wall instantly softened, and with a swift motion, Giant Swampert created a hole. Just as Chun-Shi began to grow impatient, unsure of how deep they had dug, Drakazalt suddenly became animated, flying over to embrace a fallen stone. Drakazalt nuzzled against the stone, its eyes shimmering with profound sadness, a sentiment echoed by the small Drakazalt atop its head. Chun-Shi approached, confused by the large stone's significance. Is there something special about this stone, Drakazalt? Drakazalt nodded solemnly, cautiously channeling a minimal dragon pulse, repeatedly striking the stone. Amused by Drakazalt's careful demeanor, Chunshur refrained from interrupting. Before long, the large stone transformed into a palm-sized fossil adorned with triangular patterns, strikingly reminiscent of Drakazalt's own head. Chunshur gasped, hastily scanning the fossil with his device. Drakazalt fossil? Unbelievable! How could a Drakazalt fossil be found here? Chunshur was baffled. While fossils of Dragonite and Dratini seemed plausible, the presence of a Drakazalt fossil in Meteor Falls was utterly perplexing. Upon hearing Chunshur's words, Drakazalt finally understood the source of its sorrow, the loss of its kin. Drakazalt emitted a call, and the small Drakazalt descended, resting atop Chunshur's head. Drakazalt then placed the fossil atop its own head, seemingly to allow the long-lost kin to once again experience the feeling of resting upon the head of a Drakazalt. This species held a unique devotion to caring for their young, an obsession so profound that if Drakazalt were to find itself without the small Drakazalt, it would become increasingly agitated, potentially spiraling into uncontrollable rage over time. The excavation of a Drakazalt fossil evoked a palpable sense of grief within Chunshur as well. Chunshur stepped forward, offering comfort. Drakazalt, do not worry. The technology to revive fossils has already been developed. This fossil can be used for revival. One day, Drakazalt may walk the earth once more. Drakazalt gazed at Chunshur with astonishment. This revelation was monumental for it. Initially, Drakazalt had contemplated burying the fossil, allowing its kin to rest in peace, but now, with the possibility of revival, it was overwhelmed with joy. Chunshur smiled. It's the person who accompanied me. Their family specializes in fossil revival. Drakazalt nodded vigorously, surrendering the fossil to Chunshur. Trainers do not deceive dragons. If a revival is promised, it shall undoubtedly come to pass. Nearby, giant Swampert scratched its head, unable to comprehend the situation. Are we still digging? Chunshur regarded the fossil before producing a box to store it. If Drakazalt could indeed be revived, he would entrust it to Furong for nurturing. After all, he had no need for another Drakazalt, and it would be a fitting present for Furong, who had expressed a desire for one. Consider this a compensation for Dawu's antics. Back home, Chunshur had already handed over photographs and relevant details to Dawu, who seemed to have made arrangements. He wondered how Furong was faring and if she was happy. Chapter 40. Team Magma. Subsequently, Chun went to visit Stephen Stone. Finding him engrossed in rock collecting, Chun opted to train his Pokémon by battling wild ones. Medong, use Bullet Punch, Chun instructed. Without hesitation, Medong delivered a swift bullet punch to his Zubat, causing it to screech in agony. Medong, another bullet punch, Chun commanded. Medong repeated the maneuver, incapacitating the Zubat with another well-aimed strike. Excellent work, Medong, Chun exclaimed. Medong, however, remained unimpressed by the praise, attributing its success to the opponent's weakness. At that moment, Charmander tugged at Chen's hand, expressing its desire to battle as well. Chun chuckled, reassuring it, I'll find an opponent for you, don't worry. Charmander, relieved, continued to follow Chun alongside Medong, searching for wild Pokémon. As time passed, Chun led his Pokémon in their quest, seeking out opportunities for battle. Charmander and Medong performed exceptionally well, engaging mid-level and high-level Pokémon with remarkable prowess. They remained undefeated. Nearing midday, Chun located Steven. Steven, it's lunchtime. Time to eat. Take a break from digging. Upon hearing Chen's words, Steven put down his tools, wiped the sweat from his brow, and joined Chun. Chun laid out an assortment of portable food, and the two sat down to eat. So, did you find anything interesting this morning? Chun inquired. Steven, munching on a biscuit, retrieved 2 stones without a word. One was a high-quality moonstone, and the other was a Mawile's megastone. Chun marveled at the abundance of evolution stones in Meteor Falls and Steven's good fortune. Mawile, despite its modest base stats of 380, boasted an impressive steel fairy typing, granting it excellent resistances. It had only fire and ground weaknesses, along with 2 immunities, 1 quadruple resistance, and 8 double resistances. Upon Mega Evolution, Mawile's ability transformed into huge power, regardless of its previous ability. Huge power, a characteristic shared by only 3 Pokémon, Azumarill, Mega Mawile, and Diggersby, doubled the power of non-fixed damage physical moves, making them incredibly potent. Azumarill with huge power was even hailed as a Dragon Slayer, underscoring the ability's strength. Chen then pondered and asked, Steven, have you ever considered catching a Mawile? I know how fond you are of Steel-type Pokémon, and I think Mawile would be a great addition to your team. Steven contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. A Mawile with the Intimidate ability would indeed be quite useful. Chen added, you should definitely consider catching one. It would be a great asset. He wasn't trying to deceive Steven, as Mega Mawile was undeniably powerful and possessed the desirable Steel Fairy typing, which could address some of the weaknesses in Steven's team. I'll think about it, Steven replied. Hearing Chen's earnest recommendation, Steven inexplicably agreed. Even though Mawile was not initially on his radar, Chen paid no mind to Steven's thoughts, content that he had offered his suggestion. Whether Steven acted on it was up to him. As they were conversing, the wall of the tunnel Steven had been digging suddenly began to shake, with pieces of dirt falling off. The two were taken aback, unsure of what was happening. It didn't resemble a cave-in. Just as they were puzzling over the situation, a large hole appeared in the wall, and voices could be heard from the other side. Yoshino, what do you think this meteorite is? We've been searching for days, and we found plenty of strange rocks, but no meteorite, one voice complained. Stop whining and keep searching. Commander Tabitha gave us a direct order to find the meteorite. I heard he found 5 Bagon somewhere, and whoever finds a meteorite gets one as a reward, the other voice replied. You mean a Bagon? A pseudo-legendary Pokémon? If we could get our hands on one, maybe we could become admin someday. The first voice exclaimed in excitement. Yoshino, are you serious? We get a Bagon for finding the meteorite? Of course. Now keep digging. As the tunnel was fully breached, Chen and Steven finally saw 2 individuals wearing red uniforms with a distinctive emblem. Chen immediately recognized them and released his Dracloak and Swampert. Capture them. Don't let them escape. Dracloak and Swampert wasted no time, charging toward the 2 Team Magma members. Unfortunately, it was too late. One was sent flying by Dracloak's tail, while the other was seized by Swampert, its throat gripped tightly. Chen quickly confiscated their Pokeballs and locked them away. The Team Magma member held by Swampert, identified as Yoshino, defiantly shouted, Hey kid, do you know who I am? How about a fair fight? Chen chuckled and replied, Yes, I know and no. I don't want a fair fight. Yoshino sputtered, dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why these 2, who appear to be part of the League, weren't interested in a fair duel. Yoshino had encountered League members before, and they always naively agreed to a fair fight, putting away their Pokémon. Why wasn't the trick working now? Steven stepped forward, puzzled. Chen, who are these people? Chen was surprised. They're from Team Magma. You haven't heard of them? Steven smacked his forehead. Oh, right. My father mentioned that this organization has been causing quite a stir lately, and that we should be cautious around them. Steven's gaze turned hostile. Chen cut to the chase. Let's get straight to the point. Tell me what you're doing here, what your objective is, how many of you there are, and what your capabilities are. Yoshino scoffed. Kid, are you dreaming? Why would I tell you anything? Yoshino wasn't afraid of these people. At worst, he'd be sent to jail, but someone would eventually bail him out. Very well. Then watch this, Chen said, releasing Leafeon. Leafeon, see that guy lying over there? Dismember his foot and let this stubborn gentleman admire it. Leafeon rolled its eyes and unleashed a swift leaf blade, severing the man's foot. My foot! My foot! He shrieked in agony, veins popping on his forehead. Steven and Yoshino gulped, both taken aback by Chen's ruthlessness. Chen ignored the man on the ground and said with a smile, Would you like to admire your own feet as well? Or perhaps another body part? I'd be happy to help you remove them. Yoshino felt a chill run down his spine. Aren't you afraid of the League punishing you for this? You should be sending me to jail. Chen, unwilling to waste time, instructed Leafeon, get ready. I'll count to 3. If he doesn't talk, give him a leaf blade as well. Boo yawned languidly, signaling his understanding. No. I must speak, Yoshino exclaimed in terror. We are here in search of a meteorite. As for its intended purpose, I cannot say. Leading the expedition was a cadre known as Fire Tree, whose prowess was rumored to be on par with a Quasi-King. Accompanying him were 3 elite members and over 10 intermediate team members. Their base was situated within a nearby cave, where the esteemed fire tree was stationed. I could provide you with a rudimentary map, he offered. Shinshir nodded in satisfaction. See, isn't this much better? Just look at how you have put your companion in jeopardy. Yoshino glanced at his comrade, who had fainted nearby, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This fellow hardly resembled a legitimate member of the Alliance. Rather, he bore the traits of an underground organization member, intimidatingly ruthless. Chapter 41. The Decayed Alliance and the Clever Acquisition of Stones. Gazing at the rudimentary map in his hand, Chun waved dismissively. All right, giant swamp monster, bury it. Huh? Yoshino was bewildered, shouting anxiously. What do you mean bury it? I already told you. Aren't you supposed to semi-prison? Without a care. The giant swamp monster hoisted Yoshino and scurried away, clearly accustomed to such tasks. Daiwu was also perplexed. Aren't we supposed to hand him over to Junsha? Chun scoffed. Do you believe that if we send him to prison today, he won't be out by tomorrow? Daiwu opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to refute Chun, but he hesitated, recalling the internal strife within the Alliance. Although the Junsha family was renowned for their strong sense of justice, they were only responsible for arresting individuals, not for keeping them detained. Then, Daiwu listened as Chun continued. In our Green Shade town, there's a girl named Yuko who is my age. Her parents were high-ranking investigators in the Alliance and perished during a mission 2 years ago. The Alliance promised to compensate Yuko with a starter Pokémon of royal potential and 5 million Alliance coins. But guess what happened? After pondering for a moment, Daiwu ventured. Did the Alliance fail to deliver? Chun scoffed. It would have been better if they hadn't. By the time that starter Pokémon reached her, it had transformed into a caterpie egg. They treated her like a fool. My grandfather was furious and confronted President Miyazaki. Ultimately, it was discovered that this so-called royal starter had been subjected to layers of exploitation and had degraded to a mere caterpie by the time it reached Yuko. As for the 5 million coins, they vanished into thin air. Daiwu's expression grew increasingly grim as he absorbed this information. He had heard from his father that the Alliance had become corrupt, but he never imagined it could sink to such depths. Both parents had died for the Alliance, and yet their daughter had to endure such humiliation. If this news spread, who would dare to serve the Alliance in the future? What has become of Yuko now? Daiwu's face softened slightly at the thought. Chun replied, when you encounter the lava team or the ocean team, do not show any mercy, regardless of their claims of fair dueling. These individuals are desperate and will not entertain notions of fairness. Moreover, they will. Chun suddenly grew serious. Daiwu, you must strive to become the champion soon and cleanse the internal corruption within the Alliance. I believe you can achieve it. Given Daiwu's talent, the championship was merely a matter of time. Chun shared this with him in hopes of instigating change, to prevent the Alliance from further decay and to make the world a better place. Though Daiwu sensed something amiss in Chun's words, he nodded in agreement. What shall we do now? We're not far from the lava team's stronghold, and staying here is perilous. While Daiwu vocalized concern, his expression showed no fear. An excitement flickered in his eyes. The 2 individuals they had encountered earlier had mentioned discovering numerous peculiar stones, which intrigued Daiwu greatly. Chun understood Daiwu's intentions perfectly and shared his own curiosity regarding those strange stones. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. Let us proceed. But they have quasi-king level experts. How can we contend with them? Chun fell silent. The disparity in levels only widened as they progressed. While the difference between quasi-king and gym leader seemed trivial, in reality, 2 gym leaders combined would scarcely match a single quasi-king, particularly one with at least 3 quasi-king Pokémon. If that individual possessed only 1 or 2, Chun and Daiwu might still feel confident in their chances. Moreover, who knew what other senior members or formidable characters might be present? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chun mused, I have some knowledge of the lava team. Their members excel in fire-type Pokémon, which poses a disadvantage for you. Daiwu acknowledged Chin's point, recognizing that the elemental mismatch placed him at a significant disadvantage. Nevertheless, he was not one to surrender easily and continuously contemplated potential strategies. Chin added, the lava team is here for the meteorites. They cannot remain stationed at their stronghold indefinitely. Many of their mid-level and senior members will likely be out, leaving only a cadre named Huashu to guard the base. Daiwo nodded, appearing to consider Chen's reasoning. And then, clearing his throat, Chen directed his gaze toward the quiet Dragapult, who had remained silent since the onset of their conversation. A sense of foreboding washed over Dragapult. At the Lava Team's temporary base, a red-haired middle-aged man lounged comfortably in a chair. This was Huashu, a newly appointed cadre of the Lava Team. He had promised to assist in advancing his other 3 Pokémon to quasi-king status upon discovering the meteorites. Huashu was intrigued, leading his subordinates into the meteor falls in search of treasure. He toyed with 5 miniature Pokeballs, unaware of the unexpected fortune that awaited him. With these 5 Dragon-type Pokémon, even if this mission were unsuccessful, he remained confident that he could elevate his remaining 3 Pokémon to quasi-king status. For could be sold, and one was more than sufficient for his needs. He lacked the resources to train more. While Huashu reveled in his ambitions, a pair of narrow, yellow eyes scanned the entire stronghold. This was Dragapult, who had been forcibly recruited. As a ghost-type Pokémon, becoming invisible was child's play. Carefully observing, Dragapult's gaze fell upon the 3 Pokeballs at Huashu's waist, a grim look crossing his face. The aura emanating from those 3 Pokeballs was formidable. Dragapult sensed that he was likely no match for them, while the other 3 Pokémon seemed considerably weaker, comparable to his own strength. Then, Dragapult's attention shifted to a pile of stones on the ground, deemed useless by the Lava Team. Others had unearthed evolution stones, but those had been meticulously selected. Dragapult recalled his childhood desire to seek out peculiar stones. With that, Dragapult retrieved a prepared spatial backpack and, while Huashu was distracted, began to discreetly collect the stones one by one. Throughout this process, Dragapult remained vigilant, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Before long, the pile of discarded stones was completely packed away, and Dragapult swiftly departed the scene. At that moment, Huashu remained oblivious to the missing items, as he had little interest in the pile of seemingly useless stones. Lost in his delightful fantasies, Huashu was unaware of the theft that had just transpired. Chapter 42. The people of a meteor in the place where Daigo was mining stones. The 2 men waited idly. You just sent Doronki out like that? Aren't you afraid of any unforeseen incidents? Chun-Shur mused, stroking his chin. No worries. Doronki possesses exceptional concealment abilities. Unless confronted by another ghost-type or psychic-type Pokémon, the likelihood of being discovered is minimal. Indeed, just as he finished speaking, the excited cry of Doronki echoed around them. Chia! Doronki, clutching a spatial backpack, dashed over to Chun-Shur, eager to take credit. The deep-seated concern in Chun-Shur's eyes finally dissipated. Well done, he exclaimed. Chia! Doronki patted its chest proudly, of course. With me around, how could there be any mishaps? Afterward, Doronki chattered excitedly, leaving Daigo bewildered. Chun-Shur managed to grasp the gist. You mean the person had 3 Pokeballs that made you feel powerful, and the aura from the 3 balls was similar to yours? This person also claimed to have 5 Dragon Pokémon, 4 of which are for sale? Chia! Doronki nodded vigorously. That's precisely what I heard. This was indeed perplexing. Chun-Shur recalled that Yoshino had mentioned someone named Huashu acquiring 5 Dragon Pokémon from somewhere. Initially, he thought it was just Huashu boasting to impress his subordinates. But it seemed to be true. But where could Huashu have found 5 Dragon Pokémon? Could it be? At this moment, Daigo interrupted Chun-Shur's contemplation. Stop pondering that. Let us see how the stones turned out. They had been digging for quite a while, and surely there were plenty of stones. Chun-Shur grimaced and opened his backpack, emptying its contents. To his astonishment, 3 megastones emerged, along with a stone for the biting land shark. The other 2 were megastones for the Venusaur and the Frosty Guardian. Chun-Shur quickly retrieved the 3 stones, as they were brought by Doronki, and he felt no need to be courteous to Daigo. Daigo, however, was engrossed in examining the other stones. Chun-Shur glanced over, noting that they were largely worthless rocks. Yet, being collected by the Lava Team, these stones appeared quite exquisite, appealing to Daigo's tastes. Look at this. Are you only interested in those 3 stones? You don't want these? Daigo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Chun-Shur. Take them all. Chunshur replied decisively. However, you must help me revive a fossil Pokémon afterward. Absolutely. Daigo readily agreed, not disappointing either Chunshur or Doronki. But we'll need to wait until the machine is repaired to revive it. You're not in a hurry, are you? The current machine has exploded, and the new energy converter is still in production. Chunshur was certainly not in a rush, as it was for Furong. If anyone was anxious, it would be her. Doronki was likewise unperturbed. As long as it was assured that Durong Mixia could be revived, it was not a pressing matter. Then I shall take these. Don't regret it, Daigo declared, cradling the stones. Take them. Hurry and stow them away. It would be troublesome if those officials found out. We're quite close here. Let's head out and have the inspectors deal with it. We've gotten what we came for. Let us make a swift exit. Startled, Daigo quickly secured the stones, and the two prepared to depart. On the way, Doronki suddenly fixed its gaze on a large rock, its eyes locked in concentration. Chunshur sensed something amiss and released his Gyarados and Ladyflower. Who is there? Come out. Daigo also summoned his Pokémon. After a moment, there was still no response from behind the stone. Still not coming out? Are you? Doronki Dragon Pulse. Chia. Just as Doronki was about to unleash its attack, a voice emerged from behind the boulder. Don't attack. I mean no harm. Chunshur squinted. If you mean no harm, then why are you hiding? As he spoke, a young man slowly emerged from behind the massive rock. His complexion was dark, and he wore an ancient robe, tied at the waist with a piece of hemp rope. My friend, I truly harbor no malice. Observing the man's ancient attire and his presence at the Meteor Falls, Chunshur formed a conjecture. You are one of the Meteor people? The man appeared taken aback for an instant, then nodded in acknowledgement. The Meteor people had long ceased their isolation and had interacted with some outsiders. It was not surprising that someone was aware of their existence. Daigo remembered hearing about the Meteor people from his father. They had always lived at the Meteor Falls, worshipping the legendary dragon god. However, it had always been King Yuanji who interacted with them. He never expected to encounter one himself today. Chunshur pondered for a moment before asking, Have you lost 5 dragon Pokémon? The man immediately became animated. My friend, do you know where our lost dragon cubs are? If you can inform me, we will surely reward you handsomely. The Meteor people had accidentally lost 5 dragon Pokémon, causing a great uproar in their village. And numerous individuals have been dispatched to search for them, including Ida. During her search, Ida encountered the 2 strangers and initially intended to observe discreetly, determining whether the missing dragon Pokémon were related to them. However, one of their Pokémon proved exceptionally perceptive, promptly revealing her hiding spot. With no other option, Ida confessed her benign intentions. To her surprise, the man instantly recognized her as one of the Meteor people, and it seemed he had information regarding the missing dragon Pokémon. This thrilled Ida. The village had sent so many people searching for days without any leads. And now, an unexpected breakthrough had occurred. I know where the dragon Pokémon are located, and I can even take you there. However, the individual guarding them is quite formidable, possessing 3 Quasi-King Pokémon and several subordinates. Are you capable of handling them? Ida replied confidently, My friend, rest assured. I am a Quasi-King level dragon trainer and can manage the individual you mentioned. Please take me there. Chunshur quietly asked Daigo, What do you think? Should we take him along? Daigo responded straightforwardly, I believe we can go. It's not much trouble, and we can do a favor for the Meteor people. Chunshur nodded slightly and said to Ida, Then you may accompany us. You shall confront the Quasi-King, while we will handle any other threats. Absolutely. Ida agreed immediately. Thus, the 3 set off towards the Lava Team's stronghold. Chapter 43. Ida versus Fire Tree, it's right in there. Chen spoke softly before the Lava Team's stronghold. Aida's gaze sharpened, and she strode confidently inside. Observing her unwavering confidence, Chun and Wu exchanged glances and followed suit. Before long, the trio boldly entered the Lava Team's base. However, upon opening their eyes, they were met with 3 unfamiliar faces. Enraged, the leader shouted, Who are you, daring to intrude upon our Lava Team's stronghold? Are you seeking death? Fire Tree's bravado stemmed from the youthfulness of the intruders. The leader appeared to be in his early 20s, while the other 2 seemed to be merely 16 or 17. Such individuals could hardly be considered formidable, and thus Fire Tree felt no fear. It is you who stole our 5 Dratini, Ida accused. Fire Tree's expression shifted, and he immediately unleashed his 6 Pokémon. I don't know what you're talking about. Since you dare to invade our territory, prepare to meet your end. In an instant, 6 Pokémon materialized within the cavern. Chen's mind raced, and the data of these Pokémon appeared before his eyes. A coal turtle in the early stages of the champion class, a Houndoom, and a Camerupt, all at the pinnacle of gym leader rank, along with a Zubat, Weezing, and a Gulpin. All-out assault. Coal Turtle used Flamethrower. Ida wasted no time, producing 3 Pokeballs from her pocket. Hydreigon, Swablu, and Trapinch unleashed Dragon Pulse with all your might. Chen glanced up, realizing Ida was not boasting. Hydreigon was at the late stages of champion rank, while Swablu and Trapinch were at the mid-level. They were indeed formidable opponents. With a furious roar, Hydreigon unleashed its Dragon Pulse. The 3 energy waves, imbued with the essence of dragons, surged forth, overpowering their adversaries' attacks and striking the 3 gym leader-level Pokémon mercilessly. The trio collapsed, rendered incapable of battle, lying motionless on the ground. Damn it! Coal Turtle, use Heat Wave. Houndoom, Rampage. Camerupt, Earthquake. Ida scoffed. Do you not realize that Earthquake cannot affect airborne Pokémon? We'll do it again. Full power Dragon Pulse. Chen was taken aback, realizing that the Earthquake was a distraction while Houndoom attempted to stall. In such a confined space, a single Earthquake could cause a collapse. Dragapult, use Phantom Force on Camerupt, and do it swiftly. Dawu, too, was quick to react, releasing his Metagross. Metagross used Telekinesis to stop Camerupt. Dragapult, enveloped in dark energy, crashed into Camerupt while Metagross's psychic power restrained it. Finally, the Earthquake was averted. Dragapult used Phantom Ambush. Dragapult wasted no time, diving into the alternate dimension. You seek death. Fire Tree roared in frustration as his plan unraveled. Hydreigon used Devastating Drake. Swablu used Brave Bird. Trapinch continued with Dragon Pulse. With a thunderous roar, Hydreigon's attack overpowered the Flamethrower, knocking Coal Turtle out of the fight. Meanwhile, Camerupt succumbed to Swablu's fierce assault. Houndoom, however, was not so fortunate, as it was struck by a close-range Dragon Pulse from Trapinch, followed by a Dragon Claw, leaving it incapacitated. As for Fire Tree, he had already collapsed beside Chun. Dawu excitedly rummaged through a spatial backpack, emptying its contents. After a brief examination, their interest waned, for they had expected rare stones or precious items, yet found only mundane supplies and resources required by Fire-type Pokémon. However, they did discover 5 Pokeballs from Fire Tree. Upon opening them, 5 Dratini emerged, their blue bodies resembling miniature dinosaurs, with 2 prominent teeth and yellow underbellies. They appeared quite adorable. Dratini! Ida exclaimed in excitement. The Dratini seemed to recognize her. Rushing to her side, Dratini! The pitiful cries echoed within the shattered cavern. Chun assessed the talents of these little creatures. 3 were of champion rank, and 2 were at the elite level. It was evident that they possessed remarkable potential, befitting the legacy of the Meteor tribe. Yet, Chun and Wu showed little interest in the Dratini, merely casting a glance before moving on. After some time, Ida finally calmed the Dratini and approached the 2 men. I truly appreciate your help. If you're not in a hurry to leave, I would like to invite you to our village as guests. Ida had come to understand the purpose behind the earthquake. He was genuinely grateful to the 2 before him. Without their intervention, he would not have found the missing Dratini, and even if he had, they might have escaped. Thus, Ida extended his invitation. Surely, the elder would not refuse. Chen exchanged a questioning glance with Dawu, who nodded slightly. All right, let us go and take a look. However, how do you plan to deal with this man? He is a criminal outside as well. What do you generally do with such individuals? Chen inquired. Typically, we either execute them or make them atone in the village indefinitely. Chun chuckled, finding both options acceptable. Very well then, we shall impose upon you further. Chapter 44. The village deep within the meteor shower. As the trio journeyed along the path, they engaged in casual conversation, accompanied by a 3-headed dragon that clutched a fiery tree in its claws. Ida inquired about the nature of life beyond their realm, while Chunshur and Wu expressed their curiosity about the lifestyle of the meteor people. Do you worship the dragon deity? Ida asked, her gaze shifting inquisitively towards Chunshur. How do you know that? He replied, surprised. Indeed, our village does revere the great dragon deity. Dawu, intrigued, admitted he had never heard of such a deity. Is the dragon deity still present? Is it a Pokémon or some other entity? Ida explained, in our village's lore, the dragon deity resides within the ozone layer. According to legend, it descended a millennium ago to assist one of our ancestors in averting a great calamity. These tales have been passed down through generations, and Ida had grown up hearing them. Dawu began to discern that the dragon deity revered by the meteor people was likely a legendary Pokémon. However, he could not help but wonder what kind of disaster could provoke the intervention of such a being. He voiced his curiosity directly. Ida shook her head, unable to clarify. Our village has scant records remaining. If you wish to learn more, you might need to consult the elder. Chunshur chuckled. It's quite challenging to assess events from 1,000 years ago. Even if some accounts have survived, they may lack completeness, leading to potential discrepancies. Ida wholeheartedly agreed. You are correct. The elder has mentioned that many of our records have been lost. Who can truly ascertain the events of a millennium past? Chunshur understood well enough. It was merely a clash between Groudon and Kyogre. Beyond these two, only Deoxys could incite the intervention of Rayquaza. Frankly, Chunshur felt that Rayquaza was indeed formidable, especially the striking black variant that appeared in the animated series, effortlessly dominating a 1 versus 6 encounter. Ultimately, it was Rayquaza that tarnished Groudon's reputation, branding it as flightless. Shortly thereafter, Ida guided the two through an intricate path until they arrived at a canyon. Beyond the canyon lay a hidden paradise revealed to the trio. In the distance, a modest village came into view, with wisps of smoke rising from some houses, likely indicating meals being prepared. Various dragon-type Pokémon soared overhead in flocks. Dragonite, Salamence, Hydreigon, Garchomp, and Trapinch among them. Even Dawu, known for his wealth, was taken aback by the spectacle, for even the illustrious Zubok family only commanded a population of Metagross. This place resembles an idyllic sanctuary. Chunshur exclaimed. This is our village, but we must ride flying Pokémon to reach it. Please mount my Xatu and Trapinch, Ida offered, releasing the two Pokémon. Without hesitation, Chunshur leapt onto the back of the Xatu, while Dawu opted for the Trapinch. Ida then mounted the Hydreigon, leading the way towards the village. Curious glances were cast upon the unfamiliar faces of the newcomers, yet the villagers hesitated to approach. I invite you to visit our village. There is no need for fear, Ida reassured them. At that moment, a girl of similar stature to Chunshur and Dawu approached. Ida, the elder wishes for you to bring your guests to her. She will personally attend to them. Ida appeared momentarily taken aback before responding. Of course, Zagana, I shall escort them right away. Chunshur's interest was piqued by the name, and he observed Zagana closely. Her complexion was slightly darker, her attire a traditional robe with a small cape, and her short hair gave her an air of energy and confidence. This was Zagana, the heir of the Meteor people. In the future, she would infiltrate the Magma Gang, demonstrating considerable bravery. Just follow me, she instructed, and the two companions complied, understanding they were in someone else's domain and would adhere to her guidance. Notably, the elders seemed to hold the highest status in this community, and it was only reasonable to accept her invitation. As Ida and Zagana led the way, Chunshur and Dawu followed, observing that life here was not entirely primitive. Many villagers utilized modern tools. However, it was evident that the villagers primarily kept dragon-type Pokémon, ranging from Dratini to Swablu and other subdragon species. Before long, they arrived at a solitary wooden cabin. It stood alone, with no other structures in sight, and appeared modest, likely comprising only a combined living and sleeping area. This is the elder's residence, Ida remarked, knocking lightly on the door. Elder, I have brought guests. Moments later, a frail voice responded from within. Please invite your guests inside. Ida stepped aside, and Zagana opened the door, gesturing for the two to enter. They walked in, with Zagana gently closing the door behind them. As expected, the interior contained only a single living area, with another door presumably leading to the bedroom. In the center of the room stood a wooden table surrounded by 4 stools, one of which was occupied by an elderly woman, frail and seemingly on the verge of collapsing with the slightest breeze. "Please have a seat. I am too old and frail to rise and greet you. I hope you will forgive me," she said. The two guests promptly insisted it was unnecessary and seated themselves at the table, with Zagana taking a place on another stool. The elderly woman slowly poured tea for the three of them, apologizing. "Conditions are modest here. I hope you do not mind." Chunshur couldn't help but smirk slightly, replying, "Your hospitality is more than sufficient. We are not ones to concern ourselves with material comforts." The elderly woman continued her polite discourse, and Chunshur felt a headache coming on. Why did she insist on such formalities? Moreover, they had just arrived, and Ida had been with them all along. How did she know? Dawu interjected. "It was merely a trivial matter. That thief outside is no good." Seeing him naturally prompted assistance. The elderly woman sighed deeply. "The reason I have invited you both here is that I require your assistance with a matter of great importance." Chunshur inquired, "Please, do tell us what you need. If it is within our means, we shall certainly help." Despite his verbal agreement, he could not suppress his inner thoughts, questioning why they needed further assistance after just helping them. Nevertheless, he was curious to hear what she had to say, recognizing that the feasibility of their involvement rested with him. After a brief pause, the elderly woman asked, "Are you aware of the calamity from 1,000 years ago?" At this, both Chunshur and Dawu were taken aback. The calamity from 1,000 years ago? Chapter 45. The Quest to Summon the Dragon. I have heard from Ada that a terrifying calamity occurred a millennium ago, which was ultimately thwarted by your ancestors and the dragon god. Chun, feigning ignorance, wished to discern what this old woman might reveal. What assistance could they possibly provide? Dawu nodded in agreement, but unlike Chun, he was genuinely unaware of the events that transpired 1,000 years prior. The old woman fell silent for a moment, seemingly gathering her thoughts. According to the records left by our ancestors, 1,000 years ago, a monstrous beast emerged from the depths of the earth, laying waste to everything in its path, leaving behind rivers of lava and desolation. Simultaneously, a sovereign arose from the ocean, unleashing towering tsunamis upon its arrival. These two horrifying creatures appeared to be natural adversaries, clashing in a cataclysmic battle upon their encounter. In the midst of their conflict, the seas were vaporized, the land fractured, and countless lives were lost in the ensuing disaster. Eventually, one of our ancestors stepped forth, beseeching the legendary dragon god to intervene and halt this calamity. Chun had intended to learn what transpired next, only to find that the old woman had fallen silent. Is that all there is to it? I had anticipated a more elaborate tale. It was merely a matter of a flightless creature battling a rotund fish, followed by your ancestors summoning a flying green caterpillar. This is hardly different from what I already know. Dawu, however, listened with rapt attention, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had heard this story before. It resembled the legendary battles of Pokémon. After pondering for some time, without arriving at any conclusion, Dawu ceased his contemplation and curiously inquired of the old woman, "What connection do we have to this calamity?" The old woman nodded slightly. "A millennium ago, our ancestors prophesied that calamity would return after 1,000 years, and at that time, a hero would emerge to awaken the dragon god once more and thwart the spread of disaster." Chun was rendered speechless. Your ancestors' prophecy seems remarkably accurate. Indeed, the three fools of Hoenn are once again stirring up trouble after a millennium. Are you suggesting that we seek out this hero? Chun asked. He did not consider himself to be such a hero, nor did he wish to assume that role. Let others undertake the task of summoning the dragon. Yet Dawu was troubled by the prophecy of disaster, realizing that 1,000 years later equated to the present. This meant that the calamity of a millennium ago might soon reoccur. Not a pleasant prospect. The old woman regarded Chun with an odd expression. "Young man, why do you not perceive that the hero is you?" Upon hearing this, Chun was taken aback, while Dawu's gaze gradually turned peculiar. "So, you possess the hidden identity of a hero." Even Zijana, who stood nearby, looked at Chun in disbelief, unable to fathom that the old woman would mention the events of 1,000 years ago and then assert that this young man before her was the future hero. Chun smiled awkwardly. "I believe you must be mistaken, dear lady. I am but an ordinary person, not a hero. If anything, My companion here is far more heroic. He gestured towards Dawu, who had been watching the spectacle with amusement. This individual not only possesses great strength, but also hails from a wealthy family and, most importantly, has a noble heart. If he is not the hero, then who is? Dawu was speechless, forcefully extricating himself from Chen's grip. The old woman shook her head slowly. I sense a power within you that resonates with the dragon god. That is the key to preventing the calamity. Chen paused, contemplating her words, and suddenly grew alert. Could she be referring to Mega Evolution? The only aspect in which he resembled Rayquaza was the ability to Mega Evolve. However, how could she possibly discern such a thing? It seemed rather exaggerated. Dawu cast a sidelong glance at him, sensing that Chun harbored numerous secrets. Yet he dismissed the thought. For who among the living lacked their own mysteries? After a moment, Chun spoke slowly. This power is not solely mine. There are others in the world who wield it as well. Why must it be me? Mega Evolution is not exclusive to me. As previously mentioned, Korna from the Kalos region and others possess Mega Evolution too. Besides, doesn't Rayquaza have the ability to Mega Evolve on its own? Why must it be someone who has mastered Mega Evolution to summon it? The old woman's gaze held a profound significance as she looked at Chun. It is only you who has come here and fortuitously saved our 5 dragon hatchlings. Is it not rather coincidental? Upon hearing this, Chen fell silent. Her reasoning was compelling. He found himself at a loss for words. Is it too late for me to leave now? Dau voria peculiar, ec expression. Almost relishing the predicament of his friend. I believe that the old woman is correct. Perhaps this is all predestined. Chen, it seems you're destined to become this hero. A vein throbbed on Chen's forehead. He had no desire to become entangled in the affairs of the 3 fools of Hoenn. Let others undertake the quest to summon the dragon, like the individual beside me. Suddenly, Chen adopted a serious demeanor. Old lady, this power is something my companion here can also master. I can teach him, allowing him to take on the role of the hero. In a bid to extricate himself from the situation, Chen was willing to go to great lengths. After all, she had not specified when he must teach him. Moreover, with the lava and ocean teams only just emerging, there is still time. He would eventually have to reveal Mega Evolution to Dawu. It was no matter. This time, not only Dawu was bewildered, but the old woman and Zijana were equally taken aback. Are you truly so reluctant to assume the mantle of heroism? Moreover, this power can be taught. We wish to learn as well. Chapter 46. The Mega Evolution Stone of Metagrosta. Wu quickly pulled Chunshur aside and whispered, "What on earth are you doing? What kind of power is this, and can it really be taught? Don't ask. I will tell you later. I can't say anything right now." Seeing his friend's insistence, Dawu had to abandon his inquiries, though he still wished to persuade him. After all, if disaster were to truly strike, at least old Chun could summon that legendary dragon to intervene, right? However, at that moment, the old lady spoke up, seemingly sensing the reluctance of the young man before her. If you can teach him, that would be splendid. Every additional person brings a glimmer of hope. Of course, your assistance will not go unrewarded. You may enter our treasury and select 2 items each. The elder did not inquire about how to harness such power, but instead shifted the conversation toward the treasures. Chunshur's eyes brightened. He loved treasure hunting. Dawu appeared more composed, having seen countless treasures as the heir of the Zivki family. He had even encountered legendary resources. Yet, as Shijina stood up and opened another door of the wooden cabin, leading them into the cellar, Dawu's composure faltered. He found himself not gazing at the resources, but rather fixated on the numerous crates filled with stones, which had been collected by the meteor people. In contrast, Chunshur was dazzled by the sight. An array of precious herbs, top-tier evolution stones, and attribute gems, all in abundance. He even spotted several scales from champion-level dragon Pokémon. It was regrettable that most of these resources were suited for dragon-type Pokémon. Chunshur only glanced at the scales before, like Dawu. He began rummaging through the stones. Shijina was left speechless. In the village, only those who had made significant contributions were granted access to this place. Yet these 2 seemed disinterested in the resources, showing only curiosity for the stones. Was this the norm for outsiders? What she did not realize was that both had exceptional backgrounds. One was the heir of the Zivki family, and the other had grandparents who were top breeders. They were not lacking in resources unless they were of legendary caliber, like the scales of Giratina. Clearly, such high-level resources were absent here, rendering the treasures less appealing compared to the stones. One was driven by pure interest, while the other sought the Mega Evolution Stones. Indeed, the accumulation of the Meteor People over the years was no trifling matter. There were over 20 Mega Evolution Stones and 8 Keystones, most of which belonged to Dragon-type Pokémon such as Salamence, Garchomp, and Altaria. These Pokémon had likely discovered them and placed them here. Nonetheless, there are also several other Mega Evolution Stones. For instance, the Mega Evolution Stone of Metagross, which Chunshur had longed for, was now in his grasp. Excitement surged within him. It was a stroke of luck to find the Metagross Evolution Stone here. Now, he had collected Evolution Stones for all the Pokémon capable of Mega Evolving, alleviating any future concerns. Subsequently, Chunshur selected a scale from a peak champion Salamence. Once Salamence broke through, the safety of his family's farm will be significantly enhanced, likely deterring any would-be intruders. When the two emerged from the cellar, the old lady fell silent upon seeing their selections. While she was not concerned about the scales, having granted them entry without fear of them choosing precious items, she was taken aback that they had chosen 3 seemingly useless stones. Yet, she was unaware that the power she so eagerly sought resided within those very stones. After a moment, the old lady said softly, "Are you truly certain you want these? Would you not consider exchanging them?" "No exchange." The old lady nodded slightly. Everyone had their own desires. Since the two favored their choices, she no longer pressed the matter. There would undoubtedly be a substantial reward in the future. The last 2 words were emphasized heavily, and both understood the elder's implication. Today was merely an appetizer, or perhaps a down payment. Should disaster strike in the future, and they come to assist, they would receive true treasures. Absolutely, both Chunshur and Wu affirmed. Having come to terms with the situation, Chunshur no longer resisted. As long as there were valuable items, he would brave any peril, especially with Wu by his side. Then, "Old lady, we shall take our leave. We apologize for the intrusion." A faint smile crept onto the wrinkled face of the old lady. "You're always welcome to visit us." The two nodded and followed Ada out the door. "Do you truly believe these two are the ones foretold in the prophecy? They don't seem like it to me. Moreover, why did you not ask them how to master that power akin to Lord Dragon?" After they departed, Shi Jiana hurriedly inquired, genuinely perplexed. She found it hard to believe that the silver-haired youth was serious, while the other appeared decidedly unreliable. The old lady cast a languid glance at Shi Jiana. "Child, do not judge a person by their appearance. Sometimes, outward behavior can be deceiving. Perhaps the one you deem untrustworthy is, in fact, the most dependable." Shi Jiana recalled Chunshur's demeanor and questioned in her heart whether he truly embodied the elder's words. The elder continued, "As for your suggestion of asking that boy how to harness such power, have you considered why someone would divulge such critical knowledge? Some matters are best left unasked, for probing may only sour an otherwise amicable relationship." Shi Jiana opened her mouth as if to respond, but fell silent. The old lady was right. There was no justification for them to share such important information. To voice it would merely cause awkwardness between them. The trainers of the Meteor People had always conducted themselves with utmost integrity. They would never engage in acts of betrayal. "Child, you have much to learn. Prepare yourself. It is time for you to venture out as well. Do not linger in the village any longer." Shi Jiana's heart fluttered, and she nodded earnestly. "I understand, grandmother." Chapter 47. The Miserable Furong. Where shall we go next? Wu inquired, standing at the exit of the Meteor Waterfall beside his friend. "Let's head to Fuyin Town," came the reply. "It's already evening. We can find a place to stay and enjoy the hot springs tomorrow. The day after is the champion performance competition." Wu agreed, having heard tales of the delightful hot springs in Fuyin Town. During their last visit to challenge the gym, he hadn't had the chance to indulge, and this time he was determined to experience it. Soon after, Wu summoned his armored bird, carrying both of them directly to Fuyin Town. Upon their arrival, as they dismounted from the armored bird and prepared to enter the town, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Brother Chun Shi, turning in surprise. They saw a disheveled girl sprinting towards them, tears streaming down her face, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings of any onlooker. Chun Shi, recognizing the two familiar red flowers adorning her hair, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Furong, what on earth happened to you? Have you taken up begging? Furong, now in a pitiful state, sobbed uncontrollably, her small hands futilely attempting to wipe away her tears. Brother Chun Shi, I encountered a scammer. Several people tricked me out of my money and even beat me up. I haven't eaten for 2 days. At this revelation, Dawu abruptly turned his head, struggling to suppress his laughter, his handsome face turning crimson. He recalled that this was the girl Chun Shi had instructed him to deceive. Little did he know that the situation had escalated to such a degree that she had gone 2 days without food. Chun Shi's expression stiffened as he suddenly remembered that he had indeed set this up with Dawu. He had just not connected the dots until now. Ahem, well, you must be starving. Let us find something to eat. Thank you, Brother Chun Shi, Furong exclaimed gratefully. Dawu, unable to contain his amusement, chuckled, only to meet Chun Shi's disapproving gaze, prompting him to feign innocence and scan the surroundings. If only this poor girl knew that her current predicament was orchestrated by her brother Chun Shi, would she still express her gratitude? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Chun Shi coughed awkwardly before leading Furong to the finest hotel in the area, reserving a private room, and ordering an extravagant feast. Watching Furong devour her meal, Chun Shi felt a pang of guilt. He quickly shook off the thought. After all, this was for her own good. Once Furong had eaten her fill, she began to pour out her woes to Chun Shi, recounting her encounter with the con artist and the manner in which she had been deceived. The more Chun Shi listened, the more uncomfortable he felt, continually offering the young girl more food. Beside him, Dawu trembled with suppressed laughter. Leaning closer to Davi, Chun Shi whispered, "Do not forget, it was you who led her into this mess, making you an accomplice as well." Dawu's expression faltered. Chun Shi had a point. But he quickly rebounded. "Wasn't it you who instructed me to arrange this? I merely acted on your orders. Spare me. We're both in the same boat. So don't point fingers," Chun Shi retorted, leaving Dawu exasperated. "How can we be in the same boat? You were the one who asked me to help deceive this girl." At that moment, Furong interrupted, her curiosity piqued. "Brother Chun Shi, who is this? What are you two discussing?" The two immediately separated, and Chun Shi introduced them. "This is Dawu, the heir of the Zivki family. You may call him Dawu." Then, turning to Dawu, he feigned formality. "This girl is Furong, a specialist in ghost-type Pokémon, hailing from the Shinhua volcano." "Hello, Miss Furong. It's a pleasure to meet you," Dawu greeted politely, rising slightly. Furong, momentarily taken aback, quickly stood up and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Hello, Brother Dawu. I am very pleased to meet you too." Dawu's eyes twitched slightly. The girl was almost excessively Na'vi. He felt a twinge of guilt. Had he known, he would have disregarded Chun Shi's suggestion. How could he bring himself to deceive such an innocent girl? "Enough, enough. Let us sit and eat. The food is getting cold," Chun Shi urged, pressing them to take their seats. Suddenly, an idea struck Chun Shi. He opened his backpack and retrieved a fossil, placing it before Furong. "Here, this is for you." Initially, Furong thought it was a small gift and eagerly looked up, only to find a mere chunk of stone, causing her enthusiasm to wane. "I don't like stones. What would I do with this?" Chun Shi shot her an exasperated glance. "This is a fossil from the Dracos region, which I unearthed at the Meteor Waterfall. You mentioned wanting a Dracos, right? You can use this fossil to have Dawu help you revive one. I've already spoken to him about it." Furong scratched her head, puzzled. Can fossils really be revived? Aren't they all dead? Upon hearing this, Dawu realized that Furong had never known about the revival process. He explained patiently, "Fossils can indeed be revived. Our company, Dawun, recently revived a fossilized pterodactyl. This fossil looks quite intact, so it should work." Furong's eyes lit up with joy as she clutched the fossil in her hands. She had always adored dragon-type Pokémon with ghostly attributes, yet they were exceedingly rare and precious. In the Galar region, Dracos was even regarded as a quasi-divine Pokémon. She had lost hope of ever obtaining one, but now, Brother Chun Shi had gifted her such a treasure. The thought of owning a Dracos made her giddy with delight. Little Dracos, hee hee. Is she really that foolish? Chunshur mused silently, then playfully nudged Furong. Stop daydreaming and eat. Remember to take good care of that fossil. If you lose it, you'll have to face my wrath. Furong nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. By the way, how did you end up here? I heard there was a champion performance competition, so I came, Furong replied, her small head bobbing, her exuberance seemingly erasing the memory of her recent misfortunes. Do you have the money for a ticket? Huh, don't need to buy a ticket? Furong looked bewildered, realizing no one had mentioned this to her. All she had heard was that there would be a champion performance competition. No one had mentioned the need for a ticket. No one can resist a Greninja. Chapter 48. Let Daigo gather stones the following morning in the largest hot spring pool of Fuyin Town. Chunshur, Daigo, and Fu Rong relaxed among a group of Pokémon, reveling in the soothing warmth. This is delightful, chimed Chia, while other Pokémon expressed their contentment with soft coos, leaning against the sides with expressions of utter bliss. This hot spring is indeed wonderful. It's a pity I had to leave in such a hurry last time and couldn't fully enjoy it, Daigo lamented. Today is a perfect opportunity. Let us indulge ourselves and savor this experience, he continued. Beside them, the Pock Gigi nodded appreciatively. I can forgive you this time for keeping me in a Pokeball for so long, but do not let it happen again. Suddenly, Daigo turned to Chunshur with a puzzled expression. What did that old lady in the village mean by power? Didn't you say you would teach me? Please, do so now. Their camaraderie had grown significantly, allowing Daigo to voice his inquiries without restraint. Chunshur sighed. I cannot teach you just yet. Perhaps later. He shot a playful glare at Daigo, embodying a mix of exasperation and affection. This matter is too significant to disclose now. Let us wait until we are stronger. While Chunshur trusted Daigo's character, he was still wary of revealing the concept of Mega Evolution. After their encounter at Meteor Falls, he felt that Daigo might be more suited for collecting Megastones. Everyone knew Daigo was a fervent admirer of stones, making his collection efforts less suspicious compared to the furtive actions of others. However, Chunshur was hesitant to reveal the secret directly, preferring to emphasize the importance of the Megastones instead. He believed that in time, Daigo would come to understand. Noticing his friend's intention to keep things under wraps, Daigo chose not to pry further, comforted by the trust that existed between them. Soon after, he observed Chunshur's serious demeanor as he asked, Do you recall the stone that Bashikadora encountered? Daigo vividly remembered the silver stone interspersed with deep orange hues. Yes, I remember. I even found a similar one the next day, and you suddenly urged me to catch it as well. Chunshur fixed his gaze intently upon Daigo. That stone is incredibly important and precious. You should collect more of them discreetly. And remember, keep this a secret. Do not disclose it to anyone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Daigo understood that the stone might be far more significant than he initially thought. A remarkable idea began to form in his mind. He asked hesitantly, could that stone be related to the power that the dragon god used to avert disaster? Is that why the old lady believed you are the next hero? Because you possess this power? Doubt lingered in Daigo's mind. It was the only explanation that made sense. Why would Chunshur, who had little affinity for stones, accompany him to Meteor Falls to dig for them, specifically focusing on one type? In the depths of the Meteor People's vault, Chunshur had only chosen a reverse scale and another stone that resembled the one he had previously selected. Given that Chunshur's initial Pokémon was Doryuzu, a dragon type, it was perplexing why he would not choose from the abundant dragon type resources available. Daigo could not believe that a 14-year-old prodigy in Pokémon breeding would be so foolish. This only suggested that the stone was extraordinary, very likely connected to the vital power the dragon god wielded a millennium ago to prevent calamity. As Daigo's anticipation grew, Chunshur subtly nodded, affirming Daigo's hypothesis. Thus, it is indeed of immense importance and rarity. Remember to keep it confidential. Now is not the time for this power to be revealed, for we cannot safeguard it. Daigo's expression turned somber as he nodded slightly, fully grasping the meaning behind Chunshur's words. In this world, where power reigns supreme, possessing too much could lead to losing even more. With a surge of excitement, he inquired, Is that power truly so formidable? Chunshur replied, Indeed. It is a comprehensive transformation, enhancing not just levels, but the very essence of the being. It is a change from within, yet this power can only be temporarily harnessed. It cannot be sustained for long. However, it is sufficient to support a single battle. That was enough to invigorate Daigo. He grasped the significance of the power, understanding that while it was potent, it was not limitless. He was not greedy, knowing well that to gain, one must first give. At that moment, Chunshur observed Daigo with a hint of meaning in his eyes. I still believe Dua is quite remarkable. Daigo quickly realized that his friend had been subtly guiding him all along, something he had not perceived until now. Perhaps Dazua was not as simple as he had initially thought. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Just then, Fu Rong interjected, Chunshur Ge. Should I also capture a Dazua? It was then that both friends remembered her presence, having completely forgotten about her since the beginning. Chunshur's lips twitched slightly. There is no need for that. You already have a Gungue, don't you? Focus on nurturing it. Oh, Fu Rong nodded thoughtfully. Seeing her reaction, Chunshur shook his head in resignation, hoping she would take his advice to heart. Chapter 49. The arrival of Cynthia as the three were enjoying their time. A server approached them. Good evening, esteemed guests. A young lady outside claims to be your friend and wishes to meet you. May I let her in? Given that the lavish hot spring pool had been exclusively reserved by Daigo, no one else could enter. The server sought confirmation regarding this self-proclaimed friend. Chun was puzzled and turned to Daigo. Have you invited more friends? Daigo, equally confused, replied, I only consider you a friend. I know of no other. Yet, maintaining his politeness in the presence of outsiders, Daigo inquired, did she mention her name? The server answered, the lady said her name is Cynthia. At these words, Chen's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly told the server, indeed, she is my friend. Please let her in. Of course, replied the server before stepping away. Meanwhile, Duranki, Madame Huajia, and Pokémon Baki were all gazing at Chun with expressions of bewilderment. They were well acquainted with Cynthia, having traveled together for an extensive period. They were aware of the ambiguous relationship between their trainer and Cynthia. Ignoring their curious glances, Chun explained to Daigo, she is a friend from Sinnoh. I believe I mentioned her once. She is also known as the Battle Goddess. You must have heard of her. The Battle Goddess? Daigo teased, his tone elongated. Having just observed the expressions of Duranki and the others, he was beginning to understand the situation. Chun felt somewhat embarrassed under Daigo's gaze. Friends are friends, he insisted. Ahem. Is it all right for her to join us? After all, this is your reserve hot spring. Daigo, seemingly unconcerned, welcomed the idea. For him, who had few friends, it was a pleasant opportunity to meet new people. He realized that only those of their kind could truly connect and enjoy each other's company. Thus, he held no objections towards Cynthia's arrival. Before long, the server returned, guiding a golden-haired beauty clad in a bathrobe, cradling a Baki in her arms. Upon seeing Cynthia's attire, Chun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly greeted her. Cynthia, it's been ages. Have you come to try the hot springs? They are truly delightful. Cynthia narrowed her eyes at Chun as she stepped into the hot spring. Why call me Miss Cynthia? It sounds far too formal and distant. Just call me Chronic Indecision. Upon hearing this, Duranki and the others exchanged glances filled with amusement, relishing Chen's discomfort. Chen inwardly lamented the situation, but maintained a cheerful facade. What nonsense is this? I could never call you that. It's all just hearsay, is it? Cynthia remarked with a teasing smirk directed at Chun. He scratched his head, his eyes lighting up as he noticed the Baki in her arms. Ah, this little one is hatched. It looks quite healthy. Cynthia scoffed lightly, casting Chun a sidelong glance. She had arrived in Hoenn the day Chun departed, but by the time she reached the Chun family farm, the elderly couple informed her that Chun had left to attend the Champions exhibition match. Determined to find him, Cynthia searched for 2 days in Fuyin town without any success. It was only this morning when Lucario suddenly sensed Chen's presence that Cynthia finally located the hot spring. Baki, look, that is your daughter, she announced, her voice brimming with excitement. The little Baki had hatched, bringing a sense of relief. Initially engrossed in the unfolding drama, Baki was momentarily stunned, then gazed incredulously at the Baki in Cynthia's embrace. Chakachak, Leafing through the scene, the others were equally astonished, glancing between Baki and the newly hatched Baki. It's uncanny. They look just alike. Ah, how bittersweet, Doranki sighed. I'm only a year old, and now I'm an uncle. This is rather unexpected. Chaka-chak. Baki finally reacted, soaring up to give Chun a playful whack on the head. You're the one who just had a baby. I was still a carefree youth. The Baki in Cynthia's arms regarded Baki with curiosity, sensing a kinship, a glimpse of its future self. Chun cleared his throat, eager to introduce everyone. This is Cynthia from Sinnoh. Over there is Dago with the silver hair, and that young lady is Huyen. Let us all become friends. Huyen gazed at Cynthia, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister, you are so beautiful. Dago, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Cynthia. Your beauty surpasses even the finest luminous stones. At this statement, everyone was left in astonishment, with Chun staring at Dago in disbelief. He finally grasped the extent of Dago's affection for precious stones. What a divine compliment. Truly an enlightening experience. Soon after, Cynthia summoned her Pokémon. Garchomp, Lucario, Milotic, Glacian, and Cradily come forth. Wow, Garchomp, Doggy, Milotic, and Glacian. It's been a while. Except for Lucario, who remained aloof, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The other three Pokémon eagerly surrounded Chun. Glacian even leaped into his arms, where he instinctively began to massage her, sending her into a state of blissful relaxation. Ah, the soothing warmth of the hot springs. Who can resist such indulgence? Glacian purred contentedly. Chapter 50. The gift. At that moment, Dawu suddenly slapped his forehead. Could it be that the severe indecisiveness Miss Sharona mentioned was due to the recent consecutive releases of the Ice EV and the Steelix, as well as that genius researcher? Sharona nodded slightly, and then shot a fierce glare at Chunshur. You should just ask him directly. Chunshur instinctively shrank his head back, adopting an ostrich-like demeanor. Dawu looked at Chunshur in confusion, unable to understand why Sharona wanted him to inquire. Ahem, that would be me. Just doing a bit of casual research. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed upon him, Chunshur realized he could no longer evade the topic and had to admit it. After all, there was nothing too sensitive about it. He might as well be straightforward. So, you're the one with severe indecisiveness? Dawu was genuinely astonished. His friend had quite a few secrets hidden away. He hadn't anticipated that Chunshur also held the title of a genius researcher behind the scenes. Chunshur waved his hand dismissively. It's just a bit of casual research. Don't take it too seriously. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This could hardly be described as mere casual research. Sharona was contemplating evolution through intimacy, as well as the 18th attribute, while Dawu was focused on the stone and its unknown formidable power. If this could still be considered casual research, then researchers below the PhD level might as well throw themselves against a wall in despair. By the way, Dawu, I just remembered that the Scyther is also quite good. You should consider it. Dawu appeared much more composed this time, merely nodding slightly to indicate his understanding. There's also an Inkata that's hard to find. I haven't caught one yet. Upon hearing this, Chunshur casually responded, No worries, take your time. Just catch one for me when you encounter it. I don't have time to write papers right now. Do you have any other Pokémon you want to catch? Furong looked at Chunshur expectantly. He understood the little girl's intentions all too well. All right, I'll give you some money later. Great. Thank you, Brother Chunshur. Furong replied joyfully, then continued to squint her eyes while soaking in the hot spring, her happiness amplified. Chunshur glanced at the Togepi in Sharona's arms, then rose to rummage through his backpack, pulling out a box of fairy-type energy cubes. Come here, little one. I have something delicious for you. As he spoke, he took out an energy cube and gestured towards Togepi. Instantly, Togepi caught a whiff of an incredibly enticing aroma, swallowing her saliva as she looked at Sharona. Chakadu? Sharona gently nodded, and Togepi promptly leaped out of the hot spring, scurrying over to Chunshur. Chunshur chuckled, teasing, what a little clever one. Just like my Togekiss before it evolved, she turns her back once she gets a treat. Sharona gazed at the pink energy cube, her heart filled with curiosity. This energy cube is quite peculiar. I've never seen it before. And Togepi seems to be enjoying it immensely. Chakadu. Chunshur smiled knowingly and remarked, This is a specially customized energy cube for Togepi. My Togekiss is still enjoying it as well. Hearing this, Sharona felt a flicker of realization. This energy cube was likely extraordinary. After traveling together for a year, she had come to understand Chinshur quite well, sensing there was a deeper meaning behind his words. Remembering the mention of the 18th attribute in a previous letter, she refrained from probing further. Dawu, on the other hand, did not dwell on it. It was entirely normal for a breeder to customize energy cubes for their Pokémon. He had seen such energy cubes before. They were merely visually appealing, nothing particularly strange. By the way, Sharona, I have a gift for you. Dawu's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he remained silent by the side. Even Furong seemed to sense something, casting glances between Sharona and Chunshur. Chunshur produced 3 boxes, using his Metagross to levitate them over to Sharona. What's inside? Chunshur shrugged. It's a gift. Just open it and see. Sharona felt a warmth in her heart as she took one box and opened it. Lipstick? Sharona looked at Chunshur in astonishment. He actually gifted her lipstick. This was quite unexpected. However, she quickly realized that this was no ordinary lipstick. Embedded at the base was a uniquely patterned, multicolored stone. Noticing Sharona's attention on the keystone, Chunshur internally chuckled. This was something he had commissioned specifically. But Sharona seemed not to think too much of it, moving on to open another box. As soon as she did, Lucario's gaze was drawn to the stone. For some reason, it felt incredibly significant to him. Sharona noticed this and directly asked, "What is wrong, Lucario?" Lucario hesitated for a moment, but then shook his head. He did not sense anything unusual, merely assuming it was an illusion. Meanwhile, Dawu had taken note of this. Wasn't this the kind of stone that held great importance? He hadn't expected Chunshur to directly gift one to Sharona. You claim you were just ordinary friends? If that were the case, could such a gift be given so casually? And we are friends too. You haven't gifted me one. With this thought, Dawu looked at his friend with a glum expression. Chunshur, catching Dawu's gaze, cleared his throat and replied stoutly, "But don't you have 2 of them? Besides, you mentioned you had plenty at home." Dawu rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage in conversation with someone who prioritized romantic interests over friendship. At that moment, Sharona had opened the 3rd box. Inside was yet another stone, though its color and pattern differed from the previous one. The Garchomp suddenly sensed something, sharply turning its gaze toward the box in Sharona's hands. Experiencing the same sensation as Lucario, Sharona noticed Garchomp's unusual behavior but chose not to voice it, simply closing the box. Was it a coincidence the first time? Could it be again? She was not Navi. Chinshur wouldn't gift her 2 useless stones. It was likely that these stones concealed some secret, particularly relevant to Garchomp and Lucario. The lipstick she had initially overlooked also bore a stone of significance. Chunshur suddenly proclaimed, "These are carefully prepared gifts. You must treasure them." Sharona nodded slightly, her gaze softening as she looked at Chunshur. "Thank you. I truly appreciate this gift. I genuinely adore this ICV." Chapter 51. Coincidence. At the break of dawn the following day, the 4 individuals convened and set forth towards the Flame Path Gym. Surrounding them were throngs of spectators who had traveled from distant lands to witness the highly anticipated exhibition match. Some were adorned in attire reflective of their respective regions, clearly having journeyed from afar. The crowd was indeed overwhelming. Furong gazed around in awe, never having encountered such a multitude before, and in her nervousness, she clutched Chunshur's arm tightly. To the side, Sharona subtly furrowed her brow, but chose to remain silent. However, Daigo felt quite the opposite. He was overwhelmed by a sense of displacement. For reasons unknown, he felt somewhat superfluous. Chunshur brushed Furong's hand away, exclaiming, "What S with a grip? Just because there are many people doesn't mean you need to hold on." Furong pouted momentarily before turning to grasp Sharona's hand, playfully sticking her tongue out at Chunshur. "You're such a miser. If you want to hold on, I'll find someone who will." Chunshur cast her a sidelong glance, but opted for silence. Indeed, the crowd was substantial, indicating the exhibition match was attracting considerable attention. Daigo elaborated, "This is the inaugural public match for the newly appointed champion, so the attention is quite justified." Chunshur understood Daigo's implication, This exhibition match served, in essence, to establish the authority of the new champion, allowing the audience a glimpse of the prowess possessed by this dark-type champion. It was likely that Huayue and Mura would not reveal their true capabilities, instead showcasing Pokémon only at the entry level of the champion rank. The outcome would most likely end in a stalemate, for it would be unrealistic to expect Huayue to overpower Mura, and a loss for Huayue would bring disgrace to the newly appointed champion. The league would neither wish for Huayue to lose nor allow Mura, a seasoned champion, to suffer defeat. Thus, a draw was the most probable conclusion. Suddenly, Chinshur noticed a girl with crimson hair, adorned with spectacles, exuding an aura of coldness. This girl was rumored to be the rare talent from the Silver Academy, specializing in ice-type Pokémon. Upon hearing this, the trio turned their gazes to her, eager to witness this so-called prodigy. Furong murmured softly, "That elder sister seems so cold." Chinshur mused inwardly, "If only you knew her true self. In my prior life's memories." This future ice-type champion of the Kanto region was merely an endearing girl who adored dolls. A stark contrast indeed, rivaling even Sharona. Before long, the four ascended to the spectator stands and settled into their seats. However, Chunshur sensed something amiss with the individuals seated beside him. To his left sat Kona, while to his right was a boy with red hair, cloaked in a matching cape. Could that be Dodo? Chunshur thought, astonished that he too had arrived and coincidentally sat beside them. He found it hard to believe this was merely a coincidence. Sharona greeted Kona, stating, "What a coincidence. We meet again. I'm Sharona." Kona responded with a courteous smile. "Indeed, quite the coincidence. You may call me Kona." Leaning back, Chunshur interjected, "I do not consider this a coincidence. With such a multitude of coincidences, it has become inevitable." Daigo appeared puzzled, wondering what was so strange about merely encountering the girl they had just seen. Noticing Daigo's confusion, Chunshur clarified, "The individual beside you is none other than Garrido's Dodo from Kanto. Do you still believe this is mere happenstance?" Daigo gasped, turning to face Garrido's Dodo. "Greetings. I am Zivki Daigo. I've long heard of the League's youngest senior investigator, Garrido's Dodo, and it is a pleasure to finally meet you." At that moment, Daigo grasped his friend's meaning. This was indeed no ordinary coincidence. Just look at the caliber of individuals seated in this row. The youngest intermediate breeder of the League, the heir of the Zivki family, the battle goddess of Sinnoh, the youngest investigator of the League, and the most talented individual from Silver Academy in recent years. Not to mention a Navi and innocent girl. Garrido's Dodo, now somewhat astonished, remarked, "I have heard of your exploits, the champion of the colorful spectacle, heir of the Zivki family." Dodo had overheard the previous conversation and initially thought they were merely discussing coincidences. He now realized it was about their seating arrangement. Chunshur introduced himself, saying, "You may call me Chunshur." Garrido's Dodo was taken aback, recognizing Chunshur as the League's youngest intermediate breeder, heralded as a future master breeder. He did not suspect a mere coincidence. It was evident that Chunshur was a friend of Daigo. Meanwhile, Sharona, who had been attentively listening to the conversation, softly introduced herself as well. "Hello, I am Sharona." Garrido's Dodo felt somewhat overwhelmed, finally comprehending the significance of Chunshur's statement about it not being a coincidence. And who is Sharona? The battle goddess of Sinnoh, now regarded as a future champion of Sinnoh. He was also familiar with Kona, as they both belonged to the Kanto League. Garrido's Dodo sighed. "It appears the League has intentionally arranged for us to be seated together." Everyone understood his implication, though they chose not to vocalize it. The League's arrangement seemed aimed at facilitating early interactions among these prodigious talents. Who knows? They might all become champions of their respective regions in the future. Such encounters would be inevitable, and this was merely a prelude. Furong glanced left and right, feeling somewhat disheartened. The accolades of these individuals sounded formidable. She doubted she could compete with any of them. What should she do? She felt overlooked and a bit indignant. Chunshur noticed the little girl's unease and introduced her to the group. "This is Furong, the heir of the sacred fire mountain." Furong instantly perked up. Although her own title may not have been impressive, her family certainly was. Kona and Garrido's Dodo exchanged surprised glances. realizing this girl hailed from the renowned sacred fire mountain of Hoenn. After greeting Furong, they discreetly committed her name to memory. Chapter 52. A theatrical exhibition of the monarchs with wide eyes, Furong surveyed the gradually quieting arena. Brother Chunshur, is the exhibition match about to commence? I see that everyone has fallen silent. Indeed, the time is drawing near. The two monarchs should be making their entrance shortly. Chunshur glanced at the clock, directing his gaze toward the doors at the front of the battle stage. In the next moment, the doors creaked open, revealing two figures stepping forth. One was a middle-aged man adorned in red trousers and black shoes, with a hint of red hair peeking from his collar. He was none other than Huaiyue, the newly appointed dark-type monarch of the Fengyuan region. Accompanying him was an elderly gentleman, hunched and leaning on a cane, Mura, the fire-type monarch. As these two emerged, the atmosphere within the arena surged with excitement, with many voices chanting their names. Huaiyue, Mura. Both Huaiyue and Mura raised their hands in greeting towards the audience. Furong observed the two with curiosity. Brother Chunshur, are these the two monarchs set to battle? Who do you think will triumph? This was Furong's first encounter with the four monarchs, igniting her curiosity about the outcome of their duel. Neither will emerge victorious. It is highly likely to end in a draw. Why is that? Furong's expression was one of disbelief. How could individuals of such caliber possibly draw? Even in her own encounters, it was either victory or defeat, with a stalemate being an exceedingly rare occurrence. Chunshur shrugged. The world of martial arts is not merely about combat. It involves intricate human relations. Furong, you have much yet to learn. This statement left Furong perplexed. To her, it was simply a battle. How could it involve human affairs? Her young mind struggled to comprehend this notion, for she believed that battles were meant to be fought with all one's might to defeat the opponent. All right, it is about to begin. Just watch and you'll understand. On the field, a referee stood atop a sturdy Sherelden, microphone in hand. Please prepare, esteemed monarchs. This exhibition match will follow a 3 versus 3 singles format. Huaiyue grinned, Mura. I look forward to your guidance. Mura nodded slightly. Let us begin. Thus, I declare the exhibition match officially commenced. As the referee's words resonated, a shimmering blue energy shield enveloped the battleground. Huaiyue was the first to release a Pokeball. Go, Blazing Roar Tiger! With a resounding pop, a majestic Blazing Roar Tiger materialized on the field. Chunshur's eyes widened in surprise. After all, this creature was renowned in his previous life as the universe's finest Blazing Roar Tiger. He had always held a fondness for this Pokémon, yet had never encountered one suitable. Upon glancing at the Blazing Roar Tiger's data, it confirmed Chunshur's suspicion. This was merely a peak Quasi-Monarch Pokémon, not even reaching the Monarch tier. It was undoubtedly not Huaiyue's main force, but rather a secondary Pokémon. In the next moment, Mura unleashed his own Pokeball. A graceful Ninetales emerged to face the Blazing Roar Tiger from a distance. Old Chun, who do you predict will win this first match? Dao asked, arms crossed, seeking his friend's insight on the outcome. Kona and Yolongdu leaned in slightly, eager to hear the esteemed breeder's thoughts. Mura, of course. Who else could it be? After all, he is an established monarch. I surmise that the Blazing Roar Tiger will unleash a surprise attack, only to exhaust Ninetales significantly before succumbing. As the heir to the Zivki family, Dao was well versed in the nuances of human interaction and immediately grasped Chunshur's intent. Mura, being a veteran monarch, would undoubtedly not falter in the first match. Huaiyue would not allow his elder to face defeat so early. However, Kona and Yolongdu were somewhat bewildered by Chunshur's unwavering certainty. They chose not to voice their confusion, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. In the arena, Huaiyue promptly commanded, Blazing Roar Tiger, use surprise attack, and follow up with a double kick. With astonishing speed, the Blazing Roar Tiger surged forward. Yet Mura remained calm, instructing Ninetales to endure. The surprise attack, known for its rapid execution, was difficult for Ninetales to evade. It could only brace itself. As expected, the Blazing Roar Tiger struck Ninetales, pushing it back before executing a swift double kick. Though Ninetales was knocked back, it persevered through the pain to unleash a confusion ray. Blazing Roar Tiger, evade quickly. Huayue's anxious voice echoed across the battleground. However, the distance was too short for the blazing roar tiger to react, and it was struck by the confusion ray. Dao shook his head, acknowledging, while the confusion ray may not deal significant damage. The blazing roar tiger is now caught in a state of confusion. The outcome of the first match seems all but certain. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his statement. In high-level battles, one misstep often leads to a cascade of errors. As events unfolded precisely as Chunshur had predicted, Ninetales emerged victorious, though it too had expended considerable energy. Dao inquired again, "Old Chun, what do you foresee for the second match?" Furong chimed in, "You haven't even seen the Pokémon they sent out. How can you be so certain?" Chunshur shot her a glance, dismissing her naive inquiry. Yet the ensuing battle left Furong astounded, as Huayue summoned a Greninja, which, after defeating Ninetales, went on to best a Blaziken before finally losing its fighting capability. Dao sighed softly. "Had I known it would unfold this way, I might as well have gone stone mining at Meteor Falls." This exhibition match feels as if it were scripted, devoid of any genuine excitement. Chunshur yawned. "An exhibition match, you say? What did you expect? If it were a true Monarch showdown, would they allow so many spectators to bear witness?" The cheers from the audience never waned, reaching a crescendo at the conclusion of the tie. Feeling bored, Chunshur and his companions rose to depart. However, Yolongdu called out to them, "Might I inquire if you have time? I would like to treat you to a meal as a means of fostering friendship." A smile crept across Kona's face. "Would you mind if I joined as well?" The group exchanged glances, all comprehending each other's sentiments. Dao replied softly, "Not at all. Let us go." The Cosmic Tiger. Chapter 53. Parting the familiar private room was as lively as ever, though this time with a much larger crowd. Chunshur sat there, feeling a sense of disbelief. Who were these individuals in the future? At the very least, they were all Elite Four members, some even champions. There was Daigo, the future champion of Hoenn, Wataru, the champion of Johto, Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh, as well as the future Ghost-type Elite Four member of Hoenn and the Ice-type Elite Four member of Kanto. All these people were sitting beside him, sharing a meal. It was truly incredible, Chunshur mused inwardly. He then inquired, "Will all of you be participating in the upcoming World Championships?" "Of course. I wouldn't miss such an event," Wataru responded with a confident smile and unwavering tone. "My ambition is to become the Dragon-type champion of the Kanto region." Upon hearing Wataru's words, Chunshur nearly burst out laughing. "Your Dragon-type Pokémon must be quite formidable." Then, the statement seemed innocuous, but the truth was that Wataru primarily had a single Dragonite, while the rest were Charizards, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, and other Pokémon that merely bore the name Dragon without any real connection to the type. Neither Wataru nor the others detected the peculiarity in Chunshur's tone, except for Cynthia, who sensed something amiss but couldn't quite grasp Chunshur's intent. "Indeed, they are all cherished companions who have fought alongside me," Wataru affirmed. "I'd certainly like to meet them if I have the chance," Chunshur said, suppressing his amusement and maintaining a straight face. Wataru chuckled heartily, "Of course. There will be opportunities." He then shifted the topic. "I heard from my father that this World Championships is more than meets the eye. It may very well influence the future cultivation of talent across the regions." Wataru wasn't simply making things up. This was indeed what his father had told him. The rewards for the World Championships were exceptionally generous, but that was merely the surface. The underlying arrangements were the most crucial aspect. This event gathered the most prodigious talents under the age of 20 from across the entire league, and countless influential figures were paying close attention. Performing well in this competition and catching the leagues, I could lead to an influx of resources for those who demonstrated exceptional potential. Kona chimed in. Ardeen mentioned the same thing. Chunshur was speechless, realizing he was the only one in the dark. He didn't even know what the rewards were until Daigo had informed him. Never mind, he thought. You all have extraordinary backgrounds. I, a mere commoner, won't compete with you. Chunshur would be lying if he said he had no aspirations for the World Championships, but he was also aware of his own limitations. After evolving, his Dracloak would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent, and his Swampert could also be considered an ace. However, Chunshur's other Pokémon were significantly weaker. His Florges and Leafeon were still at the elite level, while his Togepi was only at the advanced level. As for his Aggron and Charmander, the less said about them, the better, although they would certainly grow stronger in the remaining 2 months, so would his competitors. Therefore, Chun-Shur decided to simply do his best in the World Championships. What are your plans for the future? Wataru asked, taking a few bites of food and addressing the group. I'll probably be heading to Meteor Falls to excavate stones, Daigo said, wiping his mouth with a hint of excitement. His 2-day trip to Meteor Falls with Chun-Shur had yielded incredible results, and he had completely fallen in love with the place. After finishing up his current affairs, he planned to return to Meteor Falls to continue his excavation and train his Pokémon. Daigo was eagerly anticipating the championships in 2 months. Cynthia's gaze lingered on Chun-Shur for a moment before she spoke in a calm tone. In public, Cynthia always maintained this aloof demeanor. However, those who spent more time with her would discover that she was, in truth, a kind and gentle girl. Afterward, everyone's attention turned to Chun-Shur. Daigo immediately grew anxious. Weren't we supposed to go excavating stones together? Leave the stone excavation to Daigo, Chun-Shur replied. Mimi, I want to travel and experience the local customs and cultures, Flannery exclaimed, eagerly raising her hand to express her desire. Chun-Shur scoffed, just try not to get scammed out of your money again and end up as a beggar. Flannery's enthusiasm instantly deflated, and her earlier pride vanished. Daigo looked slightly uncomfortable, as he was the one who had arranged for her money to be stolen. Wataru interjected at this moment. As for me, I intend to investigate the reappearance of Team Magma in Meteor Falls. I heard that someone spotted members of Team Magma deep within Meteor Falls. This organization has been causing quite a stir lately, so I'll go and see if I can apprehend them. Chun-Shur and Daigo exchanged glances but remained silent. The information had likely come from them, considering that although Blaine had been captured, his subordinates were still at large. However, this was no longer their concern, as they were not officers. Later, the group dispersed, promising to meet again at the World Championships. Cynthia sought out Chun-Shur in private, and they strolled along the streets of Lavaridge Town in silence. After a long pause, Cynthia spoke softly, I'm leaving. Chun-Shur chuckled, safe travels. Don't you have anything else to say to me? Chun-Shur pondered for a moment before replying. Take good care of that lipstick and those 2 stones. They're important. Also, train Togepi well, and make sure to switch her energy cubes to the ones I gave you. Let me know when you run out, and I'll send you more. If she learns any unfamiliar moves, don't make a fuss. And remember to eat regularly, don't sleep in. Be mindful of the time when you're training, and don't overexert yourself. I heard that Sinnoh is already getting colder, so remember to dress warmly. Chun-Shur rambled on like an overprotective mother, and Cynthia listened intently, her eyes filled with tenderness as she gazed at the chattering young man before her. Chapter 54. Confusion. Hey, Lao Chun, what are you daydreaming about? Is it because your good friend has left? In the hotel, seeing Chun-Shur sitting on the sofa lost in thought, Dawu couldn't help but tease him. I was contemplating other matters, Chun-Shur honestly replied, for indeed, he had been preoccupied with different thoughts. The day's experiences had imparted upon him a novel sensation. Although the king-level exhibition match had been quite lackluster, merely a scripted performance, the flamboyant aura of Hua Yu and the unyielding presence of Senior Mu La had profoundly stirred his emotions, particularly after encountering Du and Kana. Chun-Shur observed in them an undeniable confidence, an innate self-assurance that was both inspiring and humbling. In truth, Xylona and Wu possessed similar qualities, though familiarity had rendered them somewhat overlooked. They were all top-tier prodigies from various regions, firmly believing themselves to be unmatched. Yet, Chun-Shur felt a disparity. Prior to participating in the championship, he had already resigned himself to a sense of inferiority, resolved to do his utmost. However, thoughts of the giant marsh and Charmander resurfaced in his mind. He had vowed to elevate them to the highest stage, to have crowds chant their names. When would he be able to fulfill that promise? Were some choices truly the right ones? In childhood, he had concealed his talents, and even now, he found himself suppressing his true potential. Gradually, he felt as though he had lost that confidence. It was essential to remember that he had once possessed a self-assurance akin to that of Yulong Dudo Wu. Tell me, why are there so many circumstances in life beyond our control? Do Wu was taken aback, glancing at his friend, only to find a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. Startled, Dawu reflected on the fact that this remarkable individual, a true genius and the heir to the Zivki family, was now displaying such confusion. Yet, upon further contemplation of Chunshur's words, Dawu let out a deep sigh. Life is indeed rife with uncontrollable elements. For instance, I have a passion for stones, a fervor for battles, and a love for Pokémon. Yet the time I devote to these pursuits is limited. As the heir to the Zivki family, I must learn to manage the company and navigate interpersonal relations. I lack the luxury to spend hours uncovering stones or spending time with my Pokémon. To be honest, it was only last year, when I embarked on my journey, that I truly had the opportunity to engage in what I love. However, this is a reality I must accept, for with the privileges of being the Zivki heir come corresponding responsibilities. Chunshur sighed, recognizing that Dawu's position afforded him many advantages, thus necessitating greater accountability. Then, Chunshur posed another question. Do you think I'm overly cautious, always fearing the worst? Dawu paused, then suddenly comprehended the source of Chunshur's confusion. After gathering his thoughts, he hesitantly responded. For others, it might be acceptable to conceal their talents. But in your case, I see no need. Your grandparents are top-tier breeders in the Alliance, with connections that are undoubtedly vast. How many factions would dare to offend the Chun family? Moreover, we are friends, are we not? If you are in need, would I not assist you? Have you forgotten? My father is not only the president of the Duan Corporation, but also the vice president of the Hoenn Alliance. Chunshur felt a warmth in his heart. One hand brushing against the necklace hidden beneath his clothing, the other gently caressing the Pokeball at his waist. He made a silent resolution. Lao Chun, come quickly. I've unearthed another one. Deep within Meteor Falls, Dawu called out, having found Chunshur, who was engaged in rigorous training with his Pokemon. It had been 24 days since they entered Meteor Falls, nearly a month since the King-level exhibition match. Chunshur glanced at the stone Dawu brought. A mega stone for Heracross. Over the past half-month, Dawu had successfully excavated 5 megastones, a commendable haul. Keep it. It will be useful in the future. Dawu nodded slightly, smiling. I've arranged for someone outside to help me gather these stones. I wonder how that is progressing. Can you trust the person you arranged? Rest assured, this individual is completely reliable. Besides, I merely mentioned my fondness for stones, never revealing the true purpose. No one will suspect a thing. Seeing Dawu's confidence, Chunshur chose not to press further. After all, Dawu's quest for megastones raised little suspicion, as it was common knowledge that he, like his father, was a fervent stone enthusiast. Dawu had also promised to share half of the gathered stones with him, so Chunshur allowed him to proceed. I plan to leave Meteor Falls soon. Will you remain here? Taken aback by the question, Dawu sighed. If you leave, what would I stay here for? I shall accompany you. However, I may need to stay until tomorrow. I just unearthed something and feel there might be more. I want to be able to sleep without digging it up. Very well, Chunshur replied with a hint of amusement. If anything arises, you may find me at the farm. I shall take my leave now. Not a problem. Dawu waved goodbye to his friend. Chapter 55. Dragon Blood Crystal in the verdant town of Green Shade, within the Chun family farm. Chunshur gazed upon the familiar surroundings, unable to suppress a gentle chuckle. Upon entering the villa, he found his grandfather sipping tea while his grandmother sat nearby, engrossed in a book. At the sound of the door opening, the elderly couple turned, their faces instantly illuminating with joy. Noticing his grandmother rising, Chunshur hurried over to his sister. Grandmother, please remain seated, he urged, and she complied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Child, how was your journey? Did you encounter any dangers? His grandmother inquired, concern etched on her face. For her, as long as her grandson was away from home, her heart remained restless, plagued by fears of his safety. Only when he was by her side could she truly relax. It was fine, Chunshur replied, shaking his head before continuing earnestly. Grandfather, grandmother, I plan to collaborate with Devon Company to search for super evolution stones. The Mujin family is well known for their affinity for various stones. Their collection efforts will raise no suspicion. Once super evolution becomes public, our partnership will deter any potential envy. The elderly couple exchanged glances, and Chun grandfather spoke. These matters are for you to decide. We will support you. Child, pursue what you believe is right without excessive worry. Warmth enveloped Chun Shi's heart as he retrieved a scale from his backpack. Grandfather, this is a reverse scale from the champion-level Dragonite that perished. If we give this to Dragonite, can it help her ascend to the champion level? It's difficult. Chin grandfather replied slowly, shaking his head. Dragonite lacks the innate talent. Even with this reverse scale, a breakthrough to champion level remains a challenge. After a moment of silence, Chin Shi insisted, I know you have a solution, grandfather. Whatever you have, do not reserve it for me. Give it to Dragonite. Help her achieve the champion level. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the living room grew heavy with silence. The elderly couple indeed possessed other treasures, but those were meant for Duolanki, and they hesitated to use them for Dragonite. Dragonite had been dormant for too long, having lost her former spirit, whereas Duolanki was still young, with limitless potential ahead. If they chose to empower Dragonite, the path for both Chin Shi and Duolanki would become considerably more arduous, a prospect the elderly couple wished to avoid. As they had expressed, in their twilight years, their sole desire was for their grandson, and they instinctively wished to reserve their finest treasures for him. With a slight sigh, Chun grandfather murmured, Child, I am uncertain how you learned of this matter, but this item is far too precious. It was intended for little Duolong. In the future, it will undoubtedly assist you at a critical juncture. Chun Shi disagreed with his grandfather's reasoning, firmly stating, You should trust me and believe in Duolong. Whatever we need, we will strive for ourselves. Your treasures should be given to Dragonite. Let her achieve the champion level. Unwilling to relent, Chun grandfather exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, who promptly joined in the persuasion. Child, you should heed your grandfather. That item is truly significant, far beyond what a mere champion-level Dragonite's reverse scale can compare to. Your grandparents would never harm you. Listening to his grandmother's words, Chun Shi felt a surge of emotion. He was acutely aware that his grandparents only sought what was best for him, having devoted nearly everything they possessed to his well-being. Yet, he could not allow their love to compel him to take, without consideration, a portion of their treasures rightfully belonged to Dragonite. Grandfather, please give it to Dragonite. I have my own opportunities. You need not worry. As he spoke, Chun Shi produced a small jet-black box that he had kept close at all times. Upon opening it, Duolanki's Pokeball began to tremble violently before bursting open, allowing it to emerge. Chia! Duolanki's gaze fixated on the scale within the box. Its elongated eyes filled with fervor and yearning. Had it not been for Chun Shi holding the box, it might have leapt at the scale immediately. I will give it to you when you evolve. Do not rush, Chun Shi reassured. Hearing this, Duolanki gradually calmed, diverting its attention from the scale. The elderly couple also observed the scale within the box, astonished by Duolanki's prior reaction. Child, what is this? Chun grandmother inquired directly. This is a reverse scale naturally shed by Giratina. You must have heard of Giratina's reputation, Chun Shi explained. At this revelation, Chun grandmother could no longer remain seated. She stood up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Originally from the Sinnoh region, she had moved to Hoenn after marrying Chun grandfather. How could she not know of Giratina's renown? This was the sovereign of the distortion world, the deity that stood atop the world, Giratina. The fact that this was a naturally shed reverse scale was utterly astounding. Chun Shi continued, Giratina possesses both dragon and ghost attributes. This reverse scale is the most suitable resource for Duolanki. I do not know what else you may be concealing, grandfather, but nothing could surpass this reverse scale in value for Duolanki. Therefore, please use your treasures for Dragonite. This time, Chun grandfather fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Chun Shi chose not to disturb him, sitting quietly by. Eventually, Chun grandfather let out a heavy sigh, saying, Though I still believe it would be better for Duolong. If this is your wish, I shall agree. Wait here for a moment. With that, he rose and departed toward the bedroom. This is the most precious treasure your grandmother and I have acquired in our lifetime, originally intended for Duolong. Now you may take it. Combined with your Dragonite's reverse scale, it should suffice for both Dragonite and Garchomp to ascend to champion level. Chun Shi was taken aback. What kind of treasure could enable both Dragonite and Garchomp to simultaneously achieve such heights? However, this was even better. He had initially only hoped for Dragonite to reach champion level, never expecting to assist Garchomp as well. As he accepted the box, Chunshur slowly opened it, revealing a brilliant crimson gem nestled within. Dragon Blood Crystal, originally a top-tier dragon gem, transformed into this crystal after being nourished by the blood of Rayquaza over millennia underground. Chunshur gasped in astonishment. What on earth was this? A top-tier dragon gem, nourished by Rayquaza's blood, had now become the Dragon Blood Crystal. This was utterly extraordinary. He could hardly believe that Rayquaza would go so far as to use its own blood to nourish a dragon gem. It seemed likely that during an epic battle, Rayquaza's blood had inadvertently dripped onto the gem, and after a millennium, it had metamorphosed into the Dragon Blood Crystal. No wonder Grandfather believed it could empower both Dragonite and Garchomp to reach champion level. This item certainly possessed the merit to do so. Closing the box, Chunshur looked intently at Chin Grandfather. Grandfather, please tell me, do you have other treasures hidden away? Chin Grandfather was momentarily taken aback before replying with a hint of exasperation. What fanciful thoughts occupy your mind? Hurry along and attend to your own affairs. Chapter 56. The Breakthrough of the Violent Dragon to Champion Level Grandfather. Do you know what this is? I do not, but I have confirmed that it possesses an exceptionally rich and pure dragon-type energy. It must be a legendary resource. Very well. I shall venture to the back mountain to seek the violent dragon. Go ahead. As Chunshur departed, Grandma Chun could no longer contain herself. Xiaoshur is so eager for the violent dragon to reach champion level. There must be some reason we are unaware of. Old man, do you think Xiaoshur has encountered something outside? Grandfather Chin slowly shook his head. I do not know, but all we can do is offer our support. The child has matured and formed his own thoughts. This is a good thing, so we need not worry. I'm just concerned. Grandfather Chin shot her a stern look. Do not fret unnecessarily. As long as the violent dragon and the sharp-toothed land shark achieve champion level, what have we to worry about? You are right. Sometimes I truly wish Xiaoshur could be more ordinary and live a safe and sound life. In the back mountain, Chunshur arrived at the cave of the violent dragon and called out, Sister Dragon, Brother Shark, I have come to see you. Roar. Soon, a mighty roar echoed from within the cave, and the violent dragon soared out first, with the sharp-toothed land shark lazily following behind. The violent dragon gazed at Chunshur with curiosity, as if inquiring what he sought. Chunshur stepped closer and stroked the scales beneath the violent dragon's neck. Sister Dragon, I possess many secrets and precious items. Should these treasures be revealed, many would harbor ill intentions. I lack the ability to safeguard them, thus I require your strength. Roar. The violent dragon let out a fierce roar, gazing intently at Chunshur, as if to assure him, do not worry. I am here. I know you are strong, Sister Dragon, but it is not enough. I need you to grow even stronger. With that, Chunshur produced the violent dragon's reverse scale and carefully opened the box given by his grandfather. The violent dragon's body was immediately filled with an intense yearning, and a voice within urged her to consume it. On the other side, the sharp-toothed land shark abandoned its languid demeanor and rushed forward the moment the box was opened, fixating its gaze upon the dragon blood crystal inside. Chunshur smiled. This reverse scale is for Sister Dragon, while the dragon blood crystal is for both of you to utilize. It should suffice to break through the champion barrier. Roar. The violent dragon pointed at the dragon blood crystal and then at herself, questioning if it was truly meant for her. Chunshur nodded affirmatively. It is indeed for you. Take it and use it, Sister Dragon. The violent dragon hesitated, suppressing her body's cravings, and extended her claw to close the box. Then pointed at the Pokeball containing Duolanki at Chunshur's waist. Roar, roar. Give it to that little one. Do not let it go to waste. The violent dragon understood that her potential had reached its limits. Even if she broke through to champion level, what difference would it make? It would be better to reserve this treasure for Duolanki, allowing him to accompany Xiaoshur further on his journey. Chunshur felt a pang in his heart, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. Even the violent dragon wished to keep the good things for herself. You should also think of yourselves. After a brief silence, Chunshur spoke with conviction. Sister Dragon, accept it. This is Grandfather's gift, and it rightfully belongs to you. As for Duolanki and me, we have more suitable treasures. You need not worry. The violent dragon wanted to refuse again, but Qinshi's next words made it impossible for her to do so. Sister Dragon, have you forgotten what I just said? I need your strength to protect me, grandfather, grandmother, and this farm. Therefore, please do not decline. Brother Shark, your wife is becoming stronger than you. How do you feel about that? The sharp-toothed land shark snorted disdainfully. So what if she is stronger? What can be done about it? Is someone going to steal my wife from me? Besides, I heard that the dragon blood crystal is also for me. It merely means I will break through a little later. What does it matter? Outside the cave, Qinshe and the sharp-toothed land shark stood vigil, their eyes occasionally darting inside. This was not a fantastical realm. There was no need for a lengthy seclusion. A breakthrough could occur instantaneously. Thus they awaited outside. It was already difficult for you to conceive. Now, if you were to break through to champion level, it will likely be even more challenging. I wonder if I will ever see an egg from Sister Dragon in my lifetime. Qinshe cradled his head, lying on the ground. The sharp-toothed land shark had no intention of engaging with Qinshe. His heart was solely focused on his wife. The barrier to champion level had hindered them for nearly 2 decades. It was no easy feat to overcome. Still, the sharp-toothed land shark felt a tinge of worry. This left Qinshe astonished. Brother Shark, I thought you only drank and did not care for your wife. The sharp-toothed land shark glared, ready to retort. Just then, a formidable aura, akin to heavenly might, surged from within the cave, causing Qinshe to feel as though his very blood had congealed, unable to move even a finger. All the Pokeballs at Qinshe's waist automatically opened, and Duolanki appeared before him, each straining to help him withstand this overwhelming pressure. Qinshe attempted to call out to the sharp-toothed land shark, but found himself unable to utter a word. His back was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, the sharp-toothed land shark, having recovered from his initial euphoria, rushed to shield Qinshe. After a while, the terrifying aura finally subsided, and Duolanki and the others exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. While the sharp-toothed land shark protected Qinshe, he had already regained his senses. But it was only now that he felt his blood flowing freely again, his body returning to awareness. Qinshe swallowed hard, finally grasping the vast chasm between a king and a champion. This pressure was enough to frighten one to death. The blood-stained crescent moon. After a considerable interval, Salamence emerged from the cavern. Qinshe, observing the Salamence, noted a subtle yet distinct transformation and offered his congratulations. Well done, Salamence. After all these years, you've finally broken through to the champion level. Salamence inclined its head and gently nudged Qinshe. Pokémon, Salamence level, 80, early champion, potential, champion ability, Moxie gender, female moves, Leer, Bite, Headbutt, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Dragon Breath, Flamethrower, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Fire Spin, Sunny Day, Dragon Pulse, Outrage, Draco Meteor, Hyper Beam, Protect level 80, early champion, Qinshe murmured, awestruck. Such a chasm for a single level. Subsequently, Salamence presented a dragon blood crystal, its luster somewhat diminished from its claws. Qinshe handed it to Garchomp, who had been eagerly anticipating it. Without hesitation, Garchomp dashed into the cave with fervor. Qinshe, unwilling to endure that intensity again, decided to retreat. Judging by the crystal's color, it would undoubtedly aid Garchomp in its breakthrough. In the training grounds of the Chun family's backyard, Qinshe released all his Pokémon. After nearly a month of rigorous training, Dreepy, Charmeleon, and Beldum exuded a markedly different aura. Their progress was substantial. Dreepy at level 59, Swampert at level 58. Florges at level 53, Leafeon at level 51, Togepi at level 44, Charmeleon, evolved from Charmander, at level 40, and Beldum at level 32. Dreepy was on the cusp of evolution, which Qinshe planned to facilitate after a few more days of training. Charmander's issues had been resolved upon evolving into Charmeleon, instantly reaching the elite tier. Qinshe intended to delay further evolution to allow Charmeleon to acclimate to its new form, so he was equipped with an Everstone. As for Beldum, its intelligence and exceptional combat aptitude were remarkable, mastering skills without guidance. Qinshe had provided it with a Metagross training manual, entrusting it to cultivate itself. Florges had mastered several fairy-type moves, including Moonblast, and possessed abundant fairy energy. Togepi had learned Magical Shine. Chunshur, gazing at his Pokémon, softened his tone. In just over a month, there will be a tournament gathering all the talented trainers under 20 from the entire league. The world will be watching. Swampert responded with an enthusiastic cry, relishing the thrill of defeating opponents in the arena, envisioning the crowd chanting its name. However, Chunshur cautioned, surveying the group, the competition will be fierce. You all know Cynthia, right? Who among you is confident in defeating her? Dreepy and Swampert's expressions turned somber, aware of Cynthia's formidable strength. They were not particularly aggressive, but would exert themselves to the fullest if Chunshur called upon them. They consistently completed their training. Chunshur acknowledged their efforts, refraining from demanding the same intensity from all his Pokémon as Swampert. And Cynthia might not be the strongest, Chunshur continued, as some competitors are older and potentially more powerful. I dislike losing, and I believe you do as well. To win, you must train diligently in the coming month, striving to improve so we can all ascend to that stage together. All right, Chunshur said, after a month of battles, it's time to recuperate. Rest today, and training will resume tomorrow. As Chunshur turned to leave, Swampert stopped him, nodding emphatically. Chunshur paused, patting Swampert's arm. Go ahead, and let me know if you need anything. Dreepy, wagging its tail, approached its trainer. Chunshur rubbed his temples and waved his hand. Go. You can go too. Dreepy chirped excitedly and flew off, knowing its mentors had new teachings to impart. Chunshur turned to Leafeon. Do you want to go? Leafeon shook its head, explaining. Sceptile said I don't need to go anymore. I see. Then you can train in the backyard from now on. There's plenty of space here, and I can see you anytime. Leafeon nodded gleefully, content to be with Chunshur and its friends. Togepi, Charmeleon, and Beldum. You must work hard to keep up with everyone else. The former two responded with confidence, while Togepi looked at Chunshur with a pitiful expression. Chunshur sighed and offered, if you train hard, you'll get 2 ice creams every day. Togepi's spirit ignited instantly. It patted its body, vowing to train diligently and not hold anyone back. Chunshur chuckled, ruffling its feathers. I can't resist you. Togepi giggled and nuzzled Chunshur's face affectionately. Chapter 58. The forum stir in Dr. Oak's invitation as night fell. A sense of urgency enveloped the dining table. Certain matters required acceleration, such as the announcement of the evolution of the Scyther and the enhancement of his researcher credentials. Ideally, attaining the status of senior researcher would be the goal. If that proved unattainable, at the very least, achieving a mid-level rank would suffice. While training Pokémon, he aimed to elevate his recognition in the field of research as swiftly as possible. If feasible, he sought to find a benefactor, someone of considerable influence within the league, whose stature would deter others from crossing him, thereby providing support in future endeavors. In this regard, Chunshur had begun formulating a plan. Once his Dragonite evolved, he intended to consult Dr. Otamaki. In the Hoenn region, aside from the esteemed father-son duo of Daigo, Dr. Otamaki was the only individual whose integrity he could trust. Chunshur resolved to visit Dr. Otamaki's laboratory to discuss certain matters. In truth, Dr. Oak remained Chunshur's preferred choice, for not only did he wield significant influence within the league, but his own prowess was formidable. His Dragonite was indeed exceptionally powerful. However, Dr. Oak was based in the Kanto region, making it unlikely for him to extend support. With a self-deprecating smile, Chunshur mused that it would be fortunate enough to have even one prominent figure advocate for him. One should not be overly selective. After contemplating this, he decided to draft his paper on the Scyther that very night, and additionally incorporate a Masquerain into his research. Surely, this would capture the attention of the esteemed professors. He could then present some of his ideas and request a meeting, confident that they would not refuse. Determined, Chunshur focused and spoke. Grandfather, could you assist me in swiftly procuring a Flygon and a Masquerain? There are no specific potential requirements. Merely their advanced capabilities will suffice. His grandmother, while silent, felt a tinge of concern. She had noticed her grandson's distracted demeanor earlier, understanding he was preoccupied with thoughts, and thus refrained from interrupting, quietly continuing her meal. Now, with his sudden request for a Flygon and a Masquerain, Devoid of potential stipulations, it was not difficult to deduce his intentions given his researcher status. How could the elder not worry? However, recalling her partner's powerful Dragonite and her own Garchomp, both of which had reached the champion level, her anxiety somewhat abated. She could hardly believe that any would dare to threaten her grandson with two champion-level quasi-divine Pokémon by his side. Go ahead, dear. Your grandmother remembers. Returning to his room, Chunshur rushed to his computer and began typing fervently. Meanwhile, a bewildered Porygon Z, indulging in ice cream, wondered at the sudden flurry of activity. Why did it seem as though Chunshur was in such a hurry? Curiously, Porygon Z floated behind him, observing the incomprehensible barrage of words on the screen. Losing interest swiftly, it chose not to disturb Chunshur and instead settled on the bed to quietly enjoy its ice cream. In the corner, Eevee opened its eyes momentarily before promptly shutting them again. It understood the importance of rest today, for tomorrow would usher in an intensified training regimen. If not now, when would it find the time to rest? On the following day at 11 o'clock in the morning, 3 papers ignited an uproar within the researcher forum. The titles were The Evolutionary Theory of the Flying Mantis, The Evolutionary Branch of the Mosquito King, and The Hypothesis of How the Drowsy Evolved into Hypno. How could one not be astonished? The forum was ablaze with fervent discussions. Astonishingly, the flying mantis evolved through the incorporation of metallic membranes, and its evolved form is the steelbug type, Scyther, which is nothing short of incredible. Indeed, doesn't this mirror the previous revelations regarding Steelix? Furthermore, it was revealed that the Mosquito King has an additional evolutionary branch, previously discovered in the wild as the Mosquito Frog King, which evolved through the communication facilitated by the King's certificate. Such an overwhelming case of choice paralysis has definitively clarified the study of evolutionary communication. Truly remarkable. One wonders how this individual conceived such groundbreaking research. Another paper, concerning the evolutionary hypothesis of Drowsy, posits that it too likely evolved through the King's certificate. Beneath the papers, a multitude of individuals engaged in spirited discussions, causing Chunshur's notifications to surge to 99. However, Chunshur remained undeterred, his eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night. Fixated on the computer screen, time passed inexorably, and Chunshur found himself increasingly fatigued, yet the person he anticipated had yet to appear. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering to sleep, a comment was pinned to the top. A brilliant idea. I believe your hypothesis regarding Drowsy's evolution holds significant merit. You might consider finding a Drowsy and a King's certificate to validate your theory. I eagerly await the moment of your success. This was Dr. Oak from the Kanto region. Upon the publication of his comment, it was immediately elevated by others. Chunshur promptly sent a private message to Dr. Oak. Dr. Oak, I believe that within the realm of Pokémon, some creatures do not evolve through special items or magnetic fields, but rather through the bond between Pokémon and their trainers, or between Pokémon themselves. For instance, Riolu evolves into Lucario. Subsequently, Chunshur articulated his hypotheses, mentioning that he possesses a Porygon that also evolves through friendship. He acknowledged, however, that while this conjecture is challenging to substantiate, it undeniably exists. Meanwhile, in Kanto's Pallet Town, within a grand research facility, Dr. Oak, clad in a lab coat and holding a cup of instant noodles, pondered over the messages received on his computer. Evolution through friendship? What a bold concept! The bolder the idea, the more I am drawn to it. This hypothesis is indeed intriguing. If you have the time, I invite you to visit the Oak Research Lab in Pallet Town, where we can deliberate in person. Chapter 59. We're just ordinary friends. After agreeing on time with Professor Oak, Chunshur promptly collapsed on his bed, succumbing to sleep. Yeebu and Pokgik, showing remarkable awareness, headed to the backyard for training after finishing their breakfast. At that moment, the room was devoid of any presence. Pokgik, her concern evident, glanced at her trainer, aware that he had not slept the previous night. I'm fine, really. However, I am rather hungry now, so I'll head downstairs first. You can entertain yourself. Chunshur affectionately ruffled Pokgik's head before turning to descend stairs. He had not eaten since the night before, and his stomach voiced its discontent. In the living room below, upon seeing her grandson emerge, Grandma Chan felt a slight easing of her anxiety and promptly called out, "Shinado." Quickly, Bring up the food I prepared. In an instant, Shinedo vanished and reappeared, floating several dishes, including a plate of roasted meat and rice. Without hesitation, Chunshur sat down and began to eat, his hunger evident. Grandpa Chun sat silently beside him. When his grandson mentioned being a researcher, the elder had taken an interest in a researcher for him. He was aware of the events that transpired that morning, so he refrained from speaking, choosing instead to sit quietly. Grandma Chen's heart sank. Where is he off to now? She initially intended to decline, but was interrupted by her husband's inquiry. Where to in the Kanto region? With a bite of roasted meat, Chun Sure replied, to Masera Town in the Kanto region, to Professor Oak's Research Institute. Grandpa and Grandma, you needn't worry about my safety. Upon hearing about Masera Town and Professor Oak, Grandma Chun abandoned her reluctance, but still insisted. You may go, but take either the Dragonite or the Garchomp with you. Otherwise, I want to allow you to go. All right, I'll take my shark brother along. You can rest easy, Grandma. What danger could there possibly be at Professor Oak's? Given her firm stance, Chinshur felt compelled to agree readily. When do you plan to leave? I'll wait for Doryuzu to evolve. It should be in a few days. After Doryuzu evolves, I'll set off. By the way, Grandpa and Grandma, I intend to compete in the World Championship. Could you assist in gathering the necessary resources for my partners? Grandpa Chen's gaze sharpened. He understood the implication behind his grandson's words. It was clear that he intended to compete with those prodigies. Initially, the elder had merely wished for his grandson to witness the talents of others, knowing that his Pokémon strengths were quite varied. Only Doryuzu and Nummelgon stood a chance, and while Hanasaku could barely hold her own, the rest of his Pokémon lagged behind considerably. He hadn't expected his grandson to wish to compete at such a level. Nevertheless, the elder did not voice his opposition. He remained steadfast in his belief that regardless of the path his grandson chose, he would support him. After all, it merely entailed providing some resources, which the Chun family was not lacking. Certainly, do not worry. Grandpa will prepare everything for you. Thank you, Grandpa. By the way, I heard that Furong also attended the elite performance competition. Did you see her? Chinshur paused momentarily before chuckling. Not much to say. The two elders became anxious, quickly asking, nothing happened, right? This is a matter entrusted by an old friend. It must be handled well. Chinshur waved his hand dismissively. Nothing serious. I was just swindled out of some money and went hungry for 2 days. I even unearthed a fossil of a little Doryumacia at Meteor Falls, which I handed over to her. Now that the Zivki family has developed fossil revival technology, that fossil can bring a small Doryumacia back to life. The expressions of the two elders softened upon hearing this. It was a relief that he had merely lost money without any significant trouble. They were astonished at the Zivki family's achievement in developing such technology. It was indeed remarkable. Fossil revival is a miracle of life. Grandpa Chin mused. At that moment, Grandma Chin suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of amusement, asked, Xiaoshi, what is your relationship with my old friend's granddaughter? I noticed she hurriedly came looking for you, but upon finding you absent, she left in a rush. Chin Shi froze, his action of serving food halting as he maintained a composed facade. Grandma, we're just ordinary friends. Please do not overthink it. All right, I understand. Ordinary friends are good. Your grandfather and I were also just ordinary friends in our youth. Chun Shi, Grandpa Chun observed his grandson, a glimmer of amusement crossing his eyes. They too had been young once and had experienced similar situations. It was evident that these two youngsters had yet to break through that barrier. They were shy and hesitant to express their feelings, merely labeling each other as ordinary friends. However, they chose not to shatter the illusion. If the two were destined to be together, it would happen in due time. Contemplating this, Grandpa Chun cast a glance at his wife, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Grandma Chun, still smiling, remarked, Xiaoshi, I think that girl is quite nice. You should seize the opportunity. Furthermore, she is the granddaughter of my old friend, so it feels quite suitable. Grandma, I truly regard her as just an ordinary friend. Please do not push this. I'm only 16 and not in a hurry. Before Grandma Chun could finish her sentence, Chun Shi interrupted, rubbing his temples in frustration. All right, I won't say anything more. Just remember what's in your heart. Chun Shi felt a wave of headache wash over him. Why was he being rushed at 16? Yet in this world, maturity came early. By 18, one was considered of legal age, so it was not entirely strange for someone his age to begin courting. All right, you should head upstairs to rest. Once her grandson had left, Grandma Chin chuckled. Just ordinary friends? Does he think I am easily deceived? Enough, enough. Leave the young ones to their affairs. It appears those two have yet to breach that barrier. Let them be ordinary friends for now. At this, Grandma Chun's smile widened. The thought of her grandson winning over an old friend's granddaughter made her feel rejuvenated, as if she were 10 years younger, her joy radiating unabated. Chapter 60. Duraludin and Boruto Bokujiku, Rise and Shine. Today, we shall embark on a quest to find Duraludin, beckoned Chunshur. With sleepy eyes, Bokujiku reluctantly emerged from his warm cocoon. Let us go, Yib, Charmeleon, and Metagross. We shall venture forth together. The three Pokémon followed closely behind Chunshur, fully aware that their elder, Duraludin, was poised for evolution today. The trainer's call was a summons to witness this significant transformation of their esteemed leader. Descending the stairs, Chunshur hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast before making his way to the garden, where Mrs. Huajia was already tending to the flowers. Together, they strolled leisurely towards the mountainside. Upon arriving at the lair of the Dragonite, Duraludin seemed to sense the day's momentous occasion, having awaited their arrival since dawn. Nearby, Dragonite and Garchomp stood silently, eager to witness an important milestone in their apprentice's journey. Before any words could be exchanged, a large Swampert dashed over. Noticing the attention directed at it, Swampert sheepishly scratched its head and scurried behind Chunshur. Chunshur offered a gentle smile. Duraludin, everyone is here for you today. Without further ado, Chunshur retrieved various items from his backpack, 10 dragon and ghost-type gems of the highest quality, and a calming potion crafted by his grandfather. Most importantly, he held a sleek black box, which Duraludin recognized but chose to ignore for now. This time, Duraludin was not in a hurry to absorb the energy from the gems. Instead, it floated quietly in the air. Chunshur began by administering the calming potion, reflecting nostalgically. Time flies, doesn't it? A year has passed in the blink of an eye. I remember cradling you when you were just an egg, only putting you down to bathe or use the restroom. After your hatching, we were filled with confidence, vowing to conquer the world together. As he reminisced, a smile crept across Chunshur's face. Duraludin's elongated eyes shimmered with warmth, recalling those cherished moments. Indeed, they were amusing in hindsight. Chunshur stepped closer, gently stroking the flat head of Duraludin. In the blink of an eye, you have grown. Soon, you shall undergo your final transformation, and we can no longer call you little Duraludin. As he spoke, Chunshur poured the entire potion down Duraludin's throat. Understanding the moment had arrived, Duraludin summoned the energy from the gems scattered around, drawing it into its body. Initially, the absorption was slow, but as Duraludin accelerated, the surrounding energies surged violently, merging into its form. Chunshur and the nearby Pokémon watched in silent reverence, allowing the spectacle to unfold without interruption. Under the witness of its companions, the most extraordinary radiance began to emanate from Duraludin. The brilliance intensified, becoming increasingly blinding. Recognizing the moment was upon them, Chunshur opened the small box and tossed a scale of reversal to Duraludin, who eagerly seized it with its jaws. The light of evolution peaked, elongating Duraludin's physique, transforming its head into a more elongated and larger form, sprouting 4 launch ports, 2 large and 2 small. The single pattern on its abdomen morphed into 3, and its formerly curved forelimbs became clawed appendages, complemented by an additional pair of hind claws. When the light of evolution finally dissipated, the magnificent Duraludin appeared before them. Boruto! Duraludin roared triumphantly, expressing its elation. The surrounding Pokémon erupted in cheers, reveling in Duraludin's achievement. Dragonite's eyes glimmered with pride. This Duraludin was unlike any ordinary Duraludin. Its head patterns were not dark red, but a vibrant yellow, and the same hue adorned its abdomen and forelimbs. It was unmistakably a shiny Duraludin. Congratulations, Duraludin. Boruto! Duraludin gracefully floated towards Chunshur, gently nudging him with its head. Chuncher smiled and patted it affectionately. At that moment, a small Duraludon sprouted atop its head, curiously observing the human before it. Then, with a mere thought, Chuncher summoned Duraludon's data before his eyes, but the revelation left him astounded. Pokémon, Duraludon, Shiny, Level 60, Early Champion, Potential, Level 2 God Ability, Penetrate Gender, Male Moves, Bite, Quick Attack, Scare, Protect, Ambush, Strange Light, Bind, Malevolent Pursuit, Misfortune, Agility, Shadow Ball, Rapid Return, Dragon Dance, Shadow Strike, Dragon Dive, Dragon Pulse, Meteor Shower, Dragon Arrow, Sacrificial Charge. Upon seeing the potential rating, Chuncher nearly lost his composure. Level 2 God? Is it true that beyond Legendary lies a Level 2 God? His heart soared with joy. This was a remarkable gain, a testament to the scale of reversal from Giratina. Yet, upon inspecting the moves, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Only 2 moves learned, one being a signature move, meaning the only new addition post-evolution was Sacrificial Charge. However, upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. The original Spirit Shroud had transformed into Shadow Strike. Chuncher rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming his vision, he erupted with unrestrained joy, enveloping Duraludon in a tight embrace. Marvelous, Duraludon. You are simply extraordinary. Boruto. Chuncher could hardly believe that Duraludon had learned this move, the exclusive ability of Giratina, Shadow Strike. It was akin to having a mini Giratina by his side. As they reveled in joy, an unsettling presence lurked within a nearby puddle, where 2 crimson, ominous eyes emerged. They glanced at Duraludon before slowly fading from sight, unnoticed by all. This Duraludon appeared utterly adorable. Chapter 61. The arrival of the wealth-bringing boy. Gazing upon the nearly 5-meter-long Dragonite, Chuncher felt an increasing surge of excitement. The Shadow Sneak executed by Giratina was extraordinary. While it superficially resembled the Phantom Assault, the disparity in effectiveness was substantial. Firstly, the Shadow Sneak boasted greater power, faster activation, and shorter charge time, all while being able to bypass the target's defensive maneuvers. Of course, this last aspect was irrelevant for Dragonite, as it possessed the ability to ignore defensive skills such as Protect and Light Screen. Nevertheless, Chuncher was not overly greedy. The first 3 attributes sufficed. The implications were formidable. A more potent, quicker, and less time-consuming attack meant that opponents would struggle to withstand the onslaught of a penetrating Dragonite. It was almost guaranteed to hit. Moreover, this skill was not solely for offense. It was also exceptional for evasion. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Chuncher became. He eagerly exclaimed, "Dragonite, can you demonstrate Shadow Sneak for me?" Target Garchomp. Upon hearing this, Garchomp immediately protested. "What the heck? Why me? I'm merely here to observe." Garchomp's eyes flared with intensity as it thumped its claws against its chest, declaring, "Let it come." Chuncher's enthusiasm intensified. Quickly, Dragonite unleashed Shadow Sneak. Dragonite's elongated eyes narrowed, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. 2 seconds later, it reappeared behind Garchomp, delivering a ghostly, energy-infused attack that struck Garchomp with tremendous force. Garchomp staggered forward, startled by the potency of the blow. Internally alarmed, Garchomp realized that had it not recently ascended to the champion level, this strike would have likely left a mark. Witnessing such an impressive display, Chuncher could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Incredible Dragonite!" Dragonite emitted a pleased cry, while the 2 smaller Dragonites, perched upon its head, seemed to share a moment of mirth, engaging in a hushed conversation with Dragonite. A look of hesitation crossed Dragonite's face. Chuncher quickly understood. "Dragonite, show me a Dragon Pulse directed skyward." With a sigh of relief, Dragonite tilted its head back, enveloping the 2 smaller Dragonites in draconic energy before launching them skyward. In that fleeting moment, Chuncher could almost hear the exhilarated cries of the 2 young Dragonites. Turning to Garchomp, Chuncher remarked, "My grandmother insisted that I bring you along. You must accompany me tomorrow." Garchomp nodded enthusiastically, eager to join the adventure. Upon arriving home, Chuncher discovered a silver-haired youth seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with his grandparents. Dawu, what brings you here? Chun-Shur inquired, a smile spreading across his face as he joined his friend. I've come to deliver some stones. Dawu replied with a grin, retrieving a bag from his backpack containing no fewer than a dozen megastones. Take a look. These are my personal collection, 32 in total. As promised, I'm giving you half, so here are your 16 stones. Realization dawned on Chun-Shur. The wealth-bringing boy had indeed arrived. He examined the megastones, noting that many belonged to various Pokémon. However, he had no immediate need for them, as they would likely be traded for resources. Yet one particular stone caught his attention, and after inspecting it thoughtfully, he remarked, "You are remarkably fortunate." He then tossed the stone to Dawu. "This one is significant for you. Keep it safe and don't lose it. Such stones are exceedingly rare worldwide. Had I not found one among the meteorites, I might have hesitated to part with it." Dawu's eyes flickered with understanding. He recognized his friend's sincerity. He carefully placed the stone in a box, aware that Chun-Shur did not jest about such matters. If only Chun-Shur knew what Dawu was contemplating, he would surely commend him. For that stone was indeed a megastone for Sizer. The scarcity of such semi-divine megastones was no exaggeration. By the way, here is another for you. How is your search for the Scyther going? Chun-Shur inquired, tossing another megastone for Sizer to Dawu. Satisfied with the 14 stones he had received, Chun-Shur felt content, especially considering his grandfather's lengthy collection efforts that had never yielded such a bounty. I did find a splendid Scyther, but I'm still searching for suitable Bagon, Dawu replied. The latter is more important to you. Put some effort into it, and I assure you, this Pokémon will not disappoint. Understood, Dawu nodded. At that moment, Chun-Shur's grandfather, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. It's fortunate you came today. Had you come tomorrow, you might not have seen Chun-Shur. Dawu looked at Chun-Shur, puzzled. What do you mean? I'm heading to the Kanto region tomorrow. I'm unsure how long I will be gone, Chun-Shur explained. To Kanto? Oh, I see. You're visiting Professor Oak in Pallet Town to discuss some matters, Dawu replied, his expression clearing. Safe travels. Standing, Dawu prepared to take his leave. Chun-Shur accompanied him outside, where Dawu waved farewell before summoning his armored bird and soaring into the sky. Chun-Shur watched as Dawu's figure vanished with a gentle smile. Tomorrow, I too shall embark on my journey. Chapter 62. Professor Oak in the Kanto region, in the town of Masago, before the Oak Research Institute. Hello, I have an appointment with Professor Oak. My name is Severe Choice Paralysis. Upon hearing this name, the security personnel at the entrance twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth, but proceeded to check the appointment list. Finding the name indeed present, the security guard opened the door to the institute, allowing Chun-Shur to enter. Once inside, Chun-Shur meticulously observed the facilities. This did not appear to be the primary research site. Contrary to his expectations of sophisticated equipment, he found instead various living amenities. As he surveyed his surroundings, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Hey, who are you? How did you get in here? Turning around, he saw a child of about 7 or 8 years old, with tousled brown hair, gazing at him curiously. Chun-Shur quickly realized this must be Professor Oak's grandson, Shigeru. Unexpectedly, Shigeru was still under the age of 10, but according to the timeline, this was indeed appropriate. With a smile, Chun-Shur asked, "Excuse me, is Professor Oak here? I have an appointment." "You're looking for my grandfather?" Shigeru replied, scrunching his nose. "He's in the backyard observing his Pokémon right now. Follow me." With that, Shigeru led Chun-Shur to a door, gesturing for him to follow. They soon ventured deeper into the institute, arriving at the backyard, where the Pokémon resided. It was a small woodland area adorned with lakes, where various Pokémon thrived joyfully. By the river, Chun-Shur spotted several adorable Squirtless, which must be the starter Pokémon Professor Oak was preparing to distribute. Surely, there must also be Charmanders and Bulbasaurs nearby. Not limited to just that. In merely a glance, Chun-Shur had already identified dozens of Pokémon, some diminutive, while others were quite formidable. Among them, he recognized a near-legendary Blastoise. "Hey, Pidgey, where's my grandpa?" Shigeru inquired of a Pidgey perched on a tree. Pidgey, the creature chirped, flapping its wings and pointing toward the woods, indicating that Professor Oak was situated there. Nodding, Shigeru then led Chun-Shur into the thicket. Before long, they found Professor Oak feeding a Bulbasaur. Upon seeing his grandson accompany a young man, Professor Oak looked a bit puzzled. "Ah, Shigeru, and who is this?" "Grandpa, he's here to see you. He said he has an appointment." Chunshur stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Hello, Professor Oak. My name is Chunshur. I arranged this meeting with you online." Scratching his head, Professor Oak replied, "Ah, Chunshur, I know you. Old Chin's grandson, the youngest intermediate breeder in the league. However, I don't recall having an appointment with you." Upon hearing this, Shigeru's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the young man he had just brought. This person was the youngest intermediate breeder in the league, appearing to be only 16 or 17 years old. Moreover, could it be that he was deceiving his grandfather? After all, Grandpa just said he had no appointment. Chunshur's lips twitched as he explained, "I am indeed the severe choice paralysis." "Oh, so you are the severe choice paralysis." "Ha ha ha," Professor Oak exclaimed, slapping his forehead as the memory surfaced. He had indeed arranged for this individual to visit the institute. But in the next moment, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he gazed at the young man before him. "What? You are severe choice paralysis? Aren't you a breeder?" It was no wonder Professor Oak was shocked. The young man standing before him was Old Chin's only grandson, a 14-year-old intermediate breeder, hailed as a prodigy destined to become a master breeder. Now he was being told that he was the same person as the rising star in the research community. Severe choice paralysis. Shigeru's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded Chunshur. Influenced by his grandfather, Shigeru followed the researcher forums and had been aware of the recently renowned severe choice paralysis, who also happened to be the youngest intermediate breeder in the league. With a wry smile, Chunshur said, "Yes, Professor Oak, I have come to seek your guidance on certain matters." Professor Oak, embodying the wisdom of his generation, quickly regained his composure after the initial shock, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. "Truly a promising youth. This is not the place for discussion. Let's go inside." Professor Oak ushered Chunshur to sit on a sofa and poured him a glass of water. "The conditions here are modest. I hope you don't mind. Now, what is the issue you wish to discuss? Is it regarding the intimacy evolution you mentioned earlier?" Chunshur shook his head repeatedly, assuring him, "This is already quite sufficient. I do not mind these things." He continued, "Yes, I came to ask you how to substantiate the existence of this phenomenon. I am quite certain that Litleo and Togepi rely on intimacy for evolution, yet I struggle to provide proof. I also believe there are other Pokémon that evolve through intimacy." With a sigh, Chunshur reflected on why he was so convinced. After all, he had watched the anime and reviewed the lore. Togepi and Litleo were indeed Pokémon that evolved through intimacy. However, he knew he could not disclose this. Instead, he could only shake his head, admitting a lack of concrete evidence, yet trusting his instincts. "My friend has a Lucario, and I observed it closely during its evolution. It did not evolve through any known method. It simply transformed while my friend was tending to its injuries. My Togepi experienced a similar sudden evolution. Yet, they both shared a commonality. They evolved when their bond with their trainer deepened." Professor Oak chuckled softly, but to propose the concept of intimacy evolution based solely on this seems somewhat hasty. "You must understand, such a hypothesis is quite audacious and extraordinary. If one were to invest considerable time and resources into researching it, the outcome could very well yield no results, as it defies convention." With a knowing look, Professor Oak gazed meaningfully at the young man before him. Chunshur shook his head. "Professor Oak, I believe that researchers must dare to think and act boldly. Only by breaking the so-called rules can we uncover true discoveries." Professor Oak's eyes lit up, and his gaze toward Chunshur grew increasingly approving. "Ha ha, you're absolutely correct. Only by defying convention can we achieve genuine breakthroughs. Take that lad, Shokai. Years ago, when he proposed to develop a Pokémon teleportation device, wouldn't he think he was mad? Yet he ultimately succeeded." A hint of nostalgia crossed Professor Oak's features as he reminisced about this proud student. "Earlier, when you mentioned this to me online, I shared your sentiments. After reviewing extensive data, I believe you are on the right track. Togepi and Litleo likely evolve via the intimacy method you described. However, this concept is difficult to substantiate. After much contemplation, I have decided to approach it through a particular move, namely, reversal. Upon hearing this, Chunshur's eyes brightened with understanding as he gazed at Professor Oak with admiration. Truly, he was a venerable scholar. Chapter 63. Leave Behind Gratitude is a rather unique technique. When a Pokémon employs this move, the strength of the technique is directly proportional to the bond shared with its trainer. If there exists a particular method of calculation, they could effectively utilize this move to ascertain the intimacy between the Pokémon and its trainer. Should it be validated that the bond between Riolu and its trainer reaches a certain threshold, it would indeed facilitate evolution, thereby confirming the concept of intimacy evolution proposed by Chunshur. At that moment, the notoriety of severe indecision would likely escalate to an even greater extent. Nonetheless, the crux of the matter lies in Chunshur's ability to find one, or even 2 or 3 Pokémon that require intimacy evolution. Subsequently, he must nurture them gradually and teach them the move of gratitude, followed by extensive testing and calculations for verification. While nurturing the Pokémon might be manageable, the subsequent tests and calculations necessitate specialized equipment, of which he possesses none. What could he possibly use for validation? At this juncture, an Eevee unexpectedly bounded into Xiao Mao's embrace. Xiao Mao gently smoothed its fur, and the Eevee sighed contentedly, lazily leaning against him. Witnessing this scene, an idea sparked in Chunshur's mind. Xiao Mao, where did you get this Eevee from? How long have you been raising it? Observing their relationship, it was evident that the Eevee held a deep affection for Xiao Mao, indicating a substantial level of intimacy. This could potentially lead to intimacy evolution, and even a paper on the solar Eevee could be at hand. Chunshur then asked with a knowing tone, have you considered how you wish for Eevee to evolve? Xiao Mao fell into contemplation, realizing he had never pondered this before. Now that Chunshur had raised the question, he recognized that Eevee was indeed ready for evolution. Yet he found himself torn, uncertain of which path to choose. Continuing, Chunshur remarked, you must have heard what I discussed with your grandfather, right? In fact, Eevee can evolve through intimacy as well, specifically into a psychic-type Eevee, which is exceptionally beautiful. This particular form has yet to be discovered. Would you not desire it? Xiao Mao's eyes sparkled with surprise at the thought of an intimacy-evolved, psychic-type Eevee, a new evolution that had never been documented before. Chunshur's words were like a siren's call, enticing Xiao Mao further. Contemplating the possibility, he was captivated. Professor Oak, observing the exchange with keen interest, harbored numerous questions but refrained from voicing them. For instance, how did Chunshur know that Eevee could evolve through intimacy? And how was he aware that the evolved form would be a psychic type? These curiosities intrigued Professor Oak. Seeing Xiao Mao intrigued, Chunshur continued, if you allow Eevee to cooperate with us for some tests and train daily, you could possess a psychic-type Eevee. All right, Xiao Mao eagerly nodded, akin to a chick pecking a grain. The Eevee in his arms appeared bewildered. Wait, is this already settled? Shouldn't you consult me? The Eevee in question? Afterward, Chunshur sheepishly scratched his head. Professor Oak, I lack specialized research equipment. Might I borrow some of yours? Chunshur had intended to find an excuse to remain, and now he seized the opportunity to propose this research collaboration, confident that Professor Oak would not decline. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of delight flickered in Professor Oak's eyes upon hearing this. Of course, since you aim to assist Xiao Mao's Eevee in evolving, I too have a keen interest in intimacy evolution. It seems we can mutually benefit from this arrangement. Feel free to stay here, as the lab is often quite empty. Thank you, Chunshur exclaimed with joy, and Xiao Mao chimed in, enthusiastic about helping Chunshur tidy up. Subsequently, Professor Oak led him upstairs to a room of moderate size. After settling in, Chunshur accompanied Professor Oak to familiarize himself with the laboratory's facilities. Eventually, Chunshur found himself in Professor Oak's research room, which was astonishingly vast, filled with an array of cutting-edge research equipment that left him in awe. He felt like a country bumpkin who had never witnessed such grandeur. Professor Oak, do you have a training area? I'm planning to participate in the World Championship in over a month. May I utilize your training grounds? Professor Oak paused momentarily, then gazed at the young man with a knowing look. With a grand gesture, he said, what training area do you need? Let us head to the backyard. The Pokémon there can assist you in your training ensuring it surpasses what you could achieve alone. Chun-Shur was elated and followed Professor Oak to the backyard, where he released his companions. Baruya, Raki, Huajia, Chakai, Pokémon like Porygon Z flitted to Chun-Shur's side, exuding indignation as it pointed at him with its tiny hands. Chun-Shur could only smile wryly, holding up a single finger in response. Porygon Z, upon seeing this, ceased its fussing and cheerfully circled its trainer, anticipating the addition of yet another ice cream treat. Oh look, an alternate-colored Metagross. And these others, I don't even recognize them. Xiao Mao exclaimed, trailing behind them, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed the Metagross, then glancing at Madame Flora and Dragapult with curiosity. This is Madame Flora, a Pokémon from Kalos that I captured during my travels. And this here is my initial partner, Dragapult, a dragon ghost-type Pokémon. Xiao Mao gazed on with envy, yearning to embark on his own journey, but feeling that he was still quite young. Professor Oak, observing these Pokémon, was astounded. This Dragapult is already nearing the level of a champion, and that Swampert, Madame Flora, and even the EV are all of gym leader caliber. I did not expect him to be such a prodigious trainer. Professor Oak's conviction solidified further, recognizing the true potential of this remarkable youth. Chapter 64. The Sun EV Afterward. Professor Oak produced a whistle and blew into it. Moments later, a Dragonite soared from the distance and gracefully landed before them, regarding Professor Oak with a puzzled expression. Chen's mind stirred, and the comprehensive data of the Dragonite materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, Dragonite level, 99, Legendary Pinnacle, Potential, Legendary Ability, Marvel Scale Gender, Male Skills, Glare, Dragon Tail, Thunder Wave, Fire Punch, Bind, Wing Attack, Dragon Pulse, Agility, Body Slam, Draco Meteor, Outrage, Rain Dance, Light of Ruin, Dragon Dance, Extreme Speed, Mystical Shield, Protect. Water Pulse. Chun swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the seemingly goofy Dragonite before him. Level 99, Legendary Pinnacle? What in the world is this? Furthermore, that impressive array of skills encompasses nearly everything imaginable. Chun had no doubt that this Dragonite could effortlessly defeat a Garchomp. The disparity between the two dragons was staggering. It was widely acknowledged that Professor Oak's Dragonite was formidable, yet Chun had never anticipated it to be this powerful. He had always believed it would only reach Champion Pinnacle at most, but it turned out to be at the Legendary Pinnacle. At that moment, the Dragonite noticed Chun's gaze, turned towards him, and offered a goofy smile, even extending a claw to scratch its head. Chun's eye twitched slightly. Could it not exhibit even a shred of its formidable prowess? Unsurprisingly, it was hailed as an exceptionally gentle Pokémon. Professor Oak spoke. Old friend, could you lend a hand in training these little ones? He gestured toward the nearby Dragonair and its companions. Upon glancing over, Dragonite was immediately captivated by the Dragonair. Recognizing its terrifying potential, it thumped its chest in affirmation. Chun covered his face, struggling to fathom how a Dragonite this powerful could possess such an endearing cry. Professor Oak chuckled. Now you need not worry. My old companion is quite capable. Training these Pokémon will surely be no trouble. Not a problem, Professor Oak. I'm truly grateful for your assistance, Chun replied, refraining from further comments and earnestly advising his companions. The Pokémon nodded vigorously, their instincts telling them that this Dragonite was indeed powerful, fearfully so. It would be beneficial to train alongside it. Dragonite, clutching a Pokeball, waved goodbye to Professor Oak and took flight. Chun felt a pang of reluctance. This was the first time all his partners had departed from his side. Let us seize the moment to commence your research. Chun exhaled deeply and nodded with determination. He too needed to strive harder. In the ensuing days, Chun and Professor Oak focused their efforts on EV. On the first day, they sought out a Meowth capable of expressing gratitude, endeavoring to teach EV the move reversal. They also began developing a technique power testing machine, hoping to modify it to assess the power of reversal. On the second day, they discovered a multitude of Pokémon in the backyard that could utilize reversal, meticulously testing the move's power and calculating the level bonuses. By the third day, EV, displaying remarkable intelligence, had mastered reversal, exhibiting considerable power. However, they had yet to create a machine to measure intimacy levels. By the sixth day, they had digitized the power of reversal, setting its maximum potential at 102. This was likely indicative of the intimacy cap. Following Chun's suggestion, they categorized intimacy into levels of 255, constructing a rudimentary intimacy testing machine. When EV executed reversal, it achieved a power level of 87. 2. Signifying an intimacy level of 218 with her trainer, Shigeru. Chun promptly encouraged Shigeru to spend more time with EV, advising him to give her massages and accompany her during training sessions, as she was merely 2 points shy of evolving. On the 13th day, EV's intimacy finally reached the requisite 220 for evolution, with only a daytime level up remaining. On that same day, while training, EV suddenly radiated a white glow. This thrilled the 3 observers who had been watching her intently. Soon, the light of evolution dissipated, revealing a completely new form of EV before them. She resembled a large cat, with purple eyes and a coat of purple fur, adorned with a red gem on her head, exuding an air of nobility. Chun feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Professor Oak, look, my hypothesis was correct. Intimacy evolution exists. As long as EV reaches the intimacy threshold with her trainer and levels up during the day, she can evolve into Sun EV. Indeed, your hypothesis holds true. Intimacy evolution is a reality," Professor Oak said, somewhat wistfully, before voicing a lingering curiosity. "Chun, it seems you are already aware of the existence of Sun EV and its evolution method." Chun paused, then crafted an excuse. "I possess psychic abilities and have been able to understand Pokémon since childhood. During my travels, I encountered a wild Sun EV. She evolved mid-battle." He elaborated, "I always suspected it wouldn't be so simple. Otherwise, Sun EV would have been discovered long ago. Now, it is validated that intimacy is the key." Professor Oak chuckled, not pressing further, yet his gaze towards Chun grew increasingly approving. "Congratulations. Not only have you uncovered a new evolution form of EV, but you have also substantiated the existence of intimacy. This is yet another monumental discovery for the world." Chun shook his head. "This is not solely my achievement. Without your guidance, I would never have been able to validate the concept of intimacy." Professor Oak smiled, choosing not to respond, but his eyes reflected growing satisfaction in Chen's accomplishments. The Sun Spirit. Chapter 65. The commotion caused by severe choice paralysis the following morning. The researcher forum reverberated once more. This time, it was due to the release of 3 new papers by the individuals suffering from severe choice paralysis. The new evolution of EV, solar EV, the theory of affection evolution, and speculations on lunar EV. Initially, many expressed skepticism regarding the affection evolution theory, citing insufficient verification data. Such grand experiments could hardly be substantiated by the evolution of a single EV, as extensive experimentation was required. However, their doubts dissipated upon noticing an additional name accompanying the papers, a significant figure, Professor Okido Yukichin, who in the Kanto region was unaware of Professor Okido. Not only was his name featured in the papers, but he also provided personal commentary affirming their findings. This endorsement signified that the affection evolution proposed by the individual with severe choice paralysis was indeed credible. Pokémon truly possessed this astonishing evolutionary mechanism. Furthermore, Chinshur suggested several Pokémon that required affection evolution, such as Togepi and Riolu. The ensuing comments surged in waves. "Incredible! This person with choice paralysis has discovered yet another evolution of EV, solar EV. Just how many evolutionary forms does EV possess?" It appeared that prominent figures often publish papers in clusters. Over half a month prior, 3 substantial papers had been released, and now they presented another trio of even higher quality. Who exactly was this individual with choice paralysis, exhibiting such remarkable prowess? Even prominent figures like Professor Yamari from Sinnoh and Dr. Oda from Hoenn expressed their high regard. In the Sinnoh region, Professor Mustard gazed at the papers on his computer, somewhat astonished. "This fellow has truly verified the existence of this phenomenon. It's simply remarkable. Moreover, he has uncovered a new evolution of EV, specifically a psychic type EV. Beside him, Sharona crossed her arms. See, Grandma, I told you Chinshur wouldn't make baseless claims. This affection evolution undoubtedly exists. Professor Mustard rolled his eyes. All right. Your Chinshur is the best. Whatever he says is correct. Sharona opened her mouth, seemingly about to speak, yet ultimately refrained. Observing her granddaughter's retreating figure, Professor Mustard let out a cold huff. That little girl still dares to mention me. Meanwhile, the junior researcher behind Chunshur's account had advanced to the status of senior researcher, bypassing the intermediate level. Senior researchers held significant stature, with the capability to apply for the establishment of research institutes within the Alliance. They were allocated an annual research budget of 100 million, along with the ability to request various research tools from the Alliance. When Chinshur learned of this development, he could only express admiration for Professor Okito's influence. That evening, Chinshur took it upon himself to prepare a grand feast as a gesture of gratitude. Ah, Xiaoshi, your culinary skills are commendable. You could rival Hanako. Indeed, Grandpa speaks the truth. The two, accustomed to a diet of instant noodles, devoured the homemade meal with fervor, their words becoming jumbled. Reflecting on instant noodles, Chinshur felt a sense of fatigue. Professor Okito truly consumed instant noodles daily, sharing them with his grandson. It was quite a situation. Shigeru gulped down a large mouthful of water and patted his belly. Ah, bliss. Since my sister embarked on her travels, aside from the occasional food sent by Aunt Hanako, this has been the best meal I've had. Chinshur shot a helpless glance at Professor Okito, realizing how little the child had experienced. Even a simple home-cooked meal could elicit such sentiments. It was evident that he seldom enjoyed anything other than instant noodles. Professor Okito, slightly embarrassed, swiftly changed the subject. Xiaoshi, what are your plans moving forward? Are you preparing for the World Championship? Chinshur hesitated, then fell silent, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He certainly intended to participate in the World Championship. However, without revealing certain aspects, it would be challenging to secure victory. Conversely, if he did expose some elements, he feared he might not be able to maintain them. Moreover, his original purpose for coming here was to establish a connection with Professor Okito, hoping for future support and advocacy. Yet, he found it difficult to voice this desire. After all, Professor Okito had invested nearly half a month in training his Pokémon, modifying machinery, and validating affection evolution. Now, to ask for a favor seemed a bit too much. After all, he didn't owe him anything, and it wouldn't be appropriate to constantly seek assistance. Eventually, Chinshur mumbled, Yes, I plan to participate in the World Championship. The World Championship? Shigeru's eyes sparkled. He had heard of the event. His grandfather described it as a grand competition uniting all the Alliance's most talented individuals under the age of 20. The thought of potentially winning the championship filled Shigeru with excitement, wishing he could mature instantly to join the competition himself. Professor Okito, however, did not hold back, stating, I am aware of this competition. Your strength is formidable. You have a significant chance of reaching the top 16. I will watch your matches. I will too, Shigeru exclaimed, raising his hand in enthusiasm. Chinshur merely smiled, offering no further elaboration. Observing his demeanor, Professor Okito narrowed his eyes. The participants in this competition are exceptional. You don't harbor aspirations of winning, do you? I'm not trying to discourage you, but your current strength may not suffice. Chinshur touched the necklace concealed beneath his clothing, murmuring perhaps. Professor Okito was somewhat taken aback, now realizing that this young man genuinely aspired to win. Such an ambition was no small feat. He then spoke earnestly. Xiaoshi, you possess remarkable talent. Would you be willing to become my student? Chinshur stood frozen, utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that Professor Okito would express a desire to mentor him. The unexpected revelation left him in shock. After all, this was Professor Okito, the foremost authority in the world, now offering to take him under his wing. I ask if you are willing to be my student, Professor Okito reiterated. Of course I am willing, Chinshur exclaimed. In this world devoid of excessive formalities, there was no need for kneeling or tea ceremonies. A simple bow and calling him teacher sufficed. Chinshur nodded. I understand, teacher. The Dragon Claw of Dragonite. Chapter 66. the excited Professor Oak that evening. Chunshur arrived in the backyard, releasing his companions and offering them energy cubes for sustenance. Dulon, you've grown, and it seems your appetite has increased. Bria Dulon turned his head away, choosing to ignore him as he continued to stuff energy cubes into his mouth, even sharing some with the little Dulon perched atop his head. Charizard, your progress is quite remarkable. Soon you shall catch up to that little glutton. Chunshur's words were not mere flattery. Charizard had reached level 44, firmly in the mid-elite stage, while Piku had only just entered the late elite stage today. However, Charizard's relentless training was to be expected, and such advancement was only natural. Their training sessions with Dragonite were not daily affairs, as Dragonite often led them to challenge the Pokémon in the backyard, thus augmenting their combat experience. Suddenly, Swampert came bounding over, scratching its head in a goofy manner. With a sigh, Chunshur retrieved another energy cube from his backpack. Go on, eat up. Once you're done, lie down. I'll give you a massage later. Swampert nodded eagerly, snatching the energy cube and devouring it. Chunshur began massaging Dulon, a routine he frequently performed. After rigorous training and battles, it was essential to help them relax their muscles. Otherwise, over time, they could develop hidden injuries. His companions relished Chunshur's massages, for they were exceedingly soothing. Indeed, Dulon was now sprawled on the ground, too comfortable to even take flight. As he massaged Lady Florigel, Professor Oak approached. You share a remarkable bond with your Pokémon. Chunshur chuckled softly. They're all my partners. Professor Oak settled onto a nearby rock. You seem quite confident about the World Championship. Do you believe you can win a prize? Chunshur paused in his massage before replying. Teacher, should I not have confidence? I have encountered many prodigies. The battle goddess Cynthia of Sinnoh, Stephen of Hoenn, the Dragon Family S. Lance, and Connor from Silver Academy. Professor Oak inquired. Do you still possess that confidence? Of course, teacher. Shouldn't I? Chunshur sighed and continued. I became an intermediate breeder at the age of 11, and by the time I embarked on my journey, I was already a senior breeder. Yet at 14, I had to participate in assessments because I could no longer hide it, and I still cannot openly claim that title. I am reluctant to use my real name on researcher forums, opting instead for the pseudonym Severe Choice Paralysis. My trainer talent is quite commendable, but I dare not showcase it. During my travels, I could only venture to Sinnoh and never challenge a gym. Do you understand why? Professor Oak was taken aback, realizing Chunshur's exceptional talent. After some contemplation, he asked, Is it because of the saying the tallest tree in the forest attracts the wind? Indeed, it is, Chunshur replied. You know my grandfather and are aware of what my family farm possesses. The Chun family has much, and there are many envious eyes. Too many wish to see me falter. A hint of bitterness crept into Chunshur's tone, revealing a burden he had long concealed. Professor Oak sighed before speaking firmly. You need not fear any longer. With me around, no one will dare to threaten you. Upon hearing this, Chunshur remained silent for a moment before responding with a smile. Teacher, what I have hidden is far more than this. If certain things were to come to light, it could very well shake the entire league, and some might not even care for your reputation. Professor Oak chuckled. Is that the reason for your confidence in winning a prize at the World Championship? No, it's not merely about winning a prize. My goal is the championship. Chunshur shook his head, his tone imbued with unprecedented determination. Since his conversation with Stephen, his ambition had crystallized into that of a champion. He no longer wished to hide. He desired to shine as brightly as Lance and the others, brimming with confidence. This was essential not only for his own journey, but also to fulfill his promises to Swampert and the others. Professor Oak's smile gradually faded, and he spoke earnestly. Chunshur, remember my words. As long as I, Professor Oak, am alive, no one will dare touch your possessions. This confidence emanated from his status as a former champion of the Kanto region. Chunshur exhaled, looking at his mentor with a smile. Would you like to know what else I have concealed? I believe you would find it intriguing. Professor Oak's interest was piqued, eager to uncover what secrets his student harbored. Very well, show me. Noticing the expression on Professor Oak's face, Chunshur wasted no time and patted Lady Florigel. Let my teacher see the fairy-type energy. The fairy-type energy? Professor Oak was momentarily stunned. Lady Florigel responded with a soft sound, and a purple energy began to coalesce in her hands. In the next moment, Professor Oak dashed forward, fixated on the swirling purple energy. This is an entirely new attribute, energy? Professor Oak's lips trembled in disbelief, realizing that a new attribute had been discovered, one that was previously unknown, now referred to as the fairy type. Chun-Shur shrugged. What you see is indeed a new attribute I have discovered called the fairy type. There truly are 18 types in the world. Professor Oak murmured, his gaze fixed on Lady Florigel's hands. Lady Florigel, she glanced at Chun-Shur. Teacher, there is nothing to see, Chun-Shur urged. How can I not see? Professor Oak exclaimed, shaking Chun-Shur's shoulders vigorously. This is an epic discovery, the 18th attribute in the world. Have Lady Florigel condense it for me to examine. Chun-Shur sighed. Teacher, there will be plenty of time for that. Please don't rush. If you truly wish to study it, go fetch the Malaruri from the Research Institute. I'll see if I can awaken the fairy type in her as well. What? Professor Oak shouted, his expression filled with excitement. Are you implying that Malaruri is also a fairy type Pokémon? Is Lady Florigel the only fairy Pokémon in existence? Nearby, Dulon and the other Pokémon scurried away, keeping their distance, particularly Lady Florigel. Baruya, this old man must be out of his mind. Who will save Xiaoshur? Chikei, why don't you go? The other Pokémon nodded, their eyes turning to Dulon Baruto. With a determined glance at the frenzied professor, Dulon Baruto gritted his teeth and flew forward, pulling Professor Oak away with all his might. Finally, Chun-Shur caught his breath, having narrowly avoided being shaken to pieces. One could say that he was indeed a super rookie. The dazzling Haxorus was still within sight, but after evolving into Dragonite. Chapter 67. The Versailles speech revisited. I must admit, my earlier reaction was rather excessive. Professor Oak sheepishly scratched his head, offering a few awkward chuckles. It is hardly surprising, for any other researcher receiving such news would likely respond in a similar manner. Chun-Shur, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively, assuring, I'm perfectly fine. Professor, the fairy-type energy has yet to awaken. Many fairy-type Pokémon remain dormant and have been categorized into other types. For example, Ms. Flower is still considered a grass-type Pokémon. It is inconceivable that the fairy type could consist solely of Ms. Flower. There must be countless undiscovered Pokémon within this category. With a sense of resignation, Chun-Shur repeated the familiar explanation he had shared with his grandparents. Professor Oak found merit in his reasoning, as it aligned closely with his own suspicions. After all, if the fairy-type energy was so apparent, it would have been discovered long ago, leaving no opportunity for Chun-Shur to be the one to unveil it. Suddenly, an idea struck Professor Oak, igniting his excitement. My dear boy, this is a monumental discovery. You may very well become a doctor. His enthusiasm was not unfounded. In his eyes, the discoverer of the 18th new type surely deserved the title of doctor. Anything less would be absurd. Chun-Shur shook his head, replying, Professor, have you forgotten? I am merely 16. Professor Oak paused, momentarily disheartened. Indeed, at 16, Chun-Shur was far too young, still not of age. While one could aspire to be a champion at such an age, becoming a doctor was altogether different. The knowledge required was vast, and even the discoverer of the 18th type might not command respect. With a sigh, Professor Oak lamented, if only you could wait a few more years. The title of doctor would surely be yours. He felt a pang of regret, recognizing that Chun-Shur possessed all the necessary qualifications, save for his youth. Chun-Shur, however, waved his hand nonchalantly. It's no trouble. If the 18th type isn't sufficient, I shall discover another. I am determined to become a doctor. Another? Professor Oak was nearly driven to madness by this assertion. You haven't uncovered a 19th type, have you? The thought sent shivers down his spine. What if this young man was concealing another type? Do you really think so? Chun-Shur rolled his eyes. There are only 18 types in this world. There can't be more. Well, that's still commendable. Professor Oak mused, unperturbed by the absence of a 19th type. He then inquired, so, what other research have you conducted? Do share it with me. Rubbing his hands together, Professor Oak looked at Chun-Shur with eager anticipation, resembling a rather eccentric old man. Yet his excitement was justified. Chunshur had implied that this new discovery was as significant as the 18th type. Indeed, a remarkable breakthrough. Chunshur grinned broadly, retrieving a megastone and tossing it toward the distant Swampert. The Pokémon caught it eagerly, gazing at its trainer with excitement. Was another transformation on the horizon? That surge of power was an addiction, no matter how many times it was experienced. Next, Chunshur pulled a necklace from around his neck, adorned with a brilliant rainbow stone. Professor Oak watched in bewilderment, but refrained from interrupting. Chunshur swiftly removed the keystone and turned to Swampert, saying with a smile, "Let us demonstrate our true power to the professor." Swampert nodded enthusiastically. "Let us go, Swampert, Mega Evolve." As Chunshur's hand made contact with the keystone, a burst of radiant light erupted, intertwining the bonds they shared. Swampert roared, enveloped in a glow of mega evolution, its form transforming at a remarkable pace. Chunshur had practiced this transformation extensively with Swampert, significantly reducing the time required for the evolution and extending its duration. Professor Oak stood in stunned silence, muttering to himself, "This is impossible, it defies logic. Swampert is already its final evolution." Soon, the Mega Swampert materialized before Professor Oak, leaving no room for doubt. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, rushing forward to examine the spectacle. Its strength had ascended from the pinnacle of gym leader to the beginning stages of an elite four member. Such an evolution was unprecedented. As he observed, Professor Oak continued to murmur, "The power must have increased significantly. No, the defenses must have enhanced as well. This is a comprehensive enhancement. It's utterly astounding." Chunshur sighed in exasperation, deciding to revert Swampert back to its original form. Allowing Professor Oak to conduct his research without restraint would exhaust Chunshur's stamina before he could even begin. Yet when Swampert returned to its previous state, Professor Oak was once again taken aback. Afterward, Chunshur patiently explained the concept of mega evolution, prompting a look of enlightenment from Professor Oak. He gazed at Chunshur with a mixture of awe and admiration. "My dear boy, you are truly a prodigy. When you expressed a desire to compete for the championship, I was skeptical. However, I now believe you. It's no wonder you said that your discoveries would unsettle many in the league. You truly were not exaggerating." Chunshur felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head, replying modestly, "It's not as remarkable as you make it out to be. I'm merely dabbling in research." Professor Oak's lips twitched in disbelief. "Dabbling? You've managed to uncover multiple evolutionary forms of Pokémon, validate friendship-based evolution, discover the 18th type, and even research mega evolution? I too wish I could just dabble in research. Do not be so modest. What is rightfully yours shall remain yours. No one can take that from you. Rest assured." Chunshur chuckled, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Then, with a sigh, Professor Oak remarked, "You've given me two monumental surprises today. Since you wish to participate in the World Championship, allow me to present you with a few surprises of my own. Follow me." With that, Professor Oak led Chunshur into the research facility. He then took Chunshur to his private quarters and opened a hidden door. Upon entering, Chunshur was left utterly dumbfounded. Professor Oak smiled broadly. "Choose a few items. Consider them gifts from your teacher." Chunshur swallowed hard, his eyes aglow with fervor. Chapter 68. 3 treasures. Before Chunshur lay an array of exquisite treasures, various top-tier attribute gems, the finest medicinal herbs, and elite evolution stones. Yet, what drew his attention were the feathers of the legendary trio of birds, the 3 sacred birds. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that many of these feathers were of champion-level quality. Regardless, the value of these feathers was undeniable, as the sacred birds were divine creatures. Possessing even a single feather would command a high price. Chunshur harbored grave suspicions that these feathers were forcibly plucked by Professor Oak's Dragonite. Among them was a singular feather, the true tail feather of the legendary Moltres. What does it mean to possess the genuine Moltres? It signifies the only one that holds divine authority, and this tail feather is a crucial part of its being. This was a resource of legendary status. Should it be used during the evolution of a Charmeleon, it would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Noticing Chunshur's fixation on the Moltres feather, Professor Oak elucidated. That feather is extraordinary. It contains the primal fire of Moltres. If utilized by a fire-type Pokémon, it will yield remarkable results. You might consider giving it to your Charmeleon, as it is already at the elite mid-stage and has yet to evolve. This would be perfect. With a broad grin, Chunshur readily acquiesced. Then, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, he inquired, Professor, there are so many exquisite items here. I'm at a loss for choice. Perhaps you could offer some recommendations? Taken aback, Professor Oak chuckled at Chunshur's cleverness. All right, I shall select 2 more for you, but no more than that. I can't bear to part with too many. With that, he approached a shelf, retrieving a metallic box from the topmost shelf and opening it. Behold, this will greatly benefit your Metagross in the future. Chunshur's eyes widened. Even if Professor Oak's selection was impeccable, he was unprepared for how extraordinary it truly was. Fragment of Registeel's body, containing the essence of Registeel. Its effects on Steel-type Pokémon are exceptional. Without hesitation, Chunshur resolved that this would be his second item, as the fragment was evidently extraordinary and likely a remnant of the original Registeel. Metagross was indeed fortunate. Holding the box, Chunshur beamed. What about the final treasure, Professor? Seeing Chunshur's eager demeanor, Professor Oak found it amusing. You really have that expression, huh? He then shook his head and retrieved another box from the top shelf. Here, take a look. Chunshur eagerly accepted and opened it, revealing a palm-sized white diamond-shaped fragment. Core fragment of a high-level secret realm, containing a vast amount of attribute energy. Professor Oak explained, this is one of the fragments of a secret realm core, teeming with attribute energy that can be absorbed by all types of Pokémon, significantly accelerating their growth. Your Pokémon possess varying strengths. This is ideal for them, allowing for a swift enhancement without any adverse effects. Currently, this is the most suitable item for you. Elated, Chunshur closed the box, recognizing the value of this treasure. With this, his Charizard and Metagross could quickly enhance their abilities, bolstering his confidence for the upcoming World Championship. Thank you, Professor. This is invaluable to me. Enough with the pleasantries. Professor Oak chuckled, tossing him the Moltres tail feather. Subsequently, he led Chunshur outside, explaining, in truth, legendary resources are not particularly rare for some individuals, as they are categorized by tiers. For instance, the Moltres feather provides minimal enhancement to Pokémon above the champion level, but it is a different story for those below. The Secret Realm Core sounds impressive, yet its benefits are limited for champion-level Pokémon unless they are the highest caliber. I advise against using it on Dragapult or Swampert, as they wouldn't gain much. However, if you apply it to elite-level Pokémon, it could elevate them to Gym Peak status within a month. Chunshur's eyes widened in disbelief. Professor, you can't be serious. This can elevate Charmeleon to Gym Peak in just a month? Professor Oak patiently clarified, you are familiar with secret realms, I presume. They are miniature worlds, and their cores harbor immense, harmless energy. The effects of these high-level secret realm fragments will exceed what I have described, not fall short. You could also use it solely on Dragapult, and it would undoubtedly reach the champion level without issue. Astounded, Chunshur realized the fragment was even more precious than he had imagined, capable of propelling his recently evolved Dragapult directly to the champion level, all without side effects. This was indeed alarming, as while Chunshur could forcibly enhance his Pokémon's strength through excessive use of attribute gems, such methods were devoid of significance. The energy within would become unruly, rendering their full potential unachievable in battle. In essence, it would render them mere facades, visually impressive but functionally inadequate, requiring extensive time to regulate and harness this energy, making it a fruitless endeavor. Gradual training or combat would be far more beneficial. However, Chunshur had no intention of limiting the use of the Secret Realm Fragment solely to Dragapult, even if it could elevate him to the champion level. Dragapult had already received ample gifts. Other Pokémon had yet to receive any significant rewards. Should he reserve this fragment solely for Dragapult, even if the others remained silent, there would undoubtedly be discontent brewing within the team. Thus, Chunshur resolved to heed Professor Oak's advice, refraining from using the Secret Realm Fragment on Dragapult or Swampert. The impact would be far greater on the other Pokémon. If he could elevate them all to gym peak status, his chances in the World Championship would increase substantially. After all, he still possessed a Charizard X and a Mega Stone from Metagross. Achieving gym peak Mega Evolution would theoretically allow him to reach the pinnacle of the initial champion tier. Coupled with various enhancements, even mid-tier champions would not be beyond his grasp. Galarian Moltres. Chapter 69, Metagross and Charizard 5 days later. Chunshur continued to reside at Professor Oak's research facility. Each morning, he assisted the esteemed professor in feeding the Pokémon in the backyard, occasionally engaging in playful antics with Shigeru and Satoshi. Indeed, Satoshi, who was still a mere child, spent his days frolicking with Shigeru. Chunshur had come to know him shortly after arriving at the Oak Laboratory, and they had since formed a close bond. In the afternoons, he would train alongside the Pokémon, challenging them in the backyard to foster a deep sense of camaraderie. The primary motivation behind this was the mysterious core fragment. Ever since Madame Huajia and her companions absorbed that fragment, their levels had surged impressively. Metagross had even surpassed the gym leader tier, and Chunshur planned to evolve it in a couple of days. Just as Chunshur finished feeding for the day, two exuberant children came running from a distance, calling out, "Uncle! Uncle!" Since Chunshur had recognized Professor Oak as his mentor, Shigeru referred to him as Uncle, which was quite acceptable. Chunshur smiled and affectionately ruffled the hair of the two youngsters, asking, "What's the matter? Why the rush?" Satoshi exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Chunshur, your Medong is about to evolve. You must hurry and see." Shigeru interjected, somewhat displeased, "You can't call me Uncle, brother. That would make me younger than you." Satoshi scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend Shigeru's point. However, Chunshur had no time to indulge their playful banter and hurried toward the depths of the backyard. Upon reaching Medong, he found that it had already evolved into a gleaming, silver-colored Metagross. Alongside it were Chunshur's other Pokémon, except for Dragonite and Swampert, as they had trained together earlier that morning. Metagross, upon seeing its trainer, soared joyfully to him, eager to share in the moment of triumph. Chunshur gazed at the newly evolved Metagross with a tinge of regret, gently patting one of its large claws. "I'm sorry, Metagross, that I missed witnessing your evolution." Metagross shook its head, indicating that it was of no concern. Pokémon, Metagross, Shiny, Level 45, Elite Mid-Stage, Potential, Semi-Legendary Ability, Clear Body Gender, None Skills, Tackle, Psychic, Metal Claw, Bullet Punch, Zen Headbutt, Hammer Arm, Headbutt, Psychic, Magnet Rise, Giga Impact, Meteor Mash, Iron Defense, Agility, Sharpen, Protect, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch. After reviewing Metagross's data, Chunshur nodded in satisfaction. Its elite mid-stage strength and semi-legendary potential rivaled that of Digos Metagross. "Have you finished consuming the fragment I gave you?" Metagross shook its head and produced a piece from somewhere. It was a fragment of Registeel's body, though now only a third of its original size. The missing portions had gradually been consumed by Metagross. Chunshur nodded approvingly, advising, "Take your time with the remainder. Combined with the core fragment, it will be sufficient for a rapid enhancement of your abilities. Soon, I shall take you to compete in the World Championships." Metagross nodded vigorously. Having joined the team later, it had initially felt its low strength would exclude it from the championships. Yet, now with a treasure that exerted a strong allure and a fragment brimming with elemental energy, it had the opportunity for swift growth and a chance to battle on that grand stage. The thought invigorated its calm mind. "All right, you just evolved. This afternoon, I'll ensure you engage in several battles to quickly acclimate to your new form. Additionally, you must practice the skills you've just learned. I will guide you on which ones to focus on later." Metagross acknowledged with a determined response and resumed absorbing the energy from the fragments. At that moment, Charmeleon approached, tugging at Chunshur's hand. "Wow!" Chunshur exclaimed with delight. "You've broken through the gym leader tier and are ready to evolve." Charmeleon nodded, feeling it was time for evolution, and that further restraint was futile. "Excellent." Chunshur promptly retrieved a box containing a feather from the legendary Moltres and removed Charmeleon's Everstone. The moment the stone was taken away, a radiant light of evolution enveloped Charmeleon. Chunshur tossed the Moltres feather to Charmeleon, who recognized its value and grasped it. merging it with its evolving form. Quickly, Charmeleon underwent a dramatic transformation, sprouting wings and growing in stature. Before long, a magnificent Charizard, nearly 3 meters tall, stood proudly before Chinchur. Pokémon, Charizard level, 50 Gym early stage, potential, semi-legendary ability, Blaze gender, male skills, Scratch, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Cut, Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush. Ancient Power, Dragon Tail, Flamethrower, Protect, Fire Spin, Flare Blitz, Flamethrower, Fire Punch. Charizard ascended into the sky, unleashing a powerful roar, as if expelling all prior grievances. Chinchur and the other Pokémon refrained from interrupting, quietly gazing upward. Soon, after venting its emotions, Charizard gracefully descended before its trainer. Congratulations, Charizard! With moist eyes, Charizard stepped forward cautiously to embrace Chinchur. He reciprocated gently, patting its back. All right, Charizard, you've grown now. The past is behind you. I promise to take you to the highest stage in the world, where those who abandoned you will regret their choices. You must strive to excel. Charizard released Chinchur, its mind flashing back to their first encounter, and then nodded resolutely. The other Pokémon gathered around, congratulating Charizard. As Charizard looked at Madame Huajia and the previously competitive Metagross, it scratched its head and broke into a broad smile. Now, it had a dedicated trainer and partners worthy of trust. This feeling was truly wonderful. Chapter 70. Pikijis and Chaco. Pikijis gazed longingly at Chinchur, yearning for evolution herself. Observing her companions evolve one after another, she could no longer contain her impatience. Chinchur had earlier mentioned that she had the potential to evolve once more, which would greatly enhance her abilities. After a moment of hesitation, Chinchur inquired, "Do you truly wish to evolve now?" Chaco. Pikijis eagerly nodded, expressing her desire for immediate evolution. Very well. Chinchur ultimately consented, knowing that it would not be an issue for Pikijis to evolve now, even though she had just recently achieved the gym level. He merely wished for her to stabilize for a couple of days. Since she was so eager, he could not bring himself to deny her. He then retrieved the prepared light stone and presented it to Pikijis, taking out a camera to capture the moment. Gulme, touch it, and you shall evolve. With joy, Pikijis flew to Chinchur's side, but hesitated just as her tiny hand was about to make contact with the light stone. The EV, cast her an encouraging glance, urging her to proceed with her evolution. Looking around, Pikijis saw her friends gazing at her with supportive expressions. Come on, Pikijis, is this not the opportunity you have been waiting for? With a resolute nod, she reached out and touched the light stone. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped her, and her form swiftly expanded, soon towering over Chinchur. Her arms vanished, transforming into a Pokémon reminiscent of a bird, yet somewhat akin to an aircraft. Adorned with the red and blue patterns from her previous form, she sported 3 feathers atop her head, white in the center, flanked by red and blue. Her wings were triangular, with 2 small feet closely aligned beneath her. This was the evolved form of Pikijis. As the light faded, the newly transformed Pikijis stood before Chinchur. Congratulations, Pikijis. Chaco. Pikijis joyfully examined her new physique and spread her wings, taking flight. Chinchur felt a surge of excitement as Pikijis' data materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, Pikijis level, 51, early gym potential, champion ability, serene grace gender, female skills, sing, pound, yawn, quick attack, origin pulse, life dew, charm, stored power, calm mind, fairy wind, air slash, aerial ace, swift, psychic, dazzling gleam, moonblast, draining kiss, brave bird. It appeared promising, having learned several skills at once, including the formidable flying-type move, Brave Bird. She had also mastered 2 fairy-type skills, including Moonblast. As for Air Slash, it was a skill Pikijis had diligently trained, and she had become quite adept at it. Its efficacy was impressive. Those struck by it would cower in fear. With the addition of a King's Rock, its effects would likely be even more pronounced. Chaco. After soaring for a while, Pikijis darted toward Chinchur, tackling him in a joyous embrace. Chaco. She wrapped her wings around him tightly, nuzzling against him. All right, Pikijis, you're rather large now. I fear I might be crushed. Chaco. Pakisis quickly ascended, worry etched on her face as she realized her newfound size. Don't worry, Pakisis, I'm perfectly fine. Chinshur stood up, brushing off the dust and gazing at the magnificent creature before him, feeling a swell of exhilaration. Finally, the Pakisis had arrived. With her size, she could potentially carry him in flight if they squeezed together. He chuckled, with your current stature, you can no longer share my bed. Otherwise, I fear I might be squished. Chaco. Pakisis shook her head in a pitiful manner, indicating her desire to continue sharing the bed. Chinshur could not help but cover his face, unable to resist her pleading gaze. All right, you may still sleep with me. Chaco. Instantly brightening, Pakisis joyfully flew over to Evie, showcasing her new form, even taking her for a flight around the sky. Chinshur shook his head and addressed Mrs. Huajia. Please keep a close eye on these children. Should any of them misbehave, do let me know. Mrs. Huajia gently nodded in agreement. I shall take care of them. I must take my leave now. Allow them to absorb energy. I will return in the afternoon. He had to prepare meals for Professor Okido and Shota, lest they resort to another day of instant noodles. Unbeknownst to him, he had also become busy. Teacher, what do you think of my paper? That evening, Chinshur summoned Professor Okido to review his freshly penned dissertation. Upon sitting down, the professor began to read. Oh, this is the evolved form of Pakijis. So it evolves using the light stone. That simplifies things considerably. Well, you need to make some revisions here. You cannot state this in such a manner. Subsequently, Professor Okido pointed out several errors, and Chinshur listened attentively, diligently noting his corrections. In no time, with Professor Okido's guidance, Chinshur completed the revisions and clicked to publish. Congratulations, Xiaoshur, you have discovered a new Pokémon evolution. May I see Pakisis? Chinshur rubbed his temples helplessly. Teacher, did I not provide you with the energy cube from Aureliali's awakening? Is one fairy-type Pokémon not sufficient for your research? At this, Professor Okido's eyes lit up, and he began to chatter excitedly. Xiaoshur, do you know of other fairy-type Pokémon? I believe Aureliali alone is rather insufficient. I observed her awakening process and found it quite enlightening. I wish to explore other unawakened fairy Pokémon. Chinshur forced a smile and relayed the names of a few more fairy-type Pokémon. Professor Okido's enthusiasm surged as he left, carrying the energy cubes provided by Chinshur. Meanwhile, the research forum buzzed with excitement over his paper. Yet Chinshur was too preoccupied to care, slipping into bed beside Pakisis, wrapping his arms around her. So soft. Chaco, it's a grand aircraft. Chapter 71. Ash and Gary on the following morning. Chinshur accompanied Ash and Gary to play by the riverbank in the backyard. Suddenly, Chinshur posed an intriguing question. Ash, what is your dream for the future? Well, my dream is undoubtedly to become a Pokémon master, Ash declared enthusiastically. Gary shot him a disdainful glance. You should probably memorize the type effectiveness chart first before talking about that. With your current knowledge, becoming a Pokémon master is a far-fetched dream. Ash's spirits immediately plummeted, leaving him speechless. The type effectiveness chart was like an inscrutable tome to him. No matter how many times he looked at it, he simply could not retain the information. Chinshur chuckled. Well, Ash, you must work hard. Without ample knowledge, it will be quite challenging to become a competent trainer. Yes, Brother Chinshur, I will remember that, Ash said, clenching his fist to encourage himself. However, Gary was infuriated. I told you not to call me brother. Why can't I? I will call you that regardless, Ash retorted. The two children erupted into a heated argument, each refusing to back down, their faces flushed with indignation. Chinshur stood by, chuckling at their antics, refraining from intervening. This pair of playful rivals had their daily squabbles, and he had grown accustomed to it. Soon, they would reconcile and chase after Butterfree together. Such was the innocence and beauty of childhood friendships. At that moment, Professor Oak approached Chinshur, observing the two children in the distance. The summer camp activities I organized are about to commence. Tomorrow, many children will arrive, and I would like your assistance in supervising them. Chinshur was taken aback. Professor Oak had indeed organized a summer camp, inviting numerous children. Among them, Ash had met Serena during this very camp. He had not anticipated that the summer camp would begin so soon. With this in mind, Chunshur readily agreed. No problem, Professor. Just watching over a group of children is no trouble at all. Professor Oak nodded, feeling assured about this student. Then he shifted the conversation. Who do you believe will achieve greater accomplishments in the future, Ash or Gary? Do you truly wish to hear my honest opinion, Professor? Of course. Otherwise, why would I ask you? Speak freely. Well, Ash struggles to memorize the type effectiveness chart, while Gary exhibits a significantly higher level of talent and knowledge. Then why do you believe Ash will ultimately surpass Gary? Professor Oak inquired, perplexed. Chunshur sighed and explained, although Ash may appear somewhat slow and lacks innate talent, he possesses a sincere heart. In his eyes, I see no distractions, only a profound love for Pokémon. I have always believed that the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon is the most extraordinary force in the world. If Ash continues on the path of a trainer, his future accomplishments will surely astonish everyone. Professor Oak nodded slightly and asked, and what about Gary? What do you think of him? I'd like to hear the truth, he added, as if recalling something. Gary has a somewhat fragile mindset and can be a bit arrogant. He is highly talented on the path of a trainer, but not yet at a peak level. Conversely, his knowledge is quite impressive, and influenced by you, I believe he is likely to pursue a career as a researcher. In fact, as Chunshur had mentioned, in the animated series of their past lives, Gary eventually became a researcher and even earned a doctorate, while Ash embarked on endless adventures, ultimately winning the Pokémon League Championship. Professor Oak suddenly fell silent. Chunshur continued, You have observed this yourself, haven't you? Otherwise, you and T have posed this question. Professor Oak appeared genuinely surprised. How can you be so sure that I have noticed? Could it be that I simply asked out of curiosity? Chunshur smiled faintly, reflecting, no parent wishes to acknowledge that their child is inferior to others. If a child lacks talent, it is easier to accept, but if they possess talent, parents tend to delude themselves into believing their child is the best. Professor, if you genuinely believed Gary would achieve greater success, you and T have asked me this question as you're already convinced in your heart that Gary is superior. You and T care about others' opinions. You are not one to seek flattery, he added with a grin. Professor Oak sighed, watching the two children chasing after Butterfree in the distance. You are correct. I also feel that Ash's future achievements will surpass Gary's. Gary's temperament indeed leaves something to be desired. I hope he encounters some challenges during his journey. Chunshur silently scoffed, knowing that Gary would likely be driving a sports car, accompanied by a bevy of beautiful girls, enjoying life rather than facing true hardships. Professor Oak gazed into the distance. Please be attentive to tomorrow's summer camp activities. These children were personally selected by me and entrusted to us by their parents. We cannot afford any mishaps. I will send you the schedule for the camp activities shortly, and the safety measures will be your responsibility. Chunshur nodded. As long as they did not venture deep into the Viridian Forest, there would be no issues. In truth, Professor Oak assigning him the safety duties was merely a formality. Charizard would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye. With that powerful Pokémon around, what dangers could they possibly encounter? Hence, he had readily agreed. Rest assured, I won't allow a group of children to wander deep into the Viridian Forest. They will only camp outdoors. Then there is no problem. With that, Chunshur called out to the two youngsters, Ash, Gary, come here. I have something to discuss with you. The two paused, then happily ran over to Chunshur. Brother Chunshur, what is it? Ash asked cheerfully. Upon hearing Ash still call him brother, Gary shot him an irritated glare, his expression filled with displeasure. Chunshur smiled. Tomorrow is the summer camp organized by the professor, so make sure not to oversleep. Be sure to arrive early. After all, it is quite rude to keep others waiting. Chunshur mentioned this because, in the animated series of their past lives, Ash had overslept and kept a whole group of children waiting for him at the start of the activities. He wanted to remind him to avoid a repeat of that scenario. Gary crossed his arms and scoffed. I want to be like someone who sleeps like a dead pig all day. I will definitely arrive on time. Ash sheepishly scratched his head, seemingly aware of his own tendencies. I understand, Brother Chunshur. I will make sure to wake up early tomorrow. Chapter 72. Selena, the following day. Chunshur awoke at the crack of dawn. Hurry up, Pocus. Today, I shall grant you a day of respite. I'm taking you out for a picnic. Pocus, initially contemplating lingering in bed, was instantly roused upon hearing the prospect of a day off and an outing. Its eyes sparkled with excitement. Look at you, so easily swayed. Now get up. Just look at your friend. She is so composed. Beside the bed, the recently awakened Ibu appeared bewildered, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Who am I? Where am I? How am I composed? Pocus, soaring into the air, playfully winked, disregarding Yibu's words. Chunshur sighed, choosing not to dwell on the immaturity of Pocus. He quickly dressed and proceeded to freshen up. Soon after, Chunshur escorted the two little creatures downstairs and made his way directly out of the Oak Research Institute. As previously arranged, they were to gather at the entrance of the institute, so Chunshur headed there without hesitation. Sure enough, upon arrival, Dr. Oak was already waiting. Chunshur hurried over to greet him. Good morning, Professor. I hope I'm not late. Dr. Oak waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I just arrived as well, and it is still quite early. The children have yet to arrive. Let's wait a moment. All right. Chunshur nodded, stepping aside to release his companions. Due to their sizes, they had been resting in luxury pokeballs during their time at the Oak Research Institute. Fortunately, Chunshur's choice of pokeballs provided ample space and comfort. Next, he distributed energy cubes among them. Eat up. Today is a day of leisure. We shall have some fun while looking out for the little ones. His companions voiced no objections. After training diligently, a day of relaxation was certainly welcome. As Chunshur fed his Pokémon while engaging in casual conversation with Dr. Oak, a beautiful woman with brown hair, accompanied by a golden-haired girl in a small hat, approached. Good morning, Dr. Oak. I am Sachi, Selena's mother. I am here to bring Selena to participate in the summer camp as invited. Selena, be sure to greet Dr. Oak, Sachi encouraged. Selena, appearing somewhat intimidated, clutched her mother's hand tightly, yet managed to utter, Hello, Dr. Oak. I am Selena. Welcome. It is a pleasure to have you both join our summer camp activities. Dr. Oak replied with a warm smile. He then introduced, This is Chunshur, my student and the security personnel for this summer camp. Chunshur greeted them with a smile. Hello, Miss Sachi and the lovely Selena. It is a pleasure to meet you both. While greeting them, he discreetly observed Selena, the girl who had sacrificed her dreams for Ash, possessing both fragility and strength. She still appeared to be a charming little girl. Sachi politely responded, Hello, Mr. Chunshur. I entrust the safety of my child to you. Hello, Brother Chunshur. Selena chimed softly, her eyes fixated on Pocus, clearly enamored with the Pokémon. Chunshur smiled and waved his hand. It is no trouble at all. This is my duty. Please rest assured, Miss Sachi. Many more children have yet to arrive, so let us wait a while longer. Of course, Sachi nodded slightly, guiding Selena to stand beside Dr. Oak. Chunshur took another glance and noticed Selena's gaze still fixed on Pocus, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Chunshur chuckled softly. Pocus, have you finished eating? Once you're done, why not play with the little girl? With a satisfied burp, Pocus glanced at Selena and joyfully accepted the task. Chakoi. Pocus fluttered over to Selena, gently calling out to her. Initially startled, Selena soon let go of her fear, laughing at Pocus's antics. She boldly reached out her small hand to touch the unfamiliar Pokémon. Unexpectedly, Pocus leaned in closer, startling her. Yet she mustered the courage to reach out and pat it. Chakoi. Pocus happily nuzzled against the little girl, which delighted Selena immensely. Gaining confidence, she embraced Pocus, her face radiating joy. Laughter from children and Pokémon filled the air at the entrance of the Oak Research Institute. The three adults observed without interruption. After a while, Chunshur remarked, It is the first time I've seen Pocus take such a liking to someone. She must possess a kind heart. Indeed, Dr. Oak concurred, nodding in agreement. To earn Pocus's approval, this little girl must be very kind-hearted. Sachi smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, a boy's enthusiastic voice pierced the air. Wow, so many Pokémon. They all look so impressive. A black-haired boy excitedly ran up to Chunshur, gazing at Duraludin and the others. Big brother, are all these your Pokémon? Chunshur assessed him closely, realizing this must be Xiaohai, the aspiring trainer. Indeed, these are all my Pokémon. What is your name? Xiaohai's eyes sparkled with excitement. You must be a powerful trainer. My name is Xiaohai, and I am here to attend Dr. Oak's summer camp. Chinshur smiled warmly. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the security personnel for this summer camp. My name is Chinshur. Big brother, how did you capture them? They seem so formidable. I want to capture such powerful Pokémon too. Xiaohai inquired eagerly. When I captured them, they were quite weak. Some couldn't even defeat a Caterpie. A good trainer should help their Pokémon grow stronger step by step, rather than solely focusing on capturing the strongest Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Duraludin and the others exchanged glances with Duraludin in the air, their eyes filled with mockery. Among them, only Duraludin held that dubious honor of not being able to defeat a Caterpie. Duraludin's elongated eyes twitched slightly, turning away in silence. After all this time, I've evolved into this form, yet you all still can't surpass Caterpie. Xiaohai seemed to contemplate this, uncertain if he truly understood. However, it mattered little to Chinshur. If he grasped the lesson, it was a bonus. If not, so be it. Being that Xiaohai was still a child, Chinshur felt it necessary to offer some guidance. Had he been older, Chinshur might have approached him differently, for no reason other than the fact that Xiaohai could indeed be somewhat irritating. After all, that was the source of his reputation as one-ball superhero. Selena. Chapter 73. The greatest trickster in the Pokémon world, Grandfather Master. I'm here. As the crowd waited, a child with brown hair burst out of Professor Oak's laboratory, joyfully shouting. It was none other than Green. Professor Oak sighed. Green, don't be so reckless. This is Serena and Xiaohao. You should get acquainted with them, as you'll all be participating in the activities together. Green nodded and greeted the two. Hello, I'm Green. It's a pleasure to meet you. As time passed slowly, more and more parents brought their children to assemble. With the summer camp about to commence at 8 o'clock, Ash still had not arrived. Chin couldn't help but smile wryly. He had only reminded Ash yesterday not to be late. It seemed his words had fallen on deaf ears. The start time was approaching, and still, he had not shown up. Professor Oak glanced at the clock, rubbing his temples. It's not fair to keep everyone waiting for Ash. We shall proceed without him. Wait, I'm here. Just as Professor Oak was about to finish his sentence, he was interrupted by an urgent shout. In the distance, a boy with a messy hairstyle and a backpack was sprinting towards them, arms flailing. Who else could it be but Ash? After all, he was the kind of person who could be late even to receive his starter Pokémon, so it was no surprise he was tardy for the summer camp. As Ash arrived, he bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily, clearly exhausted from his run. Green immediately mocked him. Even after my master's reminders yesterday, you still managed to be late. You're truly the king of oversleeping, making all of us wait for you. Ash lowered his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. I'm so sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to. Professor Oak, looking exasperated, knew Ash well enough not to dwell on it. He simply urged, hurry over. We are heading to the Viridian Forest. Ash nodded excitedly and dashed over to stand beside Green. Serena smiled at him warmly, causing Ash to feel bashful, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Chin watched this scene with a slight smile. They were indeed a charming bunch of children. Throughout the journey, Professor Oak patiently educated the children about various aspects of Pokémon, instilling in them a proper understanding of their world. Xiaohao, in particular, was quite the inquisitive one, frequently asking perplexing questions. Soon, they reached the outskirts of the Viridian Forest, where they occasionally spotted a few Caterpies among the trees. For some reason, Drakazalt cast a dubious glance at these Caterpies, seemingly eager to engage them in a skirmish. However, with so many companions and trainers around, he refrained from acting out, concerned about his reputation. Ultimately, Drakazalt suppressed his impulses and silently followed Chun. As they passed, one Caterpie tilted its head curiously, observing Chun with a glimmer of human-like confusion in its eyes. Once Chun moved on, the Caterpie leaped and transformed into a Pidgey, soaring into the sky to follow them. Upon reaching a clearing by the riverside, Professor Oak halted and addressed the children. Let us set up camp here. Parents can only guide from the sidelines. This restriction was to teach the children survival skills in the wild, and the parents had no objections. Yay! I will be the first to set up my tent. Xiaohao exclaimed joyfully, rummaging through his backpack for supplies. I will be the first, Green retorted, setting down his bag and beginning to assemble his tent, with Professor Oak assisting him. The other children, not wanting to be outdone, also retrieved their supplies from their parents and got to work. Chen found a large tree to sit beneath, watching the children while occasionally scanning the surroundings to prevent any unexpected encounters with wild Pokémon. He reminded himself of his duty as a security personnel and remained vigilant. "Archie," Drakazal called out, pointing towards the river. Chen understood his intent and replied, "Go ahead, but remember to keep the noise down." Drakazal nodded and dashed into the river, disappearing beneath the surface. Togekiss went to assist Serena with her tent, while Mrs. Flower moved to help Ash. Meanwhile, Drakazalt, Charizard, Leafin, and Metagross remained by Chen's side, resting and soaking up the sun. Suddenly, he felt a gaze upon him. Opening his eyes, he spotted a pristine Caterpie observing him from a tree. Why was it deemed pristine? Wild Caterpies typically bore dirt and scratches from their forest life. But this particular one appeared plump and well-fed, devoid of any blemishes. Intrigued, Chen stood up and offered a universal energy cube to the Caterpie. "Here you go, little one. It's delicious." Beside him, Drakazalt huffed, wishing he could unleash a shadow ball at the insect. The Caterpie tilted its head, glanced at Drakazalt, and then took a bite of the energy cube. In an instant, its eyes lit up, and it devoured the treat in just a few bites. It then chirped at Chun, gazing at him with its big, watery eyes, clearly asking for more. Chun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly cursing. "How absurd! I can't believe I'm finding a Caterpie adorable." Furthermore, was this Caterpie excessively intelligent? Its rich expressions and ability to be endearing were quite remarkable. Relenting, Chun produced another energy cube and offered it to the Caterpie, unable to resist the charm of its gaze. Then he focused his thoughts, wishing to check the Caterpie's data. However, when he saw the information displayed before him, his heart abruptly stopped, his face paling as he felt all strength leave his body, standing frozen in place. A whirlwind of emotions flashed through his eyes: shock, fear, astonishment, speechlessness, and helplessness. For what appeared before him was Pokémon, Mew level. Potential. Ability, synchronized gender, none skills. The greatest trickster in the Pokémon world. Chapter 74. The power of the mind. Mew, as a mythical creature within the Pokémon world, possesses an undeniable prestige. It harbors the genes of all Pokémon, capable of mastering every move, and exists in a symbiotic relationship with a world tree. The Rocket team even crafted a first-level deity, the illustrious Mewtwo, from a single eyelash it lost. As for why Mew appeared here, Chun sure could not fathom. Yet considering Mew's nature, its presence could be anywhere. After all, this creature is famously known as the greatest trickster in the Pokémon realm. However, why did it have to manifest right before me? And what is with that string of question marks? I am utterly exasperated. Chun sure cursed inwardly, yet managed to force a strained smile. "Oh, esteemed one, is it delicious? I have plenty." As he spoke, he retrieved the universal energy cubes from his bag and piled them into a small mound beneath the tree. He typically did not stockpile many of these energy cubes, as his partners were accustomed to specifically customized ones, leaving him with few universal types. Meanwhile, Dragapult opened its eyes, bewildered. When did its trainer become so courteous to a Caterpie? It was well aware that this person, having faced defeat since debuting, bore a significant disdain for Caterpie. Yet now, the trainer's demeanor was unusually amiable. What was going on? Dragapult scrutinized the Caterpie closely, but found nothing unusual, so it closed its eyes once more. After all, it was merely a Caterpie. What could it possibly do? Mew, not one to be polite, leaped down from the tree in its Caterpie form, devouring the energy cubes piece by piece. Chun sure dared not leave, fearful of inciting the wrath of this little deity. There was still a group of children nearby, and should this creature become irate and unleash a move, who could withstand it? Even Professor Oak's Dragonite would likely struggle. The individuals focused on pitching their tents remained oblivious to the peculiar scene unfolding. In no time, all the energy cubes had found their way into Mew's belly. It cast a satisfied glance at Chunshur. "Your psychic ability is extraordinarily potent." Chunshur was taken aback, quickly scanning the vicinity for others and then recalling the Mew before him. He cautiously inquired, "Did you just speak?" He recalled that many legendary Pokémon possessed telepathic abilities, and it was hardly unbelievable for a mythical creature like Mew to have such a gift. Yes, human. It seems you have recognized me, Mew replied. Chunshi forced a smile that was more painful than a frown. Should I not have recognized you? I can leave now, and I could take everyone with me. He quickly adopted a timid demeanor, for before him stood a being whose level was beyond the comprehension of even the system's interface. It was wise to tread lightly. What if this entity's mind took a turn for the worse, and it decided to act? Mew tilted its head. Your psychic ability is remarkably powerful and unique. I seek your assistance. Chunshi felt on the verge of tears. What do you mean by powerful? He could merely move a cup and engage in telepathy. Compared to the likes of Natu or Galade, he felt woefully inadequate. They were humanoid Pokémon. Surely they would be more suitable for Mew's needs. However, he dared not voice these thoughts aloud, instead cautiously asking, my psychic ability is rather weak, isn't it? Is there something specific you require my help with? If so, please do tell. I would not decline if it is within my capacity. Mew regarded him curiously. Your psychic ability, as it currently manifests, is merely the tip of the iceberg, yet its uniqueness is undeniable. Gaining confidence, Chunshi pressed. What makes it unique? Mew tilted its head in contemplation, and after a moment, the voice echoed in his mind once more. It resembles not typical psychic abilities, but rather a form of mental power. This power is quite special, as I have only encountered one other human with such abilities over 1,000 years ago. Chunshi's expression darkened slightly. It appeared his psychic abilities were more complex than he had presumed, due to their lack of potency and the absence of specialized training methods. He often forgot he even possessed such powers. After all, his abilities were limited to moving a cup, and he had seldom engaged in battles where telepathy would be relevant. Thus, he subconsciously overlooked the reality of his abilities. But now, with Mew approaching him to assert the significance of his powers, that they were a form of mental strength, he found himself puzzled. What precisely did mental power entail? After a moment of reflection, Chunshi gathered his thoughts and softly asked, what assistance do you require? I am uncertain. Mew transformed into a Pidgey and alighted on Chunshi's shoulder. This scene caught Dragapult's attention, which rubbed its eyes in disbelief. Just moments ago, it was a Caterpie. How had it transformed into a Pidgey? Chunshi noticed Dragapult's reaction and offered a reassuring glance, prompting Dragapult to settle down again, though its gaze remained fixed on the Pidgey perched on Chunshi's shoulder. If Chunshi were to make a move, Dragapult would undoubtedly spring into action. Mew glanced at Dragapult, but paid no heed to its scrutiny. I have a feeling that soon, both I and the World Tree will face danger, and thus I require your aid. Chunshi's lips twitched. He felt an overwhelming urge to swat this creature away. What did it mean by I have a feeling? How reliable was this feeling? Yet, upon deeper contemplation, he realized the high status of legendary Pokémon. Their power was extraordinary, and being a psychic-type mythical creature, Mew must possess some foresight about impending events. Still, he inquired, do you have a specific time frame? I cannot simply linger with you or wait by the World Tree indefinitely. I have my own matters to attend to. Fear not. I can provide you with a key. Whenever I require assistance, you need only shatter it, and you shall arrive swiftly, Mew declared, producing a small, white crystal the size of a finger and handing it to Chunshi. Upon receiving it, Chunshi managed a strained smile. You're quite thoughtful, I see. But what incentive do I have to assist you? What benefits will I gain? At this juncture, Chunshi had already tacitly agreed, recognizing the importance of the World Tree. If anything were to happen to it, the real world would likely suffer as well. Having already incurred a favor with the people of the Godfire Mountain and the Meteor Clan, he felt that adding another debt would not be detrimental. However, he still desired some tangible benefits. Perhaps he could offer help in the future. If he could assist Chunshi, he would, and if not, he would find a way to help, even if it meant rallying others. After all, having a good mentor was an opportunity not to be squandered. With this in mind, Chunshi cast a furtive glance at Professor Oak, who was still engaged in teaching children how to pitch tents. Chapter 75. The Devious Mew. When Chunshi mentioned the matter of benefits, Meng Huan appeared momentarily stunned, gazing at him with an expression of disbelief. After all, this was about assisting the illustrious Meng Huan and the World Tree, and he dared to think of benefits? If that's the case, perhaps you should seek the expertise of someone else. After saying this, Chunshur disregarded the Mew perched on his shoulder and simply lay back, closing his eyes. However, internally he could not suppress his grievances, lamenting, "I have truly committed a grave folly. My hands were too eager, rushing to feed you those energy cubes. You might have consumed a plethora of my provisions, and while I am not one to begrudge trifles, this is absurd. Yet you dare to request my assistance without offering even a modicum of compensation? It is akin to wanting the horse to run while withholding its fodder. You might as well be called a capitalist with a heart as dark as night. Truly, what a farce." Meanwhile, Professor Okido suddenly sensed something and glanced over at Chunshur. Seeing that the latter was unscathed, still engaging with a bobo, he resumed his lesson for the children, imparting various knowledge. Returning to Meng Huan's perspective, it found itself perplexed. The human it had previously encountered, who wielded psychic powers, was undeniably righteous. Whenever difficulties arose, he would boldly proclaim his readiness to act. Why then was this individual different, seeking benefits from the great Meng Huan? Shouldn't he be eagerly inquiring about my troubles and seeking ways to assist? This script is quite inconsistent. Nevertheless, upon observing that this human seemed genuinely disinterested in lending a hand, Meng Huan gritted its teeth and approached Chunshur. "What do you desire? I shall provide you with anything within my capability." Chunshur opened his eyes, filled with mirth, and replied, "What do you think I need?" Surely, the great Meng Huan would not offer something utterly useless. How could he discern what could be given and what could not? In truth, Chunshur had not encountered many valuable items himself. He was rather unsophisticated in such matters. Once this proposition was made, elevating Meng Huan's status, he trusted that this devious creature would not bestow anything of little worth. Meng Huan hesitated, unsure of what to present. Over the years, it had amassed numerous items, many of which were quite remarkable. Yet these held no value for itself, but could be immensely beneficial to the companion before it. However, it was uncertain whether Chunshur would appreciate them. What if he deemed them unworthy and refused to assist? After a moment of deliberation, Meng Huan bit its lip and produced a small, colorful shard. "This will suffice. I painstakingly collected it years ago." Upon hearing this, Chunshur immediately scanned the fragment. A small piece of Xerneas's horn, imbued with pure life, energy, and fairy essence. Staring at the shard, which was merely the size of a fingernail, he could not help but salivate. Having agreed to this matter, the great Meng Huan indeed proved to be generous. I am truly impressed. In the blink of an eye, Chunshur snatched the shard and retrieved a box from his backpack to secure it. Sighing, he nodded toward Madame Huaja, who, understanding his intent, broke into a smile reminiscent of blooming flowers. It seemed she was akin to a flower herself. Regardless, Madame Huaja understood that this precious item would be left to the trainer. The several Togekiss and Leafeon present were of no consequence. The Charizard and Metagross were battle enthusiasts. The true burden of the team fell upon Madame Huaja, who diligently cared for the other Pokémon and managed various tasks outside, tirelessly assuming the role of the elder sister within the group. However, her innate potential was rather limited. Chunshur had always hoped to find a way to help her improve, and now the opportunity had arisen. This shard of Xerneas was undoubtedly destined for her. Seeing the fervent glimmer in her eyes, Chunshur realized she was not as carefree as Leafeon, but rather a strong-willed girl. As her companions caught up, she appeared somewhat anxious. "Take this. If any issues arise, this crystal will turn red. At that point, simply crush it to access the World Tree's secret realm." "Understood," she replied. Meng Huan nodded in satisfaction and transformed back into an Eevee, leaping onto Chunshur's shoulder once more. "Are you finished with your tasks?" Meng Huan inquired, casting a curious glance at him. "I've completed everything," he responded. "Then why do you linger? Why are you still following me?" Chunshur shot a glare at it. Slightly exasperated, Meng Huan puffed its chest, justifying its presence. "I finally have the chance to venture out. What's wrong with wanting to have some fun? Moreover, what if you fail to uphold your promise? I must keep an eye on you." Chunshur stared at Meng Huan in silence for a while until the creature suddenly appeared somewhat guilty, averting its gaze. At this point, Chunshur was truly at a loss for words. What nonsense! This devious Mew merely sought to remain by his side, indulging in his hospitality. Truly, it was the most notorious slacker in the realm of Pokémon. Despite being a mythical beast, it displayed no semblance of dignity. Could it not learn from those who lack flight and the hefty fish, who, aware of their limitations upon the arrival of the Sky Pillar, still muster the courage to face their challenges for the sake of pride? Now, that would be the true essence of a divine beast. Nonetheless, Chunshur could not truly dismiss it. If it wished to accompany him, so be it. After all, it merely entailed an extra portion of food, which was hardly a burden. Then a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Where exactly did you find that shard of Xerneas?" His curiosity piqued, as such treasures were not easily discovered. Meng Huan tilted its head, a proud expression adorning its face. Over 3,000 years ago, Xerneas and Yveltal were embroiled in a fierce battle. Yet the one capable of stopping them did not appear, resulting in both sustaining grave injuries and falling into slumber. I picked it up while watching the spectacle unfold. Chunshur could not help but cover his face in disbelief. "So you merely picked it up while watching the show? You were trailing behind them, collecting their discarded fragments, weren't you? Truly, you are a devious creature. Should X-God and Y-God learn of this, they would likely seek retribution against you. Yet, could this be related to the lull in fairy-type energy?" Chunshur pondered, his chin resting on his hand. He felt that things could not be so simple. After all, dark-type energy had not vanished. While X-God and Y-God were indeed natural adversaries, they were also evenly matched. Chunshur did not believe that X-God, gravely injured and in slumber, would leave Y-God in a much better state. Moreover, the mythical creatures of this world held a certain prestige, but not to such an extent, surely. Would Xerneas' slumber genuinely result in the disappearance of fairy-type energy? If it were a matter of the fairy-type slate malfunctioning, leading to the loss of fairy-type energy, he could accept that. However, the notion that Xerneas' slumber alone could cause such a void seemed utterly ludicrous. After pondering for what felt like an eternity without arriving at a conclusion, Chunshur decided to abandon the thought, leaning against a tree to rest his eyes while continuing to massage Meng Huan's back. Shiny Rayquaza. Chapter 76, The Disrupted Atmosphere Well. Children, that concludes our morning of knowledge. You may now prepare for lunch, and in the afternoon, we will venture into the forest for a close encounter with Pokémon. A group of children appeared particularly amusing, sharing their dishes with nearby friends, creating a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. Pokbus was exuberantly lively, having formed a bond with Selena, and had previously taken her for a flight, delighting the young girl. Chunshur rummaged through his backpack, producing their energy cubes, distributing them one by one. The Transform You, embodying the essence of Eevee, became excited, rushing over to sniff each Pokémon's energy cube before ultimately selecting the one belonging to Pokbus, likely due to its sweet flavor, indicating that Mew has a penchant for sugary treats. "Don't take Pokbuses. I have more. Let me get you one," he said. Mew's eyes sparkled with joy as it hurried to sit before Chunshur, eagerly anticipating its treat. Chunshur massaged his temples and presented another energy cube from Pokbus. "Have you completely abandoned the demeanor of a skilled trainer?" he thought. Mew, however, eagerly accepted, savoring each bite. At that moment, Professor Oak approached, glancing at Eevee with surprise. "You've encountered an Eevee. Such Pokémon are quite rare around here. Do you plan to capture it?" Earlier, he had seen the student playing with a Pidgey, and now another Eevee appeared. Yet he did not dwell on it. Encountering Pokémon in the depths of the pine forest was commonplace, whether it be Pidgey or Eevee. In fact, even semi-legendary Pokémon could be found deeper within the forest. However, there were also champion-level Pokémon. It was merely a matter of whether one dared to venture in and attempt to capture them. Chunshur chuckled softly. "You could say that. For now, I intend to care for it." The situation was rather fantastical, and he found it difficult to explain. After all, he couldn't simply say that this Eevee was Mew, or Professor Oak would likely abandon the camp activities to scrutinize Mew with a magnifying glass. "As long as you understand," Professor Oak replied. "This afternoon, when we allow the children to interact with wild Pokémon, ensure you keep a watchful eye. Don't let me down." "Rest assured, Professor," Chunshur nodded slightly. When the time comes, I will have Metagross use its psychic powers to safeguard them. Everything will be fine, right, Metagross? The sturdy Metagross responded affirmatively, although it was somewhat reluctant to oversee the group of children, preferring to train or challenge powerful Pokémon instead. Nevertheless, as a trainer had requested, Metagross was willing to comply. Professor Oak smiled. That eases my mind. His primary concern was the children's stability during their close encounters with Pokémon. Should they provoke any, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. With Metagross present, his worries were alleviated. As for the formidable Pokémon in the forest, he had no concerns. His old companions were keeping a watchful eye. Meanwhile, the children were enjoying their meal and chatting, unknowingly shifting the topic towards Chinchur. Who is that over there? He seems impressive. I don't know. He seems to be the security personnel responsible for our protection. TCH, I thought he was a skilled trainer. Turns out he's just a guard. Be quiet. You can't say that about my brother Chinchur. Ash glared at the boy who had referred to Chinchur as merely security. The boy, initially startled, quickly became indignant, his face reddening as he retorted. What is wrong with that? I didn't say anything wrong. He is just a guard, a lousy one at that. Before Ash could respond, however, Green interjected, ignorant fool. My master uncle is the youngest intermediate breeder in the league, a student of Professor Oak, now a senior researcher, not some lousy guard. The middle-aged man beside the boy's side changed color, swiftly pulling his son back to silence him. He recognized this child, Green, as Professor Oak's grandson. Referring to that young man as master uncle implied he was a student of Professor Oak. The claims of being the league's youngest intermediate breeder and a senior researcher, though astounding, were not worth offending. At that moment, Selena's mother, Saki, suddenly recalled, I remember now, that Chinchur is the 14-year-old intermediate breeder from the league. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but it truly is him. Many parents nearby overheard and stared in disbelief at the young man. What? A 14-year-old intermediate breeder? That's impossible. How could there be such a young intermediate breeder? I simply cannot believe it. I also recall hearing about a prodigy named Chinchur, who caused quite a stir a couple of years ago. I had no idea he was a senior researcher, even being taken on as a student by Professor Oak. Now that you mention it, I do remember such a person. Indeed, I have heard that name before. Upon hearing the whispers around him, the middle-aged man felt alarmed and quickly warned his son to refrain from speaking carelessly, lest they offend the promising young man. Green also pulled Ash, stuffing a generous bite of food into his mouth to silence him. However, this interruption entirely disrupted the previously harmonious atmosphere. Everyone fell silent, consuming their meals without the earlier camaraderie. Meanwhile, Chinchur remained oblivious to the commotion, engaged in casual conversation with Professor Oak. Noticing the sudden quietness among the group, Professor Oak wondered aloud, I've only been gone a moment. Why does it seem everyone has stopped chatting? I'm not sure. Perhaps they simply don't want to disturb others while they eat, came the response. Chapter 77, The Runaway Children Doctor. Oak pointed at a creature that measured over 50 centimeters in length, segmented and entirely yellow, with a single white horn protruding from its head. Its scientific name is the horned bug, ultimately evolving into the fearsome Beedrill of the forest. In your future travels, remember this, unless absolutely necessary. Do not provoke this Pokémon, for while a solitary Beedrill may not be formidable, they typically swarm together, making them one of the most dangerous Pokémon in the woods. Should you find yourselves in a confrontation, make haste towards the nearest river. Once submerged, they will abandon their pursuit. A group of children quickly gathered around, chattering excitedly beside the hornbug. Wow, is this the hornbug? I've never seen one back home. Indeed, that horn looks terrifying. Could it be poisonous? Oh, not at all. I'm from the Kanto region. This Pokémon is quite weak. As long as you don't provoke it, it won't attack. Exactly. I've encountered many before. They're harmless. Some of the Boulder boys reached out, gingerly touching the hornbug. Seeing that it remained unresponsive, others soon followed suit, emboldened to caress the creature. The horned bug, with its innocent eyes, cast a furtive glance at the looming Metagross above, sensing a psychic force locking onto it. Should it dare to move, it feared it might soon become a mere specimen. Inwardly distressed, it resigned itself to being petted by the group of younglings. Meanwhile, high above, Chunshur stood solemnly atop the Metagross, vigilant of the surrounding movements. Yet inwardly, he reveled in the experience, finally enjoying the esteemed treatment reserved for Dawu. It must be said, it was rather exhilarating, achieving the status of standing atop the radiant Metagross. What an accomplishment! However, the Espion perched on his shoulder somewhat dampened the spectacle, as it had no intention of leaving his side and seemed determined to remain with him. At that moment, a few children stealthily strayed from the group, including Ash and Xiaohao. The well-behaved Serena also began to drift away, unlike the others who seemed to have gotten lost. Their parents were absent, as Dr. Oak had requested that guardians refrain from accompanying them during the afternoon's activities, fearing the children might be overly concerned about their safety and discouraged from interacting with Pokémon. This arrangement, however, emboldened the little ones, allowing them to venture forth into the verdant expanse of the Viridian Forest unaccompanied. Chunshur summoned Dragonite, Charizard, and Togekiss. Go and discreetly safeguard those children who have wandered off. Ensure they do not perceive your presence. Togekiss, seek out Serena and ensure she encounters no mishaps. With a chorus of affirmations, the three Pokémon took to the skies, dispersing in different directions. Dragonite flew to protect Ash. Charizard followed Xiaohao, and Togekiss set off in search of Serena. "Where are you? Why have you vanished?" Serena exclaimed, panic rising as she surveyed the eerily empty forest, her fear intensifying. "Anyone?" she cried out. At that moment, a rustle from nearby bushes sent her heart racing, prompting her to retreat hastily. However, she stumbled over a stone, tumbling heavily to the ground and scraping her knee. From the rustling foliage emerged a Tynamo, bouncing away into the distance. "Oh no," Serena whimpered, tears brimming in her eyes. "Mommy." Suddenly, another sound emanated from the underbrush, deepening her fear, and tears streamed down her cheeks. But it was not a Pokémon that emerged. Rather, it was Ash, who had followed the Tynamo. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, noticing Serena on the ground. Mush. What's wrong?" Serena, momentarily stunned, recognized him as a fellow summer camp participant and responded, "I hurt my leg." "Don't worry about it," Ash reassured her, pulling a scarf from his pocket and gently wrapping it around her injury. Serena attempted to rise but felt the sting of her wound, collapsing back down. "It hurts. I can't get up." "You mustn't give up until the very end," Ash encouraged, extending his hand to help her up and, in one fluid motion, pulling her into an embrace. Above, Togekiss blinked in disbelief before swooping down. "Togekiss!" Serena exclaimed joyfully, recognizing the white bird before her. Togekiss playfully smiled, then flew close to Serena, conjuring a small droplet of healing water and infusing it into her knee. "How miraculous! The pain is gone," Serena exclaimed, touching her knee in astonishment. "Thank you, Togekiss." Togekiss shook its head, signaling that no thanks were necessary, then turned its back to her, inviting her to climb aboard. With a delighted laugh, Serena leapt onto Togekiss, who soared into the sky. Ash stood, momentarily dazed, watching the pair ascend. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Just then, a Dragonite appeared beside him, grasping him with its claws and lifting him into the air. "It's Dragonite," Ash beamed, grinning widely. Dragonite glanced at him but remained silent. Not far off, Dr. Oak, frantic over the disappearance of 3 children, rushed to Chunshur, asking, "Have you seen those 3 children? How did they vanish so quickly?" Chunshur shrugged. "They slipped away, didn't they? No need to fret. I've sent Dragonite, Charizard, and Togekiss after them. They'll be fine." Hearing this, Dr. Oak sighed in relief, grateful that none had truly gone missing. The thought of losing children during his summer camp was daunting. He had no idea how he would face their parents. Chapter 78. Farewells and Partings Soon. As Professor Oak continued to introduce Pokémon to the children, he adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly instructed, "You must stay with the group and avoid straying on your own. The Viridian Forest is fraught with danger. What would happen in the event of an unforeseen incident?" Serena, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze, while Ash grinned cheerfully. "Professor, I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for concern. Brother Chungshur's Charizard is here to protect me." Just as Professor Oak was about to admonish Ash, a Charizard descended from the sky, interrupting him, cradling a disheveled-looking Xiao. The professor rushed over to assess the situation, relieved to find that Xiao was merely in a state of disarray, without any injuries. Changshi approached, inquiring, "Charizard, what happened to this child?" Charizard cast a glance at Xiao and began to roar in explanation. Changshi, listening closely, noticed a peculiar expression in his eyes. "You had the audacity to provoke a Beedrill swarm? Quite the audacious move. Didn't Professor Oak specifically warn against disturbing them?" Xiao's face turned crimson as he averted his gaze, fidgeting in silence. He would surely never forget the harrowing experience of being chased by Beedrill today. If it hadn't been for the last-minute rescue by Charizard, he might have faced serious peril. Professor Oak was at a loss for words. He had just cautioned against provoking Beedrill, only to find that this child had sneaked away and done precisely that. It was no surprise he ended up in such a predicament. With a sigh, the professor urged, "Let this serve as a lesson. Do not act recklessly in the wild. Danger lurks everywhere, understand?" He then turned to Ash and Serena, saying, "You two must also stay close to the group and refrain from wandering off." Ash and Serena nodded earnestly, promising to adhere to his advice. Mew sat languidly on Changshi's shoulder, yawning out of boredom, preoccupied with thoughts of when the next meal would be. That square was undeniably the most delectable food it had ever tasted. Professor Oak declared cheerfully, "Once we reach the town, we shall bid farewell." Upon arriving in town, everyone took their leave of Professor Oak, departing with their respective children. Before leaving, Serena waved goodbye to Toadkiss. "Farewell, Toadkiss." Toadkiss responded with a cheerful flap of its wings. Serena felt a pang of reluctance, casting a lingering glance at Ash before following Saki away. "Ash, that girl seems to harbor some feelings for you," Changshi remarked with a chuckle. Ash scratched his head, pondering, "Is that so?" The two exchanged smiles, watching Ash depart. The following morning, Changshi packed his belongings and sought out Professor Okido. "I must catch a flight this morning, so I wanted to inform you," he said. Professor Okido paused, feeling a pang of reluctance. Yet he smiled and replied, "Very well. I wish you safe travels." Suddenly recalling something, he added in haste, "Could you leave me a bit more of that fairy energy cube? I still wish to conduct further research." Changshi shook his head, producing a sheet of paper along with 2 stones. "This contains the recipe and preparation steps for the fairy energy cube. These stones are the keystone and the evolution stone for Bagworm. I entrust them to you. Of course, the initial evolution may be somewhat overwhelming, so do exercise caution. Additionally, I suspect Bagworm's evolution may differ slightly. Considering she is carrying offspring, it might surprise you." Professor Okido silently accepted the items, forgoing pleasantries with his student. "Let us meet at the World Championship. I shall be there to watch you compete." "Certainly," Changshi replied with a smile, waving his hand as he strode towards the exit. Just as he stepped out of the research facility, he was suddenly embraced by Shigeru, who had rushed out behind him. "Uncle, are you really leaving?" Shigeru looked up with wide eyes, genuinely reluctant to part with his mentor. His uncle not only played with him, but also frequently took care of him. Most importantly, if his uncle left, no one would cook for him, and his grandfather only knew how to prepare instant noodles. Who could endure that? Changshi, unaware of Shigeru's thoughts, understood the boy's reluctance. He reached out and ruffled Shigeru's hair, stating, "Every farewell paves the way for a better reunion. I have my own aspirations and goals, hence my journey must continue. You will eventually experience similar moments as you grow. Do not be disheartened by separation. I hope that when we meet again, you will have made significant progress. Establish your own goals and, like me, strive towards them." Shigeru did not fully grasp the meaning behind these words, yet he committed them to memory. He then released Changshi and nodded earnestly. "I will remember, uncle. Farewell, and when the World Championship begins, I will be there to watch you compete. You must do your best." Changshi nodded with a smile, waving goodbye to Shigeru. The young man stepped into the morning light, walking steadily into the distance. His silhouette appeared elongated in the golden sunlight, as if merging with the radiance itself. Shigeru stood there entranced, feeling as though his uncle was not merely departing from Masera town, but stepping onto a grand stage. Chapter 79. Homecoming at present, Dorong Baruto has grown considerably, making it effortless for him to soar through the skies. Unlike before, he no longer finds himself in an awkward predicament, searching in vain for a flying mount. Nor does he need to share the armored bird with Dowu. Besides Dorong Baruto, both the Charizard and Metagross can easily carry him aloft. As for why he doesn't ride Metagross, Chinchur remarked that while it certainly possesses an impressive appearance, it cannot match the swiftness of Dorong Baruto. Upon returning to the villa, Chinchur pushed open the door and stepped inside. With a smile, he sat beside Grandma Chun, who promptly provided him with a pair of chopsticks. "Next time, you ought to call ahead so Grandma can prepare," she said. "No need for you to fuss." Chinchur replied, shoveling a mouthful of food, relishing the flavors of his grandmother's cooking. "If you enjoy it, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll make you more," Grandma Chun said, a hint of joy lighting her face as she carefully regarded her unscathed grandson, her heart finally at ease. At that moment, Grandpa Chun inquired, "Xiao Shi, I hear you attained an EV?" Startled, Chinchur glanced at the Mew perched on his shoulder and sighed in resignation. "You needn't concern yourself with it. It simply follows me around for food and drink." Speaking of this made Chinchur irate. Mew seemed oblivious to its own stubbornness, refusing to leave his side, even in the Hoenn region. Suddenly, he recalled something and said, "By the way, Sana, could you fetch some energy cubes that you usually eat for it?" Since Sana is a psychic-type Pokémon, her preference leans towards sweet flavors, making her energy cubes likely more suitable for Mew. Initially, when Chinchur mentioned the creature's freeloading, Mew appeared somewhat indignant. However, upon hearing the mention of energy cubes, it immediately brightened. Mew patted Chinchur's head, conveying a sense of satisfaction with its perceptiveness. It then leapt down from him, unwrapped the packaging, and began to feast. As soon as it tasted the cubes, Mew's eyes sparkled. This was even more delectable than the food from Porygon. It truly appears to be a long-term source of sustenance. "Xiao Shi, what is up with this EV?" Grandpa Chun hesitated, wanting to express something but finding the words elusive. The presence of this EV felt peculiar to him, yet he couldn't quite place why. Moreover, why does this EV enjoy eating Sana's psychic-type energy cubes? Chinchur cast a glance at it and replied, "You needn't worry about it. Just let it eat. I have some delightful news to share with you both." The attention of the two elders immediately shifted, intrigued by what could be so joyous. "I have become a senior researcher," Chinchur declared with a grin. Grandpa Chun chuckled heartily. "Xiao Shi, I've been following the researcher forum as well. Your grandmother and I are already aware of this. Why not share something we don't know?" With a smile, Chinchur replied, "I have taken Dr. Okido as my mentor. Compassion no dead slowly. Ah. So you've chosen Xueqing as your teacher." But soon after, he realized the implications, his eyes widening in shock as his voice rose several octaves. "What? Are you saying you are now Xueqing's student?" Grandma Chun gazed at Chinchur in astonishment, equally astonished by the revelation. "Yes, I am indeed Dr. Okido's student now." Well, Grandpa Chun exclaimed, repeating his approval and excitement. He was genuinely thrilled for his grandson. While others might be unaware of Dr. Okido's significance, Grandpa Chun certainly knew. He was the former champion of the Kanto region, possessing immeasurable strength and vast connections. With his grandson now under his tutelage, there would be no need for worry regarding safety in this world. No one would dare to harm a student of Dr. Okido. Chinchur reflected, "This trip to the Kanto region has been immensely rewarding, not only advancing my career as a researcher, but also becoming Dr. Okido's student." When he recounted the moment Dr. Okido presented him with a piece of a secret realm shard, a tail feather from a Moltres, and a piece of legendary steel-type resource, the elders were genuinely astounded. They had not anticipated that Dr. Okido would be so generous, offering 3 legendary resources in one go. Among them was a shard of the secret realm core, a treasure that could significantly accelerate a Pokémon's growth. It was worth noting that they had previously exerted tremendous effort to obtain a piece of Dragon Blood Crystal. Yet here was Dr. Okido effortlessly bestowing 3 items. What could they say? They could only marvel at Dr. Okido's generosity. Chinchur then shared anecdotes from the summer camp, recounting various amusing tales about mischievous children. The 2 elders listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with questions. Laughter and joy filled the dining table. That night, after finishing his shower, Chun-Shur lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. As for Metagross and Charizard, these two behemoths would have to remain in their pokeballs. Xiao-Shur, make way for me. I also wish to sleep on this bed, Mew declared. Hearing this, Chun-Shur rubbed his temples and shifted aside to create a space for Mew. It mimicked Chun-Shur's posture, comfortably lounging on the bed. Suddenly, Mew sensed something was amiss. It opened its eyes and glanced at the person beside it. Xiao-Shur, come give me a massage. A vein throbbed on Chun-Shur's forehead as he fought the urge to kick this ungrateful creature out, inwardly cursing. You ungrateful cat. Eat my food, drink my beverages, and now you command me? Shaking off his thoughts, Chun-Shur forced a smile and began to massage Mew. How is this pressure? Mew squinted its eyes, relishing Chun-Shur's service, and emitted a contented sound. Chapter 80. Grandfather's Wish. Early the next morning, after finishing his meal, Chun-Shur organized his companions in the backyard to absorb the fragments of the Secret Realm's core. At that moment, Grandma Chun suddenly called out, Xiao-Shur, there's a phone call for you. Come quickly. Chun-Shur was taken aback. Who could possibly be looking for him so early? Nevertheless, he wasted no time and hurried to his grandmother's side, grabbing the phone and asking, Hello, this is Chun-Shur. What can I do for you? Congratulations. You have become a senior researcher. I have been keeping an eye on your progress. Truly impressive, old Chun. He indeed had matters to discuss with Dawu, particularly regarding the collection of Superstones and Keystone, which he had yet to mention. With the World Championship approaching, he needed to gather everything promptly. Absolutely. Let us proceed as planned. Chun-Shur agreed immediately. After hanging up, Chun-Shur descended to the basement to learn from his grandfather about crafting top-tier potions. In the basement, he held a measuring cup, diligently concocting the potion, not daring to let his concentration waver. Grandpa Chun observed nearby, occasionally offering guidance. Now, you can add 4.5 milliliters of Frostflower essence. Remember, you must use this specific test tube and measure exactly 4.5 milliliters. No more, no less. Pay close attention. Any deviation could result in the potion's failure. Chun-Shur carefully poured the pre-prepared Frostflower essence into an empty test tube, ensuring he measured precisely 4.5 milliliters before slowly transferring it into the measuring cup. That's right. After adding the Frostflower essence, stir slowly in a clockwise direction with the number 3 jade stick until the color of the essence is completely indistinguishable. This step requires your utmost precision. Keep your hand steady and take your time. If done hastily, the essence may not integrate properly, and the potion will be deemed a failure. Chun-Shur remained vigilant, gently stirring the liquid within the measuring cup, which shimmered with hues of orange and blue. He was acutely aware of the importance of this step, having failed at it numerous times before. He emptied his mind, a hint of pink illuminating his gaze. The world around him seemed to fade away, leaving only the workbench and the measuring cup. Time drifted by, and his hand maintained a steady rhythm of stirring. Meanwhile, upstairs, the slumbering Dreamy suddenly opened her eyes and glanced downward. In the underground laboratory, after nearly 11 minutes, Chun-Shur was jolted back to reality by his grandfather's excited exclamation. You did it, Xiao-Shur. Quickly, take out the jade stick. Chun-Shur promptly extracted the jade stick, staring in awe at the remaining orange liquid before him. This was a top-tier energy calming potion. He had finally succeeded. Yet, Grandpa Chun appeared even more exhilarated, repeatedly murmuring about a 16-year-old master potion maker and the continuation of the Chun family legacy. Chun-Shur felt a pang of embarrassment. Grandpa, I've only succeeded once. It might just be luck. Please, try to contain your excitement. Besides, how could anyone be a master potion maker if they can only create one type of potion? Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chun calmed down somewhat, though the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. Experience from this success will make the next one much easier. You can take your time learning other potions. After a brief pause, Grandpa Chun sighed. I only managed to reach your current level when I was nearly 50. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would never have believed someone could craft top-tier potions at 16. Chun-Shur furrowed his brow, reflecting on the peculiar state he had experienced. It felt as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only the workbench and measuring cup, with a singular voice urging him to succeed. It was likely only in that special state that he could achieve the creation of the calming potion. In his everyday state, that would not have been possible. Understanding his own capabilities, Chun Shi acknowledged that while he could manage senior potions, mastering top-tier ones was still a stretch. Grandpa only intended to familiarize him with the formula, steps, and techniques. He never anticipated such an abrupt success. Grandpa Chun, still brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "You will surely elevate our potential potion to the master level. I have complete faith in you." Chun Shi sighed, choosing silence. The Chun family was renowned for their potential potions, capable of enhancing the capabilities of Pokémon during evolution. However, after generations of refinement, the potion could only reach top-tier status, enhancing a Pokémon's potential to the quasi-champion level at most. For Pokémon beyond the quasi-champion tier, this enhancement proved ineffective. This explained why Grandpa and Grandma's Pokémon remained stuck at the pinnacle of the Elite Four. To affect Pokémon with potential higher than quasi-champion, the potion must be improved to a master level. Unfortunately, achieving such a feat was no simple task. Grandpa had spent his entire life researching it without even knowing where to begin. Now, the elder's dream of refining the potion clearly rested on Chun Shi's shoulders. With a wry smile, Chun Shi replied, "All right, Grandpa, I will do my utmost. Please don't get overly excited." No. Grandpa Chen's expression turned serious. "Xiao Shi, you must not only try your best but succeed without fail. This endeavor has been attempted since my grandfather's generation, yet remains unfulfilled. But I believe you can do it." Grandpa Chun held unwavering confidence in his grandson's talent. If even his grandson could not enhance the potential potion, it would only lead him to believe that the limits of such potions were indeed top tier. Chun Shi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. "I understand. Grandpa, I will certainly succeed. You can count on me." Regarding the enhancement of potential potions, Chun Shi could only say he would do his best. If the opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation. Chapter 81. The excited Jengar. In the afternoon, a metallic bird descended upon the estate, carrying a man and a woman. "Brother Chun Shi, I've missed you so much." As soon as Fu Rong dismounted, she opened her arms and lunged toward Chun Shi. The latter, startled, swiftly sidestepped her embrace. Faced with Fu Rong's reproachful gaze, Chun Shi coughed awkwardly. "We must maintain decorum between the sexes. Please refrain from such gestures." Just then, Dawu approached, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded his long-lost friend. "I hope Miss Ilona will also embrace you, and you'll dodge her as well," reminding her of the same decorum. Indeed, Fu Rong nodded earnestly in agreement. "What do you know?" Chun Shi replied with mock seriousness. No. He quickly stepped forward to grasp Dawu's arm. "You must be weary from your journey. Come in and have some tea." Dawu found the situation amusing as he was led into the villa. Meanwhile, Fu Rong, left behind, stomped her foot in frustration and followed them with an irritated huff. In the living room, Chun Shi served tea to his guests as his grandparents were occupied in the laboratory below. "By the way, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me? Please share." Chun Shi sipped his tea and handed Dawu a keystone he had taken from around his neck. "You should hasten to collect these stones. Their value will undoubtedly soar after the championship." Dawu examined the stone closely, nodded, and then returned it to Chun Shi. "I'm aware of these stones. I have a few at home, and I will gather more." He then asked excitedly, "Are you planning to utilize that power during the championship?" Chun Shi raised an eyebrow. "What, are you afraid?" Dawu paused, then chuckled. "You seem quite confident now. Care for spar?" Chun Shi waved his hand dismissively. "Let us save that for the championship. It would be pointless to fight now." "Very well. Then we shall battle at the tournament," Dawu replied with a grin. "I merely wish to catch up with you." As the heir of the Zivik family, Mu Jin often entrusted Dawu with various tasks to help him learn and grow, which sometimes left him quite busy. Chun Shi could only offer consolation, but now you must be free from those duties. You can afford to relax a bit. "Exactly." Fu Rong chimed in enthusiastically. Dawu elegantly lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. "There is something tranquil about having tea here. It calms my spirit." Chun Shi raised an eyebrow. "You're always welcome to visit." Dawu nodded with a smile. "By the way," Chun Shi turned to Fu Rong. Have I revived that fossil for you? He recalled the Dracosult fossil he had unearthed at the Meteor Falls and entrusted to Fu Rong for revival through the Zivik family. He wondered how that was progressing. Fu Rong's eyes lit up as she produced a Pokeball and opened it. Come fort, Dracosult, in a flash of red light. A Dracosult appeared before the three. The little creature seemed timid, immediately taking refuge atop Fu Rong's head upon seeing the trio. Chinshur was taken aback. Pokémon, Dracosult level, 27, intermediate late stage, potential, near champion ability, clear body gender, male skills, bite, quick attack, scare, bind, shadow clone, strange light. To his astonishment, this Dracosult possessed potential nearing that of a champion. With proper nurturing, this little one had a promising future ahead. However, with its current level being intermediate, Fu Rong would likely face challenges ahead. How about it, Brother Chinshur? My Dracosult was just revived a few days ago, Fu Rong said proudly. Indeed, it's quite impressive. With diligent training, this little one is bound to become your ace, Chinshur responded, pleased for her. He then inquired, what plans do you two have moving forward? Fu Rong scratched her head. I intend to stay here and 1 TB traveling. I just want to bask in the sun with Brother Chinshur. As she spoke, a Jengar suddenly emerged from her shadow, tears streaming down its face. Yay! Finally, I no longer have to protect this girl. It joyfully darted around the room, leaving the three in bewilderment, especially Fu Rong, who wondered how a Jengar had hidden in her shadow without anyone noticing. Chinshur recalled that he had suggested sending Jengar to protect Fu Rong during her travels. Its exuberance now made sense. Hearing Fu Rong's decision to stay meant Jengar's duty was complete, hence its joyous demeanor. All right, Jengar, you need not protect Fu Rong any longer. Please settle down, Chinshur said, covering his face. Jengar shot Chinshur an indignant glare, but soon seemed to have an epiphany, chuckling softly before burrowing underground, disappearing from sight. Fu Rong finally understood that this Jengar had been her guardian. The thought warmed her heart. She realized she was no longer the naive girl she once was. She had grown and learned much. Even while traveling, she had a powerful Jengar watching over her, a testament to the kindness of the Chun family. Chapter 82. Hand-thrown illusions, by the way, Lao Chun. I recently collected some stones, though not as many as last time. Only a few, so I didn't bring them along. Dao suddenly hemarked. Chinshur paused for a moment, then chuckled. It's all right. These stones are easier to find at the beginning, but they become scarce later on. You could arrange for someone to search in the Kalos region. Perhaps there will be some gains. All right, I understand. I will organize a search, and we will split the findings as before, half for each of us. Dawu nodded in agreement, not inquiring why the Kalos region was preferred over others. After a brief silence, Chinshur suggested, splitting it 50-50 seems unfair to you. How about a 70-30 split instead? I take 3, you take 7. Dawu frowned. That won't do. This information came from you. If it weren't for your insight, I would still be unaware of the stone's value. You should rightfully take half. Upon hearing this, Chinshur rubbed his temples. In truth, the last time Dawu had brought back a dozen super stones had already exceeded his expectations. If this matter were likened to a transaction, he had indeed profited, having received those super stones without any cost. However, Dawu had invested his own resources and connections to procure them. Chinshur was reluctant to continue accepting Dawu's generosity. Yet he found it difficult to articulate his feelings, as in Dawu's eyes. The information was Chinshur's contribution, making a 50-50 division entirely reasonable. After contemplating for a moment, Chinshur spoke, just give me half of the stones you collect before the championship, and you need not share any afterwards. Agreed, Dawu replied with a wry smile, recognizing Chinshur's serious demeanor. I will share half of the stones collected before the championship. After that, you shall receive none. That's more fitting. Chinshur responded with a grin. Friends should not be overly calculative, yet some matters must be clarified. It is misguided to take another's kindness for granted. Chinshur had few friends throughout his life. Thus, he cherished his friendship with Dawu greatly. Zhao stood up, smiling, Anzai, Lao Chen. I must take my leave now. We shall meet again at the World Championship. I hope we can have a thrilling match then. Absolutely, Chinshur readily agreed, not attempting to keep him longer as he saw Dawu out. Meanwhile, Fu Rong excitedly rushed upstairs to tidy up her long-abandoned room. She was touched by the sight of the bountiful feast laid out before her, and, unable to restrain herself, began to indulge. After devouring 2 bowls, she continued to pile more onto her plate. Chinshi could not help but tease her. If you keep eating like that, you might just rival Gungue in size. Fu Rong shot him a glare, but remained focused on her meal. However, this spectacle caused Grandma Chun to worry, fearing the girl had suffered hardships outside, leading to her current state. Fu Rong, slow down, there's no rush. No one is competing with you for food, she remarked, aware that it had been a long time since the girl had enjoyed such delectable dishes. Chun Shi shook his head, finding the situation amusing. After finishing his meal, he headed upstairs. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Bokeji flying towards him, tears glistening in its eyes. What is wrong, Professor Bo? Who has bullied you? Bokeji squawked, angrily gesturing with its wings towards the bed, where the lazy black-hearted cat lay sprawled out. Chun Shi raised an eyebrow. Are you saying she snatched your food and even stole your ice cream today? Bokeji nodded furiously, chattering about the misdeeds of the black-hearted cat. After a joyful training session, Bokeji had eagerly anticipated indulging in the energy cubes prepared by Chun Shi, only to have the cat swoop in and steal them away. Naturally infuriated, Bokeji resolved to teach the cat a lesson, but soon found herself outmatched by its formidable psychic powers, rendering her helpless. In an attempt to treat herself to an ice cream, she was met with the same fate as before, her treat snatched and her dignity mocked. Chun Shi sighed, knowing that after spending time with Dream, he understood that it was merely a mischievous entity with no malicious intent. Yet, at their first encounter, it had seemed rather serious. Now, having grown familiar, its true nature had emerged, even ordering him around. The more Chun Shi thought about it, the angrier he became. In a moment of frustration, he seized the black-hearted cat by its long tail and hurled it out of the window. You little rascal, he exclaimed, quickly shutting the window behind it. Dream hovered in midair, bewildered. Wait, I was just thrown out? Inside the room, after the impulsive act, Chun Shi felt a twinge of regret, but also a thrill. Regretful because the black-hearted cat was quite powerful. What if it became enraged? Thrilled because the sensation of tossing an illusion was exhilarating. Just then, Bokeji burst into laughter, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, a trainer-esque support was the best remedy. Chun Shi awkwardly cleared his throat and prepared food for Bokeji, promising an extra ice cream the next day, further boosting Bokeji's spirits. However, Chun Shi found himself in a precarious situation as a furious pink cat floated before him. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. I was just playing a game with you. Wasn't it entertaining? Before he could finish, he was abruptly seized by an overwhelming psychic force, shaken about like a soda can by Dream. I'm sorry, Dream, he exclaimed, pleading, please no. What followed was a chaotic scene where Chun Shi was toyed with, subjected to various acrobatic feats, from splits to spirals. He shouted desperately, hoping to attract attention and elicit Dream's mercy. Yet, Dream had already enveloped the room in its psychic aura, completely muffling any sound. Now, Chun Shi faced a grim fate, calling out to the heavens for help, yet receiving none. He could only endure and hope that Dream would soon tire of its amusement. The sole witness to this spectacle, Bokeji, stood frozen in place, silently apologizing in its heart. Trainer, it's not that I want to help you. It's just that cat is too frightening. Chapter 83. The Invitation. Oh my goodness. Early the next morning, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the Chun family villa. Gungue laughed uncontrollably, clutching his stomach. How dare you suggest I protect that wretched girl? Just wait until I get my hands on you. On the bed, Chun Shi was convulsing, his eyes rolling back in anguish. Bakajis and Yibu had already awakened from the commotion, but dared not intervene, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. Meng Huan, much like Gungue, found amusement in Chun Shi's plight. Her eyes narrowed in delight. After a considerable time, Chun Shi finally managed to catch his breath. However, he did not express anger or stir up a fuss. He merely lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, tears of despair streaming down his cheeks, presenting a pitiful sight. The previous night, He had been tormented by Meng Huan for hours, leaving him in excruciating pain and unable to sleep. Just when he finally dozed off in the early hours, Gung Gue had unleashed an intensified tongue-licking upon him, a sensation he found utterly unbearable. Sighing heavily, Chun Shi rose to his feet, casting a narrowed gaze at the smug Gung Gue. "So, this is how you intend to treat me, is it? Just wait." As he contemplated revenge against Gung Gue, Meng Huan floated over, her innocent big eyes wide with curiosity, and then patted her stomach. Chun Shi gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "I will prepare something for you right away, plenty of it." Meng Huan danced joyfully, completely forgetting the previous day's events. Her mind now solely fixated on food. Suddenly, she recalled something sweet and icy from yesterday. Chun Shi's eyes brightened at her words. "Everything will be yours. I won't keep a single bite for myself." He then cast a gloating glance at Bakagis. "You chose not to help me last night and simply watched. Now I shall give away your ice cream. Let us see how you handle that." At that moment, Bakagis was oblivious to the mischief. Thinking the excitement had passed and feeling somewhat disappointed. "Come with me," Chun Shi commanded, leading Meng Huan to the refrigerator, which was brimming with ice cream that he had prepped. "Take it all. It's yours," he said. Meng Huan nodded enthusiastically and affectionately nuzzled his cheek. Witnessing this stark contrast to Meng Huan's demeanor the previous day, Chun Shi could only silently curse the greedy little creature. Yet, just as Meng Huan reached for the ice cream, Bakagis let out a loud cry, rushing over to shield the ice cream with her body. Resembling a hen protecting her chicks, Bakagis gazed pitifully at her trainer, but Chun Shi remained unmoved. "Meng Huan wants this too. I can't help it. You'll have to negotiate with her." He feigned a sigh, his heart secretly reveling in the chaos. "You chose to watch me suffer yesterday. Serves you right." Meng Huan stared intently at Bakagis, who, on the verge of tears, reluctantly took to the air, casting a final longing glance at the ice cream before conceding her position to Meng Huan. At that moment, Bakagis felt a heart-wrenching pain, for those were her beloved ice creams, an entire fridge full of them. Chun Shi savored his triumph, humming a tune as he left to prepare food for Madame Huajia and the others. Today was a splendid day. Well, not really. It was an utterly ridiculous day. Just as Chun Shi finished his tasks and was about to bask in the sun, he was unexpectedly called by his grandmother. "Xiao Shi, this is something sent by the Alliance. Take a look. It should be the invitation for the World Championship." "An invitation?" Chun Shi was taken aback. Did this event even require an invitation? Wasn't he open to anyone under 20 years of age? Perhaps noticing her grandson's confusion, Grandma Chen explained. "Not everyone can participate in the World Championship. Only those who receive an invitation from the Alliance or are recommended by important personnel can compete. Otherwise, participation is impossible." She handed over 2 golden invitations, stating, "These were sent by the Alliance when you were in the Kanto region. I just remembered today. You and Furong each have one." Chun Shi accepted the 2 invitations with a bemused expression, flipping them open only to lose interest quickly. The contents were filled with meaningless platitudes, extolling his virtues and inviting him to attend the World Championship at the Silver Venue in Kanto on October 18th. Other than the differing names, the invitations were identical and rather unattractive. However, October 18th was not far off. Chun Shi stroked his chin in thought. With it being early October and accounting for travel time, he would need to depart for Kanto with Furong around October 15th. Since the Kanto region and Chengdu had not yet separated, it referred to the Silver Venue in Kanto. With these considerations, Chun Shi stowed away the invitations, resolving to make the most of the next 2 weeks and encourage Furong to train diligently, ensuring she wouldn't embarrass herself at the event. At that moment, Grandma Chun spoke again. "Xiao Shi, are you truly certain about your decision?" Chun Shi paused, understanding her implication, and nodded firmly. "I have made my decision, Grandma. Please don't worry." Sighing, she replied, "A one-team medal in the affairs of the young. As long as you are certain, your grandparents will always stand behind you." "I understand, Grandma. I'll go train now. You take care of your things." Chapter 84. Journey to Silver Town. Thanks to the beloved brother Asuka for the great certification. In the following half-month, Chun Shi devoted himself entirely to training Pokémon at home, even setting aside potion making. At this juncture, The strength of his Pokémon undoubtedly took precedence. He even enticed Mew with 2 boxes of ice cream, persuading it to assist as a coach. Mew, motivated by the ice cream, diligently transformed into various Pokémon, elucidating the nuances of skill execution to Lady Huajia and the others. With the aid of Mew and the fragments of the Realm Core, Lady Huajia and her companions made remarkable progress over the past month. Not only did their skill release speed significantly improve, but they also surged in levels. Currently, Dragonite stands at level 63, nearing the mid-stage of the Quasi-King rank, while Swampert has reached level 61, entering the early stage of the Quasi-King rank. Lady Huajia, armed with a Shard of X, has already surpassed the Quasi-King level, her potential soaring to that of a champion. Togekiss, Leafeon, and Charizard have all attained the pinnacle of gym level. Metagross, however, lagged slightly behind, having just reached level 58, still short of the peak at level 59. With the Realm Core fragments now fully consumed, reduced to mere shards. Nevertheless, Chun-Shur felt quite content. If it shattered, so be it. Its task was accomplished. It was time to head to the Kanto region. On the morning of October 16th, Chun-Shur accompanied Furong to the entrance of the Devon Corporation in Canas. There stood a young gentleman in a tailored suit, his silver hair neatly cropped. Upon seeing them, he approached with a smile. "Old Chun, Furong, you've arrived. Brother Daigo, it's been a while," Furong exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy. Chun-Shur chimed in, "Daigo, we'll be relying on you this time. Don't mention it. It's merely a favor," Daigo replied with a smile. Chun-Shur had come to Canas because Daigo had previously called, stating he would be flying his private jet and inviting them to join him. Upon hearing this, Chun-Shur promptly canceled his pre-booked flight, internally cursing the affluent gentleman, and hurriedly brought Furong along. Why take a commercial flight when there's a private jet available? Let us get in the car. We're heading to our company's private airport. We can chat on the way. Daigo indicated toward a luxurious stretch limousine parked nearby. The three of them climbed into the vehicle, and once the driver noticed, he started the engine. Leaning back in his seat, Chun-Shur inquired, "Are we going straight to Silver Town?" "Yes, we are," Daigo confirmed. Furong scratched her head in confusion. "Is the World Championship held in Silver Town? Where exactly is Silver Town?" Daigo looked surprised. "You didn't know? The World Championship takes place in the Kanto region at the Silver Conference Hall in Silver Town. It's written on the invitation. You can take a look." Furong appeared bewildered. "Invitation? But I haven't received an invitation." Chun-Shur couldn't help but facepalm, explaining, "Your invitation is with me. Don't worry, just stick with us." "Oh, all right," Furong said, relieved. Chun-Shur felt a pang of guilt, as his grandmother had instructed him to give the invitation to Furong, but he had carelessly tossed it into his backpack, forgetting all about it. Fortunately, Furong was oblivious and didn't hold it against him. Chun-Shur then asked, "Daigo, do you know the rules and procedures of the World Championship?" "I've hardly paid attention, so I don't know much yet," Daigo replied with a slight nod. "The procedure is quite simple. On the 18th, bring your invitation to register, and the preliminary rounds will begin on the 19th. However, there are no revival matches. Everyone must start from the preliminary rounds in 1-versus-1 singles. Winners advance, while losers are eliminated. This continues until only 128 competitors remain for the main event." Furong gasped, "What if I encounter you two in the preliminaries? Wouldn't I be eliminated?" Daigo paused momentarily, then patiently explained, "The league has marked certain individuals to prevent early encounters among talented contenders. You need not worry. With your strength, qualifying for the main event is assured." "That's a relief," Furong said, playfully sticking out her tongue. "As long as I don't face anyone exceptionally formidable in the preliminaries." Chun-Shur cast her a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Given the league's tendencies, it was unlikely they would allow fair matchups during the draw. Otherwise, if Daigo faced off against Michael while Dodrio squared off against Kana, it would be quite absurd for one to be eliminated in the preliminaries. Such heavyweight contenders would surely only clash in the later stages. Daigo glanced at his friend, unable to resist asking, "Old Chun, what's with your appearance? Why do you have an EV perched on your shoulder?" At this, Chun-Shur felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, casting a wistful glance at Mew on his shoulder before explaining, "I'm merely researching EV's evolutionary forms, fostering its bond by having it out. You need team mind." Mew remained tranquil, obediently resting upon his shoulder. I see, Daigo realized, recalling that old Chun had indeed published a theory about a moonlight EV. He anticipated that Chun Shi would specifically bring an EV along. Soon, the car pulled into Devon Corporation's private airport. Upon disembarking, Chun Shi found himself speechless at the sight of the technologically advanced private jet before him. The technological prowess in the Pokémon world was astonishing. If they could produce such high-tech aircraft, why not develop a decent mobile phone? To this day, they only had landline telephones. He couldn't even call Cynthia, fearing it might be Grandma Kislin who picked up. Old Chun, let us go. What are you waiting for? Daigo's voice broke through his thoughts. Chun Shi looked up to see Furong eagerly rushing towards the plane. We're here. We're here. Wow, this sofa is so soft. Oh, there are even snacks here. Brother Daigo, may I have some? Daigo nodded slightly. Go ahead. They were prepared for you. Thank you. Brother Daigo. Furong gleefully grabbed a small cake and popped it into her mouth. Chun Shi settled onto the luxurious soft sofa, noticing a seatbelt beside him, which he promptly fastened. Daigo approached with 2 champagne flutes and a bottle of red wine. Would you like a drink? After all, you'll be meeting your good friend soon. Chun Shi hesitated, then opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Just a little, Daigo chuckled, pouring 2 glasses of wine and handing one to Chun Shi. Cheers! Cheers! The sound of clinking glasses resonated as Chun Shi took a sip of the wine, and his mind involuntarily drifted to the image of a stunning blonde girl. Surely, he would be able to see her this time. Chapter 85. Mikoli and Naki in the evening, the trio arrived at Silvertown. Upon gazing at the imposing sign of the Silver Arena at its heart, Chun Shi could not help but exclaim in awe at its grandeur. The entirety of Silvertown was constructed around this colossal arena, and from a distance, it was indeed breathtaking. It was hard to fathom that this was merely a battleground and not some other significant edifice. At that moment, Silvertown was bustling with activity, with individuals clad in diverse attire from various regions. Clearly, the majority had come for the competition, comprising both spectators and contestants. Occasionally, one could catch a glimpse of Miss June Shaw, who was diligently working to maintain order in the town. Dawu chuckled, follow me. It's likely that all hotels are already booked. I have made prior arrangements for our accommodation. All right. Chun Shi did not decline. He had been pondering this issue upon seeing the throngs of people. Fortunately, Dawu had anticipated it. Soon, Dawu led the two to a luxurious 3-story villa. This is it. Chun Shi nodded and casually inquired. Did you rent this? You seem rather thoughtful. Dawu raised an eyebrow. I actually purchased it. After saying this, he stepped forward to unlock the door. Chun Shi. Fu Rong. Well, he genuinely found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of the wealthy. It was merely for a competition, yet here he was, having outright bought a villa. Could he not have rented it? Or perhaps booked a lavish presidential suite in advance? What a lavish spender, Chun Shi muttered under his breath, yet he hastened to follow suit, with Fu Rong trotting behind him. Feel free to choose any room. There are plenty here. Upon entering, Dawu stated directly. Chun Shi had no particular preferences and randomly selected a room on the first floor, while Fu Rong opted for the adjacent one. Dawu, finding the stairs bothersome, decided to stay on the first floor as well. After a brief moment of settling in, the 3 gathered in the living room for a chat. Let us head out for dinner later. The formal registration starts the day after tomorrow, and the competition begins on the 19th. We can explore a bit during these days, Dawu suggested. I have no objections. Let us proceed as you say. Chun Shi shrugged indifferently. Fu Rong had even fewer reservations, as she was merely following Chun Shi and Dawu around, wherever they went. However, Kumeng was reluctant to go out, and Chun Shi said nothing, leaving it a small pile of energy cubes. As they stepped outside, a man and woman emerged from a neighboring villa. The man wore a white hat, revealing slightly long green hair, draped in a white cloak, and possessed striking good looks. The girl beside him had long purple hair and was exceptionally beautiful. Chun Shi felt a sense of familiarity with the pair, but could not immediately recall who they were. It was Dawu who recognized them first, exclaiming, "SNT that Mikoli?" And the one beside him seems to be Naki, the daughter of the Hoenn flying gym leader. As soon as this was mentioned, Chunshur immediately recalled. No wonder they seemed familiar. It turned out to be this charming couple. Macaulay, noticing their gaze, turned to them, momentarily taken aback before approaching with Naki. Ah, it's Mr. Dawu and Mr. Chunshur. What a coincidence. We are residing in the same place. I am Macaulay, and this is my girlfriend, Naki. Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Macaulay and Miss Naki. The trio greeted the couple courteously. After exchanging pleasantries, the two groups parted ways. Naki could not help but exclaim, "To think we have the heir of the Zivik family and the youngest intermediate breeder living nearby. They are truly the most dazzling talents in the alliance." Macaulay's lips curled into a slight smile, a strong aura of confidence emanating from him. The most dazzling talents, you say? I would very much like to have a match with them. Sensing her boyfriend's confidence, Naki could not help but sigh inwardly. The gap between herself, Macaulay, and those two was simply too vast. Fu Rong, you should eat a little less at home, as Grandma works hard to prepare the meals. However, if you are out with Dawu, feel free to indulge. He is quite affluent, and it won't impoverish him. Fu Rong gazed at the lavish spread before her, eagerly picking up her chopsticks. Dawu shook his head helplessly, ignoring the antics of the two, and instead shifted the conversation to Macaulay. Isn't it a coincidence that we end up in a villa next to Macaulay? And I had no idea his girlfriend was Naki. This is the first I've heard of it. However, there is something off about Naki. What seems off? Dawu inquired, intrigued. Ever since their trip to Fuyin town, he had found himself increasingly drawn to gossip. Chunshur pondered before responding. She seems a bit insecure, not just towards us, but also towards Macaulay. Really? Dawu was taken aback. Naki was the heir of the flying-type gym. How could she feel insecure? In terms of background, she certainly held her own. In terms of strength, being the heir of a gym and being with a genius like Macaulay, she must be competent as well. Why would she feel insecure? Chunshur clicked his tongue, elaborating. Perhaps Naki is quite ambitious. She feels inferior to Macaulay and even to us, which may lead to her insecurity. He was not speaking out of turn. Later on, Naki would indeed break up with Macaulay, attributing it to his overwhelming strength. Then Macaulay would dedicate himself to the gorgeous competitions, ultimately elevating them to new heights. However, Chunshur found the reason for their breakup rather amusing. You're better than me, so I must break up with you? Naki's reasoning seemed somewhat flawed. Dawu fell silent for a moment, then said incredulously, "You can't be serious, right? That sounds rather implausible. Shouldn't she be happy to have an exceptional boyfriend? Moreover, it's quite normal for someone to be stronger than oneself. What is there to feel insecure about?" Exactly. I can't defeat you either. Yet I don't feel insecure. Fu Rong suddenly raised her head, chiming in. In response, Chunshur nodded in agreement. You both make valid points. I concur with your sentiments. However, perhaps her thoughts differ from those of the average person. Let us not dwell on it. Different from the average person, Dawu remarked with a peculiar expression. Are you implying that Naki is not quite right in the head? Snorlax is truly adorable. Chapter 86. You treat me like a dog, feeding me dog food. As the three were dining, Cynthia arrived at Silvertown. How about Lucario? Has he made his way here? Lucario wore a sullen expression, as if to say, is this why you released me? Despite his inner complaints, he activated his aura, diligently searching for familiar scents. Ultimately, he shook his head, indicating he had found nothing. Cynthia remained undeterred, leading Lucario on a quest, particularly focused on the hotels. She reasoned that if Chunshur had arrived, he would surely be staying at a hotel, so a thorough search of all the hotels in Silvertown would suffice. Fortunately, with Lucario by her side, she did not need to check each room individually. However, she was mistaken. Chunshur had not stayed at a hotel, but was residing in a villa with Dawu. Nonetheless, her efforts bore fruit, as Chunshur was dining in a private room at the largest hotel in Silvertown. Eventually, Lucario guided her to the door of the room where the three were eating and knocked gently. Inside, the trio was momentarily puzzled. Haven't all the dishes been served? We didn't call for the waiter. Who could be knocking? Without overthinking, Fu Rong hurried to open the door. Upon doing so, the three were taken aback to see Cynthia, accompanied by the striking Lucario. Dawu and Fu Rong's gazes immediately shifted to Chunshur. So, He followed the scent here. Chunshur quickly stood, exclaiming, "Miss Cynthia, what a pleasant surprise. Please come in and take a seat." Upon seeing him, a flicker of joy crossed Cynthia's eyes, but it swiftly transformed into aloofness. "I told you. No need to be so courteous. Just call me severe choice paralysis. Thanks to certain individuals, my reputation has soared." As she entered and sat beside Chunshur, a soft smile graced her lips. "Wouldn't you agree?" Though she smiled, Chunshur felt a chill envelop him, as if the temperature around him had dropped several degrees. An icy sensation rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. "I can explain," he stammered awkwardly. Dawu and Fu Rong, seated nearby, could only stifle their laughter as they observed the interaction, appearing as mere onlookers. Cynthia, however, had no desire to engage with him. At home, she had often been teased about this by her grandmother, and even Professor Shanley had made a jest or two, which had irked her considerably. She was eager to confront him at this meeting. Suddenly caught off guard, her ears flushed crimson, realizing his audacity, especially with two others present. The two onlookers, Dawu and Fu Rong, were equally bewildered. "Weren't you just angry a moment ago? Why the sudden blush?" Unbeknownst to them, Dawu and Fu Rong had not noticed the actions beneath the table, yet Lucario, standing behind, was fully aware. "Am I just a dog for you to feed dog food?" Lucario wore a comical expression of constipation, reaching for his Pokeball at Cynthia's waist and pressing the button without hesitation. With Lucario departing, Chunshur grew bolder, leaning closer to Cynthia and whispering, "Miss Cynthia, it's been a while. Have you missed me?" The warmth of his breath brushed against Cynthia's neck, causing her to shiver, although a flicker of delight surged within her. She shot Chunshur a fierce glare, neither confirming nor denying her feelings. Meanwhile, Dawu and Fu Rong, now excited, widened their eyes, fixating on the pair. Their inner gossip flames ignited. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chunshur suggested, "Let's eat, shall we? You both should dig in." Dawu and Fu Rong felt a tinge of disappointment. Was that all? Soon, the atmosphere at the table grew lively as the four engaged in pleasant conversation. After a while, Dawu glanced at his friend and inquired, "Miss Cynthia, have you found a place to stay? If not, you are welcome to join us at our villa. It's quite spacious, with many available rooms. Fu Rong will be there too." Cynthia initially intended to decline, but upon hearing the last part, she swallowed her refusal. "That sounds great. I haven't found a place yet, so I'll take you up on that offer." Dawu exchanged a knowing glance with Chunshur, indicating he could only assist to a certain extent. There's no need to worry about imposing. The more, the merrier. Chunshur felt somewhat speechless, but chose to remain silent. Before long, the meal concluded, and Cynthia proposed a stroll. Dawu immediately seized Fu Rong, seating. "We won't be joining. We have other matters to attend to. You two go ahead." Fu Rong, confused, retorted, "What matters do I have? I wasn't aware of any." But before she could protest further, Dawu forcibly led her away. "You have quite the interesting friends," Cynthia remarked, lightly brushing her hair back, her lips curving into a charming smile illuminated by the night's glow. Chunshur found himself momentarily entranced, silently marveling at how fortunate fate was to bestow such beauty before him. Cynthia, feeling her cheeks flush, coldly retorted, "Have you seen enough? How could I ever tire of looking?" Chunshur replied with a gentle smile, "Miss Cynthia, you remain as captivating as ever." This time, it was Cynthia who was taken aback. Before she could react, Chunshur continued, "Silver Town is quite lively at the moment. Let's explore and indulge in the local delicacies." With that, he took her hand and led her toward the distant stalls. As they passed by an ice cream shop, they paused. The owner warmly welcomed them, inquiring about their preferred flavors. Chunshur surveyed the array of ice creams, asking, "Which flavor would you like?" Cynthia found herself in a state of indecision. Chunshur, covering his face, waved his hand dismissively. "Owner, we'll have 2 green tea cones, please." Cynthia breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, please wait a moment." Observing Cynthia's struggle with such trivial choices, Chunshur couldn't help but internally muse. Why not deliberate on which move to use in a battle instead? Yet, it was the mundane matters of life that left her in a quandary. Chapter 87. The first dragon of reverse evolution. In the evening, within the villa on the ground floor, a Porygon and a Porygon Z exchanged glances before engaging in animated conversation. They were the only two inhabitants on the first floor, as Daigo and Furong had moved upstairs. Cynthia observed Porygon Z with sparkling eyes, marveling at its cuteness. Chunshur cast a surprised glance at his Porygon, utterly astonished. Not only had this Porygon evolved, but it had also ascended to the mid-elite tier, with potential reaching the level of a quasi-champion. This Porygon was a gift from him, and in just over 2 months since its birth, it had achieved such an impressive level. He wondered what Cynthia had done to elicit such remarkable growth. It would soon evolve into Porygon Z with the use of a Dawnstone. Chunshur spoke gently. It seems your Porygon is on the verge of evolution. You will soon possess one. Upon hearing this, Porygon's eyes lit up as it fixed its gaze on Cynthia. For Pokémon, the desire for evolution is an intrinsic trait, and aside from a few who resist evolution, most Pokémon eagerly anticipate it, especially since Porygon had now encountered a fellow member of its species. It was becoming increasingly impatient. Afterward, they released all their Pokémon and prepared food for them. Dragapult and Garchomp greeted each other like old friends. Chunshur finally laid eyes on Cynthia's entire team. A mid-quasi-champion Garchomp, a low-quasi-champion Lucario, Milotic, Glacian, and the peak gym leaders Crustle and Gastrodon. It was evident that Cynthia was destined to become the Sinnoh champion. The spirit and potential of her Pokémon were exemplary, clearly a result of meticulous training. Unbeknownst to him, Cynthia was even more astonished as she gazed at Charizard and Metagross. She recalled that during their last meeting in Fiery Town, these Pokémon had been at much lower levels, merely intermediate or advanced. Now, nearly all had reached the peak of gym leader levels. What a remarkable pace of progression. Having known Cynthia for quite some time, Chunshur was aware that her competitive spirit was genuine, not merely a desire for personal gain. Cynthia was a true battle enthusiast, and he had realized this during their travels together. Initially, she often challenged him to battles, but as her Garchomp and Lucario grew stronger, Chunshur found himself struggling to keep up, eventually reluctant to face her again. Now, with that familiar gleam in her eyes, he understood her intent immediately. He quickly shifted the topic of conversation. Upon hearing his words, not only Garchomp, but also Lucario, Glacian, and Milotic brightened, eagerly approaching Chunshur. However, Crustle and Gastrodon, unfamiliar with him, stayed back. The 4 Pokémon rushed over, but Garchomp was the first to leap forward, resting its food container at Chunshur's feet. The other 3 glared at Garchomp in indignation. As if their stares could slay a dragon, Garchomp would have surely perished. Amused, Chunshur reassured them, "Don't worry. There's enough for everyone. Let Garchomp go first." At this, Lucario and the others relented, though still shot Garchomp disgruntled glares before returning to their meals. Chunshur crouched down and began to massage Garchomp's taut muscles, eliciting a contented rumble from the Pokémon, who occasionally indulged in energy cubes, basking in sheer delight. As Chunshur continued his ministrations, he asked, "Do you still have the items I gave you?" Cynthia paused, her voice softening. "I still have them. Rest assured." He replied, "You should keep them safe. You may witness their true potential in the upcoming World Championship." Chunshur, without lifting his gaze, pondered a thought. Unlike other Pokémon whose Mega Evolutions enhance their abilities, Garchomp's Mega Evolution resulted in a decrease in speed, making it the first dragon of Reverse Evolution. It was rather unfortunate for Garchomp, who could not learn Dragon Dance and had been the subject of ridicule for quite some time. Now, even its Mega Evolution came with a speed reduction, inviting further mockery. However, it seemed that Garchomp was the only one unable to learn Dragon Dance, while others, like Sandaconda and Zygarde, could master it effortlessly. This thought made Chunshur chuckle. Cynthia, puzzled, inquired, "What is so amusing?" "Nothing, just a happy thought," he replied, cryptically. "You will understand in due time." Cynthia's elegant brow furrowed slightly, feeling a twinge of irritation. While she appreciated many of Chunshur's qualities, his penchant for mysterious remarks often left her bewildered. Understanding that he would likely not divulge more, she rolled her eyes internally, resolving that if she encountered him in the arena, she would teach him a lesson. Suddenly, Cynthia recalled something. "Did Porygon tell you it learned some unfamiliar skills? Is that the 18th type you mentioned?" And Garchomp seems to detest the peculiar energy within Porygon. Could it be that the new type counters Dragon-type moves? Chunshur regarded her with surprise, impressed by her keen observation, and proceeded to explain, "Yes, I call this new type Fairy. It counters Dragon, Dark, and Fighting types. Porygon is a Fairy and Flying type Pokémon, vulnerable to Poison, Electric, Steel, Rock, and Ice types. You should be cautious." Cynthia nodded slowly, her curiosity piqued. "You seem rather unconcerned about sharing this information with me?" Chunshur paused briefly before breaking into a smile. "Indeed, for it is soon to be revealed." Superceptile. Chapter 88. Registration. Thanks to Brother 886 for the Master Certification. The following day, the influx of people in Silvertown increased significantly. The four ventured out briefly, but soon lost interest in exploring. Even dining establishments were overflowing, leaving them unable to find a place to eat. Fortunately, Daegu utilized his financial prowess to hire a cook who prepared meals for them. Thus, the four spent the day at home, engaging in pleasant conversation, sipping tea, and sharing training insights with their Pokémon. It was a welcome respite from unnecessary distractions. Before long, it was the morning of October 18th, and the four prepared to head out. Just as they stepped outside, they encountered Mikoli and Naki, who were also on their way out. After exchanging greetings, Mikoli remarked, "What a coincidence. You must be heading to register as well. Would you care to join us?" The four readily accepted, considering it advantageous to become acquainted with Mikoli. However, during their walk, Naki occasionally cast furtive glances at Sharona, a tempest of unspoken emotions swirling in her eyes. At the entrance to the silver venue, Furong expressed her discontent while observing the lengthy queue. "There are far too many people. How many participants are there in this competition?" Chunshur sighed, noting that the line had extended into a veritable serpent. "If we join the queue now, it might not be our turn until noon. Aren't they only inviting geniuses under 20? Since when did there become so many geniuses?" At that moment, Sharona spoke calmly. "It seems their invitation letters differ from ours." The group paused, realizing that the individuals in line held invitations distinct from their own. Their letters were embossed in gold, exuding elegance, while those of the queue were far more ordinary, lacking the same luster. The disparity was as stark as that between a lavish expenditure and a mere trifle. Just then, several staff members emerged at the entrance, one of whom raised a golden invitation and announced, "Please, those with such invitations, step forward to queue here." This proclamation sent shock waves through the crowd. What is happening? Why does that staff member's invitation differ from mine? Are there really others with such invitations? This is blatant discrimination. Those with that kind of invitation surely number few. Do they not have to wait in line at all? Brother, you seem unaware. Such invitations are likely reserved for the elite among the elite. How could we possibly be in contention? Indeed, those holding such invitations must be the seeds of this competition. Look, someone is approaching. At that moment, a haughty, green-haired youth strode confidently to the staff member, presenting his golden invitation. He then disdainfully glanced at those still in line, coolly stating, "A bunch of trash. Do mind your queue." His tone, though composed, dripped with superiority, igniting the ire of those waiting. "Who do you think you are? Being so arrogant?" "Exactly. One should be cautious when out and about to avoid inviting trouble." "Who is he? What gives him the right to hold such an invitation?" "I recall now. He was a finalist in the last Silver Conference, named Jianzi. I've heard he's quite formidable." As Jianzi's identity became known, the crowd fell silent, no one daring to provoke him. Clearly, the reputation of a finalist in the Silver Conference held considerable weight. Jianzi cast a dismissive glance at the queuers, ready to mock them further when a group passed by without acknowledging him. This perceived slight ignited a sense of indignation within Jianzi. How dare they ignore him? Did they not know he was a finalist from the previous Silver Conference? He seized a silver-haired youth from the crowd, demanding, "How dare you disregard me? Do you know who I am?" Daegu furrowed his brow, visibly impatient. "What you are matters little to me. Do not block the way." Jianzi was about to retort when someone in the crowd recognized the newcomers. "Oh my, it's Zivki Daegu, the champion of the last Hoenn Conference. I can't believe he's here. And look, that golden-haired beauty must be Sharona, the champion of the last Sinnoh Conference, the goddess of battle. I remember, that's Mikoli from Hoenn and Naki, the heir of the flying gym." Wow, there's my idol. 2 years ago, I saw that black-haired youth at the Breeders' Guild. He is the youngest intermediate breeder in the Alliance. Hailed as a future master-level breeder, Chun Shi. My goodness, what a celestial ensemble. Are all these prodigies gathered in one place? Compared to them, Jianzi is insignificant. This will be entertaining. He was so arrogant just now, and now he's met his match. Hearing the murmurs around him, Jianzi's face turned a shade of green. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. Daegu interjected once more. Do you have anything further to say? Jianzi's expression twisted into a forced smile. Nothing at all. I wouldn't want to disturb your registration. With that, Jianzi turned and fled, unable to bear the scornful gazes of those around him. Afterward, the six presented their invitation letters to the staff. Following a thorough inspection, the staff politely handed them 6 number tags. Here are your participant numbers. Please keep them safe and remember to report to the venue by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chunshur glanced at his number, 18. Not bad, I suppose. Sharona nodded slightly, while Daegu and Furong, eager to escape the prying eyes of the crowd, were ready to leave. Macaulay then spoke up. Naki and I plan to explore Silvertown, so we won't be joining you. All right, enjoy yourselves, the 4 responded, parting ways as Macaulay led Naki off the shop while the remaining 4 headed toward their villa. On the way, Sharona remarked, that girl named Naki seems to harbor some insecurities. Daegu paused, perplexed. How did you discern that? I saw no signs of her being insecure. Chunshur noted it, and now you do as well. Chapter 89. The World Championship begins. How did you discern that? Lao Chen mentioned that Naki seems somewhat insecure. Yet I fail to notice, Dahu queried, perplexed. Furong, too, perked up her ears, eager to uncover the answer to this conundrum. Xylona paused for a brief moment, then replied calmly, she has been covertly observing me, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, envy, resentment, and a profound sense of solitude. When bystanders recognized our identities, Naki appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. In that instant, her eyes were replete with self-doubt. Dahu suddenly understood, at that moment, he had been preoccupied with a trivial argument with someone named Jianzi, completely oblivious to Naki's turmoil. Furong, somewhat bewildered, inquired, why would she feel uncomfortable? For the carefree Furong, grasping Naki's sentiments at that time was quite challenging. Chun chuckled and elucidated, perhaps she believed she should not stand alongside us. After all, your fame is rather overwhelming. Xylona contemplated this notion for a moment, then subtly nodded in agreement. Dahu clicked his tongue and slowly shook his head. I truly cannot comprehend her perspective. Perhaps Lao Chun is correct. Naki's thoughts diverge from those of an average person. I dare say Macaulay will have his work cut out for him in the future. Chun waved his hand dismissively. In any case, it is not our concern, so let us not dwell on it. Furong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Hooray! We're having a grand feast tonight. Observing the enthusiastic Furong, the 3 exchanged resigned smiles before making their way toward the villa. The following morning, the 4 individuals donned their gear and, amidst the throng, entered the Silver Conference venue. Numerous staff members were present, guiding both spectators and competitors into their designated pathways, while several Ms. Joy maintained order. Chunshur also observed over 30 Joys passing by, likely part of the league's logistical support. Dawu felt a sense of awe. This event was on a much grander scale than the regional tournaments, with more than 30 Joys in attendance. Chunshur and Fu Rong remained silent. Having never participated in a regional event, they were unfamiliar with such matters, but Sharona nodded in agreement, acknowledging the higher caliber of this gathering compared to the Bellflower Conference. Considering that the league had organized this event specifically to invite numerous prodigies from various regions, the grandeur seemed quite justified. Subsequently, the 4 approached a staff member and presented their identification tags. Upon seeing the numbers, the staff member's demeanor shifted to one of noticeable respect. Greetings. We have prepared individual restrooms for you. Please follow me. With a courteous gesture, the staff led them to an elevator that ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon exiting the elevator, Chunshur noticed a series of rooms, each marked with numbers ranging from 1 to 30. The staff explained, this area is designated for contestants with numbers in the top 30. You may locate the room corresponding to your identification tag. Fu Rong glanced at her tag, somewhat perplexed. But I am number 73. Surely there is no room for 73 here? At her words, the staff member hesitated, struggling for a response, ultimately failing to articulate anything. It would be rather insensitive to admit that she was allowed entry solely due to the presence of the other three. Dawu stifled a laugh and interjected, Fu Rong. You can just accompany me. It's all right. Fu Rong puffed her cheeks and nodded in resignation. She understood that only the top 30 contestants were afforded individual restrooms. And as number 73, she naturally did not qualify. It was only by accompanying her brother to Wu that she was permitted access. Yet, this was not her fault. Fu Rong had yet to gain any significant recognition, and merely receiving a gilded invitation was a commendable feat. All right, let us move on, Chen Shi declared, finding room 18. Opening the door and stepping inside, Wu accompanied Fu Rong, while Sharona proceeded to her own restroom. The space was relatively spacious, approximately 50 to 60 square meters, adorned with a sofa in the center and an enormous display screen mounted on the wall. After surveying the surroundings, Chen Shi plopped down onto the sofa, releasing his Pokémon companions. As soon as he emerged, the Swampert began to exhibit signs of excitement. The day of the competition had finally arrived. Although he had forgotten the name of the event, it mattered not. The essence of competition thrilled him. Feel free to sit and relax. I anticipate that the next couple of days will consist primarily of preliminary rounds, with no particularly formidable opponents. I plan to give Charizard and Metagross ample opportunities to battle. They lack experience, and it's essential for them to acclimatize. Metagross and Charizard nodded in agreement. Swampert, though slightly disappointed, held no objections to the trainer's arrangements, knowing there would certainly be opportunities to showcase himself later. Meanwhile, Dragapult and Mrs. Flower held no dissenting opinions, already seeking spots to rest. Dragapult lay sprawled on the carpet, eyes closed, while Mrs. Flower elegantly seated herself beside Chen Shi. Before long, the clock struck 8, and the display screen on the wall flickered to life, revealing an elderly man with a long beard. He greeted the audience with a warm smile. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the competitors from various regions participating in today's World Championship. I am Damaranchi. I believe I need no further introduction. Following this, Damaranchi delivered an extensive address, essentially declaring that all present were league prodigies destined for greatness. He then appointed Yolongdu as the torchbearer, who ignited the sacred flame amid the anticipatory gaze of the crowd. Now, I officially declare the inaugural World Championship open. With Damaranchi as proclamation, the audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers, akin to a surging tide, each wave louder than the last. Spectators waved colorful flags, their faces radiant with excitement and anticipation. The atmosphere within the venue felt electrified, reaching a fever pitch. Before Chen Shi, the display screen revealed the morning's match schedule. Oh, at 9 o'clock, I'm up against contestant number 564? Chen Shi swiftly located his number and glanced at his opponent. With only a short interval until 9, he knew he needed to enter the battle arena 10 minutes early for a brief warm-up. This competition featured over 4,000 participants, and by the end of the day, more than half would be eliminated, with the following day determining the finalists. It was indeed a ruthless affair, despite the harsh reality. A glimmer of excitement danced on Chen Shi's face. Chapter 90. The first match. As the clock approached 9, Chen Shi gathered his Dragonite and other Pokémon, then exited the room. After descending the elevator, he followed the signs and located the entrance to Arena 48. A staff member awaited him at the door, and after verifying Chen Shi's identification badge, instructed him to proceed down the left corridor. Chen Shi nodded and walked toward the left passage, soon arriving at a metallic door. At precisely 9 o'clock, the door swung open, and without hesitation, he stepped inside. Before him stood his opponent, a spirited young lady with a single ponytail, exuding confidence. She boldly declared, "Looks like luck isn't on your side. You meet me in the first match. Your journey ends here." Chen Shi's expression was somewhat peculiar, yet he remained silent. Engaging with such individuals was futile. A decisive victory would suffice. The girl, perceiving his silence as fear, was about to speak again when the referee interjected, "Please prepare for the match. This contest will be a 1 versus 1 battle. Are both competitors ready? Chun-Shi slightly nodded, while the girl, hands on her hips, proclaimed, of course. I can't wait to defeat you. The referee acknowledged their readiness and instructed them to send out their Pokémon. With that, the girl released her Pokémon, exclaiming, "Go, my ace." An elite-level Roserade appeared in the arena. Chun-Shi sighed inwardly and promptly summoned his Metagross. Metagross hovered in the air, casting a disappointed glance at Roserade. It had anticipated facing a formidable opponent in its first official match, only to encounter this. The girl, stunned, realized that as a native of the Hoenn region, she should have recognized the semi-divine Metagross, especially a shiny one. Who was this opponent? But the referee was indifferent to her thoughts and immediately announced the start of the match. Metagross, use Bullet Punch, quickly. Metagross nodded slightly and shot forward like an arrow. The girl finally reacted, shouting in panic, "Roserade, dodge." Alas, it was futile. Metagross's Bullet Punch sent Roserade crashing into the wall, rendering it unable to continue. The girl stood in shock. The referee glanced at Roserade and promptly declared, "Contestant Chun-Shi, number 18, is the victor." The girl stared blankly at his retreating figure, tears welling in her eyes. I lost just like that. As she recalled her earlier bravado, she covered her face and dashed out of the arena. In the lounge, Chun-Shi released his Dragonite and other Pokémon once more. The display screen indicated the time and location of his next match, 1 p.m. at Arena 25. As he grabbed the remote to watch other competitors, the door to the lounge swung open, and Cynthia entered with 2 companions. "Old Chun, have you finished your match?" Daigo asked, taking a seat. "Yes. You must have completed yours as well." Chun-Shi replied. They all nodded in agreement. "I expected more from this World Championship. I thought the competitors would be formidable." Fuyuki complained. Cynthia spoke softly. "This is merely the preliminary round. Once the main event begins, you'll see the caliber of competitors rise. And do not underestimate anyone. They might have hidden strengths. You wouldn't want to be caught off guard." "Fine," Fuyuki conceded with a sigh. Daigo reclined against the couch, his tone casual. "Today there are 3 rounds of matches. By the end, only about 500 competitors will remain. Tomorrow, there will be 2 rounds, determining the lineup for the main event the day after. The main event is the true World Championship. I saw several familiar faces on my way here, and some others seemed quite impressive," he added. Chun-Shi nodded slightly, realizing that this lounge was filled with competitors ranked in the top 30. No doubt they were exceptional. It was likely that they were all recognized as seed players by the league. He wouldn't be surprised to encounter future champions and top-tier trainers here. "My next match is at 1 p.m. What about you?" Chun-Shi inquired. Daigo replied, "Noon at 12 p.m. Cynthia added, 12:30 p.m. for me." Fuyuki stated, "I also have a match at 1 p.m. Chun-Shi contemplated. "Then I shall remain here and wait until after the second round to dine. Let's watch the matches together." The others agreed, settling down to watch the display screen as Chun-Shi switched to the battle broadcasts. The more he observed, the more he recognized the high level of competition in this World Championship. Even the least skilled competitors had elite-level Pokémon. He had witnessed several gym-level Pokémon as well, affirming that the league was not exaggerating. These trainers had been meticulously selected and invited from around the globe. Previously, Chun-Shi's expectations were set too high, comparing them to figures like Daigo and Cynthia, which made the competitors seem less impressive. Now, he realized that these trainers were indeed formidable, and in comparison to the average individual, they were exceptionally strong. Just then, Chun-Shi spotted a familiar face. "Isn't that Kona? Her first match is only starting now." Daigo looked at the screen in surprise. There Kona sent out a Lickilicky, effortlessly defeating her opponent with an ice beam before gracefully exiting the arena. Chun-Shi felt a pang of regret at not witnessing Kona's Dragapult. Training a Dragapult is no small feat first. One must find a Lickilicky with the ability to attack continuously, learn the skill Shell Smash, and then evolve. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of the Dragapult title. However, this skill can only be learned through natural understanding and typically at a later stage. A Lickilicky needs to reach gym level to learn Shell Smash, then evolve into a Clobopus while equipped with a Power Herb. Thus, the renowned Dragapult is born. It must be said that the requirements are indeed high. Cultivating a Shell Smash Clobopus is as challenging as training a late-blooming semi-divine Pokémon. However, once succeeded, the strength attained is exceptionally high, and the effort invested is certainly justified. Chapter 91. The ghostly Queen Kikuko. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days had elapsed. The preliminary rounds had concluded, and without any surprises, the 4 of them had successfully advanced to the main event. During this period, Chunshur had not encountered any noteworthy opponents, smoothly progressing to the main competition. Similarly, Sharona and the others had experienced a comparable journey. On the 3rd day of the World Championship in the Silver Conference Hall, room 18 on the 3rd floor, Daigo spoke calmly. Today marks the commencement of the main event, with 1 match scheduled for the morning and another in the afternoon. Our forthcoming opponents will likely become increasingly formidable, so exercise caution. Chunshur nodded slightly, acknowledging the advice. I shall first assess who my opponent is today. As he spoke, he retrieved the remote control and brought up the match schedule. Upon glancing at it, he was somewhat taken aback. This individual was familiar to him. It was Kenji, the person who had a minor altercation with Daigo at the registration desk just days prior. It was said that he had reached the semi-finals in a previous Silver Conference. It was a surprising coincidence that he now re-emerged as Chunshur's adversary. However, Chunshur did not hold a favorable impression of this individual. Kenji was rather arrogant, always appearing condescending towards others. He was uncertain of Kenji's true strength. He glanced at the venue, which was Arena 9, with the match scheduled for 9:30. It was only 8 o'clock now, so there was no rush. In contrast, Chunshur was rather astonished by Fuyong's opponent, whose name was Nanami Omuki. Wasn't she the granddaughter of Professor Omuki and the sister of SH? What brought her to participate in the World Championship? Chunshur couldn't help but massage his temples as he continued to read. Daigo and Sharona's opponents were rather ordinary. At least, Chunshur had never heard of them, and they would likely be easily defeated. Scanning the match list, he recognized a multitude of familiar names. The future champion of the Kalos region, Karuna, the extraordinarily powerful psychic, Gardevoir, and the future icon of the Galar region, Dandy. The sight of these renowned figures was overwhelming, as they had all gathered at the Silver Conference Hall, and he might very well face them in battle. It was exhilarating. Before he could indulge in his excitement, Daigo spoke again. I've heard that the Ghost-type champion, Kikuko, from the Kanto region, will also be present today. Moreover, the main event will be broadcast live throughout the entire league. As long as one has a television at home, they can witness our battles. The mention of Kikuko caused Chunshur to fall silent. If memory served correctly, Kikuko held a strong aversion to Professor Omuki. Additionally, her temperament was notoriously unpredictable, swinging between moods without warning. Professor Omuki had solemnly advised him that while he need not fear anyone else in the league, he should never provoke Kikuko, lest he suffer the consequences. Ghost-type Pokémon were famed for their elusive nature, making it all too easy for Kikuko to target him. Chunshur remained silent for a moment, resolutely deciding that he must keep his identity as Professor Omuki's student a closely guarded secret. Noticing something amiss with the young man beside her, Sharona gently inquired, "What is troubling you? Is everything all right?" Daigo and Fuyong also turned to look at him. Chunshur shook his head. "I'm fine, just pondering a few matters." There's no need for concern. Seeing that he seemed truthful, the 3 of them relaxed. Soon, their attention returned to the monitor, which had abruptly changed content. The screen now featured a host standing atop a sturdy Sherelden. "Greetings. I am the host of this World Championship. After 2 days of preliminary rounds, 128 outstanding contestants have emerged from over 4,000 participants, successfully reaching the main event." With the host's words, the audience erupted into cheers. Next, we invite a distinguished figure, the Ghost-type champion from the Kanto region, Kikuko. The screen transitioned, and an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, slowly made her entrance through the metallic gates. At the moment she appeared, the crowd's applause reached a fever pitch. The entire venue erupted in fervor. Daigo couldn't help but exclaim, "This is Kikuko, the original member of the Elite Four from the Kanto region. I've heard she has held this position for decades. I wonder what her strength is like now." Leaning back on the sofa, Chunshur replied nonchalantly, "Her tenure as an Elite Four member is comparable to that of our own Professor Genji in the Hoenn region. Moreover, these individuals tend to grow more formidable with age. Their true power is unfathomable." He agreed with Daigo's sentiments. Indeed, age seemed to enhance the prowess of these champions. The ghost-type champion. Fuyong gazed at Kikuko with stars in her eyes. Chunshur chuckled. Fuyong, you'd better step up your game. Our esteemed Murara from the Hoenn region is nearing retirement. If you put in the effort, you could certainly become the ghost-type champion yourself. At that time, I would be counting on your protection. Fuyong rolled her eyes. Why don't you become the ghost-type champion? Your starter Pokémon is even a ghost-type, so I reckon you would fit the role just fine. You could protect me then. At this, Chunshur found himself speaking impulsively. I'm not a dodo bird. I still have my pride. The three looked at him in confusion. What is a dodo bird? What do you mean by pride? Chunshur coughed awkwardly. It's nothing. I was just joking. You needn't pay it any mind. Meanwhile, Sharona squinted, her intuition suggesting that his remark held a deeper meaning, undoubtedly concealing something intriguing. Yet, she couldn't decipher its significance. After pondering for a while, without arriving at a conclusion, she decided to let it go. On the screen, the host, microphone in hand, passionately declared, "We are about to commence the first round of the main event, which will determine the top 64 contestants in our World Championship. Without further ado, let the competition begin. Contestants, please take the stage as scheduled." In the lounge, Sharona stood up. "My match is at 8:30. I must leave now. Good luck, Sister Sharona," Fuyong exclaimed, clenching her fist and waving energetically. Daigo also offered his well wishes. "I will be watching your match." Sharona raised an eyebrow, casting him a meaningful glance before stepping out of the lounge. Chapter 92. The appearance of Cynthia next to grace the arena is Cynthia, a formidable contender from the Sinnoh region. As I am aware, she is the reigning champion from the previous Sinnoh Lily of the Valley Conference, often referred to as the Goddess of Battle. Her opponent is no less impressive, Yuta, the runner-up from the last Unova Conference. What thrilling contest might these two champions present us? Let us await the spectacle. As the host's voice faded, both Cynthia and Yuta took their positions. In the waiting room, Chunshur expressed his surprise. He hadn't anticipated that this Yuta was indeed the runner-up of the Unova Conference, a noteworthy achievement. It was no wonder he had made it to the main event. However, to contend against Cynthia, he was still insufficiently qualified. Chunshur's gaze shifted to the screen as the referee signaled the participants to summon their Pokémon. With one hand on her hip, Cynthia was the first to call forth her Pokémon, Lucario. The instant Lucario emerged, it exuded a commanding presence, its calm gaze awaiting its adversary's arrival. Heavens! It is a near-legendary Lucario. This marks the first appearance of a near-legendary Pokémon in this competition, truly astonishing. The host shouted with excitement, eliciting gasps from the audience. Meanwhile, Yuta's expression darkened immediately. A near-legendary Pokémon? How unfortunate to face such a formidable opponent right at the onset of the main event. "Please summon your Pokémon, Yuta," the referee's indifferent voice echoed throughout the arena. Gritting his teeth, Yuta tossed out a Pokéball. "Go, Superior." A Superior, measuring over 3 meters in length, appeared on the battlefield. In the waiting room, Dowu remarked with surprise that this was indeed a peak gym leader Superior. It seemed Yuta possessed some level of skill after all. Chunshur stroked his chin, unable to scan Superior's data through the screen. He was unaware of its abilities. If it were a contrary Superior, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. However, if it possessed the Overgrow ability, it would stand no chance against Lucario. On the battlefield, the referee cast a stoic glance at both competitors. "I hereby declare the match to begin." Yuta's gaze sharpened. Superior growth. At the same time, Cynthia issued her command, "Lucario, you screech." Yuta was momentarily taken aback, his face growing increasingly grim. Was he being preempted? On the battlefield, as Superior attempted to strengthen itself with growth, it was interrupted by a piercing screech that left it with a splitting headache. Before Yuta could react, Cynthia's next command rang out. "Lucario, aura sphère." Lucario gathered energy in its hands, forming a blue aura sphere that hurtled toward Superior. Yuta gasped in horror, shouting urgently, "Superior, use Protect." Cynthia's lips curled into a slight smile. Lucario, quick attack, follow up with Force Palm. Lucario, exhibiting remarkable synergy with Cynthia, sprang into action upon receiving her orders. Superior had just managed to block the aura sphere when Lucario closed the distance, launching Superior into the air with a powerful strike. Lucario, don't give her a chance. Use Force Palm. Yuta's face paled as he shouted. Superior, dodge quickly. In the waiting room, Chun Shi shook his head. Cynthia has won. Wu nodded in agreement, recognizing the inevitable outcome. Although the match was not yet concluded, it was evident to the discerning eye that Superior could not evade the forthcoming Force Palm, nor withstand the attack. The outcome was already sealed. Wu lamented that Yuta had fallen victim to Cynthia's tactical foresight from the very beginning. Otherwise, he might have put up a better fight. Chun Shi chuckled softly, deeming such thoughts futile. The inherent level disparity between Superior and Lucario, coupled with the type disadvantage, rendered any victory impossible. Yuta would have needed to use status-enhancing moves, yet Cynthia would never grant him that opportunity. As anticipated, Superior lay defeated on the ground, having lost the capacity to battle. The referee announced Cynthia as the victor. She recalled her unscathed Lucario and exited through the tunnel behind her. Yuta, who had aimed to reach the top 16, found himself facing such a powerful opponent in the very first match of the main event. With a heavy sigh, he left the battlefield in dejection. Congratulations, that was a splendid performance. Cynthia offered a faint smile, saying little more. In the waiting room, only the two of them remained, as Fu Rong and Wu had already gone to participate in their matches. Chun Shi's match had yet to commence, so they took a seat to observe Wu and Fu Rong's battle. Wu had little to say. His early-stage, near-legendary boskage easily dispatched his opponent. A somewhat ruthless display. However, Fu Rong faced some challenges. The strength of Damu Nai Nai was unexpectedly formidable, featuring a peak gym leader's Pikachu. Yet, lacking in competitive prowess, Fu Rong's Jengar ultimately secured the victory. Chun Shi sighed inwardly. After all, she was his disciple, and he felt a tinge of regret at Damu Nai Nai's elimination. During this time, Chun Shi had witnessed the matches of Karuni and Dandy, but neither had unleashed their full potential, opting instead to deploy peak gym leader Pokémon. Chun Shi felt exasperated. These competitors revealed no intelligence whatsoever. Even now, in the main event, they still concealed their true capabilities. Could they not be like Wu and Cynthia, proudly showcasing their near-legendary Pokémon? Would it not be better to engage in a fair competition? Just then, the waiting room door swung open, and Fu Rong bounced in, followed closely by Wu. Sister Cynthia, I won too, Fu Rong declared, puffing out her chest in a display of triumph. Chun Shi cast her a sidelong glance, retorting, It's just one match you won. You act as though you've clinched the championship. Fu Rong pouted, glaring at him indignantly. Can't I be happy about winning? Besides, I'm speaking to Sister Cynthia, not you. With a huff, she turned her head away, sulking on the sofa, her earlier joy dissipating. All right, enough of your bickering. Cynthia sighed in exasperation. Chun Shi shrugged, glanced at the time, and then rose to his feet. It was now his turn to compete. Chapter 93. The imbecile ladies and gentlemen, esteemed viewers, let us now turn our attention to Arena number 9. For the next contest, we have the privilege of witnessing the skills of Chun Shi, the youngest intermediate breeder in the league, hailing from the Hoenn region. His adversary is none other than Kenji from Kanto, a formidable contender who achieved a commendable top 4 position in the previous Silver Conference. What spectacular display will unfold between these two? Let us observe with bated breath. The gates on either side of the battlefield swung open, and Chun Shi and Kenji emerged, taking their positions on opposite ends of the arena. Kenji glared at the raven-haired youth across from him, recognizing him as one of the 6 individuals who had subjected him to humiliation at the registration desk. He would never forget the day when those 6 had blatantly disregarded him, their indifference reducing him to a mere buffoon. It was a scene that forced him to flee in disgrace, losing face before a multitude of onlookers. Fueled by these memories, Kenji unleashed a barrage of taunts. So-called youngest intermediate breeder, you're nothing more than a pack of dogs trained to serve us trainers. How dare you even participate in the World Championships? I'll make sure you recognize your place. Upon hearing these words, Chun Shi was taken aback. He maintained his composure, casting an odd glance at Kenji. In a world where the strong reigned supreme, Arrogance is often a privilege of power. However, Kenji's outburst was truly perplexing. This was the World Championships, broadcast live to a global audience, with every word amplified for all to hear. How could he utter such reckless statements? In the VIP lounge, Stephen Stone's eyes twitched imperceptibly. That man is doomed. No one can save him now. Flannery, tilting her head in curiosity, inquired, "Why, Stephen? Was he not merely being a bit presumptuous? Surely it's not a matter of life and death, is it?" Cynthia scoffed, offering an explanation, because he uttered words that should never have been spoken. He not only insulted the entire profession of breeders, but also brought shame upon the Kanto region before the eyes of the world. Many will seek retribution for this. Ah, Flannery responded, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, in the aftermath of Kenji's tirade, the arena was plunged into turmoil, with countless breeders erupting in vehement protest. Officer Jenny and her colleagues struggled to maintain order, diligently attempting to pacify the enraged crowd. Those watching the competition from afar shared the sentiment, their admiration for Kenji plummeting to sub-zero levels. In the uppermost lounge of the Silver Stadium, Agatha's eyes narrowed, a sinister smile creeping across her face. Kenji, a representative of the Kanto region, dared to voice such sentiments during the World Championships. What will others think? Will they perceive this as the Kanto League's stance on breeders? This is a slap in the face to the entire community of breeders. Back in the arena, the referee, casting a disdainful glance at Kenji, calmly announced, "Both competitors, please release your Pokémon." Oblivious to the gravity of his situation, Kenji grinned, "Prepare to taste despair. Go, Nidoking!" With a resounding roar, a Nidoking, standing at an impressive height of 1 meter and 80 centimeters, materialized onto the battlefield. Its body was predominantly purple, with a white underbelly, a prominent horn atop its head, and thick spikes adorning its back. Chunshur, with a mental command. Scan Nidoking's data. Pokémon. Nidoking Life Orb. Level 59. Peak Gym Leader. Potential. Elite 4 ability. Sheer Force Gender. Male moves. Fury Swipes. Toxic Spikes. Double Kick. Horn Attack. Poison Mega Horn. Earth Power. Poison Sting. Focus Punch. Thunderbolt. Earthquake. Thunder. Ice Beam. Discharge. Flamethrower. Sludge Bomb. Giga Impact. Stone Edge. Rock Tomb. Upon reviewing Nidoking statistics, Chunshur was genuinely surprised. A sheer force Nidoking wielding a life orb? This is no ordinary opponent. Kenji's skills surpassed that of Bertha's previous challenger, Yuta. Chunshur decided against deploying Charizard and Metagross, opting instead for a swift resolution to teach Kenji a lesson for his reckless words. "Go Swampert!" Chunshur released a Pokeball. With an exuberant cry, Swampert emerged onto the battlefield, eager for its turn to shine. Kenji sneered at Swampert, convinced that the outcome of the match was already predetermined. Having recently acquired a life orb, he had significantly enhanced Nidoking's combat prowess. What could this Swampert possibly do to stand his way? Since Swampert had not yet unleashed its aura, Kenji was unable to gauge its true strength, leading him to underestimate it entirely. He assumed that a breeder's Pokémon would be fortunate to possess even gym leader-level strength. The referee, observing that both contestants were prepared, declared without hesitation, "Begin the match." Kenji smirked, "Nidoking, use Ice Beam." Nidoking began to amass a vast amount of Ice-type energy, readying itself to unleash the Ice Beam. "Aqua Jet," Chunshur commanded calmly. With unwavering focus, Swampert responded. A deafening crash echoed as Swampert's original position was replaced by a gaping crater. In an instant, it had closed the distance to Nidoking. Water-type energy slammed into Nidoking, disrupting its Ice Beam. Kenji's pupils constricted in disbelief. Impossible. In the VIP lounge, Stephen and Cynthia exchanged grave glances. Such speed, such explosive power. Numerous other competitors also took note of the scene, their eyes betraying a sense of apprehension. The velocity displayed by Swampert was astonishing. Despite the considerable distance, it had reached Nidoking in the blink of an eye. It was simply unbelievable. Even extreme speed could not match such swiftness. They immediately regarded Chunshur with heightened caution. Swampert's assault was far from over. Following the successful Aqua Jet, a water-type Aqua Tail crashed into Nidoking. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena. Real-world battles differed significantly from those depicted in animations, where opponents would leisurely retreat after executing a move. In reality, a single misstep could lead to a barrage of relentless attacks, leaving no room for recovery. The end result would inevitably be defeat. As was the case at that moment, Nidoking, despite its peak gym leader-level strength, could not withstand the onslaught of two water-type attacks from the elite 4-level Swampert. It was swiftly incapacitated. On the opposing side, Kenji stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. He had been defeated, and with such swiftness, he had been vanquished in 2 moves by a breeder whom he had scorned. Kenji could not accept this outcome. Clenching his fists, his face contorted in anguish, he roared, "Impossible! I cannot have lost. You must have cheated. I refuse to accept this." He turned to the referee, his face twisted beyond recognition, and screamed, "Referee, he cheated. Can't you see?" The referee scoffed, signaling with a gesture. He had no interest in explaining anything to a doomed fool. Nidoking Chapter 94. Yuko, grateful for the divine certification gifted by the esteemed brother of the Yin Chao sword sect who adores Liu Di, Daigo sighed in resignation, fully aware of what his friend was referring to. It was he who had initially clashed with Kenji. Who would have guessed that old Chun would encounter Kenji at the World Championships? Daigo chuckled softly, thinking that someone would surely avenge his friend. "I suspect we shall no longer see Kenji after tomorrow." What kind of foolishness must one possess to utter such words? Ultimately, after losing the match, he vehemently accused his opponent of cheating, nearly provoking a laugh from Chun. This was the World Championships, under the scrutiny of the entire league. The Phantom King Kikuko was personally overseeing the event. How could there be any cheating? Kenji's remark practically slapped the faces of the organizers, the Kanto region, resoundingly. To have a local competitor lose on home turf and then allege that others had cheated was utterly absurd. At that moment, Fuyong approached, her curiosity piqued. "Brother Chun, how did your Swampert climb the waterfall so swiftly? It surged right in front of that Nidoking. How did you achieve that?" Daigo and Sharona perked up, clearly intrigued as well. With a mysterious smile, Chun teased, "Want to know? Think about it." Fuyong's little head bobbed vigorously. "I want to know, but I won't tell you." Fuyong's expression fell, and she shot him an annoyed glare. Daigo and Sharona exchanged glances of disappointment, but refrained from pressing further. It was evident that this must be some special technique, akin to Kikuko's deathly makeup artistry. There was no way he would divulge it easily. Chun smiled, but remained silent. This technique was taught by Dr. Okido's Dragonite, enhanced by Chen's own application of subtle force techniques, further refined by Mew's modifications, resulting in Swampert's extraordinary waterfall ascent. The ability to unleash immense speed instantaneously rendered it difficult for opponents to react. However, this technique was not merely simple. He had yet to reveal the latter part. It was one of his trump cards for future encounters, and he could not disclose it just yet. "By the way, have the details for your next match been released?" "Not yet," Daigo replied, shaking his head. Unlike the previous qualifiers, they had to wait until the conclusion of the main event today to draw their respective opponents. Moreover, once in the top 64, the format would shift from 1v1 to 2v2. "You received the notification during the competition," Daigo added, pulling out a remote and pressing a few buttons. A notice appeared on the large screen. Chin glanced at it briefly. It was largely consistent with what Daigo had described, with only minor adjustments for greater rigor. As for the 2v2 format, Chen had anticipated it long ago. Should they progress further, a 6v6 all-out battle could very well occur. So it was not surprising. After scrutinizing the details, Chen stroked his chin and remarked, "In that case, we will likely have to wait until the first round concludes, which should be around midnight. The second round will undoubtedly commence in the afternoon. Shall we watch the matches here or venture out for a meal?" Upon hearing this question, the trio fell into a contemplative silence. Just as they hesitated on whether to leave, a knock echoed at the lounge door. Chen was startled, then quickly walked over to open it. As the door swung open, he found a man and a woman standing outside, Yuro and Kona. "Chen, it has been a long time," Yuro exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Kona maintained her frosty demeanor, but offered him a slight nod. Chen observed the two with an expression of amusement. Both were red-haired and, standing together, bore an uncanny resemblance to a couple. What a strange coincidence. In Chen's memory, they were a pair of adversaries. Yuro aspired to become the champion of the Kanto Alliance, but was continually thwarted by Kona. Kona, steadfast and uncompromising, had left Yuro with no choice but to seek a championship in the separated Chengdu Alliance. Now, seeing a hint of a couple's likeness between them was indeed peculiar. "Chun, what's the matter?" Yuro inquired, waving a hand in front of him. Chun snapped back to reality and hurriedly invited them in. "My apologies, I was just lost in thought. Do come in." However, Yuro shook his head. "Chun, we won't be entering. We came to ask if you'd like to join us for a meal. The matches have just concluded, and the second round will begin shortly." "Absolutely, let's go," Chun replied, and the four of them, including Yuro, prepared to step out. Yet, just as they exited the lounge, a delighted voice called out to them. "Chun, brother." Sharona's eyes narrowed dangerously as she glanced at Chun, then at the girl, a glint of suspicion flashing in her gaze. Daigo and Fuyong exchanged excited looks, both realizing something significant was afoot. Though Yuro and Kona were puzzled by the situation, they recognized that the girl and Chun were familiar with one another and thus chose not to intrude. "Chun, brother, what a surprise to see you here," the girl said, seemingly a bit uncomfortable but managing to speak softly. Her voice was melodious and charming. Chun awkwardly glanced at Sharona and discreetly withdrew his hand. "Oh, it's you, Yuko. It has indeed been a long time. I never expected to encounter you here." Yes, I'm doing well. Thank you, Chun brother." Chun sensed the atmosphere growing increasingly tense and hastily introduced them. "This is Yuko, my neighbor, who traveled to the Kalos region over a year ago. Daigo, I mentioned her to you before." Upon hearing this, Daigo paused momentarily, then recalled the mention of Yuko during their time at Meteor Falls. She was the girl whose parents sacrificed for the Alliance, only to be cheated out of compensation by the League. Chapter 95, Karuni at that moment. A sound of footsteps echoed through the empty corridor. Everyone turned to see a tall, fair-skinned beauty with short hair approaching. She possessed large, expressive eyes and was dressed in an elegant white ensemble, adorned with striped decorations on the sleeves and waist. The hem of her luxurious coat extended in a nearly parallel fashion. "So, you're the Chun brother that Yuko has been thinking about. I did not expect you to be the youngest intermediate breeder in the Alliance. It is a pleasure to meet you." With this statement, Yuko lowered her head further, her face flushed with embarrassment. Internally, she protested, "I wasn't thinking about him at all." Chen's lips twitched slightly, realizing that Yuko seemed to know her quite well, and their relationship appeared to be rather amicable. This was none other than the future champion goddess of the Kalos region. How had they crossed paths? After casting a brief glance at Cynthia, who showed no reaction, he spoke. "You can just call me Chun. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Karuni. We are heading to dinner. Would you care to join us?" "Of course. My competition just concluded as well. If you don't mind, I would be honored to share a meal with you all," Karuni replied with a gentle smile and a nod of agreement. Yulong promptly declared, "It would be wonderful to have Miss Karuni join us. Let us proceed." Everyone welcomed her presence without objection. In the largest private room of the Silvertown Hotel, the group of 8 settled in, and, after ordering their meals, they engaged in casual conversation. Chun initiated, "Did you come here with Yuko, Miss Karuni?" "Yes, I traveled with Yuko," she affirmed. "Thank you for taking care of her. Yuko can be a bit shy, so I appreciate your understanding," Chun continued. Karuni's expression turned slightly peculiar as she glanced at Yuko, who remained silent with her head down. Memories of their fierce battle flashed in her mind, and she couldn't help but smirk. "You call that shy? If she is considered shy, then what does that make me?" Chun, puzzled by Karuni's strange demeanor, recalled that Yuko had severe social anxiety and struggled to greet people without hesitation. Perhaps calling her shy was an understatement. He wondered why Karuni wore such an odd expression. With a smile, Karuni reassured, "No, I get along well with Yuko. She is one of my few friends. We met during the finals of the Mier conference. Had she not made a last-minute tactical error, the one losing would have been me." Chun was taken aback, glancing at Yuko in astonishment. If Karuni was telling the truth, then Yuko's abilities must be formidable. It seemed that he and his grandfather, who had been critical of the Alliance's ways, had unknowingly nurtured a talent. Upon hearing their conversation, Yuko's eyes welled with tears, cascading down her cheeks like a broken dam. Karuni froze momentarily before swiftly offering Yuko a tissue, gently patting her back in silent comfort. The others, unsure of what to do, remained quiet, allowing the atmosphere to fall into a somber hush, punctuated only by Yuko's soft sobs and the sound of Karuni's comforting gestures. After a while, Yuko wiped her tears and softly said, "It is all thanks to Chin brother and Grandpa Chan that I have come this far." Dao sighed, feeling sympathy for the girl. She was unfortunate, having lost her parents, and yet the compensation was being withheld by the alliance. However, Yuko's words piqued Furong's curiosity, prompting her to ask, "Why do you say that it is thanks to Chun and Grandpa Chun that you have achieved this? What is their connection to your success?" As Furong's question hung in the air, all eyes turned towards her. Chun instinctively donned a mask of anguish, thinking, is this really an appropriate question to ask? Even a fool would recognize this is a sensitive topic. If she wanted to share, she would have done so without prompting. Realizing her misstep, Furong quickly retracted her question, retreating into silence. Yuko, appearing to have found some closure, quietly shared her experiences. The group expressed their sympathy for the introverted girl, offering words of comfort, tightly holding her hand in hopes of providing solace. It is appalling that people would stoop so low as to take the compensation meant for the children of fallen officers. Duzong muttered, his face flushed with indignation. As an alliance officer himself, he understood the dangers of the profession. It was utterly unacceptable that the sacrifices made for the alliance would lead to such exploitation. Cynthia's gaze towards Yuko softened considerably, her previous hostility dissipating. Chun waved his hand in reassurance. "Your accomplishments are solely due to your own efforts. We are merely here to support you. In my eyes, you and Furong are like sisters to me, and helping you is the least I can do. Please do not dwell on it too much." Yuko sniffled, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you, Chun brother. No need for thanks. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, then you must treat us to this meal." Chun teased. Yuko paused, then nodded earnestly. The atmosphere in the room lightened instantly, with Karuni playfully remarking, "This is the largest hotel in Silvertown. The meal won't come cheap. Looks like you're in for a hefty bill." "Not to worry, I have the funds," Yuko replied with a serious expression, her soft voice betraying her determination. In her heart, she had resolved that no matter the cost, she would treat them to this meal, a means to express her gratitude. Her serious demeanor, combined with her gentle voice, elicited laughter from everyone. Even Kinna couldn't help but smile. What a delightful girl she was. For individuals of their caliber, earning money was hardly a challenge, regardless of the means, whether through legitimate or illicit avenues. How exorbitant could this meal truly be? Karuni's jest was merely light-hearted banter. Chapter 96. Chunshur vs. Yuko, Part 1. As Chunshur reviewed the matchups for the second round of the main competition, he was genuinely taken aback. His opponent was none other than Yuko, and their match was scheduled to commence first at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Arena 1. It was quite astonishing. They had just shared a meal together at noon, filled with laughter, only to face each other mere hours later. Sighing, Daigo, his friend, remarked on the unpredictability of life. After a moment of contemplation, Chunshur found solace in the realization that they had both reached the top 64, where only the most formidable trainers remained. It was merely unfortunate luck for Yuko. "Old Chun, it's almost time. You should head over," Daigo urged. Chunshur nodded slightly and made his way out of the lounge, following the directions to Arena 1. After standing before the metallic gate for a brief moment, it slowly opened at the stroke of 1. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The announcer's voice rang out as he entered the battleground, drawing attention from the audience who had been captivated by his previous match featuring his formidable Gyarados. What surprises would he unveil this time? As Chunshur took to the battlefield, the audience erupted in cheers. In contrast, Yuko stood quietly at the opposite end. Upon his entrance, her voice lost its previous softness, now imbued with seriousness. "Brother Chun, I wish to see your true strength." Taken aback, Chunshur nodded gently, responding, "As you wish." Meanwhile, at Chen's family farm, his grandfather watched the television with a sense of pride. He had never anticipated Yuko would make it to the top 64, especially against someone she had known since childhood. His efforts to support her had not been in vain. Indeed, this child has shown remarkable growth, achieving so much in just a year. She must have faced considerable challenges, his grandmother remarked. Chen's grandfather fell silent, observing the screen, where the image of the determined girl began to merge with memories of the stubborn child who had once held back tears. In Arena 1, the referee glanced at both competitors and announced, "This match will be a 2 versus 2 format, with only one substitution allowed. Do you both understand?" They nodded in affirmation. "Then, please summon your Pokémon." With a slight smile, Chunshur tossed a luxury ball with vigor. "Come forth, Dragapult." The spectral dragon materialized, its elongated eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, exuding an air of confidence as it fixed its gaze on Yuko. "My goodness, it is a Dragapult from the Galar region, and a shiny one at that, boasting the power of a near-legendary Pokémon." The announcer, standing atop a Duraludon, excitedly educated the audience about this remarkable creature. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they recognized the rarity of such a Pokémon. On the opposing side, Yuko took a deep breath and released her partner. To everyone's astonishment, a 2-meter-tall Blaziken emerged, characterized by its white feathers and V-shaped comb, blue eyes, and powerful limbs. With a flicker of thought, Chunshur scanned the data on Blaziken. Pokémon, Blaziken level, 61, beginner near legendary, potential, near champion ability, speed boost gender. Female moves, quick attack, ember, aerial ace, double kick. Cut, charge beam, flare blitz, brave bird, fire punch, flamethrower, shadow claw, protect, bulk up, agility, low kick, rock slide, flame charge, brick break, thunder punch, overheat. He marveled at how the once small Torchic had grown into such a formidable adversary. However, using Blaziken against Dragapult was less than prudent. Yuko, aware of this, felt cornered. She had no other near-legendary Pokémon to rely on. "Let me witness your growth from this past year," Chunshur said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "You'll see," Yuko replied, her demeanor shifting to one of fervor, her voice rising with intensity. Chunshur was startled by her sudden fervor. Was this really the same girl he knew, now seemingly transformed into someone possessed? At that moment, the referee declared, "Let the battle begin. Blaziken, use Shadow Clone and run." Yuko commanded, her voice filled with fervor. Blaziken sprinted forward, creating multiple identical copies of itself. Chunshur swallowed hard. Meteor shower. Dragapult unleashed a torrent of dragon-type energy, launching meteoric projectiles into the sky before scattering them down towards Blaziken. Explosions rocked the battlefield, enveloping it in smoke, yet Blaziken was nowhere to be seen. Chunshur's eyes sharpened. Shadow sneak. Dragapult vanished from view, ready to strike. "Now, Blaziken, use bulk up," Yuko shouted desperately. Just as Blaziken emerged from the smoke, prepared to execute its move, Dragapult reappeared behind it, delivering a powerful blow that sent shockwaves through the arena. "How can this be happening so fast?" Yuko gasped, struggling to comprehend the rapidity of Dragapult's attack. Chunshur observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, knowing that this match would reveal the true essence of their growth. Chapter 97. Chunshur vs. Yuko, Part 2, Alas. Chunshur's Durandal is exhibiting extraordinary speed in its stealthy assault. Yuko's Blaziken was caught off guard and sent flying before it could react. The agony etched upon Blaziken's face vividly indicates the immense damage inflicted upon it. The host energetically narrates the unfolding events, reigniting the atmosphere in the venue, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. In the resting area, the tension among the competitors escalates. This Durandal is remarkably formidable. Karuni clenches her hands tightly, silently cheering for her friend. Daigo shakes his head, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Chun has truly unleashed his genuine prowess, perhaps as the greatest form of respect towards Yuko. Sharona nods slightly, her enchanting gaze fixated on the battlefield. Chunshur chuckles softly. Yuko, daydreaming during battle is not a commendable habit. Durandal, Dragon Arrow. Barua, the narrow-eyed Durandal lifts its head, enveloping its two bodies in draconic energy. In the next instant, the Dragon Arrow is launched, hurtling towards the recently propelled Blaziken. Blaziken, brace yourself. Just as Blaziken skids along the ground after being attacked, It hears Yuko's urgent call and struggles to stabilize itself, conjuring a green barrier before it. This is indeed the legendary defensive skill, Protect. Regrettably, Chin's lips curl upward. Quick on the uptake, Yuko. But alas, Protect will not be effective against Durandal. What? Yuko gasps in horror. Before she can react, Durandal's dragon arrow pierces through the protective barrier with force, crashing heavily into Blaziken. Oh no! After enduring this blow, Blaziken feels a wave of pain coursing through its entire body, its mind clouded, the world before it becoming a blur. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just learned that Durandal possesses an ability called Piercing, allowing it to bypass Protect and similar skills. It appears that Yuko is not fully aware of this aspect, leading to a misstep in her command. The host elucidates while standing upon the sturdy shield-like creature, microphone in hand, explaining the situation. On the battlefield, Yuko anxiously gazes at Blaziken, her eyes filled with self-reproach. Chunshur sighs, "Let us deliver a final blow with Shadow Ball." Barua, Durandal observes Blaziken, which is desperately attempting to rise, and feels a twinge of admiration. However, Durandal's movements do not falter. To respect one's opponent means to defeat them honorably. In the next moment, the Shadow Ball is unleashed, striking Blaziken with tremendous force, resulting in a resounding explosion on the battlefield. This time, Blaziken cannot rise again and collapses, unconscious on the ground. The referee promptly announces, "Blaziken has lost its ability to battle. Please send out your next Pokémon, Yuko." With a sigh, Yuko extends her hand, preparing to concede. She can no longer see a glimmer of victory. Chin's Durandal is too powerful. She stands no chance. Just then, Chunshur's voice carries across the arena. "Yuko, do not give up." Yuko looks at the gentle smile of the boy across from her, momentarily lost in thought, recalling that fateful day over a year ago. In her moment of despair, this boy had stood before her, his face adorned with a warm smile, urging her not to give up. His words shone like a beacon, illuminating her dark world, offering her hope. The vast arena falls into an eerie silence, everyone waiting for Yuko's decision, even the referee refraining from urging her. In the resting area, Sharona slowly speaks. "Do you still possess the courage to continue battling against such a formidable opponent?" Daigo and Fuyun remain silent. Their gaze is fixed on Yuko, who appears lost in thought. Karuni feels a pang of sorrow for her friend. Yuko, with her strength, should have made it to the top 32, but unexpectedly, she faces Chunshur in the top 64. Regardless of whether she concedes now, the outcome seems preordained. Your opponent is exceedingly powerful. We may very well lose. Are you willing to fight? The Pokeball shakes, suddenly opening, and a dazzling red light reveals a gym leader-level Fennekin standing in the arena. Who? Fennekin tilts its head to glance at Yuko. Oh my! Yuko has chosen her Pokemon. She has made her decision. She will continue to fight. This is the true essence of Pokemon battles. The arena erupts into a cacophony of cheers. Go, Yuko! Go, Fennekin! Yes, yes, yes! Tears well up in Yuko's eyes as she steels herself once more. Fennekin, let us revel in this battle. Who? Fennekin nods, its expression serious as it regards its opponent, Durandal, which had effortlessly defeated Blaziken. Ha ha! Now this is more like it. Chunshur bursts into laughter. The referee promptly declares the match to commence. Durandal, Shadow Ball. Fennekin, Flamethrower, and follow with Shadow Clone. Barua. Who? The two Pokemon spring into action, unleashing their respective attacks. The two forces collide mid-air, but due to the level disparity, the Shadow Ball quickly pierces through the Flamethrower, striking Fennekin. However, this is merely an illusion. At the last moment, Fennekin employs Shadow Clone. Fennekin, use Psyshock. Durandal, Shadow Stealth. The Psyshock strikes the ground, creating a substantial crater, yet Durandal's figure vanishes. Yuko grits her teeth and yells, "Fennekin, quickly use Shadow Clone." Without hesitation, Fennekin summons multiple clones, mirroring its own form. Chunshur chuckles, praising an excellent response. But it is insufficient. Durandal, unleash Dragon Pulse. Barua. Durandal reappears, unleashing Dragon Pulse, which obliterates all of Fennekin's clones. After this, Durandal disappears once again, only to reappear behind Fennekin in an instant. Finnegan feels an excruciating pain from behind and is sent flying uncontrollably. Yuko exclaims, "This is impossible." "Nothing is impossible. Unleash your true strength. Let us settle this with one decisive blow." Chunshur replies coldly. Yuko's gaze sharpens. She knows this is not the time for hesitation, shouting, "Finnegan, can you still fight?" "Who?" Finnegan responds, trembling but standing tall. "All right, Finnegan, for the final blow. Let's wager everything." The wild spirit within Yuko resurfaces as she screams, "Finnegan, Inferno!" Chunshur declares, "Then we shall not concede either. Durandal, Barua, use all your strength." Dragon Pulse. Chapter 98. The Shiny Kingler. Thanks to the deity of dreams for the certification, the fiery red fox has succumbed to its inability to continue fighting. In this match, contestant Chunshur has emerged victorious. The judge, with an impassive demeanor, announced the final result. Alas, the fiery red fox ultimately could not withstand the might of the multi-dragon Boruto and has now lost its combat capability. "Let us cheer for contestant Chunshur," the host exclaimed with fervor. "Ah, multi-dragon Boruto, how magnificent! Truly a demigod, effortlessly dominating the competition. My beloved, Chunshur is my husband. Please, maintain some decorum, young lady." The audience erupted in thunderous applause, honoring the ultimate victor. Chunshur has his own aspirations and cannot afford to halt his progress for Yuko. Deploying multi-dragon Boruto was his utmost respect towards her. One can only hope she regains her spirit swiftly. Upon inquiry, it was discovered that the match between Furong and Wusong was about to commence. Chunshur immediately became intrigued, curious about Wusong's prowess, as he is the future champion of the Sinnoh region. Soon, the screen displayed the figures of Furong and Wusong on the battlefield. Both competitors wasted no time and summoned their Pokémon. Furong called forth the early-stage quasi-champion, the Dark Knight Spirit, while Wusong summoned a quasi-champion Alakazam. Alakazam, with its striking yellow body, features long whiskers and elongated ears. Its broad forehead gleams, and its chest and shoulders appear enveloped in brown armor, with two brown objects resembling wrist guards adorning its wrists. Its hands possess 3 fingers, each wielding a spoon, while its legs are sturdier, with knee pads of a similar hue. Chunshur observed and remarked, "In facing Alakazam, the Dark Knight Spirit holds a type advantage. If Furong is astute enough, securing victory in this battle should not prove difficult." Indeed, Alakazam's physique is rather frail, and the odds favor the Dark Knight Spirit. At the moment the judge announced the start, both competitors issued their commands simultaneously. Little Spirit, use Disable. Alakazam, Reflect. Wusong's expression changed drastically. Alakazam, abandon Reflect and use Teleport. Unfortunately, it was too late. The shadow of the Dark Knight Spirit swiftly spread, ensnaring Alakazam's shadow and immobilizing it. Little Spirit, now seize the moment and unleash Shadow Ball. Alakazam, utilize Psychic. The clash of Shadow Ball and Psychic resulted in a resounding explosion. In the lounge, Daigo smiled softly. It seems Furong has made considerable progress these past few months. She has truly become an exceptional trainer. The moment the Dark Knight Spirit's disable struck, Alakazam's chances of victory plummeted. The ensuing events unfolded as he anticipated. As Shadow Ball and Psychic collided, the Dark Knight Spirit advanced rapidly towards Alakazam, preparing for a decisive Shadow Punch. After Alakazam had expended some of its stamina, the Dark Knight Spirit claimed victory. Wusong then sent forth his pinnacle gym Pokémon, the Kalinki, but ultimately fell to Furong, concluding his journey in the top 64. Afterward, Daigo adjusted his collar and exited the lounge. Chunshur smirked. "Must you always be so ostentatious?" "Who is Daigo's opponent?" Furong inquired, tilting her head. "Mikuri's girlfriend, the one you've met, named Naki." "Oh, it's her," Furong exclaimed, then spoke softly. "Didn't you say she was quite insecure? If she loses to Daigo again, won't she feel even more inadequate?" Chunshur raised an eyebrow. Glancing at her, "Why concern yourself with her? It's none of your business." "Can I just ask?" Furong replied, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Cynthia shot them a glance. "All right, you two, stop your bickering and focus on the match." Only then did they turn their attention back to the screen. In the arena, Daigo, upon the judge's signal, wasted no time and summoned his armored bird, which now also reached the early stage of quasi-champion. Naki, upon witnessing this, bit her lip and released a Pokeball, revealing a pinnacle gym Pokémon, the Swablu. Swablu boasts a sky-blue body, its fluffy wings enveloping its form like cotton. Chunshur sighed softly. This Swablu is likely Naki's strongest Pokémon. The pinnacle gym level is remarkable among peers, yet it pales in comparison to Daigo's might. This match appears to be yet another foregone conclusion. In the arena, Daigo showed no mercy and commanded his armored bird to use Ice Wind. How could Swablu withstand such an assault? After a brief struggle, Swablu ultimately succumbed. The moment this Pokémon entered the field, it stirred quite a commotion. Common in the Hoenn region, it was merely a Kingler at the pinnacle gym level. However, this particular Kingler boasted a dark green hue, marking it as a shiny variant. Even Daigo could not help but steal a few glances at this extraordinary specimen. Shiny Pokémon are quite rare in the world. Even as the heir of the Zivichi family, he has scarcely encountered many. However, Daigo quickly refocused, commanding his armored bird to initiate with Ice Wind, decisively defeating the Kingler. As the Kingler lost its combat capability, the judge coldly declared Daigo the victor. Chapter 99, Sharona vs. Denji, Part 1. Daigo pushed open the door and entered the lounge. Fuyuki immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming how impressive his brother was. Oh, it's nothing special. Daigo waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant, as if this battle was merely a trifle. Yet, in truth, with Daigo's prowess, as long as he avoided opponents like Sharona and Wataru, he could almost bulldoze his way into the semifinals. Facing Nagi posed little challenge for him. Chunshur turned to the blonde girl beside him. Your match should be approaching soon, right? I know Denji. He was the runner-up at the Lily of the Valley Conference, having previously lost to you. It's surprising to see him again. Sharona brushed her hair back, her tone indifferent. He's merely a defeated foe. This time, victory will undoubtedly be mine. Next, let us welcome the competitor Denji to the stage. He is the runner-up from the previous Lily of the Valley Conference and specializes in electric-type Pokémon. In the preceding matches, he achieved victories with absolute dominance. The host, microphone in hand, introduced the handsome blonde youth who had just emerged from the tunnel. Denji stood before the battlefield, taking a deep breath to bolster his spirits. The audience erupted with cheers from Denji's fervent fans, rallying behind him. Now, let us welcome the battle goddess of Sinnoh, Sharona. On the other side, the metallic gates swung open, revealing Sharona clad in a black trench coat, her heels clicking confidently as she strode to the battlefield. Among the audience, those privy to the details buzzed with excitement. Both competitors enjoyed immense popularity in Sinnoh. Denji, who had even earned the moniker Thunder of the Coast, and Sharona, whose reputation needed no elaboration. Many in the crowd were fervent admirers of both. The host chuckled, continuing, interestingly, Sharona and Denji once clashed fiercely at the Lily of the Valley Conference for the championship title. Who would have thought they would meet again in the World Championships? Will Denji manage to redeem himself and triumph over Sharona this time? Patience. The match is about to commence. Let us anticipate it. The referee promptly declared, both competitors, please summon your Pokémon. Denji retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and spoke calmly. During the last Lily of the Valley Conference, I accepted my defeat gracefully. This time, I hope you will unleash your full potential for a spirited battle. With that, Denji tossed the Pokeball, and a Lantern materialized in the arena. The Lantern is a quadrupedal Pokémon resembling an adult lion. Its face, hind legs, torso, and the rear of its forelegs adorned in blue, while most of its body is cloaked in fluffy black fur. Its fur is longer at the shoulders and base of the tail, forming a mane around its head. Its eyes are yellow with red sclera, and it has round ears lined with yellow. Its long tail ends in a yellow star. This particular Lantern had reached the early stages of its evolution. Sharona cast a calm glance at Denji, saying nothing further as she produced her Lucario's Pokeball. She felt no need to utter words, for actions spoke louder than words. Lucario. Upon its appearance, Lucario spotted Denji's Lantern and displayed a moment of surprise, recognizing an old rival from previous battles. Seeing this, the referee waved his flag. Then I declare the match begins. Lantern, use electric terrain. Lucario, Swords Dance. The competitors issued their commands simultaneously, and both Pokémon sprang into action. A surge of electricity enveloped Lantern, gradually spreading across the entire battlefield, with Lucario caught in its midst. However, Lucario paid little heed to this, continuing its Swords Dance, quickly boosting its abilities. Lantern, Thunderbolt. Lucario, Shadow Clone. In the lounge, Daigo glanced at his friend. What do you think of their opening moves? What? Daigo blinked, quickly asking, how do you know that? Besides, Dingy's strength is evidently formidable. Sharona lacks the level and type advantage. Is a sweep really possible? What if Lucario completes 2 Swords Dances? Daigo frowned. Dingy isn't foolish. He won't allow Lucario 2 opportunities to dance. Even though Lucario has finished 1 Swords Dance, Lantern benefits from electric terrain. It's an even match. Why would a sweep be feasible? Chun sure smiled, remaining silent, his gaze fixed on the figure standing confidently in the arena. Having known Sharona for so long, Chun sure understood her battle style intimately. For her, there were only 2 scenarios in which she would opt to initiate with a move like Swords Dance. One was when facing an overwhelmingly strong opponent, necessitating personal enhancement to seek an opportunity. The other was a desire to deny her opponent any chance, aiming for a clean sweep. While Dingy was indeed strong, he had yet to compel Sharona to resort to Swords Dance for survival. Thus, her choice could only be the latter. She intended to defeat Dingy's 2 Pokémon with just her Lucario. In the arena, the fierce currents obliterated shadow after shadow of Lucario. Lucario, quick attack. Sharona commanded without haste. Lantern, use Volt Tackle. Upon hearing Dingy's directive, he abandoned his original strategy, opting for Volt Tackle. With Lucario executing Quick Attack, stopping abruptly was a formidable challenge. Dingy aimed to leverage electric terrain, engaging in a direct clash with Lucario. In simpler terms, it was a trade of blows, but Lucario would undoubtedly sustain greater damage. Meow! Lantern roared, gathering a substantial amount of high-voltage electricity, charging fiercely at Lucario. Yet Sharona remained unfazed, a slight smile gracing her lips. While Quick Attack was indeed hard to halt, it did not preclude the use of other moves. For others, this might pose a significant challenge, but for Sharona, it was trivial. Lucario, Bone Rush. Lucario. As the 2 Pokémon were on the verge of collision, Lucario conjured an ethereal bone staff, delivering a heavy blow to Lantern's head. The impact significantly reduced the power of Volt Tackle, though it still sent Lucario staggering back, inflicting considerable damage. Meow. Unfortunately for Lantern, the damage it sustained was markedly more severe, reeling from the strike enhanced by Swords Dance, emitting a cry of pain. What? Dingy exclaimed in astonishment. While using Quick Attack, Lucario was still able to execute Bone Rush. Chapter 100, Cynthia vs. Electra, Part 2. Electra's attempt to outsmart the situation has backfired. Who would have imagined that Lucario, in a moment of speed, could wield its bone club with such unpredictability? Daigo shook his head, lost in thought. If one were unaware beforehand, such a tactic would indeed be difficult to foresee. It was no wonder Electra fell victim to this. Chunsure reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. Do you believe that Cynthia will not easily defeat Litten next? Rather, she will seek to execute a Swords Dance first? Daigo raised his eyebrows, continuing to observe the battle unfold on the screen. Lucario, un liage aura se faire. With a fierce determination, Lucario conjured an aura sphere and hurled it forcefully towards Litten. Should this strike land, Litten would undoubtedly lose a significant amount of health, solidifying Lucario's victory. Electra was well aware of this and urgently called out, Litten, focus. Use Protect. Mew. Litten, still dazed from the previous blow to its head, struggled to regain composure. Yet, upon hearing Electra's command, it summoned its energy to initiate Protect. In the following moment, the aura sphere collided with a green barrier, resulting in a deafening explosion. Litten, due to the hasty execution of Protect, could not fully withstand the impact and was sent reeling backward. Electra's expression darkened. If Cynthia were to attack now, Litten would surely be unable to defend itself. Cynthia assessed Litten's condition, her tone calm. Lucario, now is the time, Swords Dance. Daigo, in the lounge, clicked his tongue in disbelief. You were right. Cynthia has indeed relinquished a prime opportunity for offense to instead perform Swords Dance. It seems Electra is about to be outmaneuvered. Currently, Lucario's stamina was not severely depleted. With the enhancements from 2 Swords Dances, defeating an injured Litten and the next Pokémon would pose no challenge. Unless Electra could summon a mid-tier Pokémon of the Elite Four. Litten. Electra shouted. Mew. Litten rolled about in the arena, just regaining its footing as Lucario completed its Swords Dance. The aura around Lucario was now formidable, surpassing that of most mid-tier Elite Four Pokémon. Litten, don't give up. Use that move, Volt Tackle. Electra raised her hands, calling out fervently. Mew. Litten summoned its energy, and an astonishing bolt of lightning erupted from its form, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding arena. In an instant, Litten transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Lucario with breathtaking speed. My goodness, what am I witnessing? The host exclaimed, electrified with excitement. It's a combination move, the fusion of Volt Tackle and Thunderbolt. Electra has concealed such a powerful card. Let us observe how Lucario will counter this formidable attack. The audience erupted in cheers for Electra, their enthusiasm palpable. Cynthia, upon witnessing this display, adopted a serious demeanor. The move was indeed overwhelming and swift, presenting a significant challenge. However, it was not insurmountable, and the solution was rather straightforward. Lucario Dig. With a flash of inspiration, Lucario quickly harnessed ground-type energy and burrowed into the earth. The combination move, which Electra had deemed her trump card, missed entirely. A hush fell over the arena. Electra's fans, once exuberant, were now left in stunned silence, unable to fathom how such a potent attack could be so effortlessly countered by a mere dig. Electra's composure began to unravel as he stared blankly at the bewildered Litten. In the lounge, Furong burst into laughter. That combination move was so grand, I expected something magnificent. It turned out to be this? Chunshur also struggled to contain his amusement, realizing that Cynthia possessed a certain comedic flair. The simplicity of the dig move had genuinely entertained him. Daigo, however, was not surprised and explained, Electra's combination move is indeed powerful, but every technique has its limitations. For instance, no matter how mighty an earthquake may be, it cannot affect airborne Pokémon. As long as one identifies the right approach, most techniques can be countered, including combination moves. Chunshur nodded slightly, acknowledging Daigo's insight. In the realm of reality, anything is possible. No skill is invincible. Your Volt Tackle is undoubtedly formidable. Yet if I execute a dig, how will you respond? In the arena, Litten, with its energy nearly depleted, soon collapsed before Lucario. Electra then sent forth a mid-tier Raichu. Cynthia wasted no time. Empowered by the 2 Swords Dances, Lucario swiftly overcame Raichu with ease. With Raichu incapacitated, the victor of this match is none other than Cynthia. Electra sighed. I have once more been bested by you. Ha ha ha. I told you. Cynthia would surely emerge victorious. That's nonsense. You were initially cheering for Electra. I was not. You are mistaken. My allegiance has always been with Cynthia. Enough, enough. Let us refrain from bickering. After all, they are both representatives of Sinnoh. Indeed, Cynthia is the strongest. Her Garchomp has yet to make an appearance. I believe she is a formidable contender for the championship. And let us not forget about our very own Lance from Kanto, a seasoned Elite Four member with formidable strength. Our Daigo and Chunshur from Hoenn are no slouches either. They are renowned prodigies. From the audience, discussions erupted, initially centered around Cynthia and Electra, but gradually shifting towards who might ultimately claim the championship title. Congratulations on your victory. You have successfully secured another match. Cynthia smiled graciously, accepting Chunshur's congratulations. Shall we celebrate with a grand feast this evening? Furong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Let us hurry, she exclaimed, dashing towards the exit. Don't forget, your Nightshade is still being treated by Nurse Joy. Chunshur reminded her as she hurried out. Emerging from a lounge, the quartet was hailed by a voice. Turning, Chunshur smiled upon seeing Yuzi. Is there something you need? Yuzi, her cheeks flushed, approached him, clutching the hem of her dress. Why you must continue to prevail. I will be rooting for you. Chun-Shur paused, then responded with a smile. Very well, I shall continue to triumph. Farewell, Yuzi. Do not hesitate to seek me out should you require anything. Understood. Farewell, Chun-Gij. Within the villa, Chun-Shur prepared energy cubes for his Dragapult and his companions, proceeding to massage and relax them. Baruya, Dragapult murmured, reclining on the floor, its elongated eyes filled with contentment. It parted its jaws, and a Dracloak emerged from its head, depositing an energy cube into its mouth. Dragapult leisurely chewed, relishing the trainer's massage and the Dracloak's ministrations. Lachi, Swampert watched with eagerness, having just finished its meal and now desiring a massage from its trainer. Baruya, Dragapult responded with a sidelong glance, implying, patience, your turn will come. Lachi, Swampert grumbled. Scratching its head, it resignedly sat on the floor, seizing the trainer's bag and extracting another ration. If I cannot have a massage, I shall indulge in sustenance. It devoured an energy cube in one bite, embodying a transformation of sorrow into appetite. Chun-Shur cast a displeased look at the behemoth. Eating, that's all you ever do. Once the competition concludes, your training regimen will be doubled to prevent you from becoming a corpulent fish. Lachi, Swampert whimpered aggrieved. You deny me a massage, and now you begrudge me my food. Is there no justice? Very well, you shall have your massage. Lachi, Swampert exclaimed with delight, promptly lying down. As he massaged it, Chun-Shur remarked, the forthcoming opponents will be increasingly formidable, and you will likely face arduous battles. Are you apprehensive? Lachi, Swampert shook its head. To it, combat held no fear. It reveled in the process. Victory, of course, will be preferable. Soon, very soon, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Chun-Shur muttered under his breath. Lachi, Chun-Shur sighed, turning to massage Florges and the others. Thus far, Florges Tokiss and Li Fion had not participated in the World Championships. It wasn't that Chun-Shur was reluctant to field them. Rather, Florges and Tokiss were unique cases, and Chun-Shur intended to deploy them later. Li Fion simply hadn't had a suitable opportunity. However, she didn't seem to mind. She was primarily obedient and docile. As for Charizard and Metagross, they had participated extensively in the qualifiers, but had few opportunities in the main tournament. Given that their opponents were often quasi-champions and considering the absence of Mega Evolution, their presence would be futile. Fortunately, they understood the situation and didn't complain about Chun-Shur's decisions. Hua, as Florges luxuriated in her massage, an energy surge emanated from within her, coalescing before permeating every fiber of her being. Her aura briefly flared. Florges felt a comforting warmth enveloping her. Chun-Shur's face lit up as he scanned Florges' data. The results confirmed his suspicions. She had leveled up, now reaching level 61 and catching up with Swampert. Florges, is it due to the shard? Hua, Florges nodded gently, touching the sachet around her neck, which contained a shard of Xerneas' horn. She had been absorbing and comprehending its energy daily. Chikoi, Togekiss nestled into Chun-Shur's embrace, nuzzling his chest. The shard also held a strong allure for her, but the trainer had given it to Florges. Although Togekiss had remained silent, she harbored envy. Seeing Florges level up, Togekiss couldn't restrain herself and began to fawn over Chun-Shur. Chikoi, Togekiss gazed at Chun-Shur with imploring eyes, gesturing towards Florges' sachet with her wing, her intention clear. I desire one as well. Chun-Shur massaged his temples. Legendary resources were exceedingly rare. Even individuals of his grandparents' caliber typically acquired only one in their lifetime. Where could he possibly find another for her? Nevertheless, Chun-Shur solemnly pledged, I will undoubtedly seek out a resource that is more suitable for you in the future. Be patient, all right? Chikoi, Togekiss nodded happily, trusting Chun-Shur's promise implicitly. He had never broken a commitment to them. Suddenly, Florges removed the sachet and offered it to Togekiss. Chikoi, I do desire a superior resource, but I never intended to seize it from comrade. Hua, seeing her steadfast resolve, Florges reluctantly reattached the sachet to her neck. She sensed that she could still derive significant benefits from the shard. However, upon witnessing Togekiss's yearning gaze and recalling the trainer's words that she and Togekiss were both fairy-type Pokémon, she surmised that the shard would also be beneficial to her. To spare the trainer any distress, Florges suppressed her reluctance and offered the sachet. She hadn't anticipated Toadkiss's firm refusal. Chunshur stroked their heads. I will endeavor to find each of you a resource that suits you, so everyone will receive these things. It's merely a matter of order. If you have one, hold on to it. If you don't, be patient, understood? Chakoi, Toadkiss nodded, affectionately nuzzling Chunshur. In truth, she wasn't particularly fixated on legendary resources. She merely sought more attention from her trainer. She didn't genuinely desire the legendary resource, which is why she steadfastly declined Florges' kindness. Chapter 102. The blooming of Furong. Early the next morning, the four of them finished breakfast and fed their Pokémon before heading to the Silver Conference venue. Entering the lounge, Furong, brimming with excitement, activated the display screen to check the battle arrangements for the day. On the screen, the host stood atop the Sword and Shield Pokémon, with a massive screen behind them. Dear audience, welcome to the World Championship. After 3 days of fierce battles, only 32 competitors remain in the tournament. Today, we will draw lots to determine each contestant's opponent. Without further ado, let's begin the draw, the host announced. As the words faded, the screen displayed the faces of the final 32 competitors alongside their respective participant numbers. In the next moment, the 32 faces began to spin wildly, and Furong was the first to have her opponent confirmed. However, when she saw who it was, she was instantly petrified, her face filled with disbelief. Chunshur glanced over and silently closed his mouth, while Daigo and Cynthia fell into a heavy silence. Furong's opponent was none other than Cynthia. Chunshur shook his head with a sigh, a look of pity crossing his face. This must be fate. Furong, it seems you are destined to miss the top 16. Furong, on the verge of tears, collapsed onto the sofa in despair. How could she possibly battle Cynthia? She had already seen all of Cynthia's Pokémon, including the formidable Lucario, Milotic, and Glacian. Just that mid-tier Garchomp could easily overpower her. Victory was utterly out of reach. Engaging in a hard-fought battle would only result in injuries to her Pokémon. Cynthia spoke earnestly. Rest assured, I will bring forth my full strength to show my respect. She had already resolved in her heart to let Garchomp take the stage for a true battle against Furong. Yet, hearing those words made Furong feel as if she might cry. I can't possibly win against you, and now you say you will use your full strength? Are you trying to take my life? If you don't hold back, I'll have no confidence at all. Why not just let me concede? Besides, I truly don't want your respect. You don't have to respect me. At the sight of Furong's pitiful expression, Chunshur couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was now convinced that Cynthia possessed a certain comedic talent. This was genuinely a matter of psychological warfare. You're laughing. Furong, fueled by anger, stood up and stomped her foot, trembling as she pointed at Chunshur. Just as she was about to be eliminated from the top 32, she felt miserable. Now, to be mocked as well, she was shaking with rage. Cough. I just thought of something amusing, so I laughed. It has nothing to do with you. Chunshur awkwardly coughed, scratching his head as he forced an explanation. You. Furong's face flushed red, too furious to articulate her thoughts. She turned to Daigo, her voice filled with grievance. Brother Daigo, look, they're both bullying me. Daigo glanced at the two with a knowing nod. You should keep your distance from them. Don't let them get to you. Cynthia's ears turned crimson as she shot a glare at Chunshur. With nothing left to say, he could only smile awkwardly and point at the screen. Look, our opponents have already been drawn. Daigo looked over and saw that his opponent was someone named Day. He racked his brain for any memory of that name, but found none. It seemed Day had not been particularly renowned before. Yet to reach the top 32 of the World Championship, he must possess considerable strength. However, Chunshur recognized the name well. It belonged to the future Fire-type champion of Sinnoh, a friend of Faulkner, and the brother of Michael. The title of Thunder the Coast was spread by him. Remembering this, Chunshur solemnly warned, I've heard of this person. He specializes in Fire-type Pokémon. Don't underestimate him. Upon hearing this, Daigo's expression grew slightly serious. A Fire-type specialist could pose a challenge for him, considering most of his Pokémon were Steel types, which Fire-types could easily counter. Nevertheless, Daigo remained self-assured. He did not believe he would lose, no matter how strong the opponent. Ultimately, victory belonged to him. This was the confidence that characterized Daigo. Meanwhile, Chinshur also spotted his own opponent, but instead of surprise or concern, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He couldn't yet ascertain the strength of this opponent. But his brother had been quite famous in the previous anime, albeit not for good reasons. This individual was named Reiji, the elder brother of Shinji. Unexpectedly encountering him in the World Championship left Chinshur pondering whether to consider it misfortune or fortune. Silently reflecting, he thought that if someone could raise such a brother, this Reiji must not be a good person either. Now that they had crossed paths, he might as well teach him a lesson. At that moment, Daigo interjected, "Furong, you and Cynthia are the first match. It's time to head out." Furong's face fell as she reluctantly followed Cynthia out of the lounge. And now, we present today's first match, Cynthia versus Furong. The host announced into the microphone, introducing the first battle of the day. As Cynthia took the stage, the atmosphere among the audience reached a fever pitch. Cynthia is Cynthia. Look, she is truly beautiful. Of course, my wife is not only stunning, but also exceptionally powerful. Nonsense. How did she become your wife? She is clearly mine. Go away. Cheer for Cynthia. Cynthia, who needed no introduction, had previously overwhelmed her opponents with her formidable strength, while Furong had also showcased impressive performances, particularly with her nightmarish Pokémon, leaving a deep impression on the audience. As the crowd cheered outside, Furong couldn't help but puff out her cheeks. "So, you're all cheering for Sister Cynthia, huh? I'll just concede." With that thought, Furong raised her hand and declared to the referee, "There's no need for this match. I concede." Chapter 103. The appearance of the shiny Metagross as Furong's words fell. A tempest of excitement erupted in the arena. The referee promptly inquired, "Is the contestant Furong certain about her resignation?" "Yes, I am certain," came the resolute reply. "Very well. This match concludes with contestant Sharona emerging victorious due to Furong's resignation." The referee swiftly announced the final result. Sharona stood momentarily in a daze, utterly astonished that Furong would choose to forfeit so readily. Was her victory truly that effortless? In the lounge, Chunshur buried his face in his hands. He had genuinely not anticipated this sudden concession from Furong. This was the World Championship, after all, with countless spectators from various regions watching intently. Even if one recognized their inability to win, a token effort would suffice. How could one simply concede? Was this a jest? The Wu shook his head, though he refrained from passing judgment. Based on his understanding of Furong, such a decision was indeed within her character. Thus, while surprised, he was not entirely taken aback by her choice. Standing before the battlefield, Furong playfully winked and then exited the arena. For her, to engage in a battle, knowing she stood no chance, was an act of folly. It reminded her of their first encounter in the depths of the Sacred Fire volcano, where she initially intended to drive Chunshur away with her nightmarish spirit, but instantly surrendered upon witnessing his Dialga. Surrendering when outmatched was no big deal in her eyes. Forcing her Pokémon to confront an unwinnable foe for the sake of pride was the true foolishness. Once she uttered her resignation, a wave of relaxation washed over Furong. She no longer had to fear encountering formidable opponents. She understood clearly that the gap between her and the true elite competitors was significant. At best, she might reach the top 16. Though she had not met her expectations, she felt content. Making it to the top 32 was commendable, and she knew her grandparents would be pleased. In the lounge, Sharona and Furong entered together. Chunshur shot Furong an exasperated glance. "You've made quite a name for yourself as the first contestant to resign in the World Championship. What are your thoughts?" "I feel quite relieved. Now I need not partake in any further matches. I can simply cheer for you all." Furong waved her hand dismissively, plopping onto the sofa and taking a sip from a beverage. Chunshur's eyelid twitched as he opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately held his tongue. Furong was no longer a child. She must face the consequences of her choices, and he opted not to press the matter further. After a moment's hesitation, Sharona approached Furong and gently patted her shoulder. Furong took a deep gulp of her drink and reassured her, "Sister Sharona, there's no need for concern. I truly don't mind. I came to the World Championship merely for fun, not for accolades. So, you need not comfort me. Sharona studied her intently, and upon seeing no signs of deceit, she felt reassured. The four of them then sat quietly in the lounge, watching the matches unfold. They witnessed DUI's entrance, where he effortlessly dispatched his opponent with a mid-tier Charizard. Following that, they observed Karuni, whose Dunsparce overwhelmed the opposing team, resembling a stationary artillery piece. Chinshur recalled that Karuni's ace was a Gardevoir. Thus, the prowess exhibited by her Dunsparce suggested her Gardevoir was formidable, likely at a mid-tier level. This realization weighed heavily on Chinshur. His Dialga was only level 63, just shy of the mid-tier threshold, and he wondered if he could achieve a breakthrough during the tournament. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a wry smile, donning a confident expression. Even if he did not achieve that breakthrough, he still had numerous trump cards, and he was confident he would not be outmatched by anyone in this competition. Soon, as a match concluded, Dawu rose, adjusted his suit, and declared, "Now it's my turn to take the stage." Without waiting for a response, he strode out of the lounge. Chinshur glanced at his departing figure, too weary to offer any further commentary. After all, he was wealthy, handsome, and skilled. Let him bask in the limelight for now. In the arena, when the referee signaled for Pokémon to be summoned, Dawu did not hesitate, producing a luxury ball with a flourish. Come fort, Metagross. A gleaming silver, shiny Metagross materialized, causing a stir among the audience. Fans of Dawu erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Look, that Esta Wu's shiny Metagross, which once graced the Caillou Conference. He has finally brought it back. ISNT, that one of the two quasi-deities from the Hoenn region? Magnificent," someone remarked. "This ISNT just any Metagross. It's a rare, shiny one, and its power is formidable." At that moment, another voice chimed in. "Isn't Chinshur also in possession of a shiny Metagross? I saw it in the preliminaries." "Indeed, I witnessed it too. So what? Both are prodigies from the Hoenn region. We should take pride in them." "Haha, you've hit the nail on the head, my friend." In the arena, a red-haired contestant, Yi, wore a grave expression. The aura emanating from the Metagross was overpowering, indicating it had reached mid-tier status. Initially, Yi felt fortunate to face Dawu, considering that both his Boscodora and Kabutops would pose little threat to him. However, he had not anticipated that his opponent would possess a mid-tier Metagross as well. This posed quite a conundrum. Yi's mind raced. In the next moment, he produced a Pokeball and unleashed it. A vibrant red light materialized into a lively Infernape. Flames danced atop its head, and its body featured a reddish-brown hue, with white fur adorning its head, chest, lower legs, and feet. Golden, swirling scales decorated its shoulders, chest, knuckles, and knees. Its facial markings turned red, and its blue irises gleamed within yellow sclerae. Long limbs and 5 blue toes adorned each foot, with flames entwined around its limbs, and a lengthy tail trailed behind. Dawu regarded the Infernape with calm composure, swiftly discerning its status as a novice mid-tier Pokémon. Its resolute gaze revealed a lack of fear despite the Metagross's imposing presence, suggesting it had endured numerous battles. "Asliegt Ismail Kurlig, da vus lipis." This was indeed promising. Mutual countering would render the battle all the more intriguing. Chapter 104. Astonishing will and brutal flames the moment the referee declared the match to commence. Day immediately issued his command. "Hatcha!" The flame monkey let out a fierce cry, channeling fighting-type energy into its fist as it charged towards the Metagross. Day's choice surprised Aho. He had not anticipated that his opponent would opt for the fighting-type move, Sonic Punch, instead of a fire-type attack. This move, in reality, did not guarantee a priority strike, but its release speed was remarkably swift. Day's decision likely aimed to close the distance with Metagross, and it was probable that this flame monkey possessed the ability Iron Fist. A plethora of thoughts flashed through Dahu's mind, prompting him to make a swift decision. Metagross. Use Psychic Headbutt and meet the opponent head-on. Metagross's eyes gleamed with psychic energy, enveloping its head before it crashed into the rapidly approaching flame monkey. Bang! The fist and head collided with tremendous force. Day's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Dahu to command Metagross to engage in such a direct confrontation. The audacity of Dahu caught him off guard. Although the objective of closing the distance was achieved, the flame monkey had just taken a double weakness psychic headbutt, and the situation appeared dire. Flame monkey, are you alright? Quickly use energy ball, they shouted. Hatcha! The flame monkey gritted its teeth against the pain in its arm, erupting in fierce flames as it lunged towards Metagross once more. They believed that with the two Pokémon in such close proximity, if the flame monkey accelerated with energy ball, it might very well strike Metagross. How naive! A smirk crept on Ada's lips. Metagross, lift off and evade the attack. Use Psychic. Mita. With remarkable synergy, Metagross ascended at the moment Dahu's voice rang out, narrowly dodging the oncoming energy ball. How is this possible? They could hardly believe his eyes. Given the proximity, how could Metagross react in time to avoid the strike? Unbeknownst to him, Metagross's brain consisted of 4 interconnected brains, forming a complex neural network, more intelligent than a supercomputer. Through the parallel processing of these 4 brains, it could complete calculations in an instant. Thus, evading the energy ball at such close range was not a challenge for Metagross. Day found himself at a disadvantage due to his lack of understanding of Metagross. And in battle, no one would offer him explanations. As the flame monkey continued to surge forward due to inertia, Metagross's psychic struck its back with tremendous force. The flame monkey let out a pained howl, collapsing into the crater blasted by the psychic attack. With a level advantage and employing a super effective move, Metagross had dealt a serious blow. In that moment, the flame monkey felt as though it had seen its ancestors, nearly succumbing to the experience. Metagross, don't give him a chance. Unleash another psychic. Mita. Without hesitation, Metagross began to gather psychic energy for another strike. Day, now frantic, shouted, Flame monkey, focus and dodge. Acha! The flame monkey propped itself up with one arm, enduring the excruciating pain, and with sheer determination, leaped out of the pit. This effort caused Metagross's subsequent psychic attack to miss its target. My goodness, the flame monkey has risen again and evaded Metagross's assault, the announcer exclaimed excitedly. The audience responded with thunderous applause, celebrating the flame monkey's resilience. Its ability to stand once more astonished everyone, including Dahu, who recognized the extent of the flame monkey's injuries. Its resurgence was a testament to its remarkable tenacity. Indeed, a worthy adversary, but this would be the end. Dahu waved his hand decisively. Metagross, deliver the final blow. Use Psychic Impact. Mita, Flame Monkey, let's show our spirit. We cannot be underestimated. Go all out with Heat Wave. Hatcha! The Flame Monkey inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of ferocious flames that rapidly engulfed the entire battlefield. The flames blazed intensely, and a scorching wave surged forth, as if everything would be consumed. Dahu was taken aback by the sudden eruption of flames, retreating a couple of steps. In the resting area, Chunshur observed the engulfing flames, feeling a sense of awe. This move is truly remarkable. Such power. I wonder how Day managed to master it. Cynthia nodded slightly. While the display was indeed terrifying, she believed that after this move, the flame monkey would likely be rendered incapable of further combat. It could be said that Dahu had already secured victory, but it had not come easily. Given the sheer ferocity of the flames, she doubted Metagross would emerge unscathed. Chunshur crossed his arms, amused. Dahu had begun with such confidence, but was now facing significant repercussions. Serves you right. Soon, as the flames and smoke dissipated, the scene on the battlefield became clear. The flame monkey lay unconscious on the ground, while Metagross appeared to be panting heavily, evidently also injured. Dahu could not help but commend the flame monkey's extraordinary willpower and the effectiveness of Heatwave. Day, hearing Dahu's words, bitterly shook his head and said nothing further. The referee glanced at him and announced, "The flame monkey has lost its ability to battle. Please, Day, send out your next Pokémon." Revitalizing his spirit, Day retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it into the arena. "Let's go Rapidash." Chunshur glanced at Day in surprise. This young man was indeed a future champion, as this Rapidash had also reached the quasi-champion level. Had it not been for facing Dahu, he would undoubtedly have had the potential to reach the top 16. Yet, Misfortune had befallen him, akin to Furong, as he too would halt at the 32 mark. The ensuing battle unfolded unexpectedly, with Rapidash utilizing an extraordinary inferno that led to a mutual knockout with Metagross. Ultimately, as both of Day's Pokémon lost their ability to battle, Dahu emerged victorious in the competition. Chapter 105. Raisai. So, do you now understand the folly of underestimating the world? Indeed, Dee has truly astonished me. I never anticipated that his Infernape and Rapidash could possess such formidable strength. Currently, my Metagross is undergoing treatment at Nurse Joy's due to significant injuries. Dawu nodded, responding with composure. However, Chunshir's brow furrowed in concern. Is Metagross severely injured? Will it impact the upcoming matches? The World Championship waits for no one. And should a Pokémon be unable to compete due to grave injuries, it reflects poorly on the trainer. Dawu has already secured victory in today's match, advancing to the top 16 tomorrow, and his opponent is likely to be quite powerful. If Metagross is indeed gravely injured, it could significantly affect tomorrow's competition. Dawu shook his head, dismissing the severity. Nurse Joy assured me that after treatment and a good rest today, it wouldn't affect tomorrow's match. That's a relief. Chunshir exhaled, feeling reassured. Dawu suddenly recalled something and said, "You have no idea, but the Nurse Joy attending to me has a Happiny that is actually a champion-level Pokémon." I was genuinely taken aback. Champion level? Chunshir fell silent. The league values this world championship far more than he had imagined, even dispatching a champion-level Nurse Joy for their Pokémon's treatment. What a grand gesture. Old Chun, your match should be commencing soon, right? How are you feeling? Do you have any insight into your opponent's abilities? Chunshir shrugged in response. I don't know much about his strength, but I've heard of him before. His character is not commendable. I suspect that someone with poor character is unlikely to possess exceptional skills. Sharona cast an astonished glance at Chunshir, surprised that he would make such a statement. Having traveled together for a year, she felt she knew him well. He was gentle and kind to Pokémon, never speaking ill of anyone. It was unexpected for him to directly accuse someone named Lei Si of having a bad character. This was the first time she had witnessed such behavior. Dawu frowned. What does a poor character imply? Chunshir waved his hand, unable to articulate it clearly. If you knew him, you would understand. With that, Dawu refrained from further questioning. Ultimately, it was of no concern to him. Soon, his battle with Raisai would begin. After exchanging farewells with the trio, Chunshir exited the conference room, taking the elevator down towards the battlefield. Unexpectedly, just before entering the passage, he encountered Raisai. Dressed in a purple jacket with short purple hair, Raisai wore a slight frown, exuding an air of superiority. He appeared quite formidable. Upon seeing Chunshir, Raisai cast a cold glance in his direction. Breeders should stick to breeding. What are you doing here trying to make a spectacle? What a pity that your Dragapult is under the guidance of someone like you. Its future seems bleak. With that, Raisai strode into the right passage. Suddenly, Chunshir felt a tremor at his waist. His Dragapult burst forth from its Pokeball, glaring indignantly at Raisai's retreating figure. Dragapult. It had heard the earlier remark while in the Pokeball and was furious. Do I need your opinion on whom I follow? Chunshir sighed, reflecting on how such a temperament could have allowed Dragapult to grow so large. When did the laws of the Pokémon world become so lenient? Turning to the irate Dragapult, he asked, "Shall you teach him a lesson when you take the field?" Dragapult paused, then excitedly thumped its chest, indicating it was ready. Then it is settled. As soon as he stepped out of the metallic door, he heard the host's enthusiastic voice. Next up is contestant Chunshir. The audience erupted in cheers. My husband is here. Although he is not from the Gala region, he uses our Gala Dragapult, so I must support him. Will we see the shiny Dragapult again? Go for it. The host continued. I believe everyone is already familiar with this contestant. His Swampert and Dragapult have left quite an impression on us. Now, without further ado, let us commence the match. In the arena, the referee's indifferent voice rang out. Please release your Pokémon. Chunshir glanced at Raisai before unleashing Dragapult. Dragapult. Its elongated eyes narrowed as it fixed its gaze on Raisai. Raisai snorted derisively. Allow me to demonstrate what a true trainer is. With that, he threw a Pokeball. A flash of red light revealed a one. Sechs Meter Talonflame. Compared to Fletchinder, Talonflame had grown larger in size post-evolution, its gaze sharper and more resolute, with formidable claws and a keen beak. Its tail feathers spread out like a fan, and the spots on its chest had vanished, replaced by a black shape resembling the letter M, while the white underbelly formed an inverted triangle. Chunshur, intrigued, initiated a scan of Talonflame's data. Pokémon, Talonflame level, 60 potential, champion ability, reckless gender, male moves, tackle, growl, quick attack, shadow clone, close combat, brave bird flail, wing attack, agility, brave bird, acrobatics, U-turn, air, slash, tailwind. Chunshur nodded in approval. This Talonflame was indeed impressive. The referee's flag fell, signaling the start of the match. Talonflame, tailwind, Dragapult, dragon dance. Raisai's brow deepened further. In his initial estimation, Talonflame would be immune to ghost-type moves, meaning Dragapult could only use dragon-type attacks effectively. If he could initiate Tailwind first, Talonflame's speed would surge, enabling it to easily outmaneuver Dragapult. Victory would then be assured. However, now the opponent had also begun to bolster their strength, starting with Dragon Dance, which not only enhanced speed but also attack power, had completely derailed his plans. Chapter 106. The disgusting shadow strike. If Chunshur were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. When has Pokémon battling ever been so simplistic? Even if Dragapult chose to attack rather than use Dragon Dance, could Maitaiana truly summon Tailwind so effortlessly? The execution of such a move is inherently challenging and time-consuming. By the time you establish Tailwind, Dragapult could unleash Dragon Pulse twice. Can you guarantee that Maitaiana will evade during that interval? Moreover, even if Maitaiana were to successfully activate Tailwind, what difference would it make? Ghost-type moves may indeed have no effect on Maitaiana, but that does not imply they cannot be employed. How many times can you evade Dragapult's surprise attacks from the alternate dimension? Soon, Dragapult completed its Dragon Dance, its aura surging dramatically. Meanwhile, Maitaiana successfully unleashed Tailwind, the winds howling across the battlefield. It seemed that this battle was nearing its conclusion. Chunshur yawned, waved his hand, and commanded Dragapult, Shadow Strike, then Dragon Pulse. Finish him. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Dragapult vanished from the battlefield in an instant. Upon witnessing Dragapult's disappearance, Lacey smirked mockingly. Are you not aware that ghost-type moves are ineffective against Maitaiana? Surely you're not so ignorant of type matchups? After his taunt, he ordered Maitaiana, use quick attack. In his view, the opponent had presented an excellent opportunity, and he could not afford to let it slip away, seizing the moment to enhance his speed. However, in the next heartbeat, Dragapult materialized behind Maitaiana, unleashing a fierce torrent of dragon-type energy that struck Maitaiana with tremendous force, sending it crashing to the ground. Dragon Arrow. Chunshur seized the moment, commanding Baruya. Two small Dragapults were launched towards Maitaiana. Lacey cursed under his breath, then shouted, Maitaiana, dodge. Chunshur's expression grew increasingly peculiar. With Maitaiana in such a state, how could it possibly evade the already swift dragon arrows? His patience for the battle waned. Boom! Boom! Two explosions reverberated, accompanied by Maitaiana's anguished cries. Chunshur sighed inwardly, feeling pity for Maitaiana. It was indeed unfortunate for it to be under the command of such a foolish trainer. In the lounge, Daigo, Sharona, and Furong watched the battle unfold on the screen. Initially, they were concerned for Chunshur when Maitaiana entered the fray. Yet they were taken aback when the opponent opted to set up Tailwind, thereby granting Dragapult the opportunity to use Dragon Dance. This play almost made Daigo chuckle. It was well known that Dragapult excelled in speed. How much faster could Maitaiana be even with Tailwind? Had he not known beforehand that Chunshur was unfamiliar with this individual, he might have suspected foul play. Was this not a clear act of surrender? Sharona remarked coolly, it appears that Dragapult will likely sweep this round without taking any damage. Daigo and Furong nodded in agreement. Their confidence did not stem from Dragapult's prowess, but rather from Lacey's folly. Chunshur regarded the injured Maitaiana with pity and commanded, do not grant him an opportunity. Dragon Pulse. Baruya. Dragapult nodded, unleashing Dragon Pulse once more. The severely weakened Maitaina had no strength to resist and succumbed to the attack, losing its ability to battle. Upon hearing this, Chunshur's brow furrowed in discontent. How dare this fool cast blame? Was Maitaina's defeat not a reflection of his own shortcomings? In that moment, Chunshur's already scant goodwill towards Lacey plummeted to zero. His words reached the audience, inciting a wave of indignation among Pokémon enthusiasts. Those who had traveled far to witness the match were predominantly passionate about Pokémon and battles. How could one with a Maitaina of the same tier as Dragapult, possessing such a significant type advantage, be defeated without inflicting any damage? How could he possibly have the audacity to chastise his own Pokémon? Was the source of the problem not glaringly evident? In the arena, some spectators, fueled by anger, began shouting for Lacey to leave. In the lounge, Daigo remained silent for a moment before stating, "It seems Chunshur was right. This person's character is indeed lacking." Sharona finally understood why the usually gentle Chunshur had uttered such words. This individual named Lacey was undeniably irritating. Within the arena, even the referee cast an annoyed glance at Lacey before declaring, "Please summon your next Pokémon, Lacey." "Humph." Lacey scoffed. "It's your turn, Swallowtail." Chunshur had long since lost his patience and merely wished to conclude the match. Baruya. Without hesitation, Dragapult was enveloped in Dark-type energy and charged towards Swallowtail. Lacey remained unfazed, commanding, "Swallowtail, use Ice Punch." In the next instant, Dragapult's strike collided with Swallowtail, inflicting considerable damage. Enduring the pain, Swallowtail retaliated with Ice Punch. Just as the blow was about to land, Dragapult successfully executed Shadow Strike, vanishing from the battlefield. This showcased the terrifying aspect of Giratina's Shadow Strike. While Phantom Force required time to create a rift to another dimension, Shadow Strike did not. It allowed for immediate entry. Though it may not be as renowned as the Sword of Ruin or the Finishing Touch, it was by no means weak, proving to be a rather vexing and formidable move. Upon witnessing this, Lacey's expression darkened. Dragapult's Phantom Force was truly bothersome. "Swallowtail, gather energy." Without hesitation, Swallowtail began to accumulate power. Just as it was about to complete its charge, Dragapult reappeared, crashing Ghost-type energy into Swallowtail. Dragon Arrow. Baruya. Two small Dragapults were launched again, yet only one struck as Swallowtail narrowly evaded the other. Enough of this. Finish him with Dragon Dive. Baruya. Dragapult, without a moment's pause, manifested a surge of Dragon-type energy, transforming into a colossal dragon silhouette that collided forcefully with Swallowtail. Swallowtail was sent reeling, crashing into the arena's wall. With Swallowtail rendered incapable of battle, the referee declared, "The victor of this match is Chunshur." Lacey's expression darkened considerably as he muttered curses under his breath. "Useless. All of you are useless." Chapter 107. Fingers interlaced. Thanks to Brother Linue for the Great God certification. How are you feeling? Baruya. Dornbruto narrowed his slanted eyes in delight, nodding in satisfaction. This battle was truly enjoyable. Just look at that little brat. Will he dare to utter those annoying words again in the future? Then he recalled Reiji. His disdain for this individual knew no bounds. He found Reiji even more intolerable than his future younger brother, Shinji. It was hard to fathom how Shindo would handle him later, having driven him into seclusion, leading to such a drastic change in personality. It was difficult to imagine that the future Reiji would transform into a gentle and warm-hearted person, eventually becoming a well-known breeder. Truly, it was beyond comprehension. Before he knew it, he stood at the elevator entrance. Just as he was about to press the button, the doors unexpectedly slid open. Inside were Daigo, Cynthia, and Florina. "Where are you all headed?" Chunshur asked in confusion. His match had just concluded, yet these three appeared ready to leave. Florina cheerfully suggested, "Brother Chunshur, it's still early. Why don't we go out for a stroll together? Since your match is over, and we have nothing else to do, do you two think the same?" Chunshur turned to Daigo and Cynthia. In Silver Town, the World Championship had been underway for several days, yet the crowd showed no signs of dwindling, bustling with activity. Due to their notoriety, the four of them were besieged by fans several times, forcing them to don hats and masks to evade the frenzied throngs. Most of the fans were, of course, Cynthia's admirers. As a powerful trainer renowned for both her skill and beauty, Cynthia had garnered a fan base that had expanded beyond Sinnoh to all corners of the globe, being idolized as a dream goddess by countless individuals. The combined fan count of Daigo and Chun Shi paled in comparison to hers. Moreover, her fans were particularly fervent, rushing forth with cries of goddess and wife that were impossible to suppress. This infuriated Chun Shi, who nearly lost his composure and unleashed Dornbaruto upon them. Fortunately, reason prevailed, and he refrained from such a reckless act. Yet the annoyance lingered in his heart. Wife. I haven't even called her that. With a dark expression, Chun Shi walked ahead alongside Cynthia. She noticed his unusual demeanor, but chose to remain silent, merely offering a slight smile. Behind them, Florina whispered, Daigo, don't you think the atmosphere feels a bit off? She had observed that Cynthia and Chun Shi, for some reason, were hastily moving forward without speaking, seemingly lost in their own world. Daigo glanced at the two ahead and muttered, clearly, something is amiss with them. Florina's eyes sparkled with mischief as she nodded, partially covering her mouth. I see it now. Watch me. Upon hearing this, Daigo blinked in confusion. What do you mean? What are you planning? But Florina's next action nearly gave him a heart attack. She subtly reached out and gently hooked her finger around Chun Shi's. Don't cause trouble. Something is clearly off here. If you keep this up, it might lead to a disaster, Daigo admonished. Cynthia would definitely not take kindly to such antics. Florina offered no explanation, merely displaying an enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, Chun Shi felt a delightful sensation from the touch on his finger, causing his heart to soar. Cynthia, you're indeed still Tsundere, aren't you? If you wish to hold my hand, just come out and say it instead of playing hard to get. However, it was understandable, being a girl. Cynthia often maintained a distant demeanor. Realizing this, Chun Shi decided to take the initiative. With that thought, he cleared his throat and cautiously extended his left hand, carefully groping towards her. Unbeknownst to him, the two bystanders were watching intently. Florina was nearly bouncing with excitement. She had witnessed couples engage in this manner during her travels, and the outcome had been remarkably effective. Just as she had hoped, it appeared to be working wonders. Daigo, initially bewildered, began cheering for his friend internally. Come on, Chun. Just a little more. You're almost there. Little did he know, he wasn't the only one rooting for Chun Shi. In Cynthia's Pokeball, Garchomp and others were also closely observing the unfolding scene, while Dornbaruto and the rest remained fixated on this moment. The impatient Swampert nearly leaped out to assist his trainer. What are you doing? Just grab her already. This is driving me nuts. Meanwhile, Cynthia, oblivious to the unfolding drama, continued scanning her surroundings in search of something delicious, feeling a twinge of hunger. But in the next moment, she felt a warm hand envelop her own. Cynthia shivered, her face reddening dramatically, though her hat and mask concealed it well. Stealing a glance at the young man beside her, a wave of inexplicable joy washed over her. Behind them, Daigo and Florina, along with the Pokémon and their Pokeballs, were all in a frenzy. Finally, they had managed to hold hands. Florina clutched Daigo's arm tightly, her excitement palpable. Yet she refrained from uttering a sound, fearing to disturb the moment. Daigo, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement, thought, they're just holding hands. Why are you squeezing me? Then, leaning closer to Daigo, Florina triumphantly whispered, aren't I amazing? To which Daigo silently raised a thumb in approval, his meaning clear. At that moment, Chun Shi's heart was brimming with joy, his eyes sparkling with delight. Carefully, he adjusted his grip, and Cynthia reciprocated, their fingers seamlessly intertwining, solidifying their bond amidst the witness of Daigo, Florina, and countless Pokémon in their Pokeballs. Chapter 108. The Setting Sun Brother Daigo. Do you think those two have, perhaps, come together? Furong queried uncertainly, gesturing toward Chun Shi and Sharona in the distance. Daigo regarded Furong with a gentle smile, softly responding, well, I believe so. However, each individual expresses their feelings in unique ways. He felt a flicker of curiosity within, but chose not to pry into their affairs. Moreover, given the current dynamics between them, even if they had not officially become a couple, it seemed inevitable that they would in due course. Furong furrowed her brow, perplexed. But why does it seem like they're not speaking at all? To her, Those in love were typically brimming with conversation and connection, yet Chinshur and Sharona appeared unusually silent. After a moment's contemplation, Daigo hesitated before admitting, "I'm not quite sure. I've never been in a relationship myself." It was worth noting that prior to meeting Chinshur, Daigo had not even possessed a single friend, leaving him ill-equipped to comprehend such matters. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a splendid glow across the sky. Unbeknownst to them, the two had wandered into a secluded and tranquil locale, far removed from the clamor of urban life, where silence enveloped them, as if they were in a world of their own. After a brief pause, Sharona broke the silence. "How long have we known each other?" "Over a year, I believe," murmured Chinshur, as memories of their first meeting flooded his mind. It was a little over a year ago on a sunlit afternoon, when rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds to illuminate the streets of Shunkai Town. At that time, Granny Giselin had personally greeted him at the airport and escorted him to the Shunkai Town Historical Research Institute, where he first laid eyes on Sharona. She had been quietly seated in the hall, surrounded by ancient and mysterious artifacts and books, her gaze intently fixed on a tome, seemingly lost in its depths. During the introductions orchestrated by Granny Giselin, they had merely exchanged a brief greeting, unromantic, yet indelibly etched in his memory. "Do you remember what my first words to you were?" Sharona asked, her gaze soft and filled with an air of anticipation. Her voice carried a hint of enchantment that drew Chunshur in. "Hello, E.M. Sharona. I look forward to your guidance." Chunshur imitated her tone from that day. Sharona chuckled, her smile radiating warmth akin to the sun in spring. "You've captured it quite well." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, reflecting on how swiftly time had flown, how long they had known each other. Chunshur nodded, a wave of sentiment washing over him. "Indeed, much has transpired this past year." He paused, "But I am truly grateful to have encountered you." A blush crept onto Sharona's cheeks as she turned her gaze toward the setting sun. "So, am I?" she whispered softly, as Chunshur admired Sharona as profile. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. Sharona slightly turned, her eyes meeting his, revealing a blend of tenderness and expectancy, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Seemingly awakening to a realization, Chunshur inhaled deeply, summoning his courage to speak. "Sharona, actually, Just then, Sharona playfully interrupted him, her smile light yet mischievous. "But I'm not yet of age. Aren't you afraid my grandmother might break your legs if she found out?" A playful glint sparkled in her eyes, tilting her head as she regarded Chunshur. It was difficult to envision such a playful expression on Sharona's face. She had always carried herself with a dignified and serene demeanor, exuding calmness and decisiveness. While Chunshur was aware that Sharona was, in essence, a gentle and kind-hearted girl, he had never witnessed her in such a spirited light. Chuckling, Chunshur sighed, recognizing her jest, yet he could only smile helplessly, clarifying that was not his intention. "Oh, really?" Sharona lifted her hand, which was still held in his, teasingly asking, "Do you truly harbor no intentions?" Chunshur found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Since their hands had intertwined, they had not parted, their fingers still tightly clasped. Sharona chuckled at his flustered demeanor, having gleaned her desired answer from his unfinished sentiment. She then tucked her hair behind her ear and led Chunshur to sit upon a stone. "But I do have intentions," she whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. It reached him clearly. Chunshur was momentarily stunned, a wave of exhilaration crashing over him. "Really?" Beneath the warm glow of the setting sun, the scene before them resembled a beautiful painting. Chapter 109. Kiss takes advantage of the fire as night descended. The sky gradually succumbed to darkness, resembling a vast black curtain. Upon entering the house, a rich aroma of hot pot enveloped them, pervading the entire space. Furong and Daegu were seated in the spacious, well-lit living room, joyfully indulging in a delectable hot pot dinner. Daegu spoke while gesturing invitingly towards the two. Chunshur, unceremoniously, sat down and picked up a pair of chopsticks to begin his meal. However, Zyrona felt a tinge of embarrassment. Upon hearing Daegu's words, her ears flushed slightly. Yet she feigned nonchalance as she approached the dining table and took a seat. Daegu observed the pair, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was aware that his previous remark might have caused Zyrona a moment of awkwardness. It was merely a playful jest among friends. Given Zyrona's disposition, he believed she would not dwell on such trivialities. At that moment, Furong leaned in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and mischief, and asked Chunshurgu, "How does it feel? Did something happen?" Chunshur's lips twitched slightly. He certainly understood the implication behind Furong's inquiry. However, he wished to avoid delving into the topic, so he picked up his chopsticks and placed some meat into Furong's bowl. With a hint of annoyance, he remarked, "Children should not be so inquisitive. Focus on your meal." Furong glanced at the food in her bowl, blinking in disappointment, but obediently picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Daegu pulled out a napkin to wipe his mouth and inquired, "Old Chun, the quarterfinals are tomorrow. Who do you think our opponent will be?" "How could I possibly know? However, I can assure you they will not be easy to handle," Chunshur replied nonchalantly. In truth, only 16 competitors remained. It was merely a matter of chance who they would face, and no one would be particularly surprising. Chunshur hoped he would not encounter Daegu or Zyrona. Otherwise, he could only offer his apologies. At this moment, Daegu seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, there has been a change in the rules for tomorrow's match. It will now be in a 3-on-3 format. The semifinals will adopt a 6 versus 6 format with unlimited substitutions." Chunshur nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He had anticipated this change. In such a significant competition, a full team battle was to be expected. This was customary, especially in regional tournaments, let alone the World Championships. Once again, he reassured himself that, should a confrontation arise, he had confidence that he would emerge victorious, no matter the opponent. Zyrona cautioned, "Do not engage recklessly in battle. If a Pokémon is severely injured, it may affect the subsequent matches." Chunshur and Daegu nodded in acknowledgement. As he lay in bed, Chunshur suddenly recalled that he had yet to prepare food for Duolong and the others. A wave of guilt washed over him as he hastily opened his spatial backpack, retrieved the food for everyone, and then released Duolong and the others. However, as soon as they emerged, they gazed at him with reproachful eyes. Even the usually gentle Lady Huajia was no exception. Embarrassed, Chunshur scratched his head and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, everyone. I forgot to prepare food for you today. Truly my fault." He then offered the energy cubes, saying, "Please eat up. It's entirely my oversight." Baruya and Duolong rushed forward, eagerly biting into an energy cube and chewing voraciously. The other Pokémon joined in, relishing their meals. Watching them enjoy their food, Chunshur felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, they were not genuinely upset. They were simply hungry. He resolved to be more attentive in the future, ensuring they would never have to wait too long for sustenance. After all, they were not just his companions, but also his friends. Mutual care and respect were essential for harmonious coexistence. After finishing their meal, Pokkis's eyes twinkled with a sudden thought, her lips curving into a subtle smile. She perceived this as an opportune moment to seek a favor. Ice cream had always been one of her favorite treats, yet she had been unable to indulge due to the presence of Mew. Now, Mew had not appeared for 2 days. Perhaps it had already departed. Moreover, given that Chunshur had inadvertently allowed them to go hungry, he would likely feel guilty. In such circumstances, Pokkis concluded that if she asked for ice cream now, Chunshur would be unlikely to refuse. With this thought in mind, Pokkis flitted to Chunshur's side, adopting a serious demeanor as she stated, "Chaka chaka 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 chaka." Hearing this, Pokkis immediately nodded excitedly and affectionately nuzzled against him. After addressing Pokkis's request, Chunshur sat on his bed, taking out a small crystalline object, the size of a finger, and gently caressing it. Yet, it seemed that even its shadow was absent. Chunshur couldn't help but recall the crisis regarding the World Tree that Mew had mentioned, a wave of concern washing over him. Had the World Tree truly encountered some form of trouble? He pondered quietly. However, upon further contemplation, Chunshur shook his head gently. On the contrary, Mew had been leisurely following him, even indulging in food and drink along the way. Where could it possibly be? Chunshur glanced out the window, murmuring softly to himself. Chapter 110. Chunshur vs. Jimmy, Part 1. The following morning, the four of them rose early, enjoyed breakfast, and after feeding their Pokémon, promptly made their way to the Silver Conference venue. Along the way, Chun-Shur spotted vendors selling merchandise adorned with his name, as well as flags and clothing featuring the dazzling Dragonite. Of course, he was not the only one. There were also items for Dawu, Sharona, and Yolongdu, among others. After a brief glance, he noted with surprise that these items were selling remarkably well, drawing crowds of admirers. Furong muttered softly, "How come there's nothing for me?" Chun-Shur shot her an exasperated glance, tempted to remark on her lack of self-awareness. After all, they were all eliminated competitors. Who would still be a fan of hers? Clearly, the merchandise on display belonged to those who had advanced, rendering her discontent irrelevant. However, he refrained from uttering these words, knowing they might sting. Despite her elimination, Furong remained spirited, eagerly clutching a remote control to check for the day's battle arrangements. Upon opening it, the screen merely displayed advertisements, devoid of any battle footage. Dawu remarked nonchalantly, "It's still early. The audience hasn't fully arrived yet. The matchups won't be drawn so soon. Let's wait a bit longer." "Very well," Furong replied, somewhat disheartened as she took a seat. She was genuinely curious about the day's matchups. After all, the remaining competitors were exceptionally strong, and any matchup promised to be a spectacle. Soon, the four of them engaged in light conversation, and before long, the clock struck 8, with the audience gradually filling the venue. The host appeared on screen punctually. "Hello, everyone. I'm your host for this World Championship. It's a new day, and here we are again. Following yesterday's matches, we have determined the final 16 contenders. Today, we shall unveil the last 8 competitors of the World Championship. I trust everyone is eagerly anticipating today's battles." The host's enthusiasm ignited a fervent cheer from the audience. "Now, let's reveal today's matchups." As the host's words concluded, a massive screen behind him began to display the competitors' images. Chun-Shur's photo was the first to match with that of a striking young man with golden hair. Today's opening match features contestant Chun-Shur against contestant Jimmy. The announcement sent Chun-Shur's fans, as well as Jimmy's, into a frenzy of excitement. "Jimmy-ha?" Chun-Shur murmured, gazing at the image on the screen. This Jimmy was no ordinary opponent. He was the future water-type champion of the Kalos region and an exceptionally skilled chef. "Old Chun, I've seen this guy's matches before. His Blastoise is formidable. You should be cautious." "Rest assured, I never underestimate anyone," Chun-Shur replied, confidently before stepping out of the lounge. Dawu scratched his head, sensing that those words might have been directed at him. Descending the elevator, Chun-Shur followed the signs leading to the battle arena. Just then, a young man with golden hair and a white robe emerged from another elevator. Upon seeing Chun-Shur, the young man politely greeted him. "Hello, I'm Jimmy. It's a pleasure to meet you. I know of you. I've watched your matches. Your Dragonite and Swampert are impressive. I likely won't be your match," Jimmy said with a slight nod, his demeanor calm and sincere. Chun-Shur was taken aback by Jimmy's forthright admission of inferiority before the match. His serious tone did not suggest jest, which was surprising. Typically, geniuses possess a certain pride. For instance, Dawu and Yolongdu would never concede to being inferior before a fight. Even those less capable, like Jin Ci and Lei Si, often look down on others. Yet, Jimmy seemed distinct from them. Seemingly perceiving Chun-Shur's confusion, Jimmy smiled and said, "In truth, I don't care much about the outcome. What I cherish is the journey of battling alongside my partners. Much like cooking, most people focus on the final flavor of a dish. But I revel in the process of creating it." Chun-Shur understood. Everyone has their own aspirations, and Jimmy's pursuit lies in the journey of battle rather than its conclusion. The two then walked side by side, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the battle arena. Just as they were about to part ways, Chun-Shur suddenly remarked, "I've heard you're an excellent chef. If the opportunity arises, I hope to savor your culinary creations." Jimmy paused for a moment, then smiled, "Certainly." Next, the announcer declared, "Now entering the arena is contestant Chun-Shur from the Hoenn region." As Chun-Shur stepped through the metallic gates and onto the battlefield, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. A sweeping glance revealed many clad in sparkling Dragonite t-shirts, waving flags emblazoned with his name. Chun-Shur smiled and took his position, ready for battle. While Jimmy prepared across from him, the referee glanced at both competitors and announced, "Both contestants, please summon your Pokémon." Without hesitation, Jimmy produced a Pokeball and cast it forth. "Blastoise, I need you to give it your all." The creature emerged, its tail transforming from a wave into a stout blue appendage. Its underjaw was a pale yellow, and its ears were triangular. Its body was encased in a massive, sturdy shell, brown on the back and pale yellow on the underside, edged with white. At the front of its shell protruded two water cannons, capable of retracting into the shell. Chunshur focused intently, initiating a scan of the Blastoise's data. Pokémon, Blastoise level, 62 initial champion, qualification, near champion ability, torrent gender, male skills, tackle, water gun, withdraw, water pulse, rapid spin, protect, rain dance, water tail, shell smash, iron defense, hydro pump, mud shot, dig, brick break, heavy slam, ice punch, aura sphere, dragon pulse, surf, focus blast. Chapter 111. Chunshur vs. Jimmy, Part 2, afterward. Chunshur refrained from further conversation and promptly produced a Pokeball, releasing his Pokémon. With a roar, the Swampert burst onto the scene, its excitement palpable. It surveyed the audience before casting its gaze upon the opposing Blastoise, its heart racing with anticipation. A formidable opponent, and the cheers of the crowd were precisely what it craved. The referee raised a flag, announcing that this match would be a 3 versus 3 unlimited rotation, and that Pokémon would be eliminated upon losing their ability to battle. Now, I declare the match to begin. Swampert, use Waterfall. Blastoise, withdraw into your shell. At the sound of the referee's voice, both trainers issued their command simultaneously. Swampert gathered a slight amount of energy, and with a resounding boom, a crater formed where it had once stood. In an instant, Swampert had vanished from its original position and reappeared before Blastoise. Jimmy's pupils dilated in shock. Despite having seen the move before, experiencing it firsthand made the speed of Waterfall all the more astonishing. Knowing that Swampert had access to this terrifying move, Jimmy had opted to have Blastoise withdraw into its shell at the outset. A tremendous crash echoed through the arena as Swampert's Waterfall struck Blastoise's shell with great force, leaving a sizable dent in the ground. Without delay, Jimmy commanded Blastoise, rise and use Water Tail. Emerging from its shell, Blastoise concentrated water energy at the tip of its tail and swung it towards Swampert. Chunshur's gaze flickered. The earlier Waterfall had not inflicted significant damage on Blastoise and had even fortified its defenses. Swampert, use Hammer Arm. Swampert swung its arm down, colliding with Blastoise's Water Tail. The two moves clashed violently, sending both Pokémon reeling from the immense impact. In the waiting area, Daigo observed in astonishment. This Blastoise possesses remarkable strength, able to send Swampert flying. Being from the Hoenn region, Daigo was well acquainted with the starter Pokémon. Swampert was widely celebrated for its raw power, and it was rare to encounter a Pokémon that could contest it in strength. Cynthia remarked coolly, "It is not merely that. This Blastoise's defensive capabilities and the speed at which it gathers its skills are exceptionally impressive." It absorbed a waterfall and appeared unaffected. In the arena, Jimmy wasted no time, commanding Blastoise use Aura Sphere. As Swampert was pushed back, Chunshur was taken aback momentarily. However, upon hearing Jimmy's direction, he quickly regained focus. Swampert, use Water Pulse. Without hesitation, Swampert unleashed a Water Pulse, which collided with the Aura Sphere mid-flight. Swampert, Waterfall Hammer. Upon seeing the Aura Sphere deflected, Chunshur swiftly issued another command. Jimmy hesitated, an ominous feeling washing over him, but he instinctively ordered, Blastoise, use Protect. Although unfamiliar with the move Waterfall Hammer, Jimmy surmised from the name that it was likely a combination attack, prompting him to have Blastoise use Protect without delay. As Blastoise successfully activated Protect, it sensed a figure appear before it. A tremendous force struck, not causing any damage but sending Blastoise flying, with cracks appearing on the protective barrier. Witnessing such a fearsome blow, Jimmy inhaled sharply, thankful for his quick decision to command Protect. Had he hesitated, Blastoise would have faced dire consequences. Chunshur felt a twinge of regret. This was the greatest gain that Swampert had acquired from its battles. utilizing Hammer Arm during the waterfall's momentum. By harnessing the immense power and inertia of waterfall, Hammer Arm's strength could be significantly amplified. Under equal conditions, a Pokémon struck by this move would surely falter unless it had exceptional defense. Even this Blastoise, which had just withdrawn into its shell, would sustain serious injury from such an impact. Chunshur had once named this technique Equal Opportunity Fist, but Swampert had deemed the name unappealing and insisted on calling it Waterfall Hammer instead. As Chunshur glanced at the airborne Blastoise, he felt a hint of disappointment at not landing the hit, yet he remained undeterred. After all, if you can use Protect once, can you do so again? Or even thrice? In the next moment, Chunshur waved his hand decisively, declaring, Swampert, unleash another Waterfall Hammer. With a deep breath, Swampert began to gather energy. Jimmy's pupils constricted in realization. He abandoned his initial offensive strategy, astounded that Swampert could execute another combination move. While combination techniques were indeed powerful, they demanded considerable stamina from Pokémon, making continuous use challenging. Yet, this Swampert was defying expectations. Gritting his teeth, Jimmy commanded, Blastoise, use Hydro Tail to block this attack. As Blastoise regained its footing, it immediately obeyed Jimmy's order. Its head and limbs withdrew into its shell, leaving only its tail enveloped in water, energy visible, which began to spin rapidly. Chunshur raised an eyebrow. This appeared to be a skill combining rapid spin and Hydro Tail. Indeed, one should never underestimate the tenacity of others. In the blink of an eye, Swampert appeared before the spinning Blastoise, bringing down the Waterfall Hammer with great force. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the battlefield, sending up a cloud of smoke. Chunshur furrowed his brow, calling out, Swampert, are you all right? With a weak affirmation. Swampert seemed to have merely exhausted its stamina, sustaining no serious injuries, while Blastoise clearly had endured significant damage. Chunshur's excitement surged as he shouted, Swampert, deliver the final blow. Use Earthquake. With a mighty roar, Swampert enveloped its fists in rich ground energy and slammed them into the ground, causing the arena to crack open. From the fissures, a surge of potent ground energy surged towards Blastoise. Chapter 112. Chunshur vs. Jimmy, Part 2. The Blastoise has lost its combat capability. Jimmy, please send out your next Pokémon. Jimmy stood quietly at the side of the arena, his gaze fixed intently on the unconscious Blastoise. A trace of regret etched on his face. Blastoise had been his formidable warrior, yet it had succumbed in this fierce contest. Outside the arena, the audience erupted in cheers and applause, their enthusiasm a tidal wave, celebrating the thrilling battle. Go Clawitzer! Clawitzer boasted a massive right arm capable of launching water cannonballs. Its yellow antennae perched atop its enormous pincers, while its body appeared diminutive and coiled. Chunshur swiftly scanned the data of this Clawitzer. Pokémon, Clawitzer level, 60, early champion, qualification, near champion ability, Mega Launcher gender, male skills, bind, water gun, bounce, dart pulse, dragon pulse, heal pulse, water jet, knock off, scratch, water pulse, swords dance, aura sphere, bounce, crab hammer, protect, mud shot, poison jab. He then retrieved another Pokeball, releasing Madame Flora, who bowed slightly towards Clawitzer upon her entrance. Unfortunately, Clawitzer ignored her courtesy, as Jimmy had already issued his command. Clawitzer, use Dark Pulse. Chunshur smiled faintly. Madame Flora, Energy Ball. Madame Flora nodded lightly, conjuring an energy ball that soared towards Clawitzer like a shooting star. Bang! Dark Pulse, akin to a ferocious beast, obliterated the energy ball, its momentum unabated. Chunshur furrowed his brow and intoned, evaded. Thanks to the brief obstruction by the energy ball, Madame Flora easily dodged. Seed Bomb. Simi shouted, Clawitzer, unleash Dragon Pulse. Chunshur raised an eyebrow, resolutely enduring the onslaught. Continue with Seed Bomb. Madame Flora recalled her trainer's earlier words. Understanding her intent, she slowed her movements, allowing Clawitzer's Dragon Pulse to strike her, then feigned pain before swiftly throwing the Seed Bomb. Witnessing this, Jimmy was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such boldness. Rather than allowing the Seed Bomb to cancel out the Dragon Pulse, She had chosen to endure the attack while still targeting Clawitzer. He called out anxiously, "Quick, use Protect, Clawitzer." Regrettably, it was too late. Clawitzer could not activate Protect in time. The seed bomb struck him directly, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Bang! Chinshur smiled slightly. Madame Flora, once more with the energy ball. Madame Flora, undeterred by the previous exchange, launched another energy ball towards Clawitzer. "Are you all right, Clawitzer?" Jimmy called out with concern, realizing the severity of a seed bomb delivered by a Pokémon of equal level. Once again, the explosion reverberated and Clawitzer collapsed in pain. The two grass-type attacks had inflicted significant damage. Chinshur coldly commanded, "Madame Flora, one more energy ball." "Wait, I concede. No more attacks." Jimmy raised his hand, calling out loudly, "Cease, Madame Flora." She nodded gently, dissipating the energy ball in her hands. The referee, expressionless, announced, "Jimmy has conceded. The victor is Madame Flora. Please send out your next Pokémon." Jimmy shook his head with a wry smile, conceding, "Fine, I forfeit the next match as well. I only possess 2 near-champion Pokémon. I am no match for him." The recent battle had shifted dramatically due to a mere oversight, leaving Clawitzer utterly defenseless. Continuing would only result in needless injury to Clawitzer, prompting Jimmy to choose surrender. The referee glanced at him, inquiring, "Are you certain of your concession?" "I am certain." Siminode de resolutely. He was not one to crave victory. He regarded the outcome with indifference. In his view, the journey of the competition was far more significant than the result itself. Today, he stood upon the grand stage of the World Championship, measuring his skills against many talented competitors, which in itself was a monumental success. Jimmy looked at Chinshur, filled with respect. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. "Very well. I declare that due to Jimmy's concession, the victor is Chinshur." After departing the battlefield, Chinshur made his way to a designated Pokémon center within the venue, where he sought out Nurse Joy. "Hello, do you require treatment for your Pokémon?" Nurse Joy inquired with a smile. "Yes, my partner is injured. I would appreciate your assistance in healing him," Chinshur replied, producing the Pokeball containing his Swampert and handing it to Nurse Joy. "Thank you, Happiny." Beside Nurse Joy, a Happiny chirped joyfully before following her into the treatment room. Happiny possessed a large, egg-shaped body, with the upper half in pink and the lower half in white, adorned with curly hair atop its head. White wings rested on its shoulders, and a white pattern encircled its body, while a pocket on its belly contained an egg. Chinshur couldn't help but glance at her data. Indeed, Dawu was not exaggerating. This Happiny is genuinely a champion-level Pokémon. After a considerable time, Nurse Joy and Happiny emerged from the treatment room. Chapter 113. Dawu vs. Majiji. "How is it? What does your match begin?" Chinshur inquired curiously, sitting beside Sharona in the lounge. Dawu raised an eyebrow, his tone nonchalant. "There is still plenty of time. My match is around noon, while Sharona's will commence in the afternoon. Who is your opponent?" Chinshur nodded slightly, not surprised by the timing of the matches. After all, there were only 8 matches scheduled for the day, allowing for a more relaxed arrangement. Dawu shujijid. "I've never heard of my opponent before. His name is Majiji. Sharona's opponent is called Jia Delia." Upon hearing these names, Chinshur's expression turned peculiar. He was well aware of Majiji, one of the 3 key figures of the Future Rocket team, a formidable trainer specializing in electric-type Pokémon. His prowess was not to be underestimated. However, the fact that Sharona's opponent was Jia Delia, a girl renowned for her extraordinary psychic abilities, was unexpected. If his memory served him correctly, the future Sharona and Jia Delia were quite close friends. It was surprising to realize that they had yet to meet and were now facing each other in the World Championship. Noticing his strange expression, Sharona inquired coolly, "It seems you know a bit about these two?" "I do indeed," Chinshur admitted without hesitation, elaborating. "Majiji is a powerful electric-type trainer, but he shouldn't pose much of a challenge for Dawu. As for Jia Delia, she is an exceptionally strong psychic, capable of enhancing her Pokémon's abilities significantly. You should be cautious." Sharona nodded slightly, her expression unwavering, maintaining her confident demeanor. The 4 of them continued watching the matches in the lounge. The second and third matches were rather uneventful. with Yulong Du and Ku Na both triumphantly defeating their opponents to advance to the top 8. Then it was De Wu's turn to compete. The final match of the morning. Go for it, big brother De Wu. Fu Rong cheered, clenching her small fist. A confideng is maio gracet da Wu's face. And just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Chen Shi's bemused gaze, causing his expression to stiffen, akin to a deflated balloon. He merely muttered a sullen "got it" before trudging out of the lounge. Upon entering the arena, De Wu spotted his opponent, Ma Jiji, a burly man sporting a defiant grin. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, Ma Jiji wasted no time and unleashed his dazzling Metagross. Without further ado, he released an Electric Dragon, a Pokémon of initial elite rank, from its Pokeball. The Electric Dragon, with its yellow skin, a red orb on its tail and forehead, a white belly, and a single toe on each foot, showcased intricate yellow and black patterns on its neck and parts of its tail. As the match commenced, Ma Jiji commanded the Electric Dragon to launch an aggressive assault on De Wu's Metagross. The Electric Dragon flickered with brilliant electric sparks, opening its mouth to unleash a powerful current that surged toward Metagross like a dragon. Undeterred, Metagross shone with a metallic gleam, swiftly evading the Electric Dragon's attack. With a flash of inspiration, Metagross released a formidable psychic wave aimed at the Electric Dragon. The Electric Dragon adeptly leaped aside, avoiding the psychic force. It retaliated with a series of electric strikes, attempting to hit Metagross, which skillfully dodged using its superior computational abilities. The audience watched the fierce battle with bated breath, cheering for both competitors as the atmosphere surged with excitement. Just as the Electric Dragon began to show signs of fatigue, De Wu's eyes sharpened. He recognized this as an opportune moment to strike. Metagross now, use Psychic Headbutt. Responding to De Wu's command, Metagross concentrated its psychic energy, its head emanating a brilliant light. As the radiance intensified, its head became as hard as steel, brimming with indomitable power. It then charged toward the Electric Dragon at an astounding speed, resembling a bolt of lightning as it traversed the battlefield with a